No, really. It was that bad.
Finally. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done, it's done, it's done, it's done, yes, it's done, it's done!
Hey everyone, Pekachow here, and today is a very special day, and I'm sure you already know why. It's because you're watching a very special something right now. The Kirby 64 video. The Kirby 64 video. The Kirby 64 video I've been hyping up for over a year and working on for the last few months. Because that's how my work ethic works. And if you're watching this months or even years into the future, don't worry. It's still a very special day today. Because every day is a special day when you're watching Pekachow. So I've been working on this Dark Matter Trilogy Retrospective series for a good long while now, much longer than even I was anticipating. And speaking of that series, you might want to go check out the other parts if you haven't, but please, there is no rush if you're watching this right now. If you just wanted to see a dude lose his mind over Kirby 64 for a few hours, you're in the right place. Please do not go away. And man, let me tell you, this has been an experience. There were highs, there were lows, there was that really dumb statement I made where I said I could get out 3 giant Kirby videos in the span of 8 months. Yeah, like that was gonna happen. But in the end, the whole thing's been finished up and you're watching the Kirby 64 video right now, and honestly, that's good enough for me. This video is like the main reason I started the Dark Matter Trilogy Retrospective series in the first place, because if you know me at all, you know Kirby 64 is not just my favorite Kirby game, but it's like my favorite game ever. I love Kirby 64 so much. I will not hesitate to call this game a masterpiece. I don't care how much Kirby 64 slander I see or how many weird looks I get for saying it, but this game, this damn game, is a masterpiece. Every single time I look in its direction, all I see staring back at me is perfection. Now look, I know this is the last part of my Dark Matter Trilogy Retrospective, and I keep hyping this video up as such, but to me this video really does mean so much more than that. I mean, it's like my favorite game of all time, of course it's going to. It's a game that defined who I am today, it inspired me as a kid, and just really stuck with me, and it continues to do that to this day. It's like my secret third parent, if that makes any sense. And even taking away all the personal stuff and removing the rose-tinted glasses, Kirby 64 really is just a masterpiece of a game. Even when I take that stuff off and I look at things critically, and I act like I'm playing the game for the first time to the best of my ability, I just see something truly amazing here, just an absolute work of art, a true gem of a game. I mean, they don't call it Kirby 64 the Crystal Shards for nothing, am I right? Ayo. So please, as I said before, don't feel pressured to watch the other parts before this one if you just want to see a guy lose his mind over Kirby 64 for a good while, because you're in the right place. You're in the right place. Once again, we're going to cover all the bases with Kirby 64. Everything from the gameplay, the stages, the bosses, the story, the abilities, the presentation, even my own personal story and history with the game. So expect to see a lot of Pekachow lore dumps throughout this, because there's going to be a few of those. But you can't truly say you've covered all the bases until you've taken a look at the pre-release stuff, you know, like the development and marketing. So before we dive into the game itself, I present to you the pre-release of Kirby 64. After 2 games with very little in the way of documented development history and content and stuff, it feels really nice and refreshing to get a game like Kirby 64 to look at, because there is just so much to this game's development. There are all sorts of earlier versions you can see in trailers and stuff, so many little changes you can see from those. And there's all sorts of really cool cut content. There's just so much to Kirby 64, and it's easily one of the most interesting Kirby games to learn about. And when I say this stuff is extensive, I mean this stuff gets extensive. If I covered all of this in excruciating detail, we could be here for 30, 40 minutes, maybe even an hour, because there's just so much to look at, and it's Kirby 64, so obviously I'm gonna go nuts for it. However, at the end of the day, this is not a look at the Kirby 64 pre-release, or at least that's not the entire point of this video. This is still a Kirby 64 review at the end of the day. I'm not gonna bring everything to a screeching halt just to look at every single little detail of the development. There's an excellent cutting room floor page that contains most of the info that I'll link in the description in case you want to check it all out and all the fine details and stuff, but I'll go over most of the big important stuff as quickly as I can. But first, let's go all the way back to September of 1997, which is where Kirby 64 began development, and the reason we know this is because of a Nintendo.com interview with the project manager Takashi Saito. During this interview, Saito confirms that the team had this sort of finished kinda project called Kirby 64 Keroyan. The name is like a Japanese frog pun or something. And interestingly enough, this was a completely different game from the Kirby 64 we know and love, right down to the controls. It was using the control stick instead of the D-pad. What is this? We don't have any screenshots or video footage or anything of that nature, unfortunately, but according to Saito, this was like an engine test, and ultimately the team decided not to release this because they knew they could do better. And do better they did. That whole comment he has about the team knowing they could do better just says so much about Kirby 64. Whether you like Kirby 64 or not, whether you think it's a fun game or not, you cannot deny there was just so much effort and work that went into this game, and there was just so much fine-tuning and even the littlest of details. The team was really putting their all into it, and it really shows, and it's one of the main reasons why I love Kirby 64 so much. When you can tell someone is having fun working on a project, it just turns out 10 times better. One last thing this interview reveals is that Kirby 64 was originally going to be for the N64DD disk drive add-on for the N64 that would let it play discs, which would be more powerful than the cartridges, which was likely an attempt to compete with the PS1. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you view this, the N64DD was kind of a flop and never even left Japan. And ultimately, I think this might have been a good thing, because I think Kirby 64 would not have the reach it did if it was stuck on the N64DD, if you needed an add-on to play it. We know what happens with those games that force you to get an add-on to even play them, right? That never ends well. And besides, I mean, Kirby 64 is already a masterpiece. Maybe some more power would have made it even more of a masterpiece, but it's a masterpiece just the way it is, and we don't need no silly N64DD to make it one. Alright, so let's take a gander at some pre-release material, like early screenshots and trailers. So let's see what we got here. We got completely different HUDs, a variety of different enemy placements, enemies showing some different behavior than in the final game, an Evangelion reference, different stage backgrounds, entire cut portions of stages, 2 scrapped early power combos, another Ava reference, and of course, the biggest cut of them all, a playable Waddle Dee, Adeline, and King DDD. Oh, what could have been. Whenever I think about these 3 cut playable characters, so many questions fill my head. What moves would they have? How would the level design work to accommodate for these? How could you switch to them? Would it just be like an on-the-fly thing, or would you need to like go into a stage playing as someone? So many questions, and we'll probably never ever get an answer to any of these, which is a real shame. You know, between having all of Kirby's friends playable and the power combos being like the ultimate gimmick, letting you mix copy abilities, Kirby 64 really was shaping up to be the most ambitious Kirby game ever, and you know, you could even argue it still is. One of them. Unfortunately, the team might have been biting off a little more than they could chew by trying to implement these characters on top of all the other things Kirby 64 was doing. And as much as I hate to say it, I think cutting these guys was ultimately the right call. I mean, the Kirby 64 we got is already incredible. If shifting attention more to these playable characters and trying to make them work and everything would have damaged the rest of the game and made them put less effort into that, then I think this really was the right decision to make here. That being said, these guys would have 100% been in a Kirby 64 in a truly perfect world. That isn't all the cut content though, because thanks to art books and some pictures posted on HAL's websites back in the day, we have all sorts of pieces of concept art that give us a glimpse into all sorts of ideas and concepts that never got into any builds of the game proper. That being said though, there is one piece of concept art that's kind of like an exception to this rule, because it was actually found in the game's files, and it's this artwork depicting Kirby, his friends, and interestingly enough, all 6 of the animal friends on this little checkerboard grid here. Maybe before power combos were devised, we were going to get another game with the animal friends as the big gimmick, and you know, I love power combos, but I would not be complaining. I love the animal friends. The more of these guys, the better. And that theory that the animal friends were going to be a part of Kirby 64 is only further thanks to this piece found in an art book, which has Adeline painting Ku for Kirby to ride. Moving over to art books, there's this piece with Waddle Dee wearing a weird little house thing over his head, which, if I had to guess what this is all about, it was probably one of his moves while he was playable character. And there's also this scrapped enemy here, which appears to be like some kind of stick figure creature. I think he's pretty cool. I like this guy a lot. There's also this scrapped band sub-game, of course, which, as we can gather from this concept art, would have had Kirby and friends playing in a band together, and it would have been like a rhythm game. Kind of sad it didn't actually get into the final game, because it seemed really, really cool, but we still got 3 awesome sub-games either way, so I can't complain too much. But that's not all for the art books, because there's also some cool character art you can find in there, as well as some storyboards for things like cutscenes, but that's also not all for the concept art in general, because HAL posted some Kirby 64 concept art on their website back in 2000 before the game launched. All the pieces uploaded to the website are of early stage concepts or designs, and they all look really cool and are varying degrees of different from what we actually got in the final game. Some of them don't look too different and don't give me too much to talk about, like this one that's clearly Popstar 1 and this one that's Rockstar 3. But there's some that are a little more interesting to look at and discuss, like the World of Giant Plants, which is an early version of the vast jungles seen in Neostar 1. There's this one called Cloud and Spider that would have been an early version of Shiver Star 2 that had spider webs strewn all across the clouds, and presumably you could even climb on them too, like Kirby's doing in this artwork. There's also what seems to be an early version of Rockstar, drawing some heavy inspiration from the planet Tatooine from Star Wars, which is really cool, as well as this one titled Laboratory? Despite looking unlike anything in the final game, it's pretty obvious that this concept wound up evolving into Shiver Star 4 over time. And this piece of concept art is simply just fascinating. There's so much interesting stuff going on here, like how Kirby's just this tiny little man in this big world full of all these big science things. You got enemies contained inside capsules, much like the ones in the Shiver Star factory, including a Waddle-Doo, interestingly enough. And there's also this weird little Zero-looking fellow right here with a smiley face, and I don't know what his deal is, but I need to know more. I have to know more. Another really fascinating piece is this one, which has Kirby meeting up with this giant whale that probably would have fit somewhere on Aqua Star. Probably the most interesting thing about this piece, besides the fact that there are no actual whales in Kirby 64, is that this is kind of like a reference to Kirby's Dreamland. Like, remember the giant whale that shows up in Kirby's Dreamland at the end of the Float Islands to launch Kirby into the sky to fight Kabula? How Laboratory remembers. However, I'd argue the most fascinating piece of concept art of them all is the one that actually can't be tied to any stage in the final game, and it's this meteor shower stage, and I don't know what's up with this, but it's just so cool. This is a stage and a concept that went completely unused in Kirby 64, and I can't help but wonder where this would fit in the game due to how it structures its worlds. Like, would this have been like an in-between planet stage or something? Was the game not always going to use the whole planet world structure? I have no idea, but it's so interesting, and this picture just raises so many questions. I love it so much. Oh, maybe it could have even been for an entire space-themed planet, however that works. It sounds cool. Who knows? Maybe. It's a possibility. So now, before we actually get into the marketing and stuff proper, I think it's important to kind of segue into that by taking a look at how all this information was presented before Kirby 64 came out. Both HAL and Nintendo did a great job hyping up Kirby 64 and slowly drip-feeding information up to the game's release through all sorts of different mediums. Obviously, there was the concept art on the website, there was all sorts of screenshots and stuff on Nintendo's site, you had trailers for big events like E3 and Space World. It's some of the best build-up a Kirby game has ever had up to release. Combine all that with this being Kirby's big 3D or 2.5D debut, on top of it just being a very ambitious game in its own right, and you must have had something truly exciting. This must have been an amazing time to be a Kirby fan. I mean, I don't know firsthand because I wasn't even conceived yet, but just looking back on all this stuff, it makes me feel excited, especially knowing Kirby 64's peak and all that. So obviously, with all that really good hype and build-up, Kirby 64 had to do well, right? Well, let's check out how many copies it sold. Kirby 64 sold a grand total of 1.77 million copies, 1.07 in Japan, over 500,000 in America, and I'm just gonna assume the rest of them were European. While these aren't the biggest numbers ever, considering what Kirby 64 is and when it came out, which is late into the N64's lifespan, and just the average Kirby series sales records, this is pretty good. Clearly, Dreamland 3's unfortunate failure taught HAL a valuable lesson. Do not go releasing games for a dying console right as the hot new console is coming out and it's currently thriving and everyone's losing their mind over that. If you do that, you are setting your game up for failure. That is not a good idea. Granted, Kirby 64 didn't exactly come out at the most opportune time, being pretty late in the N64's lifespan, but it wasn't overlapping with the GameCube, so that's good. They learned. And they kind of forgot again in 2019, but it seems like we're back. Another reason as to why Kirby 64 had such good sales, especially in Japan, is likely due to the marketing, which is once again a big step up above Dreamland 3's. As usual, we'll start by looking at the Western side of things, and it's not really impressive, but most classic Kirby marketing in the West is not really that impressive. And by that standard, this is okay. This is pretty good. I mean, we got Kirby 64 front and center on this Nintendo Power magazine on the cover, so all can see it. There's some print ads, including this Face of Terror one, which, as overdone as these jokes are nowadays, this one is still pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. We're also back to giving Kirby games commercials after Dreamland 3 got absolutely nothing. I'm still a little salty about that. A Dreamland 3 commercial probably would have went hard. But anyways, in this commercial, Kirby... Wait, no, not Muffin, not Muffin! There's also the infamous Kirby 64 Prima Guide, which is riddled with errors to the point it might as well be a joke book, like right down to the cover. Like, where did you get 100 crystal shards from? There's like 72, 74 if you want to count these two in the intro. I don't know where you got this from. And of course, who could forget the totally accurate description of Zero 2 being a benevolent creature who lives in the cloud levels of Shiver Star. I never will. I remember seeing that in the game. That's the Kirby 64 I played, and the final boss looked like this. And I mean, I know this didn't necessarily do much to actually promote Kirby 64 and get the Kirby 64 name out there, but there was also this little plush guy who be like a little store display thing. I guess stores would like hang him up and kind of sell the game, but maybe not that much because it's not a commercially released thing. But you know, for a time where Kirby plushes were incredibly rare in the US, this guy is pretty cool. Not commercially released, but he's super cool. Alright, so let's head on back over to Japan and see how Kirby 64 is promoted over there, and as you'd expect, it goes nuts. Like most Kirby games in Japan, they don't hold back, and they just go crazy with the marketing and all the merch and stuff. And Kirby 64 merch is just so cool. There's so much stuff and so much variety in what they released to promote this game, and it's so cool. Like, let's see, we got keychain figures, little keychain figures, littler keychain figures, plushes, more plushes, 4-Koma manga that were a part of their own series, 4-Koma manga that were a part of the 4-Koma gag battle series, pins, pencils, bento box erasers, coin banks, backpacks, raincoats, and that's not even all of it. They just went crazy. Even just in the merch itself, there's just so much variety with things like the characters and enemies that are used. Like, you got my favorite designs for characters like Kirby and King Dedede used in all sorts of things and brought to life in so many different cool ways. There's some obscure characters who haven't gotten much merch over the years, like Adeline and Ribbon. There's also a whole plethora of very cool enemy-related stuff. Like, there's plushes for enemies that don't receive much, even though they're super iconic legacy enemies like Bronto Burt and Sir Kibble, and even some of the more unique ones, unique to Kirby 64 or just the greater Dark Matter Trilogy, get some cool stuff here, like this vibrating Emp plusher Kapar. That's the Kapar I'm going off. Oh my god, I love this guy. I need it now. Speaking of really cool merch, something I didn't mention earlier to save for this exact point is the Kirby 64 soundtrack CD that contains most of the game's soundtrack, and as someone who loves the Kirby 64 OST, I am super happy to own this thing myself. Something really interesting about this, besides it being one of the first Kirby soundtrack CDs ever released, is that it contains some unique songs not found in the actual game, in particular the two different Club Mix songs, being Club Mix in the Field and Club Mix the Bosses. And I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like somebody was just messing with the music of the game and splicing a bunch of different songs together and stuff while someone was just going crazy on the soundboard. Like I don't know what this is. I mean, I would not be caught dead listening to this, but damn, it's just so interesting. What you're listening to is not an amateur, weird remix on YouTube from 10 years ago. This is a real Kirby song from a real CD. What will you do with this information? And that's the pre-release of Kirby 64. There's just this massive, really cool development history and all sorts of cool merch and everything. It's got some of the best marketing of any Kirby game. One of the best Kirby development stories. It's just an overall incredible package for an incredible game. And speaking of that incredible game, let's get started with Kirby 64. And where better to start than by looking at the story. The story's a little more complex than the other two games, so we're mostly going to be looking at the intro and stuff, but the story / intro and/or So what exactly is the deal with Kirby 64's story? Why am I hyping this up so much, and why can we not discuss the whole thing right now? Well, it's because Kirby 64's story is surprisingly deep for what it looks like on the surface. Not only is Kirby 64 the big, grand, epic finale to the Dark Matter Trilogy, but it's a story of friendship, personal growth, revelations, and it might even raise some deep moral questions. If any of that made your eyebrow raise and pique your curiosity, you are in for a treat. Now, it's going to be a while before we get to most of that stuff because it all culminates at the end, and it would be much better to actually talk about it when that stuff comes into play instead of just looking at it right now. But there are some other little things, like every single planet having some story or lore to them, that I think we'll cover whenever we actually get to the planets in question, so, you know, it makes more sense. In terms of story and lore, there's just way more to Kirby 64 than Dreamland 2 or even Dreamland 3, so you can't really just fit most of it into a story section and expect it to suffice. You gotta take a similar approach to the game itself when you talk about this stuff. You kind of have to spread it out, so, intro time. Right as you start up the game, we're greeted to a shot of the brand new planet Ripple Star, a bright and cheerful planet home to these little fairies, and you know, they're just doing their usual thing, having fun, living life, and then suddenly dark clouds fill the sky, and You know who it is. It's Dark Matter. Dark Matter's back again. These guys really don't know when to quit, but in all fairness, they went all out this time, but more on that later. Amidst the chaos, this fairy here named Ribbon retreats into the Ripple Star Castle, where she meets with the queen of the planet, Queen Ripple. And fun fact, did you know that Queen Ripple actually canonically has a wife named Aurora? Now, the game strangely doesn't tell you this anywhere, but there are rumors of a hidden Ripora kiss scene somewhere in the game, although not even I know how to access it. Although you never know when a method to view this rumored scene might pop up. Like, remember that 100% file 3 code that was found in like 2020? You know the one. You empty file 2, create file 3, get in another controller and hold L down on it, then you use the first controller to input C up, R, C right, C left, start. You know that one? I mean, don't give up, Ripora truthers. One day we might find that scene somewhere in the game. You never know when something will pop up. Now, what was I talking about again? Oh yeah, the story. So Ribbon meets with Queen Ripple inside the castle, who entrusts her with this giant crystal. Now, what exactly the true importance of this crystal is unknown, but what we do know is that it has some significance to Ripple Star, and the fairies don't want it falling into Dark Matter's hands, so they give it to Ribbon to protect it. Ribbon flies the crystal out into space in order to get away from the corrupted Ripple Star, but a few Dark Matter break away from the giant dark cloud obscuring the planet, being Dark Rimuru, Dark Rimuro, and Dark Rimura. Yes, these three have names. Ribbon tries to get away, but the Dark Matter trio are hot on her tail, and they keep smashing at the crystal until eventually it breaks into a bunch of little crystal shards, and they scatter all across the galaxy while Ribbon heads plummeting down towards planet Popstar. One title and file select screen later, and we get what's essentially the second part of the intro, picking up exactly where the actual intro left off by showing us Kirby sitting on a hill, watching all the shards fall down all across the night sky until Ribbon comes crashing down right beside him. The duo find a crystal shard that merges together with Ribbon's crystal to make it just a little bit bigger, and Ribbon explains her whole situation to Kirby, who promptly agrees to help, and the two set off in order to save Ripple Star and the galaxy at large from the third and final Dark Matter invasion. Before diving further into the actual substance of these cutscenes, I need to talk about the style here because these are just so good. I'll go more in depth on what makes Kirby 64's cutscenes so great in the presentation section of the video, but these two really do an excellent job just roping you in. From the surprisingly high quality and high poly models for the N64 to the brilliant soundtracks for both cutscenes, which have all sorts of instruments and stuff that sync up perfectly to whatever's going on in the actual cutscene, to all the different environments and just how well crafted they are, like the vibrant and colorful Ripple Star, to the vast emptiness of space, to the whole scene they got going on in the Kirby's Quest cutscene, you know, where it's all nighttime and then it's morning. It just looks so cool and beautiful. And of course, there's the animation, which is just so fun and expressive, and I just love the animation in these cutscenes so much. And of course, just the way it illustrates the actual story itself is just amazing. It just really hooks you. I don't know how else to put it. It just really does. It's got just about everything I love from Dreamland 3's intro, except now it's just all put in motion, and it's just beautiful. It's incredible stuff. And speaking of the story, let's take a little bit of a closer look at everything the intro sets up for us, starting with one of the most interesting things I think Kirby 64 does with its intro that really does wind up paying off by the end game, and that's actually starting the game by showing us Ribbon and Ripple Star instead of Kirby and whatever kind of Kirby antics he's getting up to. The game instantly gets you invested into Ribbon's plight, which is like the main driving force of Kirby 64. You watch as she struggles and loses her home to the Dark Matter, and when she eventually meets Kirby and the two of them agree to set off, it really gets you excited to see what comes next. And speaking of Kirby, I love the way he's portrayed here too. You get to see some of his joyful, childlike whimsy here with his facial expressions and such, but you also just get to see his heroic side with how he takes like absolutely no time to just agree to help Ribbon out. It's just so Kirby, and I love it. There's also Ripple Star, which is easily the most fleshed out planet in the series besides Popstar itself. I mean, we get an entire established race living on this planet, and when you actually go through Ripple Star later in the game, it doesn't just feel like you're going through just another set of levels. It feels like you're really exploring the same living, breathing location you saw in the intro. And I mean, while the game doesn't go too far into Ripple Star lore or anything, there are a lot of really interesting things Ripple Star has going on that could make a potential revisit in a future game really interesting. Like, I mean, we actually have a ruler of this planet, and we have an important artifact in the form of this giant crystal. Like, what's going on with some of this stuff? I want to know. And you want to know what else is cool? All the other Kirby 64 planets, because they all just bring something to the greater Kirby lore in their own way. Whether it's just existing as a piece of the Kirby universe that feels more fleshed out than just having like 1 or 2 levels to it, to actually providing some genuinely extremely interesting lore to the greater Kirby series, and just being really, really cool. Granted, none of them are necessarily as fleshed out as Ripple Star, but that doesn't mean they can't be cool in their own right and bring cool things to the table, which they absolutely do, but we'll get to them when we get to them. Just know that Kirby 64's world building and lore is just unmatched. It is some of the best in the series. Another thing I really love about Kirby 64's intro is how it makes sense, but at the same time it's just very open to interpretation. Like, you can easily follow it, but there are so many little gaps you could just fill in with your own imagination. Like, take for instance, why are the Dark Matter attacking Ripple Star of all planets? Well, it's a bright and cheerful and happy planet just like Popstar, but the big difference, and the reason they're not attacking Popstar for a third time, is because of Kirby. I mean, Kirby's kicked their ass like 2 times already, so obviously they're going to start their galactic conquest anew by picking on a planet that's just as peppy as Popstar, but has no one to defend it. The Kirby series rarely ever reuses main villains, so actually seeing the ones that do come back change and adapt their strategies is just super cool. And I really do feel like having Kirby 64 be this giant planet-hopping adventure really just raises the stakes, and it really shows you what's at stake if Dark Matter actually wins and starts shrouding the world in darkness, because Kirby 64 really goes out of its way to flesh out Kirby's universe and build that, and while most of these places are pretty hostile and uninhabitable, you wouldn't want to see it all swallowed up by Dark Matter, would ya? And there's also the Ripple Star Crystal, which is just an artifact shrouded in mystery. There's so much we don't know about this thing, and there are so many crackpot theories out there trying to tie it back to the ancients or the heroes of yore, and even going the extra mile and trying to tie like Ripple Star and Queen Ripple to that stuff too. I'm not going to go into it here. It's a lot to talk about, and while that stuff would be awesome if it's true, even if it's not, it's still awesome that people are actually able to come up with these theories thanks to Kirby 64 just kind of leaving the door open to discussion like this. The only thing we really do know about the crystal for sure, though, besides the fact that it's important to Ripple Star, is that this thing can kill Dark Matter, and it winds up killing Dark Matter for good. Oh, spoilers. Spoilers. I forgot the spoilers in the 20-year-old Kirby game. You can maybe even look at this as another reason why the Dark Matter are attacking Ripple Star in the first place, because they know that these fairies have this powerful crystal, probably imbued with a magical friendship, happiness, rainbow power capable of killing the Dark Matter for good. I know this probably sounds weird to say given that the Kirby series has become so much more intricate with its stories and lore over time, but out of all of them, Kirby 64 has got to be my favorite, story and lore-wise. Hopefully it'll all make a little more sense as we go further in, but it's something best looked at piece by piece in retrospect, whether we just finish looking at a planet or whether we're all finished up looking at the game. But anyways, with all that stuff out of the way, let's take a closer look at the gameplay mechanics of Kirby 64. We're better to start them with the obvious, because obviously Kirby 64 lets you do all the usual Kirby things. You can press B to inhale, press A to jump, mash A to hover, crouch, slide, dash, everything. And there's even a few things from Dream 1-3 that come back, like the headbutt and drop, although the drop requires a crazy amount of distance to actually get going, so it's more of a little novelty more than anything else, but it's still super cool. Kirby 64 has the bones of your standard Kirby game. Everything you'd expect is there. But the thing that really makes Kirby 64's gameplay just feel so special is how many unique little things it has, and how it all just works to give Kirby 64 its own unique gameplay identity that's unlike anything else in the series, and it's not just power combos. But before we get to that, how does the general gameplay feel? Because if you ask just about anyone, they'll probably tell you, oh, it's ungodly slow, when in reality, no, not really. It's not that slow. Come on. I went over this in the Dream 1-3 video, but to quickly cover all the points of the whole Dark Matter Trilogy is slow argument, no, these games really are not that slow, and it's something that's overblown unless we're talking about Dream 1-2, because you can't even dash or slide in that one, so it deserves it. Yeah, sure, there's some pace-killing abilities, and the greater focus on puzzles might detract from the fast-paced action you usually expect from a Kirby game that is a little lacking in these games sometimes. Like, you hear people say these games are like the most sluggish, slow things ever, when in reality, they really aren't. Like, they're not the most fluid Kirby games ever, and you can definitely find some faster Kirby titles out there, but look at Kirby's movement in Dream 1-3 and tell me that this is a slow, sluggish Kirby. No, it isn't. And as for 64, sure, he's definitely slowed down a little bit, but people really do act like this is the most unbearably slow thing ever, when that is just so far from the truth. Kirby 64 is a game with a perfectly average pace. There's nothing too slow or too fast about it. It's exactly the kind of pace you'd expect in a Kirby game, and I don't really know why people are always just out to kill this game for being too slow or something. Maybe it's just some Stockholm syndrome I've gotten over the years because I've been playing this game for over a decade, like constantly playing this game for over a decade. But if you are looking for a Kirby game with a little more action going on, you're probably not going to find it here. But that's my stance on the whole thing. The whole speed argument is crazy overblown, and in reality, these games have perfectly fine Kirby pacing. So anyways, back to Kirby 64, and as I said earlier, the gameplay is definitely slowed down since Dream 1-3, but that doesn't mean there aren't a ton of fun things you can do in Kirby 64, including finding ways to actually surpass Kirby's speed cap for a little bit to send him moving at speeds faster than the dash allows him to. There's some things you could do for just a quick little thrill, like sliding against a wall, which sends Kirby back at a faster speed, which didn't need to come back from Dream 1-3, but I'm very glad it did. Well, there's also some bigger ways to actually speed Kirby up that are a lot more impactful on the actual gameplay, like messing around with certain level elements that move at speeds faster than Kirby can, because if you just jump off of them, it sends Kirby flying until he hits the ground, which is super cool. There's also some abilities that mess with Kirby's momentum and send him moving at speeds faster than he can normally, and if you just play around with those a little bit, you can actually just see Kirby kind of move around faster, and it just... Look at this. It's just so cool. It basically turns Kirby 64 into a game about keeping your momentum and trying to get through the stage as quickly as possible by using one of these. It's so cool. People say Kirby 64 doesn't have a lot of depth or complexity to its gameplay, but really, if you just look around a little, you'll definitely find something there. Kirby 64 is a more complex game than people give it credit for. But the real star of the show here is Kirby 64's oddball mechanics. There are just so many of these little things you can just find if you play around with the game, and they're all super cool. Let's start off small with the ledge jump. Yeah, the Kirby 64 has a ledge jump. Kirby 64 and just Kirby 64. There's no other Kirby game that has this feature. If you're up against the ledge of a platform, but not exactly reaching it, Kirby will actually kick himself up there and you're just kind of on the platform. I know it's not super useful in a game that lets you fly infinitely, asterisk. We'll talk more about that in a second. But there are some situations where it's just a convenient little thing to have, and I just think it looks super cool. And once again, it really just shows how much effort was put into Kirby 64 programming in something so small like this. You can also walk while inhaling in 64, and while it's just a small little thing and not really game-changing or groundbreaking, I do think it is pretty cute how Kirby's facial expression changes, and you know, it's got its convenient uses sometimes too. One thing that has a little more weight to it though, figuratively and literally, is the new restriction they put on Kirby's hover. You can no longer hover infinitely in Kirby 64, and this is the only 2D game in the series that has this restriction. Of course, that's not to say you can't get any air with the hover, and it's still a very useful assist tool if you fall into a hole or something and need to save yourself, but if you just want to fly over whole portions of levels, good luck with that, because the hover is just not going to cut it this time. While I don't mind the usual infinite hover at all, I do think that Kirby 64's hover is probably the ideal hover, having it not just be something you can completely break the game with. I mean, I know nobody actually plays Kirby games by flying over everything, and it's like some lie every single Kirby critic has fabricated. I'm not saying you can't, but nobody actually does that. I have never seen a single person do it in my life. And I think putting a cap on the hover still keeps things accessible for everyone, so anyone could just, you know, pick up and play a Kirby game. That's kind of the whole point. It's a very approachable series, while also encouraging more engagement with the level design if you're like 5 and are actually flying over everything. And it also keeps the you can fly over everything crowd quiet, so I think that's a win. There's also a ton of cool things going on underwater in Kirby 64, with obviously the biggest one being Kirby's new ability to finally inhale underwater all by himself. He doesn't need Kind for this anymore, he just gets it. They grow up so fast. And this ability was never seen or used ever again. Oh, here's a little fun fact about Kirby inhaling underwater, by the way. On one of the pre-release screenshots Nintendo showed off on their website before Kirby 64 actually came out, they actually included a little caption on this one with Kirby fighting Aqua that said that he can't inhale because of a glitch in his DNA, which is not only ironic considering that this is the one Kirby game where he actually can inhale underwater, but also it could be a possible canon explanation. Like, I mean, I know this is a Western source, so maybe it's not officially passed through Sakurai or Shimomura or Kumazaki or whoever, but it's fun to think about. Alright, well, inhaling underwater is cool, but did it actually make that big of a difference, though? Well, I'd say yes, it did, specifically with Kirby 64. Maybe it wouldn't be as big of a difference with another Kirby game, but with Kirby 64, all of the game's big special things like power combos and lifting enemies, which is something we'll talk about soon enough, are all restricted by the inhale. You need some way to take things in order to use them to their full potential. And I think lifting the restriction and just letting Kirby inhale underwater freely just this once was the right move to make. It lets the underwater levels and portions of Kirby 64 still be just about as fun as the on-land parts of the game, because you're not limited in any real way besides maybe some speed things. You can still do all your usual Kirby things underwater, and you can experiment and play with all the game's cool features and mechanics, so I'd say that this was a really, really good choice on the devs' part. And I mean, while we're looking at some of the special underwater mechanics, we might as well look at how the game actually plays underwater in general, right? I'd say that Kirby 64 probably has the strongest underwater gameplay in the series, mostly thanks to the inhale actually being able to be used underwater, but that isn't the only thing that makes the underwater portions of Kirby 64 so enjoyable. Swimming in Kirby 64 has this perfect balance between the bouncy swimming of Dreamland 2 and the more relaxed and calming swimming of Dreamland 3. It makes things a little faster than Dreamland 3 without ever getting nearly as messy as things can get in Dreamland 2, and I really like it. Not to mention, using abilities underwater is no longer insufferable like in the last two games. Unless you were using like a kind ability, using an ability underwater was just not the way to go. The water gun was better in every single way, but in Kirby 64, now that you can actually inhale, abilities don't feel nearly as bad to use underwater. Sure, they're a little slow, but sometimes you just gotta take it, and very rarely does it just straight up break an ability. They're not being nerfed nearly as hard as some of the ones in Dreamland 3 were, and I think that's good. So yeah, best underwater gameplay in the series, unless you were playing on Nintendo Switch Online when Kirby 64 first came to the service, where hitting just about anything would cause the game to act out, and it would soft lock, and you couldn't do anything, and you had to reset the game. Yeah, that was great. It's a Nintendo Switch Online moment if I've ever seen one. And finally, there's the biggest and my favorite oddball mechanic in Kirby 64, which is the lift. Oh, how I love the lift. The lift allows Kirby to take anything that's inside his mouth and lift it above his head. And while this seems like a pretty small, insignificant little thing, this actually makes a world of difference. And I'd say just the existence of the lift alone is enough to make Kirby 64 my favorite Kirby game to play, despite having a few little shortcomings here and there. Now, there's three big things that really make the lift so game-changing. And the first one is that it's the only way you can actually drop abilities in Kirby 64 that isn't just having an ability star fly out of you from running into enemies. Obviously, in a game like Kirby 64, where you're going to be mixing and matching abilities a whole lot and swapping them out and stuff, it's very nice to just have an ability drop button. I'm saying this like the other games don't have an ability drop button. But hey, you know, it's more fun to be able to just chuck your ability stars away than just letting them bounce around, huh? Secondly, the versatility of the lift is just insane. Not only does it allow you to throw things upward, which makes some difficult targets surprisingly easy to reach, but it also just lets you be able to protect yourself from above by wearing an enemy like a little shield. And it also makes mixing power combos even easier, because if you just lift up a single ability star up your head and come in contact with another ability-wielding enemy, you'll actually just get an ability star right on the spot you can take in, and it's just so easy and efficient, and I love it. But the biggest and my favorite thing about the lift is how it just lets you interact with all of the game's enemies in an entirely new way. Obviously, there's plenty of enemies you can reap copy abilities from, because, you know, it's a Kirby game, and usually in most Kirby games, the interaction you have with enemies tends to stop there. But in Kirby 64, a lot of enemies have additional functions that only trigger if you just lift them above your head and don't swallow them. Just lift the raw enemy up and see what it does. You'll find a lot of enemies who just sit there helplessly flailing around. Oh, who's a good whittle piece of sacrificial ammunition? You are. Yes, you are. There are enemies that are able to help you by attacking from the top of your head. There's enemies that let you fly around in different ways. There are enemies that act differently when thrown. There's even some enemies with things like parasol properties, and there's even some enemies that don't even let you get the bare minimum and just disappear. Amazing. That is just incredible. And that's just scratching the surface of how amazing the lift is. With like every single new enemy you encounter, you just have this urge to just lift it up above your head and see if it does anything. It's something you just don't get in any other Kirby game, because none of them have the lift. And speaking of that, I would love to see the lift return one day, although it seems kind of unlikely considering just how it ties into Kirby 64's main mechanics, which who knows if we'll ever get something like that again. And speaking of that main mechanic, wow, I'm blowing through all this cool new stuff so fast. I almost forgot to mention the items and the gold game and stuff. Just relax. We'll get to you in a moment. I've already bought you up like a million times. Let's get this stuff out of the way first. As per usual, Kirby 64 has a few helpful items you'll encounter on your journey that help you out. There are Maxim tomatoes and other miscellaneous food items that help you restore your health. The very sparsely appearing invincibility candies that grant Kirby a brief period of invincibility, complete with a new theme song, which is the only time the invincibility theme has ever deviated from the one we all know and love. A little different, but I definitely do dig this one a lot. There's also 1-ups that grant you extra lives, and point stars, where, much like in Dreamland 3, if you collect 30 of these guys, you get an extra life. Also, like in Dreamland 3, there's a few special variants of point stars you find exclusively in the goal games, which are these green and red ones, and much like the medium and large point stars from Dreamland 3, these grant you 3 and 5 extra points respectively. Although 64 does also introduce a new, unique type of point star, which is this blue one, that you find in place of crystal shards you've already collected when you revisit a stage. These guys also grant you a whopping 10 points, and Kirby 64 is pretty lenient with its collectibles you keep when you exit a stage, so you know, there's definitely some ways you can abuse these guys to your advantage if you want some easy lives. And speaking of the goal game, this one is really cool. It's like a reimagining of the one from Dreamland 3 where you jump to get items, but if it was in a 3D space. It really just fits as a Kirby goal game, even if some of the places these guys are having a picnic at are probably not the best to be having a picnic. I don't think you should be doing that here. Anyways, this one requires 2 button taps instead of just 1. For the first one, you gotta stop Kirby horizontally in order to hopefully line him up with whatever kind of item you're wanting to grab. And for the second one, you gotta make sure you time your button press in order to make Kirby jump and hope you just get the right one. It follows that same sort of squash goes farther, stretch goes closer philosophy Dreamland 3 had. So once you kind of grasp that, it can be pretty easy to get what you want. And overall, I'd say this one is a lot easier to do than Dreamland 3's. They made it easier for a reason. You don't want to see the pig man cry, do ya? There's also a special item here you can only find in these gold games, which is the enemy info card. And whenever you land on one of these, Kirby lifts up a card and you just get a random card you can view in the enemy info mode. They don't really do too much, but they're cool to look at, and you know, you could say these are also a qualifier for 100%, even if you can't get doubles, but I feel like I'm getting way too much into this. We'll take a look at these enemy info cards much later, but now is not the time. So anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, right. Kirby 64 has copy abilities. It's got 7 to be exact: Burning, Cutter, Ice, Needle, Spark, and Stone. And while Cleaning and Parasol are unfortunately cut from Dreamland 3, we do get the Bomb ability to make up for it, marking its first and only appearance in the Dark Matter Trilogy. So, you know, I can't complain too much. But really, man, 7 abilities. If only there was some way to mix them together. Well, wonder no longer with Kirby 64's trademark power combos. No longer are we riding around on animal friends to make Kirby's abilities take on different forms, because now we're just straight up mixing them together and seeing whatever happens with that. Just by mixing different copy abilities, Kirby can create an additional 28 different abilities, and when you add on the base 7 copy abilities to that, you get a grand total of 35 different copy abilities. And while it's not as much as you could get with the animal friends in Dreamland 3, 35 is still a lot, and it still gives Kirby 64 one of the highest total copy ability totals. Before we dive deeper into power combos, we should probably look at how you even get these things in the first place, and it's actually pretty easy. All you need to do is just find a way to mix 2 different copy abilities together, whether it be by making 2 ability stars collide, or by spitting 2 copy ability wielding enemies at each other. The lift is also incredibly helpful in letting you get power combos, letting you just lift enemies above your head, which opens up a whole new door of possibilities of ways to just have enemies crash into each other. Oh, and did I say ability star earlier? Because that reminds me, it's time for everyone's favorite. Can you break the ability stars in this Kirby game? Yeah! Let's see if you can break the ability stars. Well, for starters, how exactly do you get your ability stars bouncing? Because Kirby 64 lets you drop your ability stars in a very unconventional way. Well, the only way to do it is by running into enemies. You can see it just flies at you and it just bounces right there. It's a very practical method of dropping ability stars. Alright, so let's destroy this power combo. Or let's see if it gets destroyed when I spit this enemy at it. Oh, wow, that's super cool. That's gonna put me out of a job. Okay, so let's try a normal ability star. No power combos or anything. It's just a normal plain old ability star. It's bouncing. You can't hit it with something that's going to give it a copy ability, because then you're just going to get a power combo. So let's try a nondescript enemy that does not have any ability whatsoever. And it broke. We can keep doing this. We can keep doing this. I'm still employed. Okay, no, but seriously though, this is huge. Finally, these things are just a little more durable after the last 2 games where they were incredibly fragile and just spitting anything at them could just shatter them. It was a big problem in Dreamland 2, minor annoyance in Dreamland 3, and now in Kirby 64, it's all but gone. It's difficult to even get your ability stars bouncing in the first place. So if you want to see an ability star shatter now, you actively need to go out of your way to do this. You are not just going to find this during normal gameplay, and you know, if you're not going to make them 100% completely durable, then you should make it a cool little secret mechanic for nuts like me who like to test every little thing in a game. So, good on you, Kirby 64. Now, I've made it pretty clear that Dreamland 3's Animal Friends are my favorite gimmick in the series, but I've also made it pretty clear that 64's power combos are not too far behind for me, because both of these gimmicks just encourage experimentation in a way unlike anything else in the series. Calling them gimmicks feels kind of wrong, because they don't even feel tacked on or forced in the slightest. They're just so perfectly, naturally baked into the gameplay. You're using and interacting with these almost every step of the way. It's amazing. Where the Animal Friends had cute personalities, fun designs, and fun mechanics to play around with, 64's power combos have more versatility, more fluidity, and honestly more creativity too, because not only does the way the power combo system work just naturally encourage more creativity on the player's part, but some of these combos just get insane. Like, what is even going on here, man? I already talked about how close the lift is with power combos, you know, how you use the lift to easily make power combos, and how the lift basically only exists because of power combos, but that isn't the only thing that makes power combos such a versatile and flexible flexible system, because besides just how quick and snappy it feels with the lack of things like ability animations, the power combo system just allows for complete creativity. You can make whatever you want, when you want, as long as you can find the right enemies for it. Meanwhile, in Dreamland 3, things were a little more segmented. You could only use a specific set of abilities while riding Nago, a specific set while riding Pitch, and so on. Meanwhile, in Kirby 64, the moment you start the game, you're just cut loose and you can just make whatever you want. As long as you find the right abilities, you're free to do whatever. This isn't a Kirby who can only use 8 abilities at a time, but one who can use all 35 with no animal friends attached. Go nuts. This whole system just takes Shimomura's experimentation-based gameplay philosophy that defines the Dark Matter Trilogy and just takes it to its logical extreme. You can do whatever as long as the game lets you do it. That is definitely a quote I just said. Not to mention how this just encourages player creativity and freedom in a whole new way, even further than the other Dark Matter Trilogy games. And speaking of creativity, the creativity bleeding into these abilities is insane. Some of these things are ridiculous. I'll talk more about Kirby 64's kind of weird, off-the-wall nature in a little bit, but these abilities just really manage to embody that. You would not really see anything like this outside of Kirby 64. Kirby could just do or turn into anything. You never know until you try the ability. He could turn into a melting ice cube. He could turn into a volcano. He could turn into a fridge. He could turn into a Jedi warrior. He could turn into, while ability mixing has been tackled in a few Kirby games after Kirby 64, like Squeak Squad and Star Allies, it just hasn't been the same, man. I mean, I do kind of hesitate to even call this stuff proper ability mixing. There are restrictions put on what abilities you can actually mix. Sometimes it's less of even just mixing abilities and more like just getting a special move or something. Anyone else still feeling a little burned by that Star Allies reveal trailer that showed off the curling, like it was coming back and we were gonna get mix abilities or something? I still feel that. That scar has not healed. I mean, those systems are okay in their own right, but they do not hold a candle to Kirby 64's power combos. This is just something amazing. It's a high for Kirby ability mixing that just has not been topped yet, although I would love to see HAL give it another genuine attempt. And you want to know one of the best parts? Almost like in Dreamland 3, you're given complete access to everything you can use to experiment with abilities by the second stage. Now, why did I say almost there? Because the ice ability does not come in halfway through the game, but it shows up in the second stage. Look at that, Chili making an early appearance for once. Good on you, my main snowman. Everyone give him a round of applause. Ooh, yeah, proud of you, dude. Now, as awesome as this is for the actual game, this does put me in a little bit of a weird spot once again, because I can't really do what I did with the Dreamland 2 video, because if I did, then the Popstar section of the video would go on for like an hour, and that would be horrible for the pacing, and that would just... That's not desirable at all. So, it's looking like I'm gonna have to pull a Dreamland 3 here. We rank in all the Kirby 64 abilities. Once again, just like with my Dreamland 3 ability ranking, I'm gonna be taking a look at the creativity and usefulness of every single ability, not strictly how good it is, because if I did that, then I imagine the #1 spot would be the most predictable thing ever. Spoilers, it's not gonna be #1 this time. So hopefully you enjoy my more opinionated ranking of all 35 of Kirby 64's different abilities, and as usual, let me know your favorite one in the comments. Makes me happy to know you guys are watching this far, and I would appreciate it if you guys stuck around, because I promise it gets even better. And also, I like the retention, I'm not gonna lie. So do feel free to let me know your favorite Kirby 64 ability in the comments, and if it's the refrigerator, then you owe me 2, because I called it. Ayo. So anyways, without further ado, let's waste no time and begin our ranking with number 35, and this one might shock you, but it's Burning plus Ice. It's the Burning Ice Cube. Like, what else would it be? Obviously, it's the Burning Ice Cube. What this ability does is it lets Kirby encase himself in an ice cube that immediately melts, and the range on this one is incredibly pitiful. You need to be, like, right next to something in order to hit it. Like, close enough to the point where the thing could just straight up hit you. Not to mention you can't move while using it, and its stop-and-go nature tends to make it kind of a pace killer, too. I mean, at least it's got decent coverage around Kirby, though. I mean, it's very risky, but at least it's not only hitting from the back. Needle Rick. Honestly, Burning plus Ice gets this last spot not out of hatred, but out of love, because this is where this ability was meant to be, because kind of like the Sleep ability, Burning plus Ice is a joke. This has to be a joke ability. Obviously, it's kind of a play on the whole some things don't go together idea. You're mixing two polar opposite elements, fire and ice, and, well, you decided to put them together. You were kind of asking for this, weren't you? When I say it sucks, I say it with love, because I think this thing is just absolutely hilarious. It absolutely earned the last spot it was going for, and I hope it's very proud. 34, Ice plus Needle. Now, this ability has Kirby become encased in this giant ice sculpture snowflake thing, and... Oh, yeah, that's pretty boring. This one's just a real pace killer no matter how you use it. In order to let this thing reach its biggest and prettiest form, you have to just sit around for so long to just let all the spikes protrude out of it, and I just don't know why you'd use this over just about any other ability most of the time. Even if you use it as something like Needle, it just doesn't feel good. It feels worse than, like, the typical Needle ability, and I'm not even that big of a Needle fan. There's just this hard stop every single time you press down on the attack button. It just feels so slow. Oh, but what about the freeze property and the ice cubes? Well, that's not really much of a benefit in Kirby 64 because the ice cubes have been significantly nerfed here. Your ice cubes no longer have infinite range. They have to be pushed in order to actually damage enemies, so they don't even work like traps anymore. And you can't even just push them into star blocks. They just break against star blocks and don't even do anything. They just feel so weak. That being said, the additional range they provide is still a pretty nice tool for this ability, considering that to actually get good range on it, you need to sit around for a few seconds, so that's nice. But really, it's not enough to really warrant using it outside of maybe enemy ambush rooms or a boss fight, because, you know, you're actually trapped in a room there. You might as well let it grow out. But still, that's really the only niche this ability is any good in, because otherwise it's just a real pace killer, and it's just... I keep repeating myself, it's just a really boring ability. If I told you that in an earlier version of Kirby 64 this ability came out instantly, would you believe me? Because it did, because you can see it in this trailer. And all I want to say is what happened between this trailer and the final game. I'm not saying this looks amazing or anything but this. This is just... 33 Cutter. So Cutter Kirby in Kirby 64 is a little different from Cutter Kirby in most Kirby games. Not just functionally, but visually too, because he just ripped his face off and threw it like a cutter. He just ripped his face off and threw it like a cutter. This is the highest praise I can give this ability. I absolutely love this weird Kirby face cutter thing they have going on here. I'll talk more about the weird, bizarre charm of Kirby 64 later. I didn't forget, but this is just a perfect example of that. What is even going on here? So what exactly does this weird version of Cutter Kirby do? Well, it lets Kirby take his face and throw it like a boomerang, and, you know, it just goes out and does cutter things, and it slowly works its way back to Kirby's weird, slim, faceless body. And you can actually take control of his faceless body while his face is out doing cutter stuff by slowly walking around and jumping. So think of it as kind of like some weird Kirby-only version of Cutter Rick from Dreamland 2 and 3. And speaking of Cutter Rick, if this was anything like the Dreamland 3 version of that ability, I would be all over this, but unfortunately, it's not. A big part of the reason why I loved Cutter Rick from Dreamland 3 so much is because of Rick's mobility. You could just run around and do stuff while Kirby was out being a cutter. You could even kind of mess with the cutter and have it out for insane periods of time. It was so cool. Unfortunately, Kirby's body just lacks that same mobility, and you can't really do anything interesting with the face cutter, so it's just kind of like this weird, slow cutter you have a little bit more control over. I'll give it this, despite the movement being a little sluggish, it's nowhere near as awkward as Dreamland 2's Cutter Rick, so that's a plus, but I'm not really all over this one. It's got its charm and it's kind of fun sometimes, but really it's not one I find myself using too often. Number 32 is Bomb plus Ice, and I just want to say right off the bat, the best thing about this ability is the concept. I love the idea of Kirby going around, dressing up like a snowman with a bomb head and tricking enemies and just blowing up in their face. It is golden. Unfortunately though, the ability is not as fun as it conceptually sounds, mostly thanks to how insanely long some of these animations are. You got the animation of Kirby setting up the bomb, the snowman doesn't really have too much mobility and feels a little slow to control. And of course, there's the actual bomb going off, which it's got some nice range, but the animation there does kind of waste a lot of time, and it just... I don't know, it's just not really one that aligns to my playstyle. The ability has a ton of merits, and it's objectively a pretty good ability, but it's just one that doesn't fit with my playstyle, so in an opinionated ranking, it's gonna go down a little bit. With all that said, though, I harbor no resentment, Bomb Snowman. Keep doing what you do best and blowing enemies' minds. And your own. 31, Needle plus Needle. Ah yes, the Needle ability, my old friend. An ability I have not at all ragged on in the past for being very slow and having a very stop-and-go style of gameplay. And look, I'll be real, if you're using this ability on the ground, you're gonna get exactly that. You're gonna get your usual Needle stop-and-go that's kind of boring and not very interesting. But something cool about Needle plus Needle is the way it works with dash jumping. Yes, remember that from the Dreamland 3 video? Ooh, look, continuity. It's that technique where if you just dash jump and then let an ability rip, you get a greater effect than you would have just on the land. Whether you're just standing around or dashing, you just get a greater effect in the air. Now, back in Dreamland 3, the actual Needle ability did not benefit from dash jumping whatsoever because it was just so heavy and it would just weigh you down instantly. But the thing with the Needle ability in Kirby 64, as well as Needle plus Needle, is that it actually benefits from dash jumping, so you can actually soar with it and kind of of be like a cool little spiky ball flying through the air for a little bit. This doesn't 100% change my mind on Needle, mostly because there's an animation that plays with these abilities, so you're not really in full control while you use them, but it is nice flinging them around, and it does put them on the upper end of mid, I'd say. But anyways, back to Needle plus Needle. This is one of Kirby 64's most iconic power combos. Why exactly is it so low? Well, I mean, it's a Needle ability, so obviously it's going to be a little low, although it is kind of counteracted by the dash jumping, but that also gets a little counteracted thanks to the animation on this one, because the animation feels like it goes on for a little long, and it's just very difficult to use this one in the air and then just hit the ground running immediately after. You need to get some really good air in order to do that, because this animation just takes so long, but that's also kind of counteracted a little bit because the ability's concept is just so fun, having all these spiky objects just pointing at a Kirby, including some ridiculous stuff like a pencil or a bee stinger or a cactus. It's just Kirby 64 wackiness at its finest. It's not exactly the most fun thing to use, but it's definitely a fun thing to watch. 30, Needle. It's not too dissimilar from Needle plus Needle. I mean, they're both abilities I exclusively use while dash jumping for the most part, and they also function pretty similarly too, but there are a few key differences between these abilities that kinda make them a little better or worse, depending on how I'm feeling. See, the basic Needle is nowhere near as crazy as its powered-up counterpart, but the thing it does have is a shorter animation, and I greatly value that shorter animation. It makes smoother dash jumps so much easier to accomplish, and even if you don't really achieve a smooth one sometimes, the animation that plays is a lot shorter, so it doesn't feel like you're waiting around as much. You lose some of the silliness, and you lose some range, but hey, this is still a nice trade-off, and you know, if you catch me on a sillier day, I might even say I like Needle plus Needle better. They're pretty interchangeable, and you know what? I'm actually feeling kind of silly today. I think I might switch this. Needle is 31, Needle plus Needle is 30. See? Look at that. Mid-recording ability switch-up. That's how interchangeable these abilities are, for the most part, depending on what drawbacks I feel like dealing with. But, you know, I greatly value my Bee Stinger Cactus Kirby, so I'll give him the edge today. 29, Bomb plus Spark. With this ability, Kirby's able to turn into this little light bulb curb, and you know, you can just walk around with your little light bulb man for a little bit until, boom! Look at that. Glass shards everywhere. Everyone in the vicinity is dead. There's probably a mess of a bunch of glass shards on the floor, and he didn't even bother to clean it. What a menace! But seriously though, if this was a crime scene, I would not at all suspect the little light bulb Kirby being the one behind it, because, I mean, look at him. He's just a precious little thing. Kind of like Bomb plus Ice, this is another case of the silly transformation being better than the actual ability itself, because while I wouldn't say this one is as slow and time-consuming as Bomb plus Ice, Bomb plus Spark does mess around with the pace of the game a little bit. You can be dashing when you go into this transformation, and it will always default to this weird kind of fast walk Kirby does. It's not, like, horrible at all, and I'd say I prefer it over the Bomb Snowman movement, but it's definitely a really jarring thing to experience that makes the ability feel a little weird to use. Honestly, though, now that I really think about it, that's really the only thing wrong with this ability, I'd say. It's a pretty big thing that is kind of a turn-off for me, but everything else is really solid. I mean, the light bulb transformation does a good job tearing through everything in its path. The Glass Shard Blast is nice, and it gives this ability some pretty decent range. And the animations really don't take too long. It's just kind of the weird, disorienting change in Kirby's movement that kind of throws me off every time I use it. So yeah, pretty neat ability. 28, Stone. If I haven't already made it clear earlier when we looked at Cutter a few entries ago, Kirby 64 is absolutely not afraid to take classic Kirby abilities and just kind of shift them into something different. So what exactly does Kirby 64 do with Stone? Well, it turns Kirby into a slow-moving, almost invincible version of himself. Why does that sound familiar? Wait. No. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Don't. Wait. Did he just transform out of the big, heavy Kirby form without actually needing to drop the ability? Like, it's just a built-in feature? Like, it's just something you can do so you can still have your mobility and you're not forced to be this big, sluggish, slow, heavy Kirby all the time? Wow, what a concept. Someone should have wrote that down. I'm sure everyone knows Stone as that one Kirby ability that's just crazy busted. You can use it and deal some good damage and even get some invincibility for basically as long as you choose in most circumstances. But the thing is, I just kind of don't really care for Stone that much. It's just not one that really clicks with my playstyle. I prefer abilities with a little more mobility, and Stone is absolutely not that. And while I'm not saying Kirby 64's Stone is that by any means, I would say Kirby 64 is my favorite interpretation of the Stone ability, which isn't surprising considering I'm not too big of a fan of the main one anyway. This version lets Kirby turn into this little stone version of himself, and while you can't really do too much in the stone form, you are able to walk around a little bit, which makes it so you're not completely helpless as a rock. Just like most other interpretations of the stone ability. Kirby absolutely shreds through enemies with this. Kirby also gets this nice little breaking out attack whenever you call off the transformation, which goes a surprisingly long way in giving this one some good range, and it's also a ton of fun to roll down hills with, even if going up hills is significantly less fun. It also feels a little less bulky than usual, with some enemies and hazards just being able to snap you right out of your transformation, and I know some people might not like this, but I'm all for giving stone some weaknesses if it makes it a little more interesting to use. Plus, I just really love the Kirby stone. Who doesn't love some Kirby stone? So yeah, all in all, it really cements itself as my favorite version of the basic stone ability. Oh yes, thank you, I'll be here all night. Thought really hard about that one. 27, Ice. Just like the ability we looked at previously, Kirby 64 does a few things to kind of tweak Ice and make it a little more unique in this entry specifically. While Ice is best known for just shooting out some short-ranged Frost Breath, Kirby 64 decides to change things up a little by having Kirby actually shoot out a short-range thing of Frost Breath, but he's spinning while he's doing it. It doesn't sound like much, but it's actually pretty cool. I do really like how this ability is animated. I like Kirby's blue color scheme while he's using his Ice Breath, and I just really like how the Ice Breath is illustrated here too with all the ice cubes and stuff. Plus, I think it should go without saying, but I do really like how this ability has range both in front and behind Kirby. It gives it so much more utility. Unfortunately though, I can't really say the same for Kirby 64's ice cubes, which I already talked about earlier. It's something that kind of renders the freeze property in Kirby 64 kinda useless. I mean, it's not completely useless, it definitely has its uses, and I appreciate the added range it always provides to most ice abilities, but man, these ice cubes are just not as good as they were before. With the basic ice ability, I'd argue this flaw is the most apparent, because the ice ability in these classic one-button move Kirby games has always been more about just dispensing ice cubes, if you ask me. I mean, having ice cubes is better than no ice cubes, but these ice cubes are not better than Dreamland 3 ice cubes, or Dreamland 2 ice cubes, or Adventure ice cubes, or any ice cubes. They just aren't it. Part of me feels kinda crazy ranking this ability up this high and not any lower, but something about it also just feels so wrong. I don't know what it is, but there's just something that really draws me to this ability. It's probably all in the animations and stuff, but whenever I think about moving it down any lower, I just feel insane. But I also feel insane having it here. But I don't know. I like it. It's cool. 26, Spark. Our third basic ability in a row, Spark is another classic Kirby 64 example of taking an ability and kind of making a few tweaks to it to make it a little more unique. Spark is kind of like Needle for me. It's a very stop-and-go ability, and a lot of the main reason why I like Spark in the first place is not because of the main Spark shock move. It's mostly thanks to like the charge-up moves and stuff you see in the modern games. But with all that said, the jump dashing tech in Dreamland 3 really did make Spark one of my favorite basic Kirby abilities in Dreamland 3, and while that jump dashing tech isn't really here in Kirby 64 with how this one kind of slows your momentum, it slows your momentum. You can walk with Spark Kirby. Yeah, Spark kind of got the stone treatment, going from a very stop-and-go ability to something that has a little more mobility to it. It's kind of like Kirby's Inhale in Kirby 64. Things just become more fun when you give them a little more mobility. And I think Spark handles its newfound mobility very well. When you're standing still, your Spark is stronger, but when you're taking advantage of that movement, well, I mean, you're moving, which is pretty awesome, but your Spark barrier becomes smaller and smaller. It can still kill things, but it doesn't have as much range. It's a really nice balancing measure, and I don't really know what else to say about this one. It's just a very solid ability. Oh, and the idea for this one is just adorable. I mean, I know it's just Spark Kirby, you know, the basic electric ability, but this time they got Kirby rubbing himself to generate electricity. I remember when I finally came to the realization he was doing that in the first place, and I just melted. It is so precious. 25, Burning plus Spark. Now, this ability is an interesting one, at least in concept. As you can see here, Kirby takes out this little rag thing, he rubs it against his head, and some sparks fly out, but unfortunately, it seems like Kirby's a little too distracted by the sensation there, and doesn't realize he's actually lighting himself on fire, and when he does, he just starts running around like crazy until the fire puts itself out. I gotta give this one some props there. I absolutely love that idea. It is just that perfect amount of ridiculousness you'd expect from a power combo, but how is the ability itself actually? This ability is really not one designed for letting out quick attacks, but it's more about charging Kirby up to let out one bigger and stronger attack. While the flame is building up and Kirby's rubbing himself, you can see some sparks flying out, and those sparks do actually do a little bit of damage. They don't come out instantly, but it's still a good method of self-defense if you don't want to send Kirby running for some reason. But if you do want to send him running, that's the best part of the ability, because when Kirby's head is engulfed in flames, he is completely invincible, and he constantly runs forward, and it's at a pretty decent pace too. Something else I really like about this ability is how you need to be a little mindful of how long you have Kirby running around for, because it can be very easy to just get distracted and let the power come to your head, and you wind up launching Kirby into a dangerous situation. fun. It's fun trying to see how many enemies you can plow through while the flames are burning on your head, but you also need to keep how long you've been running for in the back of your mind and make sure you're kind of waiting around in a safe place sometimes to make sure you don't throw yourself into any harm. You can also jump with this, although I do have a slight problem with the jump because it's always at a very fixed height. You can't really adjust it in any way, so you always wind up making these really big leaps, which can make some platforming doing this kind of difficult. I think being one of the more transformation-focused abilities naturally comes with some more restrictions, which I think does kind of hurt this one a little bit, but still, Burning plus Spark, it's good fun, and I love the idea. 24. Burning plus Stone. Ah, yes, the face of power combos. Probably the most iconic one of the bunch. We got ourselves the classic, as I like to call him, Volcano Kirby. I'd say this one's really earned its reputation as the flagship power combo. I mean, it's got a really creative and distinct visual design. It also has a very logical inspiration, taking something like a volcano that's kind of like in this overlap of fire and rock elements. It's a classic, and the idea here is absolutely gold, so why exactly is it so low? Well, I think that can only boil down to the ability's one major flaw, and that is that it is very stop and go in its gameplay. I mean, every single time you run into an enemy, you gotta stop what you're doing and let Kirby transform into the volcano and shoot out a few meteors up into the sky, and then you gotta angle it down at the enemy, and then you kill the enemy, and then you find another one, and you do the same thing all over again. It just gets very old very quickly. However, the main reason why I'm drawn to this one, besides just how great it is aesthetically, is how its main mechanic of being able to angle your shots can actually be pretty fun if you're just messing around or if you're trapped in a room fighting a boss or something. It's actually pretty useful for combat whenever you're not dealing with enemies that go down in a single hit, and even when you are, I think there's some fun in sniping down some enemies from the sky using your meteors. It's just a lot of fun. So yeah, despite being the face of power combos, it's not exactly the greatest, although if you do find a situation where it works good, it can be a ton of fun to use. 23. Cutter plus Needle. Now this is another fairly stop-and-go ability, but this one certainly brings its own unique flavor to the idea, and I think you can just take one glance at it and perfectly understand why I'm saying that. I mean, what even is this? You got Kirby's arms transforming into this monstrous set of maws that just clamp down on anything above him. Like, how do you come up with this? I cannot fathom how the devs even came up with this idea. It's ridiculous, but it's that perfect brand of Kirby 64 zaniness I just love so much. Now, I won't lie, the creativity, insanity, and absurdity of this ability do a lot of the heavy lifting to get it where it is on the list. That's not to say it's a bad ability, but once again, it's one I don't really use because it can really slow the pace of the game down. Compared to just about every other stop-and-go ability we looked at on this list so far, I'd say that this one probably has the most merits to it gameplay-wise because of just the sheer range this thing has. Sure, this one can eat up a little bit of time with all the animations, and it doesn't carry much, if any, of your momentum while dashing, but the sheer horizontal range Kirby's maw spread provides, and the way it just clamps down and just kills anything right above Kirby and the maws is pretty cool. It's a pretty useful thing to have. It especially shines in combat scenarios, as you'd expect, but it can also be pretty decent in levels as well if you're willing to put up with its slow nature. But still, I just can't get over it. It's been over a decade, and I just don't understand why this. I don't get it, but I love it so much. When are we ever gonna get Kirby body horror on this level again? 22. Ice plus Ice. This ability lets Kirby roll himself up into a giant snowball that runs over anything in its path, although all it can really do is just move forward at a decent pace, unless of course you decide to call it off, in which case Kirby bursts out and snow flies all over the place, and on top of that, any enemies you caught in your snowball add to the range and make the explosion just a little bit bigger. Right off the bat, I think it's important to address the biggest flaw with this ability, and that's the fact that you can't really jump with it, and it's also constantly moving forward, so it's kind of like the stone ability if you had less control over it. This thing thrives off of long stretches of land where there's no hazards or tricky jumps to get in your way, and trust me, I know it sounds like it's probably not going to be that hard in a game like Kirby 64, where the level design might not be as complex as future Kirby games, but it really is hard to find a good spot where this thing can just thrive. It has a design philosophy that contradicts the game's level design philosophy, so it's very difficult to actually get more than like 2 or 3 enemies at a time. And I bet most times you're just going to blow it up out of obligation. It's probably not even going to be where you want to blow it up. You just have to because there's no other way to progress or else you're just going to hit something. But with that said, if you find a good long stretch of level design, this thing is a blast. It just mows down everything. It is just completely unstoppable. And on top of that, I think if you're willing to think a little outside the box and kind of stretch what this ability can do, you can actually get some good use of it in more tricky spots. If you tap the button fast enough, you can basically just let out the blast, and I think that that's actually really cool, and it makes this ability surprisingly useful. Now don't get me wrong, this isn't exactly a cure for this ability, and it still struggles with a lot of situations even if you are using it this way, but I do think this is a side of the ability that's pretty overlooked by most people who just try to view it as that giant snowball that you use to mow down everything. And on top of everything else, I just really like the idea of this one, having Kirby roll into this giant snowball. It's just the perfect ice ability. Not gonna lie, this thing kinda sucks, but when it works, it really does work. And a part of me is maybe a little biased after finding out just how well it works in normal scenarios if you just use that quick tap strat. So yeah, it would be much lower on an objective list, but remember, highly opinionated list here. Yep. 21, Cutter plus Cutter. Here we have another same copy ability power combo, and this one is pretty close to the base Cutter, but there's one main thing that really makes it so much better than the original, and that is the size of this Cutter. It is huge. If you can recall, Cutter in Kirby 64 has two major weaknesses to me. One of them is Kirby's slow body movement, which is not actually fixed at all here, but the other is the really tiny Cutter that's kind of difficult to aim, and while this is still a little hard to aim and control, its sheer size really makes that a non-issue. This thing isn't like Kirby sized anymore. It's huge. This thing just destroys anything in its path, and I think that's pretty cool and pretty useful and pretty neat. As I said earlier, though, you still have to contend with Kirby's sluggish body movement, which is not preferable, but ultimately the giant Cutter does make up for it, and it lands itself a pretty solid spot on the list. 20, Bomb plus Needle. This ability sees Kirby transforming into a fake Gordo bomb, and you can detonate this thing whenever you want by pressing the button again mid-transformation, or it'll just go off after a few seconds pass. Now, we've looked at a fair few transformation abilities on this list so far, and I think this one falls into a lot of those same traps. Like, there's that awkward stop when you transform into the fake Gordo, and the Gordo doesn't exactly move the fastest, and there's no real way to speed it up. But this one also has a fair few merits over most of the other ones we've looked at, too. It's got some self-detonation, which is something you didn't see with ones like Bomb plus Ice or Bomb plus Spark. You can actually move vertically mid-transformation, which is super cool, and there's also the needle spread that shoots out of this thing, which is really nice. But this one also has a really nice idea to it, like a lot of the other ones, and I'd say that this one is up there as one of my favorites with the Bomb Snowman. It's not as silly as the Bomb Snowman, but I'd argue it's even better purely because it's grounded in the Kirby universe in such an interesting way, having Kirby transform into a Gordo. I love seeing enemies in the Kirby universe just be used for a power combo like this. It just makes it feel so Kirby. Hell, the ability's just got some nice presentation overall, and that really does a good job lifting it up. I mean, listen to that detonation sound effect. Oh, Kirby 64 sound effects, how I love you so. 19, Needle plus Spark. With this ability, Kirby whoa, what's going on? So what's going on here is Kirby just gets this protrusion come from the top of his head like a lightning rod, and then lightning strikes, and he sends out a little shockwave around him. It's interesting. And yeah, I've said it a million times, this one is kind of stop and go, it's kind of a momentum killer, but also, this one just has some phenomenal range to it, even better than the giant Cutter Needle giant maw fang thing. Everything above Kirby just gets absolutely decimated by the lightning that comes down, and the little shockwave that forms around Kirby does a good job keeping enemies away. I know it might not sound too powerful in concept, but I really can't tell you why. Whenever I use this thing, it just feels like I'm dealing with this unstoppable force that just destroys everything around it. It just feels so strong, and there's something about that power trip I really enjoy. That being said, though, this one's actually pretty well balanced too. I mean, all that stuff doesn't happen the instant you press the button. You actually need to give Kirby a second to kind of get into position and let the animation play out, and you can easily be knocked out of it if you're like right next to an enemy. I enjoy the additional strategy that provides, and of course the idea, the concept, the animation, the presentation. It's all just perfect Kirby 64 goodness. I feel like I'm just kind of repeating myself a lot with this one. I feel like I've gone over most of these other points with other abilities, but what can I say? This one's just very on point. Did it again. Do you love Kirby's Dream Land 3? Do you miss the animal friends and wish they were in Kirby 64? Well, don't worry. With number 18, Cutter plus Stone, we can put a band-aid on that huge open wound. Yeah, it kind of sucks the animal friends were cut from Kirby 64, as cool as power combos are, but still, it's nice to see that they live on spiritually in Kirby 64 through this ability, even if the execution could have been a little bit better. I'll show you what I mean. Let's go through them one by one. First up, we've got Rick, who can wall climb and moves around incredibly slowly. There's Ku, who can fly around incredibly slowly. There's Kine, who does nothing. Like, even underwater, he just straight up does nothing. Then there's Nago, the realest one of the bunch. He can triple jump, and he moves around incredibly slowly. And there's Choo Choo, who hops around incredibly slowly. And last but not least, there's Pitch, who can fly around surprisingly quickly and actually has a passive little roll function whenever he hits the ground that gives him a very kinetic and mobile nature to his movement. Wait a second, he's good? Yeah, the only thing about pitch that's incredibly slow is how long it can take to actually find the only good transformation while using this ability when you're randomly getting ones like Kind or Choo Choo all the time. There is literally no reason besides a certain crystal shard we'll talk about much later that you should be using any of these besides pitch. And that right there is the ability's biggest flaw. There is only 1/6 of this thing that is any good, which is kinda bad considering there's so many different forms it can take. But still, I really can't get too mad at it. I mean, all the animal friends, well, most of the animal friends have their abilities from Dreamland 3 retained. There's just the incredibly fun idea that's once again grounded in the Kirby universe, while also taking full advantage of the stone and cutter concept. Like, it's stone cutting. You're stone cutting into these stone statues of the different animal friends. That's so cool. And of course, there's just the novelty of it. And I mean, while all the transformations besides pitch are pretty bad for actually getting around, no matter what you transform into, you do get these pretty nice transformation and breaking out animations that actually have a surprising amount of range to them. So I suppose when you're locked in combat using this thing, it's really not too bad. You can't really complain about whatever you pull. It's an ability much like Ice plus Ice for me. It's one that does very much suck, but man, I'd be lying if I said I didn't love it. 17, Spark plus Spark. Just like a lot of the other double power combos, this one is just like a really amped up and more powerful version of Spark. Although I do think this one's merits go a little beyond just having better range. Much like base Spark, you can move around with this one, and unlike base Spark, it actually shrinks in size as you move, so it doesn't like immediately go small. You could still have some pretty decent range while you're moving around for a little bit. That really does go a long way. And you know what else goes a long way? The presentation on this one, because the presentation on this one is pretty nice. Like the idea of this one, what's really going on here? I'm not sure, but Kirby seems like he's in some kind of trance while these rays of light just kind of surround him. It's really cool. And the only thing even better than that is the sound of when you hit enemies when you're in like its biggest version. It just sounds so nice. I love that sound effect. It's nothing too complicated or special, but for what it is, it's fun, it's creative, and it's pretty useful too. 16, Bomb plus Cutter. This ability gives Kirby access to these bomb ninja stars, and what you do is you tap the attack button, and Kirby throws one forward, and basically anything in front of him in that instant when he throws it forward just gets the ninja star latched right onto it, and it explodes. Now, the actual gameplay of this one isn't really anything too special. We're kind of reaching that point on the list where the abilities we look at get better and better, and part of the reason for that is because they really do a good job changing up the gameplay and offering something new. This ability doesn't really do that too much. What this ability does have is an amazing idea and presentation. I mean, Bomb Ninja Stars is crazy, it's out there, but it's so fun. There's something about throwing these stars that just immediately latch onto whatever's in front of you that just feels so satisfying, and the sound effects just amplify that further, like the clicking and the explosion. It just feels so nice. There really isn't too much to say about this one. It's pretty simple, and it does its job pretty well, but the main reason it's up here is because the presentation is so incredible, and I think it's really a testament to how a good idea and some good presentation can go a long way in carrying an ability up. 15, Needle plus Stone. Another fairly iconic power combo is up on the list, and much like one of the previous ones we looked at, I have a name for this guy too. Drill Kirby, or I did have a name until Drill Kirby became an actual thing. Now look, I'm gonna be completely honest here. Compared to the new Drill Kirby, the old Drill Kirby just isn't really cutting it. I mean, you can't even dig with this one. That's kind of lame. But in its defense, 1, that would be pretty busted in a 2D setting, and 2, this is still pretty cool. This ability gives Kirby this giant drill that carries him forward. It just tears through everything in its path, and like a lot of similar abilities we've looked at, you can't really jump with this one, so you're just kind of stuck going forward as you shred through everything. Something this ability has over all those other abilities, though, is a projectile, because when you're all done using your drill to tear through everything, you can just let it go and your drill fires off like a projectile. Hey, look at that. It's kind of like Spark Kind from Dreamland 2 if Spark Kind from Dreamland 2 wasn't completely broken. Nice. I don't think I really need to explain why having a projectile makes an ability so much more useful and fun, but really to emphasize just how useful it is, why don't we take an ability like Ice plus Ice? Man, I just cannot stop picking on this one today. Unless you're using the breaking out move, Ice plus Ice is damn near worthless in the air, but Stone plus Needle on the other hand, well, if you just quickly tap, you can send out a drill projectile flying and it just tears through anything in front of it. And that's another thing right there. When you fire out one of these drills, it's like it's going on without Kirby, but it's still doing the same thing. It just rips through everything. It's got a nice concept, it's pretty fun, and it gives you a nice little power rush whenever you're using it, and that's good enough for me. 14, Burning plus Burning. Ooh, would you look at that, a double power combo below its base counterpart. What is going on here? But I guess to just say something without any comparison, this ability is really bogged down by some of its automation and its animations, which is really its only real flaw actually, because everything else about it is pretty solid. The main reason you'll see anyone using Burning plus Burning in Kirby 64 is to just get a good burst of speed, because Burning plus Burning is one of the quickest abilities in the game, if you know how to use it, because there are actually some serious things you need to keep in mind while you're using this thing. If you you use burning plus burning mindlessly, odds are you're gonna wind up crashing into a lot of things. You stay in this transformation for a good bit and it could just drop you out wherever. You really need to understand how long you're in the transformation and memorize some things in the level design to really make effective use of it, and when you do, it just feels so good. Now, as satisfying as that actually is, I do think that's a pretty steep learning curve for an ability like this, because if you don't have things memorized and planned out to a T, it can be a very difficult ability to use. It's an ability that's kind of in a weird spot, because it's not really one you can just pick up and get mastery over really quick. It takes some time and it takes some learning, but when you do that, it feels great. Another thing I want to shout burning plus burning out for is that it's actually pretty good in certain combat situations too. A gripe I have with a lot of collision-based abilities in Kirby games is they're usually dependent on you throwing Kirby into a dangerous situation just to get an attack in, and it's fairly easy to just get hit instead. But with burning plus burning, if say a boss is right by a wall or something, you could just try dashing into that wall. And the fire jet you transform into is huge. There's a lot of damaging space behind it, so it's pretty easy to just dash into a wall and shred whatever's behind you. It takes some time, but as I said, it feels amazing once you really get this thing down. 13. Burning plus Needle. Now look, if I've made anything clear so far going through all the abilities we've gone through so far, I'm not really a big fan of abilities that have some slower aspects to them, you know, those ones that just force you to stop to get an attack off. That's not really how I prefer to play my Kirby games, so a lot of those abilities don't really leave too much of an impact on me. I'm just not really a fan of them, but every so often I gotta make an exception, and one of those exceptions is right here. This ability has Kirby transform into a bow, rocking this fiery arrow, and what you do with this arrow is you aim it at whatever enemy you're trying to hit. The longer you hold the button, the higher up the angle your shot goes. It also has a nice little bonus. The flames from the arrow you launch at actually stick around for a little bit, which is a small thing, but it's got its merits. Now this ability, just to land an attack on an enemy that's like right in front of you, you're gonna need to stop and take a second or two to angle your shot, and you know, the animations play out and stuff. It's a really slow-paced ability, and that's its biggest flaw. That's why it's only number 13 on the list for me instead of being anywhere higher. But you know, I just can't really complain about it too much. Something about the idea of Kirby transforming into this bow and arrow, and the way you're just sniping enemies out, like you're literally sniping enemies out, it's just so cool. This ability takes some things from the gameplay, but it also adds this unique layer of satisfaction you don't really get with any other ability, with how you're able to just hit things with your arrows and aim them and stuff. It's just a lot of fun. You know, if I ever feel like just messing around and have some time to kill and don't mind taking things a little slowly, I'm more than happy to use this one. As slow as it may be, it's just a blast to use. 12. Bomb plus Bomb. This ability sees Kirby loading his mouth up with these 3 missiles, and they shoot out, and if any enemies are nearby, the missiles chase the enemies until they go down. The greatest merit this ability has is the idea. I love this. It's just Kirby loading his mouth with missiles. That's just a gold idea. But the greatest merit closely behind that is the fact that this ability gives you access to homing projectiles. Like, that in of itself is a very powerful tool. I don't think I need to explain why having homing projectiles is such a powerful and useful tool. I mean, if any enemies are in front of you, you don't even need to aim. The missiles just go chase them down. This ability also has some nice flexibility to it as well. Just because you can fire out 3 missiles doesn't mean you always have to. In fact, if you just tap the button and don't hold it at all, you could just send a single missile flying out, which can be pretty useful if you just have to get rid of something right in front of you real quick. Ironically, the only real complaint I have with this ability is the homing projectiles also, despite them being incredibly useful, because I think having the projectiles just do the aiming themselves kind of takes away from some of the tightness and control of this ability. I mean, if you're shooting out volleys of 3 missiles, you're rarely ever going to miss your target, but there's just something about putting all your faith in the AI of these missiles that just doesn't feel as good as just doing the work yourself. But still, it's a small thing. The missiles are still pretty satisfying and fun to use, but we're kind of reaching that point where if I can nitpick an ability, I'll nitpick it, because I really need to find some justification to put some of these lower than the others, because we're really in the top tier territory now. 11. Stone plus Stone. Alright, so imagine the regular Kirby 64 Stone Kirby, okay? Just the cute, tiny little Kirby Stone. Imagine if it was a giant Kirby Stone, and that's exactly what you get here. Now, I know jumping from like number 28 to number 11 just because of a size increase seems pretty crazy, but believe me, there are genuine reasons for that, and the chief among them is that Stone plus Stone just moves so much faster than regular Stone, and it goes such a long way in making this a more usable ability. The giant Kirby Stone's steps just cover so much more ground than the regular Kirby Stones, and I mean, I don't even need to explain, just look at this. Look at this comparison. Look how much faster Stone plus Stone covers this ground compared to its base counterpart. I just don't even need to say anything. This is proof enough. Of course, that's not the only merit that comes with being bigger though, because the little stone explosion thing when you break out is a lot bigger too, which obviously makes that more useful. The only things that stand between this giant Stone Kirby and completely destroying Kirby 64 are obviously all the required jumps, as well as No. Curse you, sliding glides in the level design. Why? So yeah, cool ability. 10, Burning plus Cutter. Burning swords are a surprisingly common thing in Kirby games, and what better way to kick off the top 10 than with the original Burning Sword. This ability just gives Kirby this giant flaming blade, and for the most part, it just trails behind him. Like, as you walk and stuff, it just kind of hangs off the back, but you can also bring it forward and kind of do this really long swing. I think this is probably the ability's weakest point. It's like the main way you're going to be attacking things that are right in front of you, and it's got kind of a lengthy animation and stuff. But that's really the worst thing I have to say about the ability, because everything else I'm going to be talking about is pretty damn good. That's because this ability is one of the closest ones to actually having a proper full moveset, because on top of just being able to swing your sword forward, Kirby can also lift it up above his head, and it almost acts like a giant pillar coming off his head that kills everything above him. It's really useful. It's incredibly useful to defend against aerial enemies, and on top of that, the ability has even more versatility, because while it's in this form, you can also do what would normally be a sword swing by pressing the attack button, but instead of actually getting a sword swing, you just throw the sword forward and you get kind of this projectile going on. For an ability where Kirby wields a sword, the moveset itself is pretty basic. I mean, it's got nothing on the actual sword ability, but still, it's got a surprising amount of flexibility to it. And despite being incredibly useful for a variety of situations, attacking enemies directly in front of you is not really one of its strengths. As I said before, it's probably the ability's weakest point. But beyond that, this ability is really fun. And I mean, you got this comically oversized burning sword. What's not to love? 9, Bomb. Here it is, the Bomb ability making its Dark Matter Trilogy debut. And would anyone kill me if I said 2D Bomb Kirby peaked right here? Because I'm not gonna lie, it kind of did. The only real downside this has compared to other bombs is you can't roll bombs, which is a shame, but the actual act of aiming your bombs is so much more fun. In most Kirby games, you actually need to angle your shots up and down using like the D-pad or the control stick, and honestly, I've never really been a fan of that. I just like to throw them forward because it's more quick and efficient. But the thing with Bomb in Kirby 64 is all you really need to do to aim is just, like, hold the button. It's a lot like Burning plus Needle. If you just tap the button, you drop a bomb right in front of you and just kind of have an explosion right there. But if you hold it all the way, you can send your bomb flying, and you can go anywhere in between. It's an incredibly useful and versatile ability. There's just something about going nuts with Bomb and just nailing a bunch of rapid aims in a row that just feels so incredibly good. I can't describe it, but there's just something about Kirby 64's Bomb Kirby that just feels so right. And actually, maybe that's the explosions and the sound effects, because, man, I love that. I love the sound effects. The explosions also kind of linger for a little bit, which is also an incredibly useful tool. It's not a whole lot, but it's something that's very noticeable, and I think it adds to how useful this ability is. There's something about Kirby 64's Bomb Kirby I just love so very much, and I think it's earned its spot on the list, even if you might think it's insane. It's an easy number 9 for me. 8, Burning. Here we are, the final base ability on our list, and if you've been keeping up with my Dark Matter Trilogy retrospective up to this point, I'd imagine this one is probably a surprise because, well, you know I love Burning in Dream 1 2, and really was not a fan of how they changed it up in 3. And if anything, Kirby 64's Burning is a lot closer to Dream 1 3's than Dream 1 2's. And yeah, some of the minor things I didn't like about Dream 1 3's do still apply here. It just doesn't have that same feeling of power you get with the classic Burning ability. Plus, the thing struggles a lot with constant use, becoming just barely usable if you keep using it a bunch of times in succession, which, I don't know, I'm really not too big a fan of that. I feel like it gets way too weak, way too quick. But the reason 64's Burning is saved so much is because of how this ability interacts with Kirby's momentum, and how when you use it, Kirby kind of goes into this weird state where you can still kind of get some speed off your Burning ability, and you could go into it again and keep getting that speed. It's just such a fun loop. Like, look up Kirby 64 speedrun, and you'll see everyone using just the base Burning ability, because it is the best speed-based ability in the game because of how it carries your momentum like this. It's one of those abilities I kind of alluded to a lot earlier, those ones that really change the game into something where you're just trying to keep your speed all the time. Plus, the additional speed itself is just a ton of fun, and it feels incredibly satisfying just really getting a long streak with your Burning ability going. It just feels great. It doesn't really have everything that made me admire the Burning ability in the first place, but what it does have is pretty good, and it's a really nice alternate interpretation to the really powerful slam against everything, tear through everything Burning that you see in Dream 1 2 and Adventure and stuff. 7, Bomb plus Stone. Oh, I imagine this one might be a little controversial. If you ask anyone what their least favorite power combo in the game is, they're probably going to say the Melting Ice Cube or the one with the dynamite that makes you hurt yourself. And Would you look where the one with the dynamite that makes you hurt yourself is on the list? Well, it lets Kirby chuck out this piece of dynamite, and while there can only be one at a time, this dynamite is arguably the strongest projectile in the game. Not only does this thing have a massive blast that wipes out anything in a good distance of itself, but it even extends further into the background, and of course, it even hurts Kirby himself. If you're not crouching, that is. Yep, whenever you crouch, Kirby puts on a little hard hat that's able to defend him from the dynamite's blast, and as long as you have that on, you're safe. But the thing is, it can be incredibly difficult trying to get the dynamite while also getting down in time to duck and wear your hat, because even the slightest tap from an enemy can set the dynamite off. Now look, I completely understand if somebody doesn't like this ability because they have no idea that you can even do the hard hat thing in the first place, because I'll admit that is not really well communicated in the game at all. But I think if you dislike this ability purely because of the fact you can hurt yourself with it, well, I mean, you're entitled to feel however you want to feel about a silly Kirby copy ability, but I feel like that's just a very surface-level way of looking at this one. The fact that this ability has such a powerful attack, so powerful that it can even hurt Kirby himself, gives this one this unique risk-reward mechanic that you don't really see with any other ability in the game. The risk is strong when you use this thing. It is super easy to kill yourself with it. I mean, I've done my fair share of playing around with this thing, and I am incredibly experienced with Kirby 64. I've been playing this game on and off for a decade, and even I find myself just struggling with this thing sometimes because it's just so easy to wind up having it blow up in your face. But man, the reward is so worth it because this thing essentially clears out any room you throw it in. It clears out the screen. It has such a massive reach. It's like a crash ability you could keep using over and over and over again, but at the cost of potentially risking one of Kirby's own hit points. And while we're on the topic of this thing making the game more difficult, that's another thing I really admire about it. It genuinely does make Kirby 64 a more difficult game if you try to complete like a stage or a boss fight with this thing. It forces you to change up your approach, and I think the fact that this ability actually provides a really interesting and worthwhile challenge that isn't just giving Kirby some kind of like pitiful range, I think that's actually something that's really admirable about this ability. There's no other ability in Kirby 64 quite like this one. There's none of them that really keep me on my toes the same way this one does, and I think that's worth something. Maybe you could argue this one isn't one of the objective best abilities in the game because, you know, you can hurt yourself, but as far as my own personal opinions go, this one will always be one of my favorites. 6. Spark plus Stone. This ability has Kirby send out this electrified boulder that ricochets all over the room. And the best way to get the most out of this ability is by actually jumping over it and not letting Kirby collide with the boulder again and seeing however long you could just have your boulder out. Huh. That idea sounds a little familiar. You know what? Close enough. Welcome back, Cutter Rick. Glad to see someone's keeping the spirit alive here. Yep, this ability is fun in the same way that Burning Pitch or Cutter Rick from Dreamland 3 are fun. It's an ability where if you just kind of use it and let the boulder hit Kirby again, it's not really as fun as trying to look at this as like some kind of like challenge, trying to keep the boulder out as long as possible, because having the boulder bouncing all over the place is a very useful tool. But it does require a little more effort on the player's part to keep avoiding it. While it's not exactly the same thing, I would say the liberties this one takes with that kind of idea makes this one even better than the other ones, because this one isn't really following you around so much as it's just kind of doing its own thing. It's bouncing around like the DVD logo and you just gotta like jump around it and stuff. It's one of those abilities that really adds something to the gameplay you don't get with most of the other ones, and obviously that goes a pretty long way in making an ability a personal favorite. On top of that, the way this thing detonates is also pretty useful too. It kind of has that same blast you get with the stone ability, but on top of just having it happen whenever the stone collides with Kirby, you can also just tap the button again when your boulder's bouncing around to just kind of get that effect. Not really sure what else to say about this one. It's a really unique ability that adds a lot to the gameplay, on top of just being incredibly useful as well. 5. Bomb plus Burning. If I had to put this one in simple terms, I'd just tell you that Kirby is a firework. I was just looking at my notes and I just read it like that. I don't know what I was thinking doing that. I'm so sorry. Alright, so anyways, what this ability does is it lets Kirby just blow himself up and send fireworks all over the place. And this attack is just incredibly useful. I mean, you can use it up to 3 consecutive times, with each time sending out more and more fireworks as the ability gets stronger and stronger. I mean, that third and final firework hit you can get off is probably one of the most powerful attacks in Kirby 64. It's literally teetering on the edge of just being a complete screen nuke. It's crazy. There's also the added air this ability can get you that I really enjoy. I like how it's kind of like getting 3 extra little jumps. It just makes it feel so nice, and obviously the idea here is top-notch. I mean, what better idea than to make fire and bomb just turn Kirby into a firework? It's perfect. I love the firework sounds, and I mean, look at that. Look at Kirby. Look at his colors burst. Okay, I think I'm just gonna end it like right here. We're done with the fireworks. We're done. You know it's great. I know it's great. That's enough with the fireworks. 4. Spark plus ice. Oh, here we are. Probably the hottest take of the entire video. Spark plus ice is not at the very top of the list. Because this is an opinionated list, and if we're talking about how much I like the abilities, well, I like this one a lot. I mean, who doesn't? It's Fridge Kirby, but I'm not gonna lie, I like a few others a little better. Objectively, though, you simply don't get better than Spark plus Ice. It's like the complete opposite of Bomb plus Stone, where that ability puts you at risk of hurting yourself. This ability is constantly gonna keep you alive. You just can't die using this thing, because every single time you attack, you send out food. These food projectiles not only serve as a way to damage enemies, but they also serve as a way to restore Kirby's health because they act just like any ordinary food item, which therefore means you have an infinite supply of healing items at your disposal to send out and attack enemies with or just heal yourself with whenever you want. I guess that's a slight bit balanced by the fact that the aiming is a little weird, and I mean, you can't really use it in the air too well, but I really don't know what else you could ask for other than the healing projectiles. That's crazy. And of course, the idea is brilliant. You got Kirby turning into a fridge that shoots out food. Like, again, I don't know what else you could ask for. That's perfect. That's brilliant. The main reason why this one isn't any higher, though, is because most of the fun you get with this one comes more from the fact that you're using this overpowered ability and breaking the game. You're making yourself nigh invincible when you use this thing, and that's where a lot of the fun comes from, because when you're actually trying to use this thing, like in combat or something, or if an enemy's right in front of you and you gotta kill it, well, it's not the most fun thing in the world, given all this one can really do is just open up and shoot out 3 food projectiles at very fixed angles. Granted, there's still some fun to be had hitting enemies with the food feels good, and I'm a sucker for trap abilities in Kirby games, so, you know, the way you could just leave out this dangerous enemy killing food on the floor and just have an enemy walk into it, oh, it just feels so good. But beyond that, gameplay-wise, you don't really get too much with this one, and you know, I don't think that's a bad thing. It's got its own unique purpose as being more of a support ability, and it does its role pretty well. While it isn't my favorite, it's undeniably a fantastic ability, especially in terms of its actual practicality in the game, and I love it a lot. 3. Cutter plus Ice. If any placement on this list is going to get people looking at me like a crazy person, it's going to be putting the Ice Skate ability above the fridge. But do hear me out on this one. You see, what this ability does is it lets Kirby slip on some ice skates, and, you know, Kirby just goes skating. He'll keep moving forward, but you can also turn around if you don't mind a little bit of a hard stop there, as well as give yourself little speed boosts by pressing forward in the direction you're facing. Kirby also has access to this twirl jump, which is the only method of defense you have access to while you're on your ice skates, and while I know this isn't the most practical method of attack, it just feels really fun and satisfying to pull off, and I love how it's inspired by actual twirl moves you see ice skaters do. A lot of the flack I see this ability get is because it's just really not that practical, and there are much better abilities you can do if you want to get through the game easier, but the thing is, I just really value how fun an ability is more than how useful it is, and this ability's fun factor is just so strong, I just really don't mind that it's not too practical. In fact, I enjoy its impracticality. There's something fun about working around this one and all the unique challenges it provides, and trying to use your twirl to kill everything. It feels good. It's like Bomb plus Stone, where the uniqueness of the ability kind of makes the game a little bit harder, and personally, I really get a lot out of that, and I enjoy how this one changes up the gameplay. It's not for everyone, but it sure as hell is one for me. 2. Spark plus Cutter. Alright, don't act surprised that this one's this high up on the list. I'm sure from the moment I said I was doing an ability ranking, you called that this one would be somewhere up high. I mean, to get the fan out of the room, this ability essentially gives Kirby access to a lightsaber, a double-sided lightsaber. That is sick. It's got a nice color scheme and this cool glow to it, and it's just so much fun just swinging this thing around. It's awesome. Thankfully, it's not just the idea that's awesome, but the gameplay as well, because it's just a ton of fun. If I had to compare it to another ability, I'd say it's kind of like a better version of Burning plus Cutter. It gives Kirby a weapon that also trails a little bit behind him, which means that enemies that are kind of close behind Kirby's back while he's just kind of idling with this thing can take damage. But you can also swing it forward, and the way Kirby swings it forward with this ability is why it's so great. Kirby does this kind of twirl thing where it goes above his head and it goes forward, and it just covers all parts of Kirby, and it's just so much fun swinging this thing around. It just feels so good, and there's so many other tiny little things I can praise about the ability. Like the way Kirby stands holding this thing, carrying it behind him, it just looks so cool. And the way he just does that little twirl when attacking, it's just so cool. It's a perfect power combo. But believe it or not, there's one I like better than this, and obviously it's not the fridge, so brace yourself. Because the only thing better than Kirby wielding a double-sided lightsaber is Kirby turning into an ice curling. Yes, you heard that correctly. My favorite ability in Kirby 64 is Ice plus Stone. Now, what this ability does is it lets Kirby turn himself into an ice curling, and he just flings himself forward, and that's pretty much it. Well, depending on how you look at it, because the way I see this ability is a way that just completely changes the way you play Kirby 64 while you're using this thing. The way Kirby transforms in and out of the ice cube is just so seamless and quick, and it just kills barely any speed. And if you can time your button presses right with your dashes and you watch your timings and stuff, you just get this incredibly smooth movement, and on top of that, you can even surpass Kirby's speed cap for a little bit with this one. It's kind of like a better version of the burning ability. It's one of those ones that's a real game changer, and I highly recommend trying it out if you're one of those people who just thinks Kirby 64 is that one slow, sluggish Kirby game, because while you're using this thing, the game does feel noticeably faster. And just trying to use this thing to get through a level just feels so good. When you pull off just this perfect, satisfying run all the way through, oh, the feeling is just unmatched. It feels so good. It's something that's really difficult to actually put into words, but once you kind of use it like how I'm describing it, you know, mixing it with dashes and stuff, it just becomes a really satisfying and fun ability that's just unmatched if you ask me. And on top of that, the idea here is just great. I love how Kirby transforms into a curling. Once again, it takes full advantage of both elements the ability combines. It's just one that has all the makings of a truly iconic power combo. I mean, there's a reason why Star Allies taunted us all with it. Pekachow, just let it go. You gotta stop thinking about that. It's been over 5 years. Come on, let it go. There's no ability quite as cool as Ice plus Stone, you know, because this one rocks. Check that out. 2 puns in 1. Comedy genius over here. And that was every single copy ability in Kirby 64 ranked. It's not the most original idea out there, but, you know, when it comes to discussing all the copy abilities in the game, there really isn't any better way to do it. Before we go on from here, though, I do want to give a bit of a closing statement. Please, if you haven't left your favorite copy ability down in the comments, please let me know, please. I'm desperate for attention. I need your attention. If you're enjoying it, please, you gotta let me know. I need it. I need it. And also, I thought it would be pretty fun if we decided to crunch the numbers a little bit to find the average for each copy ability, and determined what the actual best ability in Kirby 64 is out of the 7 base abilities based on the quality of power combos and stuff. What I did is I just took every ability's placement, and I kind of gave each ability involved with that power combo the appropriate amount of points. Like, number 35, I give Ice and Burning 1 point, and then number 34, I give Ice and Needle 2 points, and so on. So I did that, took the numbers, crunched them, and I got a total for every single copy ability, with the higher the score determining the better the ability is. So without further ado, I present to you what the numbers say my favorite and least favorite Kirby 64 base abilities are. Needle is dead last, which I was fully expecting, but something that's a lot more surprising is Ice coming in second last, because I was actually expecting it to be one of my favorites. A lot of my favorite copy abilities involve the Ice ability. I mean, 3 of my top 5 favorite abilities in the game use the Ice ability, but as it also turns out, 3 of my bottom 5 abilities in the game also use the Ice ability, so it's just a very inconsistent one. It's got really high highs and really low lows. I was also expecting Bomb to be a little higher, so it's kind of surprising seeing it not even crack the top 3. But the biggest surprise here is Stone actually being at the very top, which is not at all what I was expecting, especially considering it's over a point higher than my second favorite, which is apparently Cutter. I bet this is mostly because Stone had pretty consistent appearances on here and makes its debut at number 28 on the list, which is after a power combo or ability featuring every one of the other abilities already showed up, which gave Stone a bit of an edge, and it just kind of appeared consistently from that point on, even taking the number 1 spot with Ice. So I guess the answer to what my favorite ability was right there in front of me if I just put 2 pieces together, but I guess I never really figured that out or thought about it too much because, well, I mean, I wasn't expecting Stone to be at the very top. Alright, so there you have it. Now every Kirby 64 ability is properly ranked with calculations and numbers. Ultimately, what I've been trying to get at with this whole giant, time-consuming ranking interruption thing is that every single one of Kirby 64's abilities really does bring something to the table. Granted, what it brings isn't always, very good, but it's something. Even a lot of the lower ranking abilities I'm still able to have some fun with and wouldn't really mind using, and even if some of them aren't really all that fun, I can at least praise some things about them like the ideas, because Kirby 64 really does go all out with these abilities and making them just creative and insane, and I love it. And when you add all these copy abilities and all the power combos and everything like that onto a game that already has some pretty fun movement, a lot of unique mechanics you don't see in a lot of other Kirby games, and the freaking lift, look at that. You get one of the most fun Kirby games out there. It's a game that just really gets your creative juices flowing in a way no other Kirby game is able to do, mostly thanks to power combos and the lift being present, which are both very good experimentation-focused gameplay ideas. And that is just something about Kirby 64 I admire and value so much. Obviously, Kirby 64's gameplay is a very big draw for me, but do you want to know what's an even bigger draw for Kirby 64? The presentation Most N64 games visually have shown their age with time, whether you like these games or not, whether you think they look good or not. You can't deny that these are very much games from an era we have long since passed. They were trying their best, and I'm sure that back in the day they looked very impressive, but, you know, once again, wasn't conceived yet, can't confirm. But at the end of the day, they're games that were experimenting with 3D graphics back when 3D graphics were a big new thing. And that's one of the reasons why the graphics of Kirby 64 are so impressive, because Kirby 64 has just aged gracefully. And no, this is not some rose-tinted nostalgic glasses talk here. This is just me looking at Kirby 64 and just appreciating it for what it is, because man, this game has aged so good. Kirby 64 had a ton of weight on his shoulders that could have ultimately just really dragged it down against the test of time. I mean, it was an N64 game, and it was also the first Kirby game to make use of 3D graphics, so all of this was just completely new ground for HAL with Kirby. There's a lot that could have, at the very least, gotten outclassed by future entries, and you know, objectively, yeah, Kirby 64 has been far outclassed. But I'd argue Kirby 64 is still the best looking Kirby game there is. One of the main reasons why I say this about Kirby 64 is because the world Kirby 64 builds just feels so immersive and alive. The colors in Kirby 64 are just so bright and they pop out and just make the whole thing feel so lively. And you know, the game's not afraid to tone things down a little bit, get a little darker, and I think that really works too. It doesn't really catch your attention in the same way as the brighter stages do, but what they do is a really good job at building an atmosphere. Every single stage in Kirby 64 just feels so unique, distinct, and memorable. Even if you take away the level design and just take like a picture of the background of a stage or something, I could just instantly tell what it is because of the way Kirby 64 builds these environments, how it makes sure that every single one is unique, even when there's no reason for an environment to be unique, like that little desert section outside of the Space Pyramid in Rockstar 4. There's no reason they had to put all this mechanical stuff all over the place. If they wanted to, they really could have just reused a Rockstar 1 desert, but they went the extra mile and created this entirely unique environment. There is literally no environment reuse in this entire game. Not to mention that just about every single level in the game is not only convincing as a stage in a Kirby game, but as an actual part of the Kirby world. These don't just feel like game levels you're running through. These actually feel like parts of these planets, parts of the world you're actually exploring, and like you're only just exploring a tiny piece of it on this 2D plane. Like there's just so much more to see here. There's so much detail that's just put into every single one of the backgrounds and environments in these stages. From the vast, lush grasslands of Popstar 1, to that beautiful aquatic paradise you see in Aqua Star 4, to the genuinely believable mall environment they put together in Shiver Star 3, it's amazing. And these already immersive stages are made even more immersive thanks to the game's surprisingly dynamic camera, which does not get nearly as much love as it should be getting. I mean, this thing's constantly moving around, showing you the levels from all sorts of different angles, and just letting you take in these environments and appreciate just how much work was put into them. It's something you don't really get in most Kirby games where the camera's just kind of fixed most of the time, just following Kirby around. Kirby 64's camera isn't just giving you side views of Kirby all the time. Sometimes you're getting views from the front or the back or from an angle. It's just so cool, and it makes Kirby 64 such an immersive experience. And the game just has so many beautiful shots in it too. I know it sounds insane to say this, but this platformer from like 25 years ago has some amazing cinematography. So amazing that the only game in the series that can even rival Kirby 64's cinematography is Forgotten Land, the literal 3D entry that came over 20 years later. Yeah, Kirby 64 just builds every single stage so perfectly and makes them all just feel so alive and immersive that it remained uncontested, at least for me, for over 20 years in this regard. And even then, I'd still say 64 beats Forgotten Land, but you know, they're pretty neck and neck. They do a really good job just playing with the camera and building immersive environments. Man, I just love it when Kirby games really just go all in on the 3D. Kirby 64 might have been a 2D platformer on the very console that kickstarted 3D ones, but make no mistake, Kirby 64 was playing around with 3D just as much as all its brethren. Kirby 64 is a game that really shows what the N64 is capable of, and I think that's pretty impressive considering it's a 2D game, which was not really what the N64 was known for. And ironically enough, I'd actually say that Kirby 64 being a 2.5D platformer is one of the biggest reasons why this game has aged so well. For instance, let's take a look at some of Kirby 64's character models. Wow, look at these. The poly counts on these things are so incredibly high that it's just mind-blowing that these are actually N64 models. I don't think the reason why these look so amazing has anything to do with the game being a 2.5D, but you know what models do benefit from that? The enemy models, because when you just rip these things from the game, they look so incredibly weird. Like what's even happening here? These are going to make you question if you're even looking at the same enemy model from the game, because what you see in the game looks so different from the actual model, but they're actually the same thing. There's a reason why so many of these models look so weird when you rip them from the game, because the game's camera helps with culling the polygons in these guys. It fixes the sprites in place and has them kind of move around in a way that looks natural, and these weird flat parts that kind of look like what you'd see on a paper craft, well, it creates the illusion of 3D when you actually put these guys in motion and when you fix the camera in a certain way that doesn't show these guys right from the front. It's such an impressive and smart technique that really helps to give Kirby 64 such an amazing and timeless look, and helps these really weird-looking enemies actually really fit in so naturally with the game's environments. That's not where my praise for the game's models ends, though, because just the way these guys are animated is so amazing. I need to give it some love. Where better to start than by looking at the main man himself, Kirby, for instance. I mean, every single little thing Kirby does in Kirby 64 is just full of so much personality and life. The weight of every single move or action he does can just be felt in the way he's animated. He's given some cute, fun little idle animations that breathe some life into him when you're just setting the controller down. And the devs even went the extra mile and gave him a ledge teetering animation, which is something you don't really see in Kirby games, or honestly a lot of games at all. A lot of them don't really bother to program something in like this, and I know this is just such a tiny little thing, but it really just goes to show how alive Kirby 64 is and how much work went into it if the devs were really willing to go out of their way to give Kirby this animation. Kirby's design in 64 just feels so incredibly expressive as well. I think that probably has to do with just how expressive he is in the game, but this design of Kirby just has a level of expressiveness most other designs don't have, and that expressiveness is something that's shared between all of Kirby 64's designs, all of its characters, all of its models. Obviously, Kirby and all of his friends get a ton of really great expressive moments in the cutscenes, which trust me, we'll get to shortly, but the enemies are incredibly expressive as well, not to the same degree as Kirby and his friends, but still, a lot of these guys have tons of really cool expressions you can see just by interacting with them and engaging with them, and even when you're not, the enemies still feel alive thanks to their idle animations. Even the ones that are more abstract and weird and don't really have faces or anything still feel alive because they're just animated in such a lively way. So yeah, 64's models are really impressive, especially considering that these are N64 models we're talking about here. These things are just next level for that standard. And while we're on the topic of how Kirby 64 benefits from its limitations, just take a look around the world of Kirby 64 and you'll probably see some 2D sprites or flat objects lying around. I love how the game makes use of these 2D objects in these 3D environments and how it just does it so seamlessly. It's just so good. And the main reason why these 2D objects feel so seamless in these 3D environments is because of the game's camera. The devs have complete control over wherever this thing goes, so they can make sure that these static sprites can always stay still in a position that always looks good. You're not going to get something that ever feels out of place, like, say, a coin in Mario 64. Those always look a little weird to me. Plus, it also just gives Kirby 64 this almost pop-up book style to it, which I really like, and it feels very much in line with Dreamland 3 and its crayon watercolor look. And speaking of all that artsy stuff, Kirby 64's got a lot of that just flowing through its blood, carried over from Dreamland 3. I mean, you got the level select screen, which is all drawn in-universe with crayons and has this very nice crayon aesthetic to it. Plus, there's some other very small artistic details, like having the credits pictures actually be of real sketches of the game's characters. Kirby 64 almost feels like a 3D reinterpretation of Dreamland 3 in a way. I mean, it's missing a lot of the stylistic stuff from Dreamland 3. The game doesn't have as cohesive of an art style, but the game still feels very similar to Dreamland 3 in its vibe and tone, and just the way it has a lot of that artistic charm Dreamland 3 has. And I think that's it. I think that's the reason why Kirby 64 has just aged so gracefully compared to a lot of its fellow N64 titles. You could say most N64 games tried their best to look realistic, you know, as realistic as you could get on a Nintendo 64. Of course, that's not to say these games look bad or that they don't have their own styles and stuff to them. I mean, low poly is an aesthetic nowadays for a reason, but there's just something different about Kirby 64. It feels like the devs really know they're working with restrictive hardware and do their best to bring out out the best in that hardware by doing all sorts of crazy things like with the models and with the sprites and the camera. And on top of that, even when you remove the fact that this is a low poly N64 game, Kirby 64 just has an incredibly strong vision, incredibly strong art direction. It just knows what it wants to be. It's a direct sequel to Dreamland 3, so obviously the devs were trying to capture something similar to Dreamland 3, and they sure did succeed with that. They really understood what made Dreamland 3 such a special game, and then they proceeded to make Kirby 64 yet another incredibly special game by capturing that same feeling in this one. I know that was a little poorly worded and confusing, but hopefully you're picking up what I'm putting down here. But if you don't, I'm just saying it simply can't be up to pure luck that Kirby 64 looks as good as it does today. And then there's the music. Oh, the music. I love the Kirby 64 OST so much. It's not just my favorite Kirby soundtrack, but up there as one of my favorite video game soundtracks of all time. I just hold it to an incredibly high regard because it's just so amazing. The Kirby 64 sound font is a true gift to humanity. I can't describe why exactly it's so perfect because I'm not really the best to talk about instruments and music technical stuff with, I'm more of an analyst. I can get the emotions, but not the composition. But if I had to describe it, it is the most unapologetically Kirby sound font I have ever heard, and it is amazing. I love it for that. I'm not going to go in-depth on the soundtrack quite yet. I'll go more into some highlights when we get to them, when we go through the actual game, much like I did with the Dreamland 3 video, but I do want to cover some basics and some of the more broad things about this OST I just love and why I think it's just so incredible. The Kirby 64 soundtrack has so much variety. There are so many different kinds of songs. I got happy and cheery songs, to fun and mysterious songs. You got your fair share of bouncy and intense tracks, and there's even a few that really deviate away from what you'd normally expect in a Kirby game, giving us some very atmospheric, melancholic, or even disturbing and unsettling tracks, which is kind of a first for the Kirby series when we look at it in a chronological timeline. Kirby 64 is really the first one to be doing stuff like that. Obviously, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Jun Ishikawa to thank for a lot of the heavy lifting on the Kirby 64 soundtrack. This absolute legend composed just about every single stage, boss, and sub-game theme on top of a few others, and I'd say that a lot of these songs are among his finest work. His work on the Kirby 64 OST is just incredible, and it's one of the main reasons why he's my favorite Kirby composer. Unlike Dreamland 3's OST though, Ishikawa did not do all the work on this soundtrack alone, because he also had the help of fellow Kirby composer veteran Hirokazu Ando to help out, and Ando took care of the rest of the tracks that Ishikawa didn't compose. Ando mostly took care of the menu and cutscene music, and while I'd say Ishikawa had the stronger offerings here, that's not to discredit Ando's work on the soundtrack at all, because he did some amazing work. A lot of the menu themes he composed are pretty nice and catchy for what they are, and the cutscene music, while it isn't the best when it's detached from the game, when you actually pair it with the cutscenes it was made for, oh, you just see something truly amazing come to life. Ando's cutscene music is just so wonderfully dynamic. There are so many instruments and sounds that perfectly sync up to whatever actions or movements are going on in the cutscene. And there's even some smaller details implemented, like how certain characters kind of have their own musical motifs you see sometimes, like with Dark Matter, how whenever you see the Dark Matter or their influence on screen, you usually have it accompanied by some weird, eerie moaning sound. You know the one I'm talking about. The Kirby 64 soundtrack is just something truly special, and I am so excited to talk about a lot of its tracks going forward from here. Oh, and there's also the sound effects, which are pretty nice. They're very Dreamland 3 core. A lot of them sound pretty similar to Dreamland 3. They got that same fun, satisfying feeling to them. I don't really know what else to say here. I love Dreamland 3 sound effects. I love Kirby 64's just as much. 64 has some truly peak Kirby sound design, but that is not all there is to talk about with the presentation, because there's still just a few more things I gotta mention that make Kirby 64 such an experience. Like the HUDs. Did you know that Kirby 64 lets you choose between 5, 6 if you're playing the Japanese version, different HUDs in the options menu? Because apparently a lot of people didn't know that. I thought that was common knowledge because I was doing that all the time as a kid, but the more you know. Gotta spread the word of Kirby 64's HUDs somehow. I mean, check these out. You got the basic one, this blue one that's got these X's and O's. There's this really fancy looking red one. I don't exactly know what's going on with this one, but it's my favorite if you even care. There's this one that's kind of styled like a child's drawing. And there's the wireframe one that has this really nice futuristic look to it. Plus, there's also the 6th HUD that's exclusive to the Japanese version, which uses Japanese calligraphy as its main inspiration. And while I personally think this one looks a little cluttered, I do think it's pretty cool nonetheless, especially as like a little piece of Kirby trivia. Like, I had no idea this thing existed years ago. When I found out about this, it just blew my mind. I know it's a really small thing, but I just love the idea of customizable HUDs in Kirby games. We seriously need to get this feature back someday. I mean, I'm not losing sleep over it or anything, but this was a really cool feature, and it just added so much to Kirby 64's style. And there's the cutscenes. My dear beloved Kirby 64 cutscenes. The absolute best set of cutscenes the Kirby series has ever seen. These things are just on another level of legendary. These things are simply unmatched in terms of showing off the personalities of Kirby and his friends with their super expressive animation and surprisingly high poly models. Most of them in between Popstar and Ripple Star exist purely to show off a little bit of the planet Kirby and his friends are visiting on, just showing them goofing off a little bit. They don't really add too much to Kirby 64's story, but they add a ton to its characters and its character. We really do need some more content of Kirby and friends just goofing off and hanging around. We don't really get to see too much of that in the actual Kirby games, considering there's usually some world-ending threat that's got everyone's attention, but we need some more downtime like this because it's just so much fun if Kirby 64 proves anything about it. I'll get a little more into cutscene specifics as we go on, but every single one of these things is just amazing. The animation is always so incredibly expressive, the scenarios are either super fun or do a good job furthering the game's overall narrative, and Ando's score for these cutscenes is just incredible. He doesn't miss a single one of these, and they all just fit so good with the cutscenes they're made for. And if you remember what I said back in the Dreamland 3 video when I was debating whether Dreamland 3 or 64 had my favorite presentation in the series, well, it shouldn't really come as a surprise if you listened to all my presentation rambling up to this point, but yeah, 64 is my preferred presentation, but the main reason why I say that is because of really one key factor, and that's Kirby 64's unique vibe. It just has this feeling that no other Kirby game has. I mean, Dreamland 3 kind of comes close, but there's just something about Kirby 64 specifically you just don't get with any other Kirby game. Obviously, Kirby 64 is as bright and cheery as you'd expect from a Kirby game, but the game also gives off this really odd feeling I just can't help but love. There's something about the really strange, mysterious, or even unsettling locations you visit throughout the game, something about all the enemies you encounter with how they can get really bizarre and strange and wacky and abstract. And of course, there's just something about Kirby 64's concept, going around exploring the galaxy and all these planets and uncovering their secrets as you learn more about them. These are hostile, uninhabitable, even completely destroyed places. But the game very rarely ever completely drops the cheery and upbeat tone. It's a very consistent thing. It's a Kirby game after all. But it just has this weird edge most Kirby games don't. It's something that's incredibly difficult to describe, but I feel like you kinda get to see some of that Kirby 64 feeling best in Kirby 64's opening minutes when you're first loading up the game, when you see that title screen with all of Kirby's friends standing in all these different positions while it's just dead silent, and then you just go to the main menu and you hear that incredibly nostalgic menu music play. I feel like that little sequence I just described there is just so incredibly Kirby 64. I know it's really confusing and vague with how I'm wording this, but it's a really difficult thing to put into words. I'd say the closest Kirby game to replicating that feeling is Dreamland 3, which makes sense considering 64 builds off Dreamland 3 quite a bit, and I think it has something to do with the way these games blend your traditional expectations for a Kirby game with their very artsy aesthetics while also dabbling into the darker underbelly of the Kirby franchise and just getting really weird and unsettling sometimes. I think it just comes from the way Shimomura interpreted Kirby's world, how he built off of it, how he explored it, because if you ask me, Shimomura is more than just some random game developer. This man is a real artist. Just the sheer artistry of these two latter Dark Matter Trilogy games is just something to truly behold, and I really do credit that as one of the main reasons why they have this distinct vibe, especially 64. Kirby 64 is a lot like Dreamland 3 in that way, where a lot of the praise it gets is mostly thanks to its presentation, and if anything, I think that's a real testament to just how perfect Kirby 64's, Kirby 64-ness is. Kirby 64 is a game that really just has it all. I mean, it's aged surprisingly well after all these years. Obviously, it sounds amazing, and it just has this very special vibe no other Kirby game can really replicate. It all just comes together to make Kirby 64 a very unique experience you can't quite get from anywhere else. And while there's definitely some stiff competition for my favorite presentation in the series, Kirby 64's got my favorite. Obviously it does. I mean, it's almost like I said that a little earlier too, so yeah, no surprise there. Kirby 64 fans' favorite Kirby everything is from Kirby 64. And with all these general aspects finally out of the way, let's take a look into Kirby 64 proper and see just what makes it such an incredible journey from beginning to end. How long has it been since the intro? Please add that in, editing Pekachow. Yeah, look at that. It's been a while. So I think maybe before we actually dive into Popstar, let's set the scene again real quick.
Long ago, on a peaceful planet, there was peace and harmony for all. Well, that was until the Dark Matter came.
So Ribbon crash lands onto Popstar, the crystal shards go flying everywhere, and Kirby agrees to help Ribbon recover all the crystal shards. And I forgot the training movie. We have to talk about the training movie. Okay, I promise this is the last thing we'll need to take a look at before we can actually go into Kirby 64 level by level. Alright, so before you actually start the first level of Kirby 64, you can optionally choose to watch this little training video here that just kind of tells you the basics of what you can do in Kirby 64, all the basic gameplay mechanics, along with the new things Kirby 64 brings to the table, like the lift and power combos, and for what it is, it's nothing too special, but it gets the job done. It does its job pretty well. It teaches you everything you need to know about Kirby 64, it gives you all the controls and stuff, but despite just being a fairly basic tutorial video, there's just something I love about this so much. There's something about it that's just so charming to me, and I think one of the biggest reasons for that is the music, because man, I just love the training music so much. The music is just so fun and peppy, and it makes watching this video a must for me every single time. You know, just to relish in the sheer joy this song brings me. I love it to bits. I feel the peppy training music is only half of why I find this tutorial video so enticing though, because the main thing I love about this is the unique checkerboard environment this whole area has. I could not tell you why, but for some reason as a kid I was just fascinated with this. When I was little, I wanted nothing more than to just play on this level myself, which is kind of funny considering the fact that it's just a straight line with a few enemies scattered here and there, literally made to have this pre-recorded video show you how to play the game in a very basic, safe environment. But still, it's a great childhood memory, and I don't really know how many people remember the Kirby 64 tutorial training video, but just for that, it will always be singed into my brain. I will never forget this. Oh, and on a side note, I just want to thank Kirby Fighters 2 for being able to make that childhood dream of playing on the Kirby 64 checkerboard training stage a reality. Well, because the training stage in Kirby Fighters 2 is a reference to Kirby 64. It's literally just the same checkerboard training stage Kirby 64 had. Loading up training in Kirby Fighters 2 for the first time and just being greeted to that was such an amazing experience. I don't know if anyone else got a little choked up seeing that, but who am I asking? I know no one else got choked up seeing that, but I did, okay? I love the Kirby 64 checkerboard training stage. Hal made my absurd childhood fantasy a reality. How could I not? Alright, so with all that said, without further ado, let's get right into Popstar Stage 1, and first stages in Kirby games are pretty consistently good, but out of all of them, I'd actually say Kirby 64 has my favorite of the bunch. Not only does it do an incredible job hooking you in, but it just does it in such a subtle and natural way. In fact, I'd say it's just so subtle and natural that I feel a lot of people tend to overlook it and just see this as a very basic, simple stage, which, you know, it is. But a lot of people just tend to see it as just that, and they overlook just how brilliantly and naturally so many elements of Kirby 64 are introduced here. Now, the stage opens perfectly. You get this nice close-up shot of Kirby, and the camera slowly pans out as you move further right, although you can also choose to move to the left to find a little point star tucked away if you're a little more observant. And from there, the stage introduces a ton of enemies you'll be seeing throughout your adventure, and it actually does a pretty good job introducing them all one by one. You got your NZs, Kirby 64's replacement for Waddle Dees, because the world just wasn't ready for Kirby to be friends with a Waddle Dee while also slaughtering them at the same time, so they just made these little Dark Matter spawn creatures to have wander the galaxy instead. There's Brontoberts, who are a great introduction to aerial enemies here. They don't really go out of their way to attack Kirby at all in this stage, but you do need to be mindful of them because they can pretty easily intercept your path while you're jumping. And then there's just a whole slew of different copy ability wielding enemies you'll encounter. Punk, Bobo, Sir Kibble, and Poppy Bros Jr. all make their first appearance in this stage, and just from the enemies in this stage alone, you're able to mix any combination of Needle, Fire, Cutter, and Bomb, which is a pretty sizable portion of Kirby 64's total copy abilities, which really goes to show just how much Kirby 64 opens the door to experimentation up right out the gate. The first half of the stage is really plain. It's mostly just a flat stretch of land with the occasional jumps you can make and enemies to fight, but I think that works in its favor. It's not the most complex level design in the world, but for what it is, it does a really nice job easing the player into the game and just letting them be able to play around with power combos to their heart's content. You'll also encounter the very first crystal shard, which is basically impossible to miss right here between these two circles. Oh, and speaking of the crystal shards from Kirby 64 to Crystal Shards, let's talk about the Crystal Shards from Kirby 64 The Crystal Shards. The Crystal Shards from Kirby 64 The Crystal Shards are the main collectible in Kirby 64 The Crystal Shards. These are the same shards from Ripple Star's Crystal you saw fly all across the galaxy in the intro. There's 3 of these in each stage, and you get one after every single boss fight, and in order to fight the game's true final boss and see the real ending, you'll have to get all 81 of them scattered throughout the game, much like the other Dark Matter Trilogy games. That said though, they're not exactly rainbow drops, but not exactly heart stars either. They're kind of like a precursor to the modern Kirby collectibles, you know, like energy spheres, code cubes, all that stuff. There are various different ways the game presents you with crystal shards, and something I really like about this opening stage is it actually does a pretty good job presenting the 3 main ways you'll see crystal shards hidden away. I'll go over these methods as we get to the other crystal shards, but this first one establishes that crystal shards can just be lying around out in the open. You just need to have a good eye and look around at your surroundings, and who knows, you might just find a little crystal shard lying around. Shortly after that first crystal shard though, you'll come across this giant log cabin, and inside that log cabin is your very first mid-boss encounter, this giant NZ. Kirby 64's approach to mid-bosses is a little different compared to most Kirby games. Instead of having unique mid-boss fights, Kirby 64 prefers to just take basic enemies and make them big. While this leaves Kirby 64's mid-boss roster a little weak, considering it's mostly just a bunch of big enemies, some of these fights do have some really cool concepts or ideas going for them that actually make them a pretty interesting fight despite the mid-boss design just being a giant enemy. That said though, this mid-boss is not really one of those, and I think that's okay. I mean, it's the first mid-boss, you don't want to overwhelm the player in any way, and what better way to introduce them to the concept of a mid-boss by just having a giant NZ that stands around while little NZs drop down in front of the big NZ, as well as the entrance Kirby got into the room from. As a fight, it really is not anything special. It's over before you know it, but I think it is a pretty decent teaching moment, at least in the way that it establishes mid-bosses are a thing that exist that you'll have to put up with throughout the game. I said that the setting of this fight actually has more substance than the actual fight itself. I really like the log cabin design they got going on here. It's pretty interesting, and I really like how it contrasts with the brighter outdoor areas the rest of the stage has. And that's a good segue into talking about the presentation here, because it really is gorgeous and sets the scene for the rest of Kirby 64 to just follow up on that and just do even better things as the game goes on. Already, Kirby 64 is working its environmental detail magic, just having these planes stretch out all the way into the background, and they're not empty. There's just so much life going on here too. You see all these checkerboard mountains in the distance, there's all sorts of little flowers and foliage, and obviously there's the log cabin. It's just a very memorable aesthetic this level has going on, and I really like it. It's one of the best basic interpretations of a Kirby grassland there is. And the music is great too. The Pop Star track is one of Kirby 64's most iconic tracks, and I just love this one. It just has such a very bright and friendly feeling for it, which is perfect considering that this is, you know, the first level theme. The climax of the song is especially good. I love when the flute kicks in and stuff. It just sounds very nice. It's not one of my absolute favorites in the OST, but I enjoyed this one a pretty good amount. The stage appropriately ups in intensity a little bit following the mid-boss fight, one of the main examples of this being the Shatzos you encounter. You see these Shatzos just perched up on these star blocks here, just shooting up into the sky, and while it's pretty easy to just go under and ignore them, you could also choose to destroy the star blocks if you want a extra point star. Now this is just a perfect risk and reward mechanic that kind of shows off how these Shatzos are unkillable, and how you're not going to be able to destroy everything that comes in your path. These guys are like a million times more threatening than anything else in the stage, so it's nice that the game gives you the option to just skip around these guys if you want and, you know, collect some food items if you accidentally hit them. But having those little point stars tucked away in an area that makes these Shatzos able to hit you pretty easily, it rewards players who are more skilled or feeling a little more brave around these Shatzos, and I just think that's such a genius design choice. And speaking of brilliant design choices, the next crystal shard is not too far away, and I think this one is just so brilliant. There's just such an overlooked genius in the way this crystal shard is designed, especially considering where it is in the game, so let's go over it. So the second crystal shard is tucked behind this little boulder here. It's pretty obvious there's something up with this boulder, you know, with its pitch black color scheme among the more colorful and organic landscape the rest of the stage has. But how exactly do you break it? Well, you need the bomb ability in order to break this. And shortly before you encounter this boulder, you're met with a few different enemies, including a Poppy Bros Jr. Okay, so it doesn't sound genius quite yet, you know, it just seems like the game is just handing you the ability you need. Very Star Allies core there, but the brilliance in the way this shard is designed is just how naturally you obtain this one, and I think that's a really valuable thing with this being one of the first collectibles. This Poppy Bros Jr. here is your first run-in with a bomb enemy in the entire game, and I mean, do you see this little maniac throwing bombs? Who doesn't want to be a little maniac throwing bombs? So obviously your first instinct is to just go over and inhale him. So now you're Bomb Kirby, and the reason why this boulder is pitch black is because it's color-coded to show you what ability you're going to need to break it. It's a very common thing in Kirby 64 where a lot of the puzzles revolve around you using a certain copy ability in order to break a certain object in the level. And this is just an introduction to that idea. Going back to that establishing the different types of crystal shards things I said earlier, this one is establishing the basic break object with certain copy ability in a level type of crystal shard. I know, that's a genius name. Came up with it myself. So now that you're Bomb Kirby, you could just go over, blow up the boulder, and get your shard. The reason this is so genius is because the game entices you with this Poppy Bros Jr. You see this new enemy with this new copy ability for the first time, and the game appropriately presents a situation where that new ability comes in handy. It's a really basic collectible, but it masterfully makes use of that human instinct to just try new things. You see something new, you just jump on it. And by doing that, just by listening to your basic instinct, you wind up getting a crystal shard from it, and you probably learn something from it too. This boulder was black, the bomb ability's icon is black, maybe there's some correlation there, and it's correlation you'll continue to see throughout the rest of the game. Usually. And the brilliant thing about having this boulder also be a monocolored boulder is that if you feel the urge to push your new experiences further and just go and mix the bomb ability with that Bobo nearby and get burning plus bomb, you're still able to break open this boulder because any power combo with the bomb ability works as well, because all it really needs is that basic component of the bomb ability to be able to destroy this one. Obviously, you'll see some more restrictive challenges later on that require a certain power combo that have multiple colors going on, but this one, it's just one color, and it eases you into this idea perfectly. It is just pure slept-on genius right here, and I love it so much. And if you missed that Poppy Bros Jr., don't worry, because there's another one just right over here in case you just get that realization that, oh, my blank ability isn't working. Maybe I should try the one with the black ability icon. Along with a Maxim Tomato for good measure, because there's boss fight over in the next room, spoiler alert. Alright, so in the next room over, the first thing you're greeted to is actually a cutscene. This is something that applies to the rest of Popstar, as we'll soon see, and something I really appreciate about these cutscenes is it kind of establishes a bit of a mini story going on in Popstar we'll kind of reflect on when we reflect on the planet. Anyways, this cutscene is Kirby's friend Waddle Dee find a crystal shard on the ground, and while he's busy admiring the cool shiny object, he kind of leaves his back turned, and after a fun little bit of back and forth with all that Kirby 64 cutscene charm you know and expect and love so much, Waddle Dee winds up getting possessed by Dark Rimuru. One cut later, and we see Kirby and Ribbon just where we left off, kind of moving through this area of Popstar Stage 1 when they see Waddle Dee being weird and covering his face. Why exactly is he covering his face, you ask? Well, that's because... Stinky jump scare! Ah! Yeah, that's right. Waddle Doo manages to squeeze in a single really weird appearance in the Dark Matter Trilogy right here at the end. And when I say strange, I mean strange. This fight is weird on just so many levels. Like, why are we fighting what's normally a regular enemy as a boss here? Why does Waddle Dee become a Waddle Doo when he gets possessed by Dark Matter? What does this mean? Does this mean there's some kind of connection with Dark Matter and Waddle Doo and Kracko? Can I come up with some crazy tinfoil conspiracy Kirby iceberg theory about this? And of course, where in the world are his beam attacks? Why is he just charging at Kirby? So those oddities aside, Waddle Doo's fight in Kirby 64 is comically easy if you go after this guy with a copy ability. He is just so easy to wail on. Waddle Doo has a few moves like charging at Kirby in order to throw him, as well as this jump pound attack, but there really isn't too much he can do. And if you just move out of the way of any of his attacks, you get some really, really nasty stun animations that just leave him open to so much punishment. And I mean, when you couple the really nasty stun with some of the incredibly long charge up and telegraph times his moves have, as well as just how easy his moves are to dodge, yeah, you get what might be one of the most pathetically easy fights in Kirby history. But you know, I don't think that's a bad thing, because I won't lie, I love this fight so much. It's just such a charming little duel, and there's something about just how comically easy it is that makes me crack up every single time. Plus, there's a lot of effort that went into this fight, like a surprising amount of effort considering this fight is what it is. It really is worth just taking a few hits from this guy because just seeing these animations and just how well they're animated, oh, it's just so nice. And some of the little details like him missing his moves and getting dizzy and crying and stuff, it just adds so much personality to this fight. It's comically easy, but it is just so damn charming. The devs clearly had a sense of humor, and I feel like they were very well aware they made such a pathetically easy fight, and they just went all in on it and made it just loop around to being complete gold. And the goofy nature of this fight is only amplified by Waddle Doo's battle theme, Battle Among Friends 1, which is appropriately dinky, considering, you know, it's Waddle Doo. Sadly, Waddle Doo, as well as the two other bosses we'll get to shortly, can only be fought once per save file, which is a real shame, especially in Waddle Doo's case, considering just how funny this one is. But still, they're enjoyable for what they are. Waddle Doo especially. It's especially enjoyable for what it is, because what it is, the devs just got it. It's just beautiful. Once you beat Waddle Doo, you also get the same crystal shard Waddle Doo was admiring in the previous cutscene, which also shows the third type of main crystal shard you're going to be seeing a lot, which are the ones you get from defeating bosses or mid-bosses. What, you didn't think you'd have to get your hands a little dirty to get all those shards? Now, there isn't really too much to this shard. I mean, it's mostly in the challenge of the fight you faced, which, I mean, there was no challenge in this one, but still, it's a nice way to establish that sometimes all you gotta do is just defeat a mid-boss to get your reward. And so, with Waddle Doo defeated and not a single sweat broken, Waddle Dee wakes up from Dark Rimuru's control and is met by Kirby and Ribbon. He watches them leave as they go off in the distance, saying goodbye to Waddle Dee and heading off to find more crystal shards, but in that moment, Waddle Dee just jumps this fence like the real legend he is, and agrees to join Kirby and Ribbon on their quest to save Ripple Star. And so the three of them head off to the next stage. But before we get to that, Popstar Stage 1 is just truly something excellent. I know I already used this exact wording, but there's no better way to put it. This stage is just pure slept-on genius. There is so much beautiful, brilliant design hidden all throughout this level that just eases you into the gameplay that a lot of people wind up overlooking because, at the end of the day, the geometry is a little flat, it's a little basic, and yeah, I get why that could kind of get in the way of seeing this as one of the all-time greats. It's much better as a first level than as a level in general. But, you know, it's still a blast. And you've really got to admire how much work clearly went into the level design here, just crafting the perfect Kirby intro stage. No, at least if you ask me. So let's move on to stage 2, and this one just immediately hooks you. It's just how beautiful and unique it is. The simplistic black background coupled with the autumn leaves is just such a simple but incredibly effective aesthetic for this stage, and it just adds to the feeling of mystery and enchantment as you go through the forest. The whole autumn forest thing is one of the main reasons why this stage is just so memorable. It's such a unique look, and it's a really nice shift from the more energetic and bright stage 1. It's a shift that really shows just how varied Kirby 64 can and will get, and this is further exemplified by the music, which is just a complete switch up from the bright and cheery Popstar theme you heard in the first stage. Kirby 64 has plenty of really nice atmospheric tracks, and Quiet Forest is definitely one of the best ones. I love this track a lot. It's fittingly pretty quiet and simple for the most part, really fitting with the whole vibe the stage has going on as you go through the forest, but it also has this really nice part where it kind of builds up and gets a little louder, and then before you know it, it's back at the same kind of quietness you heard at the start of the song, complete with the first instance of Kirby 64's amazing choir sound. I love the choir sound, I just cannot get enough of this thing. It's another instance of that Kirby 64 vibe I mentioned a little earlier. It's a little weird, maybe it even sounds like a little off at some points, but that's really where a lot of the beauty comes in. The stage design here is pretty basic, but I mean, well, it's only the second stage, so I don't really know what you were expecting. The first room here is mostly just another flat stretch of land, although you can choose to make a few jumps. I mean, sometimes they're mandatory to get over these giant logs, but other times it's completely optional, like if you want to snag a goodie like a Maxim Tomato or something. The real fun of the first stretch, though, doesn't really come from the platforming so much as it comes from the enemies and the way the game just continues to let you mix and match copy abilities and stuff. And I mean, this stage takes things a step further over stage 1 by introducing enemies that give you the rest of the copy abilities stage 1 didn't already introduce. Now, one of these guys comes in a little later, but in this first room you'll encounter Cairns, these bouncy stone guys who, well, give you the stone ability, and right at the end you'll meet a Sparky, which is fitting considering Sparky is like the most iconic spark enemy the series has to offer. That's not all the first room has going for it though, because there's plenty of other really interesting enemies you see for the first time around around here, like bumbers, these little parasol guys that slowly float down, or mites that ambush you from the ground. Plus, there's also Gordos that make their first appearance here in a similar way to Shatzos, where you can kind of see them first, kind of acting on their own terms. But if you want, you can choose to destroy the star block, holding them back in order to get some goodies, but at the cost of letting them free. However, compared to the Shatzos though, this one isn't really as serious of a risk and reward thing, because once you just destroy the star block, the Gordo just kind of goes flying. Like, it can't really hurt you anymore, it's just flying away. Off into the afterlife. I'll meet you on the other side, buddy. Wish you the best. The room comes to an end, though, by having Kirby enter this giant tree, and here we're met with Kirby 64's first vertical section, complete with this really nice dynamic camera that kind of switches around in the tree. It lets you really know it's a tree. Look, it's hard to explain, but it looks pretty cool. You'll meet all sorts of enemies as you go up the tree. You'll be ambushed by these pupas that drop down on you. You'll meet Chili, and I know I already made a big deal about him showing up early and not showing up halfway through the game like he does in the other Shimamura games, but come on, early ice ability. Let's give him another round of applause, everybody. Look what showing up on time does to you. Congratulations, man. I'm so proud of you. And right at the top, you'll even meet this Poppy Bros Jr. who can just straight up kill this Chili here. Apparently these bombs are so deadly they can even kill other enemies. Wow, he is playing with some serious firepower. As we exit the tree, we're met with the first of what I like to call Kirby's Friends sections. Obviously, these sections feature Kirby meeting up with one of his friends in the stage to help him out, but what these sections actually are in terms of their substance is usually not consistent. I mean, sometimes you get some pretty similar ones, but sometimes you just get them showing up and not really adding anything to the gameplay, they just show up. But typically they do follow some kind of formula, and with the Waddle Dee sections, he usually comes up with some kind of transportation thing to get you around the level. And while some of the ones you see later on in the game do actually change the gameplay, this one just kind of adds a little something interesting into the level for a little bit. Waddle Dee just has this giant weird contraption thing that kind of takes you across from one tree to the other. He's on this little log thing, constantly moving around and spinning it, while Kirby's expected to sit on the little bottom log floating raft on stick. I think my brain just fried. But you see it, you know what it is, it's probably doing more justice to what this thing actually is than I can do in my own words. And while what the devs probably intended you to do in this section for the most part is pretty boring, you know, just waiting around, occasionally grabbing a few point stars, I do have a lot of fun with this part, mostly just running around, messing around on this thing, sometimes just going up and standing on Waddle Dee, or even helping him move his little thingy. It's a section that isn't full of fun design or anything, but it can be as fun as you make it. Although there is one piece of brilliant design here, which is our first crystal shard. As you sit around in the bed of logs, this thing is lifting up, the camera kind of angles down, and you get a good view at the black abyss below you. You can also see a little trail of point stars that leads down to a crystal shard. This one is actually surprisingly tricky for only being the 4th crystal shard in the game, because what you're supposed to do is jump off the little log raft thing, collect the shard, and then immediately fly back up, which is easier said than done. Now, to be fair, you don't actually need to recover to get the crystal shard. If you just fall and let Kirby die, you still get it. Kirby 64 is a very lenient game when it comes to its collectibles, but if you want to do that and also keep your life counter at the same amount, yeah, it can be a little tricky to pull off. You gotta make sure you're jumping perfectly so that you can actually get on top of the log thing and making sure it's not just completely blocking your escape. Plus, there's also the limit on Kirby's hover, which, now that I think about it, is actually the only reason this is really any difficult. If you could just fly infinitely, it wouldn't really be a problem. But it's really nice seeing Kirby's limited hover actually making some challenges in the game a little more difficult. Very simple shard, but a very effective one, and this was a very nice ride. Thank you for the ride, Waddle Dee. Appreciate it, dude. This room in the second tree is pretty brief. There's just a few glunks that hang from the ceiling, plus a few goodies you can see on the sides, but what you're supposed to do is just go and jump right down this hole, and eventually you'll be faced with the next mid-boss, a giant bouncy. The giant bouncy is a nice step up from the giant NZ purely because, well, the bouncy actually moves around a little bit, and so does its ammo, which are all these mini bouncies you'll have to spit back at it. You actually need to focus where you're aiming your attacks, and instead of just having a giant punching bag sitting there, the punching bag is constantly springing up and down. It just requires a slight bit more focus, but it's a nice step up. And she even gives you your second crystal shard once she goes down. As you exit the tree, you're met with another cutscene though, this time depicting Adeline, just minding her own business in the forest, painting whatever it is she's painting, until suddenly one of the crystal shards lands right by her feet. Obviously, it catches her attention, she lifts it up, she inspects it, but that leaves her open to an ambush by Dark Rimura, and she meets a similar fate to Waddle Dee. Cut to a scene of Kirby and friends walking through the forest, they meet Adeline, they catch her attention, and suddenly, white woman jump scare! Ah! So Adeline's fight here is a homage to the Addo fight from Dreamland 3, and oh, did I let that in here? My bad, left the door open. Alright, so who is Adeline, and is she Ado, or are these different people? Well, the truth is, we don't really have an official source confirming it, but there's also not an official source denying it. Personally, if you ask me, I think the idea of two human girls living on planet Popstar, both wearing green, with the ability to bring their paintings to life is just such a crazy coincidence that there can only be a single one. Unless maybe they're sisters or something. I think it's pretty obvious where I stand on this. I think these are the same person. One of the best theories I've heard that supports this is one related to Dreamland 3 and how the game shortens all of its boss names. You got things like Wispy Woods being shortened to Wispy, Pon and Con being shortened to PonCon, so maybe Adeline was just shortened to Ado. There's already a ton of evidence connecting them, and I think this is really just the nail in the coffin for that theory. But obviously, you're free to disagree. I mean, no one from HAL is really stepping up and confirming anything on this, and they're just leaving it a whole vague mystery mess thing, and just expecting you to find your own conclusion from it, so I fully support whatever kind of theories you guys have about this, but if you ask me, Ado and Adeline are the same person. Case closed. Let's get back to talking about the game. The first part of the fight has Adeline sending out a whole horde of painting enemies at you one at a time, including an NZ, a Brontobert, a Mariel, a Mumbies, and... Sis, what is that? I bet you're looking at this and thinking Adeline painted something absolutely vile, and... you're probably right, but not like that. Get your mind out of the gutter. According to my own research, it's not uncommon for gross things in Japanese media, like gross food or bugs, to be censored like this. So, for all we know, she could have just drawn some really nasty food not even Kirby would want to eat. Or maybe she's using his ultimate weakness against him, and it's... a caterpillar. Clearly, whatever it is, though, it didn't work. I mean, Kirby's down to eat whatever this thing is, so... make of that what you will. But still, it's pretty funny to imagine she'd just make gross food or... a caterpillar to counter Kirby like that. That's just hilarious. Once again, this strange, unknown, censored creature is just another perfect example of that weird Kirby 64 vibe. I don't think there's a single other game in this series where you're gonna find an enemy that's literally just a blob of pixels that is probably more than the sum of its parts, more than what we're seeing. Keep on being mysterious and weird censored painting creature. The sprites of all these enemies are inspired by Dreamland 3, which is a really cute little homage, just like this whole fight itself, and I love the way these enemies look. From here on out, though, Adeline takes things a step further and starts painting bigger and stronger enemies for Kirby to fight, with the first one showing up in the second phase, being Ice Dragon. Yeah, if the Dreamland 3 homage wasn't already obvious, here you got Ice Dragon using his Dreamland 3 sprite, the moveset being practically identical to the one that Ice Dragon painting had back in the Ado fight. Obviously, he doesn't really do too much. He'll just slide his ice cubes across the floor and jump to the other side of the room, but for what it is, it works pretty well. It's just a smaller part of a greater fight, and once again, like I said back when we were looking at the Ado fight in the Dreamland 3 video, I think that's a nice way to handle these more limited boss movesets. The final phase, though, takes things up a step further by actually having Adeline paint Dark Matter, who actually behaves a lot like the Krakow painting from Dreamland 3, dropping down these weird blobs of dark matter and swooping across the room, complete with a really unique and cool-looking sprite. Something I really like about this is that they don't just directly go for ripping the actual Dark Matter sprite from Dreamland 3. Again, to draw another comparison to the Dreamland 3 video, specifically to when I was discussing the game's finale, there's something about Dark Matter and Zero and their sprites and the way they look in the game that just feels a little out of place with the rest of the game, and I think actually having a more Dreamland 3 looking sprite really hammers that in even further. It's just such a nice touch. And once all of her paintings go down, Adeline just becomes frustrated and she does the most Adeline thing she can. She jumps off her perch in the background to fight Kirby head-on and take matters into her own hands, and... this fight, much like the Waddle Doo fight, is pretty simple. There's not, like, too much going on here, although it is a smidge more complex. But that doesn't really do much to turn me off of it, besides it just being a little lacking in gameplay substance in that regard, because it's just so easy. The whole thing is just a big love letter to Dreamland 3. There's just so much love poured into this, so much attention to detail, and overall it's just a really impressive fight. Not only does it share its simplicity with Waddle Doo, but it shares that same crazy amount of effort that went into a fight you literally only get to do once per save file. It's stuff like this that really makes that thing Takashi Saito said back in that interview we looked at much earlier, you know, the one where the devs said they canned Kirby 64 Carry-On because they knew they could do better. It's the stuff like this that really makes that mindset so obvious. You guys did not need to go so hard on these fights, but you did, and I love you for it. So with another crystal shard in hand and the possessed Adeline knocked out, oh, look at that high five. Adeline quickly wakes up and agrees to join the group and help them on their quest to collect all the crystal shards and defeat Dark Matter once and for all. And so the quartet head off into the distance, onward to Castle DDD. Stage 3 starts off with an amazing spectacle shot. It's one of the first showings of Kirby 64's truly incredible camera. It has Kirby moving along this path that loops around Castle DDD and heads right inside of it, and the nice view you get of the castle from all the angles as you slowly approach it. It's just so cool. The level design here isn't really anything to write home about, but it's got some pretty nice enemy placements. You got some more aerial threats here like Bronto Burts, as well as having Sir Kibbles attacking you from above while perched on blocks. Plus, this stage also marks the first encounter with Scud, this little missile enemy who gives you the bomb ability. Much love for Scud. Anyways, as you slowly make your way over to Castle DDD, the perspective shifts to this really cool shot as Kirby hops onto the lowered bridge of Castle DDD and goes inside. I really love how this just highlights just how massive the castle is as you watch the tiny Kirby slowly move across this drawbridge to get inside. It's so cool. And speaking of cool, look at this. It's a shame we only get to see stuff like this for a few rooms here, because the interior of Castle DDD in Kirby 64, it's beautiful. It's probably the best Castle DDD has ever looked. This right here is such a fine example of the way Kirby 64 is able to, like, build its world, build its levels outside of the actual level design, because this room is quite literally just a hallway with a single enemy, but it sure doesn't feel like it because there's just so much detail packed into the background. It feels like a real location you could explore. But because it's Kirby 64, you're only on a 2D plane. You're only exploring just a little piece of this world, and that's something I love about the way Kirby 64 just designs its stages. And speaking of this room, the single enemy in here is one of my favorites in the whole game, the Ghost Knight. I really love this guy. And it's not just because I think they have a pretty cool design, but because I think that they're one of the most fun enemies to contend with in Kirby 64, mostly thanks to their unique mechanic with their shield. What this shield does is it blocks any and all projectiles that come their way so long as they're idle, because you can actually hit them with projectiles if you just bait their lance attack first. I just think this is a super cool mechanic. I just love it so much, and they require a little more thought to take down with certain abilities than most enemies in Kirby games, and that's the main reason why I like these guys. Most enemies in Kirby games just kind of exist so you can plow over them or get a copy ability, but these guys really feel like they're posing a genuine challenge, like they're offering something you don't get with a lot of other enemies, and I think that's really cool. And if you thought that first room looked good, get ready, because the next one just looks even better. Check this out. You got this nice dark lighting that makes things like the star candles pop out more. You got the beautiful stained glass windows in the back. It's just a true spectacle, pure eye candy right here. It's a shame we don't get more of this aesthetic. The actual contents of this room just has Kirby ride around on this kind of slow moving platform. It's nothing too exciting gameplay wise, but it's nice to just be able to sit back and just appreciate just how gorgeous this room is. And besides, you're not just left there without anything to do, because there's also some Bronto Birds that try to attack you by swooping in from the background and trying to strike Kirby down. This is one of the first instances of Kirby 64 actually making use of its 3D environments in the gameplay, and you know, it's a small thing, but it's something I really love to see. It just goes to show how hard Kirby 64 is pushing the 3D aspect, despite being a 2D platformer. And the classy atmosphere of the castle is only further amplified by the song that plays here, which oddly enough doesn't actually have any official name, mostly because it wasn't included on the Kirby 64 soundtrack CD. And I mean, most of the stage themes are on there, so it's kind of weird to see this one get exempt. I mean, I know off the top of my head there's another stage theme that isn't included on the CD, which makes sense. I get why they wouldn't include that one, but this one really seems like a weird inclusion. I mean, I'd be down to listen to this on my Kirby 64 soundtrack CD. That aside though, most people just refer to this one as Castle DDD or Rockstar Quicksand in reference to a future stage this song also plays in. And fun fact, this song is actually a remix of Iceberg from Dreamland 3, although the way that they remix the song in 64 makes it sound almost unrecognizable if you're not just listening for it. It takes a small portion from that really intense and frantic track, and it just turns it into something super relaxed, super soothing, super classy, and it just continues the Dark Matter Trilogy trend Dreamland 3 started, where songs from previous games just get taken and turned into these completely different versions that are able to invoke completely different feelings. It's just amazing stuff, and I just love the cute little detail of having this song play inside Castle DDD of all places, because, you know, it's a remix of the song from Dreamland 3 that literally only played in one of the Castle DDD levels. It's just a perfect little nod, and I think remixing it like this really shows the piece Popstar is in right now. I mean, there's a soft dark matter invasion going on over here, but it's really not a big worldwide threat like it was in Dreamland 3. Just a very, very nice little reference there. The next room here is kind of a transitional room, just a few jumps upward dodging these Gordos, but once again it just looks absolutely stunning. I love the light that shines down from the little door at the very top, how it just contrasts against the otherwise very dark lighting, plus the white water at the very bottom of this room is pretty nice. There's not too much going on here, but man, it's just a really cool looking room. Now Kirby's back outside and wandering across some of the higher areas of Castle DDD. There's some decent enemy variety as you go through this little area, like some bumbers that drop down on you or some Sir Kibbles, and trust me, these Sir Kibbles will be important because once you go back inside the castle, the very first thing you're met with is this suspicious green block guarding a crystal shard right at the bottom of this room here. Obviously, a lot like the out-of-place Black Rock from Popstar Stage 1, this is yet another ability-specific object you need a certain copy ability to break, and this time, because it's green, you'll need the Cutter ability, which is pretty easy to get because of the Sir Kibbles in the previous room. Unlike the Bomb Rock though, this Cutter block can't be broken by using any old Cutter ability because of where it's placed. Even if you just do the bare minimum and go in trying to do it with the base Cutter, it's not going to work. You need something with a little more downwards range if you want to break this block, and I think that that's a really good approach. Not only because it's super easy to get a Cutter ability like that, because if you just mix two Sir Kibbles in the room above, you can get double Cutter, which can very easily plow through this block. In fact, it's always been my go-to choice for destroying it, but because it's just a subtle step up from the Bomb Rock. You can't use every single Cutter ability to break this thing like you could with the Bomb one, but it's not requiring you to use a certain power combo like some other ability-specific objects will have you do later on. It's just a very nice way of easing the player into this idea even further. Anyways, once you get a big Cutter ability and destroy that block and nab that crystal shard, you're met with another Kirby's Friends section, this time with Adeline, who's here to paint Kirby a helpful item, which is what she does most of the time when she shows up. Compared to Kirby's other friends, she's mostly here for support rather than changing or enhancing the gameplay, although she does eventually go on to contribute to a few puzzles throughout the game, as you'll see later. But usually she's just here to paint Kirby a helpful item, and whatever item she paints is usually dependent on Kirby's health. If Kirby is missing even one hit point, Adeline will paint him a Maxim Tomato in order to fully recover, but if Kirby's health is maxed out, then Adeline will paint him a 1-up instead. Adeline doesn't really offer too much to the gameplay, but it's always nice to see her around, and her support is much appreciated. The next room over is the real highlight of the stage though. It's just this massive staircase with these huge steps you gotta jump up while dodging all sorts of enemies and collecting point stars as you slowly work your way up to the very top of the castle. It's amazing. The spectacle here is just incredible. Just the way this staircase turns as you go up it. You can see the stairs in the background as well as the enemies, which are, you okay there, pal? Plus, there's also that beautiful, snazzy fountain right there in the center. It's just a very nice thing to just put in the center of this huge staircase. It's all just so incredible. It's a wonderful sight, and it can even help you reveal the second crystal shard if you don't already know the location of it already. It's placed right above the structure you enter this room from, which is a nice and kinda unsuspecting spot, so it's really cool just having this staircase kind of reveal that to you if it's not already obvious. And you can even do a cool little skip from there too. You can just completely skip over this whole massive staircase and go up to the next floor just by taking full advantage of this little ledge thing right here. I don't know if it was intentional, but it's a very cool shortcut to save some time. Anyways, these climbable chains here are the final thing the stage has to throw at you before the end, and climbing up these things spawns these B-Vault enemies, which, confession time, I actually used to call these guys Dr. Cheese as a kid. These were Dr. Cheeses. I really could not tell you where that name came from, but it'll always be Dr. Cheese in my heart. Just look at this guy and tell me he doesn't look like a Dr. Cheese. Back on track, these B-Vault enemies just kind of chase Kirby up and down a chain if he's on it for too long. They don't do too much, but as something to kind of pressure you from staying on a climbable object for too long, I think they do their job nicely. There's quite a few different chains you could try climbing up around here, but I think the answer to which chain actually leads out of the castle is pretty obvious. Spoilers, it's the one with the light shining down, you know, like the one room before. It's got the light shining down because there's a door above it. And after you climb up there, you're greeted with another cutscene where Kirby and friends encounter King DDD, gazing down upon Dreamland from the very top of his castle. Okay, I know this is going to sound unbelievable, but a crystal shard is landed at the top of Castle DDD, and obviously DDD wants it all to himself. Kirby knows exactly what's up, plus he needs that shard in order to help save Ripple Star, so him and DDD kind of have a bit of a quarrel, until suddenly Dark Rimuru shows up, takes control of DDD, and DDD jump scare. Ah! But before we worry about that, I just want to give this cutscene a little extra praise because, man, I just love this cutscene so much. Mostly because it's the introduction of DDD, and I'd argue DDD is probably one of, if not the most expressive characters in Kirby 64. It's a big reason why 64 DDD is my favorite DDD and still is my favorite DDD. You get so many different emotions here, and it's not just DDD who's great because everyone else is just so great too. You get tons of wonderful reactions from Waddle Dee and Adeline, and of course there's just Kirby doing the thing. Okay, so onto the possessed DDD fight itself, and as you'd probably guess, it's a lot like Dreamland 3's DDD fight, although it's been significantly toned down, much like the Ado fight, because, you know, it's an early game boss now. The first phase has a few different attacks DDD can do, including swinging his hammer down, inhaling, or doing a DDD jump that plays out exactly as you'd expect. And once that phase goes down, which is really only a matter of time, you'll see the new and improved possessed DDD float around, attacking Kirby with dark orbs that come out of his stomach eyeball, or chasing him down with his giant stomach maw thing to try and eat him. While I'd say between all three of the possessed Kirby's friends fights, this one kind of leaves the least of an impact on me, I won't deny that for what it is, this fight is still pretty nice. The gameplay is once again nothing to write home about. It's really nothing special. It's just super easy, especially in comparison to Dreamland 3's DDD fight. Oh, and as I learned going back to these fights for a little more footage, you can also just straight up stun lock DDD, so I'm sorry, Waddle Doo. Looks like you're not the easiest one after all. But man, everything else is just so on point here. I love this spectacle of having Kirby and DDD fight on the very top of the castle. And of course, there's just the shock value of watching the possessed DDD just do all this weird stuff with his stomach. It's just as impactful as it was in Dreamland 3, if not even more so, because this isn't a Sprite King DDD doing this stuff anymore. This is a 3D model. By technicality, this is a more realistic possessed DDD ripping his stomach open to reveal a gaping maw trying to chow down on Kirby. So yeah, for what it is, really well put together fight. It's a little on the easy side, but still, it's pretty fun, and just like all the other battles among friends, it's just really well put together and leaves a great impression, even if you only get to play it one time per save, which I still don't really get why they did that. And so, with DDD knocked out and another crystal shard collected, Kirby and friends quickly jump off the castle. Yeah, I think they'll be fine, because I know they're fine, because they're fine in the next cutscene. And also because, you know, it's a Kirby game, no one's gonna be breaking their bones jumping off a giant castle. Well, except for Waddle Dee. Not because he jumps off the castle and dies, but because but because he stays behind in order to convince the knocked out, humbled DDD to join Kirby and friends on their journey to save Ripple Star. And man, this is just such a cute little interaction with these two here. It's nice to see Waddle Dee and DDD interact like this, and I love the way it all just builds up to DDD's big "I'll come along too" moment. And speaking of that, I just love the way DDD is portrayed in Kirby 64 in general, mostly thanks to these few cutscenes right here. Obviously, I love it when DDD is just a friendly friend with everyone, but it's always nice seeing a little bit of edge on him too, maybe give him a little bit of attitude or some pridefulness, maybe even a little bit of a playful rivalry with Kirby. Those might not be like the most positive traits you could give to DDD, but I do think at the end of the day, those are kind of things that are baked into his character. As long as you kind of keep those things in check and just make sure he's not like a full-on antagonist beefing with Kirby all the time, because I mean, we're like 3 decades past that, then those are just things I always love to see in DDD's character, and I think Kirby 64 just does a good job showing those things off, along with his more positive qualities, like his heroic side you can see here, where he pushes his own stubbornness aside, more or less just to help out Ribbon and her whole situation. And she's just this random fairy girl he barely knows at this point too. Even if he does have a little bit more of an attitude in Kirby 64, as gets clearly shown in later cutscenes, DDD's just a big lovable lug in this game. He's always just trying to help out, and he just gets so many good moments in Kirby 64. I just love 64 DDD so much. Such an amazing portrayal of the character. It's definitely up there as one of the best DDD portrayals the Kirby series has ever seen, if you ask me. And so, the gang is all back together, but it's not quite time to move on from Popstar quite yet, because there's still one more thing standing between Kirby and friends and the next planet, and that is the first boss fight and the last crystal shard that boss is guarding. And you might want to sit down for this one, but that first boss is Wispy Woods. The Wispy Woods fight in 64 has always been one of, if not my absolute favorite fight with the Evil Tree, you know, fights with his distant relatives notwithstanding. But before we get into it, what's that? You hear that? Is that the best regular boss theme in Kirby history? This thing is just pure bliss from beginning to end. It just captures the feeling of being locked in combat with a strong enemy, and the way it just builds up to its climax, and then there's the breakdown and the trumpets and the flutes before it loops with that really dramatic part. Oh, it's just, oh, Ishikawa, how do you do it? How do you always cook so hard? It's just such an incredible theme. It just always gets me in that boss fighting mood, if you know what I mean. And you know, I think because this is the best regular Kirby boss theme we're talking about, I think it's pretty fitting that it accompanies the best set of bosses the series has ever seen too. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if that's a controversial opinion at all, but Kirby 64's bosses are really just something else, man. And there's just so much that goes into them that makes them all just so incredible. But we'll get to them when we get to them. But I mean, we're also getting to one right now, Wispy Woods, so let's do it. As you'd expect from the Dark Matter Trilogy, the Wispy Woods fight has a little bit of a twist on it, but this time, Wispy isn't sick or turning cartoonishly evil. Instead, he's turning really evil, because he's sending out his own children to do battle with Kirby. That's low. What's wrong with you, dude? But anyways, the first phase feels like the ultimate culmination of all the basic gameplay mechanics just put into a boss fight. You got your 3 Wispy Woods Juniors all bouncing around here, and to defeat one, you have to hit it 2 times. These little sprouts follow a set pattern, jumping back and forth with short and long hops, as well as firing out a single short-ranged air puff at Kirby. And if you choose to go in without an ability, you'll have to use the art of sucking things up to inhale the apples that Wispy Woods occasionally spews out to fire them back as ammo against his own children. I'm still not over that. What is wrong with you? Unlike what you'd expect from a Wispy Woods fight, though, this isn't just a mindless game of suck and spit, because these Wispy Woods Juniors bounce all over the place, and if you're not paying close attention or actively looking for openings, like when they fire out their air puff and stop moving for a little bit, they can actually be a little tricky to hit. It's like the perfect test of using all the inhaling techniques you've probably gotten accustomed to, assuming you were going without copy abilities up to this point. It's just a perfect basic little culmination of that idea to close out the first world. But why exactly am I focusing so much on just using the raw basic ability-less gameplay here? Well, that's because one thing I think Kirby 64's bosses do surprisingly well that really gets overlooked a lot of the time is they just strike this perfect balance between using normal Kirby and using copy abilities. This is a balance that's kind of achieved in the modern games as well by having the normal star bullets do more damage than most attacks from copy abilities, but back during these days, yeah, things were pretty lopsided. Most of the time, abilities were either overpowered or underpowered against bosses, but Kirby 64 just does an incredible job balancing that, and I'll show you just what I mean. While playing with normal Kirby, the main challenge comes from actually trying to hit the Wispy Woods Juniors, but while you're playing with an ability, the odds are you're going to be struggling a little more with actually approaching these guys. If you get a little too cocky with your ability, or if it's a close-ranged one, it can be pretty easy to just wind up in their line of sight and getting trampled by them. So while you have a more reliable method of attack, one that you could just use over and over again without needing to rely on any outside force, you do need to play a little more carefully, because compared to normal Kirby, you're constantly putting yourself in a lot more danger by using a copy ability. And this perfect balance is something that just continues on into the next phase, after you slaughter all of his children and Wispy Woods gets mad. I mean, dude, I was telling you it was a bad idea to send your children out there. If they meant this much to you, why would you use them as pawns to settle your beef? What is wrong with you, dude? Alright, that's enough. So what actually goes on in Phase 2? Well, Wispy Woods' basic attack pattern starts by having him circle around the arena, following Kirby, until he shoots out an air puff straight in his direction, before shaking himself, sending out a giant barrage of apples, and once all those apples go away, Wispy Woods pokes 4 roots all throughout the arena, which is your main method of hitting him while he's camping in the background. Now, these attacks aren't really too threatening, especially the air puff. I have never gotten hit by the air puff in my life. But there is kind of a little bit of a risk-reward thing going on, assuming you're going the normal Kirby route on this fight. And that's because when Wispy Woods sends out his giant barrage of apples, really the only way you're going to be attacking him without an ability, you could try to go for multiple apples at once inside Kirby's mouth to get a double star bullet, which can be a little risky because you're going to be a little more likely to put yourself into harm's way doing this. But man, if you do it, it really pays off, because the way Wispy Woods positions his roots during his root attack, it's really not too difficult to just get your piercing star bullet to pierce through 2 of his roots, which does a whopping quadruple times the amount of damage you'd be normally doing. Just 2 of these double star bullets is enough to knock Wispy Woods out, and it's actually much faster than you'll be doing with any copy ability. And that's because, thanks to his invincibility frames, with copy abilities, the most you're going to be doing per cycle is 2 hits, which is more than you'll be doing with a single normal Kirby apple shot, making it a more reliable method. But if you're willing to play into that risk and reward thing you can do with normal Kirby, you can have a significantly faster fight. And I think that is just some amazing but extremely subtle design most people are just not going to notice. But yeah, besides that, there isn't really too much noteworthy about this phase. Besides the roots, I think it's pretty cool whenever Wispy Woods uses his roots, because most of the time he's just standing there. It's always cool when instead of coming across the evil tree is coming across you. But that's not all I have to praise though, because the presentation of this fight is just really good, especially considering it's the first boss. It just does everything it can to just wow you. For starters, I just love the way Wispy Woods looks in Kirby 64 with that cool, nice striped pattern pattern on him. Just a very nice design for my favorite / least favorite evil tree, because what he does here is pretty low. I also think it's really cool that this fight has Wispy Woods just in the background the whole time, pretty much. It's kind of like an expansion of the idea of those swooping Brontoverts from last stage, because we actually have a threat attacking you from the background, taking full advantage of that 3D. And speaking of taking full advantage of the 3D, look at that circular arena. This is cool stuff. It's just that perfect middle ground between 2D and 3D. You can literally see where you're about to go in the background, and when you're there, you could see where you were in the background. It's just super cool. There's nothing I love more in a 2D platformer than just being able to watch as the level design kind of shifts with the environment with all sorts of twists and turns, and just making it a giant loop. That is peak. So yeah, for a first boss, there's nothing more I could really ask for. And so it's not long before Wispy Woods eventually falls to Kirby, as you'd expect. And Kirby nabs the last crystal shard on planet Popstar, and just listen to him. Oh. Once the crystal's taken, Kirby and friends gather around Ribbon and her crystal, which opens up to reveal a portal to the next planet, Rockstar. And from there, our heroes agree to go, finally leaving home and really kicking off the journey for real. They're leaving their home behind to explore uncharted territory to help Ribbon out and save the universe, and now they're fully committing to it because the journey has only just begun. Popstar is such an incredibly strong opener for Kirby 64. In fact, it's my favorite first world out of any Kirby game. It's just so good. It's got memorable and fun stages, a really cool boss fight, and its way of teaching the player in just such a subtle way and just subtly prepping them for the rest of the game is just something I admire so much. It's pretty easy to overlook some of that stuff because a lot of it is pretty subtle and Popstar is a pretty basic area, so maybe some of the flatter level design kind of makes it a turnoff for some people, but for me, once things really click and you notice how all that really cool subtle teaching is just laced into these stages, then you just really see Popstar as a really impressive first world because it's just doing its job. Undeniably, it is a great first world. It is a great opener and a great introduction. And that's not to mention how much I love the kinda sorta little story they got going on here too. They got Kirby meeting all his friends and doing battle with their possessed selves. And it's just so cool. It's not often I can praise a world in a Kirby game for giving us cool character moments, but hey, Popstar's got them. Popstar might be my least favorite out of all the worlds in Kirby 64, but that certainly does not mean it's lacking. Oh no, absolutely not. While it does a great job teaching the player, it is basic, but that's kinda what comes with being the first world. None of these stages are really among my favorites in the game, but I still have to shower them with heaps of praise because they just do their job so good. Popstar should give a player a pretty good first impression of what they're getting into, but it also holds back a little. Kirby 64 doesn't just want to immediately throw the best stuff at the player right away, and I think Popstar being the weakest out of all the worlds is honestly a good thing because that means Kirby 64 doesn't just immediately peak at the beginning. And it really just shows how much the game has to offer and how much the gameplay kind of evolves and just gets more interesting as you go along. Because Popstar is just like the basic template. It's the most basic Kirby 64 you're gonna get because everything just keeps getting better and better and better from here. And speaking of getting better, onward to Rockstar. Let's rock! Ooh, you hear that? That was a good one. That was a good one. Rockstar is the token desert world of Kirby 64, so obviously it makes sense for the very first stage of Rockstar to thrust you immediately into a desert. And it actually looks pretty nice too. It's pretty easy for desert areas in games to feel a little barren, look a little empty, because, you know, it's a desert, but Kirby 64 does a really good job kind of capturing that desert feel without making it feel too barren and lifeless. It just has a very nice Kirby-like touch to it, with all the cacti, and I really like the background here too. It looks a little weird, kind of ghostly, but maybe that was the intention. Maybe it's a hardware limitation thing, but maybe they are trying to go for a Mirage look, which really fits with the desert. Speaking of all this presentation stuff, the stage also introduces a brand new music track here, which is aptly named Rockstar, which we'll see a few times throughout the game, and I really like this track. It's got some pretty standard desert sounding instruments, but it also has this nice rock sound to it, which, you know, fits because it's Rockstar. It's a really good song, super memorable, goes really hard, just a very, very nice desert theme for Kirby 64. The stage opens on a pretty linear area, but it's got plenty of enemies and platforms that make things a little more interesting. Some notable things here include the cacti enemies, which are these little cactus guys who sometimes roll around, sometimes hop up and down. They're just very cool little guys. Plus, they also grant the needle ability, which is nice as well. And there's also these Sandman enemies, these little sand creatures who just kind of pop out of the ground whenever Kirby approaches. There's also some cairns here too, which, you know, will be important later. Remember those guys. It's not too long before you eventually run into these ancient ruins, and our first crystal shard is not too far away. You see, this room is divided into these two different paths. The main path just has Kirby moving forward, mostly avoiding the thwomp-like I-cubed enemies, which... Also, why are they called I-cubed? I don't know what that name means. I think I just finally put it together why they're called I-cubed, because it's like an I on a cube. That's kind of crazy. But while you're taking this path, you'll probably notice that one I cubed is a little lower than the other ones, which is actually a subtle hint about the top path because, well, you could also just fly up here and go against these platforms that are above the I cubes. And if you just go along this path doing some light platforming or just flying over most of it, you'll eventually find the first crystal shard. And I gotta say, this is a really nicely tucked away secret one that's got some nice subtle hinting to it as well. Very good crystal shard here. Continuing up from this room though, we're met with our next mid-boss encounter, this giant cacti that bounces up and down on this giant sand hill, while some other cacti appear bouncing on the slope of the hill as well. The giant cacti is easy enough if you just target them, but the little guys can be a real problem, especially if you're up close to the big one. These little guys could just get way too close for comfort sometimes. Once you take him out, you get your next crystal shard, and... oh no. Yep, say hello to what might be the most boring room in all of Kirby 64, the Rockstar Stage 1 auto-scrolling room. Now, there's something else on Rockstar that kind of gives this room a run for its money of being the most boring part of the game, which we'll get to soon enough. But thankfully, these are really the only two instances where I feel like I can use the word boring to describe a part of Kirby 64, because... wow, the scrolling is just so slow. And I mean, that's not to say auto-scrollers are inherently bad. I mean, take a look at Dream 1-3. There were some pretty good auto-scrolling bits or stages in that game. I will stand by that. Some of that auto-scrolling stuff was pretty good. But in here, the design is just really not engaging. It's like really simplistic. Kirby just kind of waits as the room slowly fills up with sand, mostly standing on the sand, while some blocky sloped platforms kind of come down that Kirby needs to run across, while also making sure he doesn't get crushed by them. I mean, they try to spice it up a little bit by throwing in some enemies and hazards. Most notably, there's a Gordo that blocks your way, which is probably the only thing here that could be considered remotely interesting. But yeah, this part is just really not it, and it's kind of a little bit of a blemish on Rockstar Stage 1 because it's really solid otherwise. I just really do not like this part very much. It's just something that's a little tedious and kind of boring, but really, it's harmless. Thankfully though, our old pal Waddle Dee eventually shows up, popping his little head through the ceiling of this room to help us escape this auto-scrolling nightmare, and it's back out into the fresh air, and finally, we have control over where we're going again. Thank Void for naturally scrolling sections. As we exit the ruins and go down, we quickly notice our first power combo specific crystal shard, which is pretty easy to notice because why exactly does the giant stone statue face have a brown and yellow nose? What's up with that? Well, obviously, if you've been paying, like, any attention to the game's crystal shard so far, it's pretty obvious you need the brown and yellow abilities to break this, you know, stone and spark. You need that power combo to break this giant nose. And while there's no stone enemies in this section, you could have picked up a cairn earlier on in the stage, so it's really not too bad. Well, besides the fact you'd have to go through the auto-scroller again if you didn't have the stone ability with you already, but you know, it's not too big of a deal. And if you don't have the spark ability, which is probably likely at this point because the game didn't give you the spark ability in this stage at all, well, don't worry because a Sparky appears later on in this section. It requires a little bit of backtracking, including going up this giant hill here to get the Sparky, and then backtracking over to destroy the giant nose, but it's well designed enough, and it's nice for the first power combo specific crystal shard. It's pretty forgiving and lenient if you don't have the copy ability required. So just give that giant stone stone statue, a little bit of facial reconstruction by smashing his nose in with a giant electrified rock, and you'll get your third crystal shard. But what else does this section have to offer? Well, as I mentioned before, there's a giant hill during this section, which is really cool as the main set piece of this final part. There's a cool little oasis on the top. There's all sorts of enemies around this place, including some Scarfies, which make their first appearance here and will probably catch some poor children off guard if they try to suck them up. And even if some poor kid didn't try to suck them up, the Scarfies still probably gave that poor kid some nightmares, because in Kirby 64, now they just go mutant and start chasing you whenever you're not looking. And I actually think that this is a pretty nice change, because usually Scarfies just become a complete joke and non-threatening in the slightest whenever you do have a copy ability on you. So it's nice to see them actually put up a little bit more of a fight, and it's still got that same shock value too, because I mean, if you were playing a Kirby game for the first time and you saw the cute cat thing turn into this weird cycloptic demon thing that starts chasing you whenever you stop looking in its direction, yeah, I think you'd be pretty scared too. As you go down for the mountain though, it's mostly just another straight stretch of land, although there are some more enemies that show up, including Gabons returning from Dreamland 3, still doing their same bone-throwing shenanigans and running away whenever you take away their skulls. And these new enemies, goblins, these giant cactus things that just attack you from the background by slamming down on Kirby, which interestingly enough can only be defeated by Kirby's inhale whenever they're trying to slam down. But despite all those little obstacles, the goal is still just a quick walk away, and Kirby and friends will be having their picnic in the scorching hot, barren desert in no time. Up next is Stage 2, and right off the bat, I gotta say, I love the shift in environment here, going from that more barren desert environment in Stage 1 to this more grassy plains-esque thing we have going on here in Stage 2. It's not really something super apparent in Popstar, although you still did kind of get a taste of that, mostly with the forest stage, but something I just love about Kirby 64 is the way it always takes a basic world concept and just runs with it. It stretches it out as far as it can, and every single level is just taking a different idea related to that world's overall theme, and it just creates a whole slew of unforgettable stages. Remember when I called Rockstar a desert world a little while earlier? Well, that's only like half true, because I mean, most of the stages do involve some kind of desert aesthetic in some way. Stage 2, not really. But if there is something that really unites all of Rockstar's stages, it's this idea of ruins. Every single stage here just takes this idea of ancient ruins and cool stuff like that and just runs with it and does its own thing. And what's really cool here is the way it ties into Rockstar's overall lore, which I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. Let's just wait a little bit to talk about the Rockstar lore, because let's get back on topic with Stage 2, and I can't ignore it anymore. Just listen to that angelic music. This song here, simply known as Ruins, is just amazing. It is magical. As a kid, I'll be honest, I didn't really think too much of this song, but a part of growing up is realizing that the Kirby 64 Ruins music is peak, and you just had no taste when you were a kid. It just embodies the feeling of exploring some sort of ancient, majestic place forgotten from centuries ago. I love that wonderful sense of wonder. The song also has this strange, isolating feeling to it too, which I think also adds to why it's so special, because it's just so beautiful, but it also makes you feel like alone and isolated. And I think that really captures the kind of vibe this stage is going for, as well as a certain other stage we'll get to soon enough that also uses the Ruins music track. The song is pretty simplistic, mostly making use of this bell that's a constant throughout the song, but what really makes it special is the way the song just constantly builds and builds until it eventually loops, just adding more and more instruments on top of the bell to create something truly magical. We seriously need this to be remixed one day. The first part of the stage is all about pillars and columns, doing a really nice job of kind of hinting at the ruins that are up ahead. You use these pillars to do some light platforming. You also come across pillars that try to drop down on Kirby from the background, which result in instant death, assuming you get crushed. And these pillars even get used in ways that benefit enemies and make going up against them a little more difficult. Look over there, it's the legend himself, Hack! If you think that this literal axe with two tiny little feet is not one of the best Kirby enemies of all time, you are lying. This is peak character design. Never quite understood why this guy gives you stone. I mean, maybe they're a stone cutting axe instead of a cutting axe, which is why they don't give you cutter instead, which I think would make more sense, but Hack is a walking axe that gives you the stone ability. beautiful. The first part here also makes some fun use of some enemies, including this Snruff you see running between these two fallen pillars, which is not only nice because, you know, it's a fun little challenge to kind of nab the food this Snruff keeps running over, but it also serves as a really nice introduction to the Snruff enemy itself, because this is the first time you see one of these guys in Kirby 64, and here you just see one running around in this enclosed area where you can kind of watch from a distance and gauge what it does. And as I mentioned earlier, there's some stone structures that have these Rockies that try to drop down on Kirby, which can be a little surprising at first considering the pillars get smaller and smaller as you go along, but still, it's a really nice idea, and it makes use of Rockies being, you know, rocks. Their whole point is to just drop down and try to crush Kirby. As we head into the next room, the first thing we're greeted with is the main star of this room before we actually go into the ruins themselves, this giant structure, mostly made of pillars and stone. This room is just so cool. Once you take away this giant structure, it's just kind of a mad dash to get into the ruins. But with this thing here, there is just so much added to this room. I mean, you could just completely skip over it if you wanted to, you know, if you didn't care about that crystal shard in there. But if you do choose to engage with it, you will have a good time. It's just such a fun little adventure. First, trying to look for a way into this thing while you're being ambushed by Mumbies. And also, I just wanted to say that sprite work looks amazing on you. Much love, Mumbies. And then you navigate across platforms that break as you walk across them, and you slowly go down deeper and deeper until you're in this room with these two ghost knights that try to poke you as you go down and get the crystal shard at the very bottom. It's just so cool, and I especially love the way the ghost knights are used here. It just takes full advantage of their long, pokey lances to just go through these pillars and try to hit Kirby. This whole room is just masterful. I love it. But now we get a little bit of a change in scenery as we leave this giant pillar structure and the whole grassy plains outdoor area and head into the stage's main focal point, which is more ruins. This first room here goes for this really nice dark lighting where you need to do a little bit of light platforming, and optionally you can do a little more extra light platforming for a 1-up or maxim tomato, or alternatively you could choose to go below the platforms for a little bit and hover to snag the second crystal shard. But what really makes this room so special are these fire-throwing ghost enemies called News. They pop out from holes and throw fire that kind of locks onto Kirby's location as the fire's thrown, and it just does a good job keeping you on your toes because you can't really stay around in one area for too long or else you're gonna get hit by their flames. But anyways, now we really get to start exploring the ruins, and this linear room here is just so good. It's the most complex level design we've had up to this point, and it's great. The main defining thing this room has to offer are these giant crusher things, and when Kirby steps on them, these things just move up so quickly and try to crush him against the ceiling of this room. It's so cool, especially with how you can use these things in order to get a little extra height without needing to stop and hover, which is also encouraged because there are some higher up platforms in this section where you can find some goodies or some enemies in case you're looking for a certain copy ability. Plus, they're just a naturally harrowing gimmick, so I think that's enough to make them a lot of fun. While the colors in these ruins are pretty monochrome and fairly muted, the brownish and orange mixed with the occasional gray really does make this place feel ancient. Plus, there's all sorts of markings and stuff you see all over the place, which adds to that feel further. You feel really out of your element going through here, and it just feels like you're exploring something new, which is only amplified by that incredible music track. And back on topic to those crusher things, I especially like this last one here you kind of see in the water, which also helps you actually get up to the next room. Not only because it's just such a fun use of the gimmick, but because it also kind of combines it with this pool of water you get to see early on you could choose to take a dip in. The whole section is just so well designed. I just love it. So that's cap art. Oh my god, cap art. First sighting of a cap art Kirby 64, baby. We're so back. That is a cap art. Capital K-A-P-A-R. Cap art. Alright, so for the next room, we're back outside, this time going along a little structure in these ruins, which is pretty linear, but once again, the basic design is made up for by the slew of enemies you're going to be facing here, with one of the most notable hazards being these Shotzos that try to shoot at you from the background. Once again, it's just such an amazing use of Kirby 64's 3D, and while these aren't the most threatening, they do encourage you to play a little more carefully to avoid getting hit by their shots. There's also another one that really stands out above the rest, which makes its first appearance here, and it's Propeller. And unlike the ones in Dreamland 3, these ones don't seem to be popping out of eggs, so maybe that's a little bit of a cause for concern because maybe these are adult propellers. But thankfully, we are not dealing with Dreamland 2 propellers here because this purple smiley variety is purple and smiley. Maybe they try to chase Kirby a little bit, but not to the extent of those demons from Dreamland 2. They've really chilled out, like really chilled out, because when you inhale one of these guys, you get the ice ability, because they've just chilled out that much. They're that cool now. Watching the propeller species go from these complete monsters who will stop at nothing to take away your animal friends, to these lax creatures that are just so cool they give you the ice ability, is just such a nice and subtle story packed into the Dark Matter Trilogy. We are watching the evolution of a species as they grow to become friendly friends, which is something I'm saying for the bit, but now that I think about it, that might actually be a very subtle implementation of the Dark Matter Trilogy's main themes, which I think I might be onto something. Oh no. But anyways, proud of you, Propeller. I see all those self-improvement and anger management classes really paid off after all. So as we re-enter the ruins for the final part of the stage, King Dedede quickly rushes in to let Kirby hop on his back, and yeah, you know what time it is. It's Dedede time. The D-Man himself controls pretty similarly to Kirby, although he's lacking a few key abilities like the hover and slide, on top of just being much bigger in general. In exchange for that, Dedede gets to attack by swinging his hammer down, which can also be charged to deal more damage, which is not exactly useful for combat, considering that every single enemy in these Dedede sections goes down in one hit, but it can be pretty useful for breaking down walls that have a little more durability, as we'll see in some later Dedede parts. While Dedede's moveset is a little more limited, even his main attack isn't quite up to par with Kirby's, or most of Kirby's. There's just such a nice novelty of being able to play with Dedede. It just feels good. It feels so fun just being able to control him. I think maybe it's due in part to his restrictions that make him so fun to play as, because there's a little more risk in playing as Dedede, but either way, it's just a nice bit of variety implemented into the gameplay. But the thing that really matters here is the level design, and thankfully, the level design here is just amazing. I love this last room here. It takes that slightly labyrinthian pillar structure we saw earlier on in the stage, and just goes full labyrinthian. Like, this is a straight-up maze you need to work your way through, and I think that's really cool. When it comes to designing maze levels in games, there's a very fine line between, this is good, I love this, and this is terrible, please stop. And this bit here definitely falls into the former camp, partly because it's a pretty small room. You can get a little confused, maybe a little lost, but it's nothing that's going to have you tearing your hair out, and I think that's good. Plus, it also has some helpful markers, like these breakable walls, because once you destroy one of these breakable walls and check whatever's inside, you'll already know that you've been there because you broke the wall. So it's like a marker, don't go here, I know this is a dead end, and I snagged whatever goodies in here, so let's take a different path. This part is among one of Kirby 64's most open sections, and I just love it for that. And what I love even more is that the devs knew it was pretty open and took full advantage of it by hiding the third and final crystal shard somewhere in here. By going up a little bit and mostly sticking to the left, you'll eventually reach this part where there's some ropes you can climb, along with some galbos that make climbing up the ropes a little tricky. And once you get up there, the crystal shard is really not too far away, and I think that this one is just a brilliant crystal shard. It's really nice having this one just be a proper reward for exploring. Just by going around this giant maze, you'll run into it eventually. Hell, you might even run into it on accident while you're just trying to find your way out, and I think that that's really cool. But anyways, the way out of here is really not too difficult, because as you go through the section, it shouldn't take you too long to reach this giant rope that goes all the way up to the very top of the room, because if you just climb this rope and go all the way up to the top, you're right there, you're right at the end of the stage. So it's also just really easy to get through in general once you know the way out. It's really nothing too confusing, and I think that's what makes it such a brilliant maze section. It's not trying to give the player a headache, it's just trying to provide a little bit of fun exploration for the player, on top of maybe just confusing and throwing them off a little bit, which I am perfectly fine with. And so with that last crystal shard collected and that giant tall rope climbed, let's head on out of here and head into stage 3, or down under to stage 3, because you know, it's an underground sand cavern. Skeletons, ooh. Stage 3 starts right off by dropping Kirby from this hole up here and right down into this sand pit that is just filled to the brim with fossils. And as it turns out, there's a ton of water in here too, because the more the stage goes on, the more it just becomes like a full-on water stage, like Kirby 64's first true water level. It's a super cool and original idea that's only amplified in its coolness by the wonderful shades of purple and blue all over the entire stage. The color palette of cool purples and blues just make this stage so memorable and unforgettable. You will not forget get this once you see it. And while the music here isn't anything new, it's the same theme that plays in Castle DDD, it's kind of surprising how well the music also fits here, despite it being more like a Castle DDD theme, you know, with the iceberg motif and all. I mean, this stage isn't really anything too intense, it's fairly lax, so I guess the laid-back song mixed with the overall really cool atmosphere of this place, it just really works. As we go forward, the very first thing we run into are these bonehead enemies, which are these flying skulls that try to get the swoop on Kirby by soaring up above him before trying to drop down and hit him. These guys are just absolutely ridiculous enemies, especially the name Bonehead. Genius. That is a genius name. And while they don't show up too often, they're always a joy to see, and they especially work here considering the whole stage's theming is around fossils. That also makes the Gabons that show up pretty often pretty thematically fitting as well. And now that I think about it, fish bones are also pretty fitting, and fish bones show up a lot throughout the stage. They're pretty prominent, and they're called fish bones, and they look like skeletons. I'm just now realizing why they're all over that stage. This is what I mean. This is why Kirby 64 is such a masterpiece. I just keep finding more new things while I'm just recording and going through my notes. I love you, Kirby 64. Anyways, it's not too long before we come across our very first crystal shard, which is inside the skull of this enormous fossil you encounter on the main path. And as you climb this ancient beast's back, you'll notice this brown spot here that can be broken with a stone ability. Unfortunately, there aren't any stone enemies around this point in the stage, so if you want to get this one, you're going to need to come back with a stone ability from another stage, which is a minor flaw. I prefer the abilities be somewhere in the level at the very least, but it's really not too big of a deal. You don't need to go too far once you see it. It's like right there in the first room after a little bit of walking, so I can only complain so much. And plus, if you're just using like the regular stone ability or double stone, then you can take full advantage of a lot of the stage's curvature and just roll down and crush everything, including this giant skeleton's back. That is awesome. As Kirby continues on his way and jumps into the first sand pit, sending him even deeper, we get this really cool circular room with all these cool blocks that look kind of akin to some things you saw back in stage 1. And oh, what's that? Is that the Squeak Squad alarm? Because something tells me we're gonna have to pick a path. Yeah, unfortunately, the plague of pick a path guessing collectibles in Kirby games continues right here with Rockstar Stage 3. Because there's 2 quicksand pits on both sides of Kirby here, and you need to jump into the correct one with literally no hints in order to get the crystal shard. In this one's defense, though, much like the last one, I suppose it is pretty early on, so if you jump in the wrong path, you could just restart real quick. So yeah, not a fan of it, but at least Kirby 64 is only pulling this BS once. I love you, Squeak Squad, but why would you do that? So if you jump into the wrong one, you're dropped right into this room where both paths eventually connect. So assuming you jumped into the right pit, you'll be greeted with another mid-boss encounter, which is very fittingly a fishbone. The giant fishbone camps on the bottom here while some fishbones above try to attack you, but you can also use them to attack. And the room's pretty tight and vertical design, coupled with some of the quicksand, it does make this one a little more difficult than any other mid-boss we've gone up against so far, although it's still pretty easy. And also the giant fishbone doesn't fight back, so yeah, super easy. Once the giant fishbone goes down, you get access to this room here, because as you can see, Kirby's over here in the background with the crystal shard, while if you took the other path, Kirby would drop it to the foreground, where all he really does is go forward. And obviously both of these paths converge in the next room, where there will be no more pick-a-pathing for the rest of the game. Thanks, Squeak Squad. Now this is where things start getting really good, because this is where the stage begins to introduce water into the mix. It also plays around a little more with quicksand pits and stuff, including the snipper enemy, which is this giant antlion that tries to use its nippers to clamp down on Kirby. And fun fact, this guy is one of the only 2 enemies that debuted in Kirby 64 to actually show up in another Kirby game as an enemy, with the other one obviously being Plug and Star Allies. But if you don't remember where Snipper reappeared, don't worry, because I kind of forgot too until I did more research, because Snipper shows up in a few stages in Tilt and Tumble. And as someone who's played Tilt and Tumble only a few times, much less than most other Kirby games, yeah, I was not going to remember that. It just seems like a weird choice to bring a Kirby 64 enemy back in Kirby Tilt and Tumble. It sounds so crazy, but it happened. That happened. Plus, the rest of this room is also really nice. You can get the ice ability from a chili, which is always really cool. And we even get some more enemies just chilling in the background, like these floppers here. Always adds some more life to the stage. I love little touches like this. And things just get better and better as we go forward, because there's even more cool use of snippers. And we even get to see Mariel come back from Dreamland 3. And they are here in their entirety. They are complete, but their completely pointless swallow to health loss thing, which I'm so glad to see. Unfortunately, their positive swallow to heal counterpart Apollo is nowhere to be seen, but still, it's nice to see our favorite health-sucking spider return, even if that health can only be sucked if the host decides to swallow. And as Kirby heads to the edge of this room and goes underwater into this giant fossil's mouth, then this is the point where the stage just becomes completely underwater. You are not on land for the remainder of this level because it is just completely submerged. And being the game's first full-on water section, the design here is pretty basic. For the first part here, Kirby just needs to go down, avoiding all these fish bones shooting at him from the sides of the room, and eventually Kirby needs to go up a similar shaft, being ambushed by more fish bones, on top of having these giant bones try to fall down and push him back. What's cool is that some of those giant fossil bones get in the way of some point stars you might want to collect, so a lot of the time you're going to come face to face with these things, or at least need to bait them out before you get the point star. And this idea is pushed to its extreme with the third crystal shard, because if you decide that instead of going through this door here to go to the goal, you're going to keep going up, you'll be met with a crystal shard and this huge bone that is the size of this shaft, minus some of the little craters made for fish bones and stuff. The terror is real. I mean, this shaft is pretty long, but this thing could very well drag you all the way to the depths of it. And it's cool that you actually need to get above it in order to snag this shard. It's just a really well-designed third shard. So just hide in one of the fishbone alcoves and just wait for this giant fossilized terror to pass and just go up and snag the shard. While this stage does have a few flaws, most notably with some of the earlier shards, the atmosphere, environment, and overall level design is just so good you can't help but forgive those minor flaws. This one is just such a memorable and fun stage to go back to. I love it a ton. And finally, we're at the last normal stage of Rockstar, and if you were to ask me what I think of first when I think of Kirby 64 stages, Rockstar Stage 4 is always going to be one of the first ones to spring to mind. This stage starts off perfectly. You start off in this very distinct looking area that could have looked like Rockstar Stage 1, as I said much earlier when I was talking about the presentation, but no, it's a completely unique desert environment, and what's really cool about this is the way this desert area is kind of infused with all this mechanical stuff. You see these little mechanical splotches on the ground, there's these giant weird futuristic blocks you jump over, and there's even this weird cybernetic bridge thing here too. And all while you're going through this first portion of the stage, you see this giant cybernetic space pyramid thing lift itself up from the ground. Giant black space pyramid. You know what this reminds me of? Dreamland 3, specifically Sand Canyon Stage 6, which was also a desert level with a strange giant space pyramid. Yeah, it's a very similar idea, but it really is just the idea. In execution, these two things are completely different. And I don't think I ever just directly said it, but yeah, this giant space pyramid in an earlier version of Kirby 64 was straight up just the angel Ramiel from Evangelion. Yeah, just straight up, there was going to be a giant Ramiel Kirby enters in Kirby 64, but they changed it. But they changed it to their copyright-free counterpart, Remy. And you know what else is really cool about this space pyramid? It adds further to the Rockstar lore I briefly alluded to much earlier, but once again, wait patiently, we'll get to that soon enough. Anyway, so after going through this section, being sure to snag the bomb ability from this scud here, and dodging all sorts of mites and roughs, and also snagging the point star at the very edge of the stage here, Kirby steps on and boards the space pyramid, and as the bottom slowly lifts Kirby on the inside, aw, do you hear that funky beat? Inside the Ruins will forever be one of the most iconic Kirby 64 songs, at least to me. This is just Kirby 64 in musical form right here. It exclusively plays here with a giant space pyramid, and it just fits this place so perfectly. It sounds mysterious, almost even ominous at some points, but at the same time, it is just so incredibly funky. This whole alien space pyramid thing is weird, it's mysterious, but this song just gives it so much life. Going through this pyramid, an experience that normally would probably be a little unsettling or weird, is just turned into a complete blast because you got this song playing the entire time. And speaking of the pyramid, this thing just looks so amazing. There's just so much detail put into this place. There's so many cool markings all over the wall, including these little spots that almost have static going on. And it's surprisingly vibrant considering there's so much gray and black here, because I think that pretty toned down color palette really makes some of the brighter parts of this, like some of the bright purple objects you see scattered around here, just pop out even more. Okay, so back to what's going on here. Well, Kirby's just riding the bottom of this pyramid all the way up into the inside of it, and it starts with this auto-scrolling room where Kirby's slowly going up a shaft with this thing, while this new variant of Shatso, the Wall Shatso, tries to shoot at Kirby from the sides of the room as well as from the background. While this section is an auto-scroller, unlike the one from Rockstar Stage 1, I actually don't mind this one. Granted, there's nothing too special going on here, but I will admit constantly dodging the Shatso's shots is a lot more engaging than whatever this is. And oftentimes I just forget it's even an auto-scroller in the first place. I think that that's a sign of a good auto-scroller when I don't even know I'm being tortured by one of those things. And plus, if you're close enough at the top, you can even fly away right into the next room early without waiting for the bottom of the pyramid, which I think is pretty nice. It's just a slight bit of control in what would normally be a section where everything is dictated by whatever the game wants. So yeah, pretty cool auto-scroller. And in this next room, we get some more cool hazards with these brightly colored platforms that move at varying speeds depending on the color, with small gaps Kirby can use in order to squeeze in between here and get through this part. You'll also notice the first crystal shard here, and really all you need to do is just engage with the gimmick a slight bit more, so it's pretty easy, but still, I think it's a pretty nice shard. And this room also gets us familiar with what is the main inhabitant of these ruins, the Spark Eyes. And these guys are another one of my favorites from Kirby 64, not only because they look cool, they're kind of silly, and they give you the spark ability, which is always really nice, but because they're also an Ava reference, because in the Japanese version of Kirby 64, they're not called Spark Eye, but instead they're called Rami, which is short for Ramiel, and it's not Remy, this space pyramid, which is not Ramiel, because when they're in their shelter form without the eye sticking out, that's just a mini Romuel. They still managed to sneak it in somehow. These guys don't really do too much, just kind of waiting around for Kirby to show up before firing out the occasional small spark ball at him. But still, they're a nice source of the spark ability, and they're one of my favorite enemies to lift up because they just have this amazing spread projectile, which unfortunately you don't get much use out of because they're a pretty rare enemy. And speaking of the spark ability, hopefully you did pick up Bomb from that scud, because the next room here is going to require use of Bomb plus Spark. First thing you'll notice in this room is that it's incredibly dark, and you got Adeline eyeing these three really dark spots on the wall. What's cool about this shard here is it's one of the few copy ability puzzles in Kirby 64 where color coding is not a factor. You just kind of have to use logic and deduce what ability is right for the situation. And once you notice how dark this room is, I think the light bulb is the pretty obvious way to go here. Just use the ability and look at the markings on the walls, and then press down the appropriate buttons in the next room to get your crystal shard. It's really simple, but it's just such a cool puzzle. One of my favorites in the whole game, and I just love it. It's so cool. The next room here, though, is a little more open, and it has a bigger focus on platforming than the other ones, with all sorts of floating platforms connected by these giant moving purple blocks that are a little bit akin to those giant crushers from stage 2. The thing these have over those crushers, though, is not only can you use these things for some vertical height, but you can use them for some horizontal height too, because if you go on one of these things while they're moving, you can just fling yourself forward. It's just so much fun trying to get over this bit here just by launching Kirby with one of these blocks. Something I find really cool about this room too is you can also find a hidden little 1-up tucked over in the bottom right of the room, which is really cool because it actually rewards you for exploring around here a little bit. I don't know how much you'd be enticed to explore around a room like this just by looking at it, but if you do decide to be a little daring and go off the beaten path, you get a pretty nice reward for it, which I actually really like. Later on in the next room, we're faced with our next mid-boss, which is a giant Spark Eye, and this guy, along with all the miniature counterparts they summon, just fire out spark balls at Kirby, which isn't really anything too special, but still, I think it's a nice fight. Not too much happens, but you do get your crystal shard at the end, so I suppose it's all worth it just for that. Plus, it's also one of the few instances you can actually make good use of Spark Eye's awesome spread shot lift thing, so that's always a plus. And the next room over is the final room, and it's purely vertical, building up to the upcoming boss fight as Kirby needs to climb up these poles that quickly spawn bivolts Kirby must dodge, while optionally picking up the goodies scattered along the platforms along the way. And once Kirby's at the top, the stage ends there, and just what an incredible stage this was. It's got fun platforming and challenges, a really cool puzzle, and it's just such a fascinating place too that even contributes to the greater lore of the planet. It's just bliss from start to finish. And with all that said, let's waste no time in wrapping up Rockstar and cover this planet's boss, Pix. Pix is a very interesting boss, not only in concept, but in that it's simultaneously a brilliant boss fight, arguably one of Kirby 64's best, while also being undoubtedly the worst at the same time. It's pretty easy to discern where the bad stops and the good starts though, because it's all divided up into the fight's phases. Because while the second phase is brilliant, the first phase, oh no, remember what I was talking about during the Rockstar Stage 1 bit? An auto-scroller worse than the Rockstar Stage 1 auto-scroller? Because this is it. The first phase of the Pix boss fight is just miserable. It shouldn't really be a surprise when I say that this phase of the fight is just one long auto-scrolling bit. And the reason why this is so bad is because literally all you do is just avoid Pix's attacks, which really are not that difficult to avoid. And like, the idea here is good. I like having all three of the different pieces of Pix come together, each doing unique things with their laser beam blade thing, but they're just really slow and easy to read, and there's nothing that really warrants dodging these things for like a minute straight. You could just stay still and occasionally jump or walk whenever Pix approaches you, and I think the gameplay literally getting as simple as that is enough for me to say that this is just one long minute of nothing, just absolutely nothing. Okay, well, I guess there is a little bit to admire here because I really do like how the environment around you just slowly shifts, eventually becoming the arena you fight the second phase of Pix in, and plus I think it's pretty cool how it kind of connects to stage 4 in a way. It's got some pretty similar architecture, so I could very easily see this just being the very tip of that pyramid. And also it's really nice being able to see the desert below. It just gives this fight a really nice sense of scale. But yeah, that's enough praise for the first phase of this fight because everything else here is just... But then we get to the second phase, and this is where the fight just does a complete 180 because it goes from being a miserable slog to just an absolute blast and just a pure display of brilliant boss design. To get the only potential problem out of the way, these weird wireframe projectiles can catch you off guard if you're not paying attention, or if you don't know that they only come out of the bigger blocks here, but it's really not the end of the world, especially with how brilliant everything else here is. Plus the slight tints on all the wider tiles let you know what color of the wireframe projectile is going to show up. So really, I don't even know what I'm complaining about because there's even some brilliance in that. Okay, so as for the fight itself, Pix goes from having each piece repeat the same repetitive, monotonous attack over and over again to having a whole slew of unique attacks that take full advantage of this fight having 3 targets. There is so much attack variety and they could do so many different things, like dropping down these colored blobs, sticking out their beam and spinning it around in all sorts of different ways, and even taking full advantage of the N64's 3D capabilities and just spinning around in a circle on an already circular battlefield. That's what I call circleception. There's just so many things they could do and so many targets to hit. It's amazing. But the main reason I say this fight is so amazing is because, much like the Wispy Woods fight, it has a really excellent balance between playing as normal Kirby and playing as copy abilities. None is more overpowered than the other. But the thing is, I'd say that the Pix fight arguably has the best normal copy ability gameplay balance out of all the fights in Kirby 64, maybe minus a single one we'll talk about much later. But anyways, you'll probably notice that each of Pix's pieces correspond with one of those wireframe projectiles that show up on the ground. And let's just say if you tried to kill the green Pix using only red projectiles, then it would take longer to defeat that Pix than using the green projectiles on it, because if you use the correct corresponding colored projectile, try saying that 5 times fast, then you can knock out a piece in just 2 hits. But you don't have access to that if you're using copy abilities. Because once again, while copy abilities give you a more reliable, constant method of attack, these things simply cannot hit these Pix pieces for more damage than what a red projectile on the green piece would be. It's a balance a lot like how the modern games balance things, although even as normal Kirby, you need to put in a little extra work if you want some better results because you need to play that color game with these guys. It's like a fun mid-combat puzzle. It's just a brilliant idea the way it just plays around with the inhale like that. And it's just great seeing both the normal method and the copy ability method both being about equally as great and viable as each other. It makes up nicely for the slog that was the first phase, and it makes Pix yet another incredible boss fight, although it's kind of a difficult one for me to rank with all the other bosses, because yeah, that first phase was really bad. But that second phase really shows that Kirby 64 just can't miss with its bosses. It just keeps knocking them out of the park, and we haven't even seen the last of these bangers. Anyways, with Pix knocked out, Kirby collects another crystal shard, and cut to a cutscene of Kirby and friends trekking through the desert. Poor Kirby just can't take the desert anymore. There's no food around him, so he just collapses, and he sees his friends as food, and as a kid, I thought this scene of Kirby seeing his friends as food was the funniest thing ever. I don't know why. The underdeveloped brain works in mysterious ways. But Kirby and friends stop for a picnic until the portal to the next planet, Aqua Star, opens up and everyone goes through, including poor Kirby, who was just trying to eat, but DDD yanks him through while he's eating. But anyways, yeah, this was one of my favorite cutscenes. Not only for that personal factor of me thinking the Kirby's food friends thing was just hysterical, but because of just how expressive it is. And it's just nice seeing everyone just have a picnic like this. And I especially love the way DDD just yanks Kirby through the portal. It's just an excellent display of that little playful rivalry they have. That thing I just love to see so much. It's just a great cutscene that closes off a great world. Rockstar is a great area, and despite it being a little slow at times with its surprising amount of auto-scrollers, it's great, and I'd say it's even better than Popstar was. It's got even better environments with more variety and creativity, and speaking of those things, Rockstar just manages to be a super interesting planet too because, oh, it's lore time. According to the Japanese Kirby 64 website, a place we'll be returning to frequently for a little extra planet lore as we move along, Rockstar is described as a planet that once had an ancient civilization that just thrived here so very long ago. but something happened that wiped this civilization out, and we may never know what that thing was. I mean, just look at the planet in its current state now. This place used to have a thriving civilization. You can see their architecture, their ruins, of the things they built all over this planet, but now this place is just barely holding itself together. It's unstable. Something like this just... how is it even existing? This shouldn't exist. It is just beyond repair. There must have been some kind of freak accident here, but who really knows if we'll ever find out more about this planet's lore. And even without this context, Rockstar is just such an incredibly fascinating place with all its architecture, the ruins, and pics. It really gets you wondering what all of its purpose is. And what's really cool is you could maybe even tie all these abandoned ruins to the fact that this planet has been abandoned and destroyed without the website's help, because I think that there's enough little breadcrumbs you could kind of pick up on as you go through this place that something isn't right here. And speaking of pics, the Holo Defense API 2.0 pause screen from Planet Robobot adds a little more intrigue to Rockstar, which is kind of weird considering most Kirby 64 planets have just kind of been abandoned after Kirby 64. But that pause description states that the Holo Defense API 2.0 was built following blueprints based on another planet, and considering its Pix-like appearance, I think it's pretty obvious what this is alluding to. And it just builds more intrigue. Was the Haltman Works company just wandering the galaxy and stumbled upon this place one day and harvested the blueprints for Pix? And that space pyramid, is it the work of the Haltman Works company, perhaps? It's kind of hard to say because it seemed like a really natural spot for Pix, and who knows if they came to Rockstar before or after Kirby. But there is definitely a contrast between this really futuristic cybernetic stuff and the more traditional ruins we see everywhere else. There's just so much fascinating about Rockstar, but so little answers. But that's just something I love, and it sets a precedent for Kirby 64's planets going forward. Despite their abstract appearances and colorful stages, each star Kirby and friends visit is a hostile, deadly place, whether it be due to external forces, some occurrence from long ago, or just because they have naturally uninhabitable environments. And Rockstar, despite being the first of the game's new stars, is arguably the most deadly of them all because, I mean, look at it, it's barely holding itself together. But still, from its enjoyable stages, memorable boss fight, and fascinating lore, Rockstar does just about everything right, barring those two sluggish auto-scrolling parts which I really could have done without. It's another incredibly strong world, but what exactly does the next planet hold? Well, let's dive into Aquastar and find out. Aquastar starts us off in a nice tropical island area, and it looks great. The layers and lines you see all over these islands makes them look pretty distinct, along with some very cleverly designed palm trees, using these flat leaves, which are, well, flat like a lot of Kirby 64's little small background elements, but they're arranged in such a way that just gives them this depth. It makes them look 3D, and some of that stuff I was praising when we were talking about the presentation a while back. And all these little details just complement the blue sea and sky backdrop so well. Aquastar's titularly named theme also plays here too for the first time, and it's yet another great track. The drums and all the other instruments just really come together in this one to create such a nice song that just has such a great tropical and remote vibe that really fits Aquastar. And it really fits considering it's like Aquastar's main theme. The opening part of Aquastar 1 introduces a staple mechanic to this stage, one that will go on to reappear many times in the future, and it's these holes that just have random enemies pop out of them. It's a pretty fun gimmick that can actually take you by surprise the first time you see it, and when you see it again with different enemies popping out, but it's pretty well established here, especially for a gimmick where the whole purpose of it is to kind of catch you off guard and surprise you, mostly considering the enemies in question this time around are floppers, you know, pretty harmless stuff. Another cool enemy that shows up here are the Pompes, which are these little volcano dudes who just fire out these magma magma rocks. And these guys are just super cool. They don't appear too often, but they're like a defining Kirby 64 enemy for me. Don't really know why. Maybe it's because of that one commercial that just has a very high quality model of one of these guys. Speaking of which, all the high quality enemy models used in those commercials are very cool. I hope those models are doing okay. Also, these guys give you the stone ability, which might take you by surprise at first, considering these guys are literally just these little volcano creatures. You'd expect them to give you burning or something, but stone also makes sense. Arguably a little more sense, considering that these guys are just the volcano. But, you know, either one works great. If they just randomly showed up in another Kirby game and gave you the fire ability or something, I wouldn't even question it. This area over here is pretty straightforward, though. You can choose to make a few jumps for some optional items, or if you want to snag a few enemies that have some useful abilities. But the main thing to note here, besides the pothole gimmick, is this giant pool here near the end where you can optionally choose to go under in order to snag a few goodies, while also contending with some glunks who try to shoot at you. So yeah, nothing too notable until you get into the main bulk of the stage, which is inside this cave here. And right off the bat, I gotta say, wow. This cave looks incredible. I love the star-patterned walls that really give this cave its own distinct look, on top of just feeling very Kirby because, you know, stars. And the lighting here is just phenomenal. Everything is just cast in these beautiful shades that really emphasize the fact you're inside of a cave, and it's especially obvious on Kirby himself, who just looks amazing over here. And this cave is where the stage just goes nuts, introducing all sorts of different things. And the first thing the cave has to offer is pretty obvious because you just walk around in the first room, and eventually you come across a Z-Bon. Yep, those green blob creatures from Dreamland 3 that shot Kirby out at breakneck speeds have made their return in Kirby 64, and this section really highlights what these guys can do. This section is a ton of fun, and it really highlights just how fast you're actually going when you're being shot out of these things, which can be a little difficult to feel sometimes, considering a lot of Z-Bon sections or canon sections in Kirby games, because, you know, they're more or less the same thing, just a little more boring because they're not a green smiley blob creature. Do tend to feel a little slow sometimes because you're usually going from Z-Bon to Z-Bon or canon to canon. Here, though, Kirby is jumping into a Z-Bon and just getting shot straight out, right into a wall, and you can use that momentum from your slam into the wall in order to get on the next platform, and you just keep doing it until you're all the way at the top of the cave. Yeah, it might not have the most substance, but it really does show off what the Z-Bon can do. Plus, you can even find the first crystal shard here, so this isn't just some kind of Z-Bon filler section or anything like that. It's a good little reward for noticing it while you're being shot from Z-Bon to Z-Bon, and all you really need to do to grab it is just dip down on this platform here, snag the crystal shard, and then either hover up or start the whole thing over again. Yeah, the only real consequence you're gonna have for not hovering back up to the platform is a little bit of time loss, but on the bright side, you get to get yourself shot out of more Z-Bons, so I think that's a win. And then after a brief section with some Bronto Birds and these nice looking sponge platforms here, you arrive at the next room, which immediately gets us familiar with a brand new ice enemy, Emp. This little penguin who's just minding his own business until they notice Kirby, and then they just panic. They start running off. They're flailing around. They're doing everything in their power to get away from him. And can you blame Emp? This guy has the face of terror. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Ah, poor guy. Too bad his ability is necessary for a certain crystal shard we'll get to shortly. Fun fact about Emp, though, Emp actually has quite an interesting origin despite just seeming like some timid random penguin enemy. And the reason you might not know this is because it's something that was lost in translation. You see, while the localized name Emp is probably just a play on the fact that it's a penguin, you know, like an emperor penguin, Emp's Japanese name, Hayama, is actually derived from the surname of the Japanese singer Peggy Hayama. But that does seem kind of random, so what exactly is the connection here? Well, apparently the reason Emp shares their name with this Japanese singer is because there was one time where Peggy Hayama was mistakenly referred to as Penguin Hayama, which... Did they have to make a whole Kirby enemy based on this slip-up? Apparently so, and I'm glad they did, because this is just such a random, obscure little piece of trivia that just adds so much more to this lovable little penguin. Anyways, this room primarily makes use of these platforms that drop down after Kirby steps on them, and they shatter in the process, along with using the new Glom enemies, these giant frogs that pop out of holes in the background, clearly foreshadowed by the occasionally flashing eyes in the dark. They'll lead Kirby and spit him back out and can't be defeated, but they can be easily baited just by standing in front of them for a little bit and letting them just do their thing. Also, there's a Poppy Bros Jr. at the end of this room. He's important. Get him. Mix him with Emp. Overall, it makes this whole room really fun and defined by its gimmicks. And speaking of gimmicks, the next room also has a fairly unique gimmick with these waterfalls that lower Kirby's jump significantly. Now, this isn't a completely original idea. Dreamland 3 did a very similar thing in some of its stages, but still, I think this is a pretty nice mechanic, and I really like how it changes the way you interact with the enemies in this section. This includes the two new enemies that show up here for the first time, Yarikos and Squibbies, with the height-lowering waterfalls making the Yarikos spears much more difficult to avoid, which really complements that. that, while it also encourages interacting a little more with the squibbies, because you just see them floating in the waterfall, and their main method of attack is waiting until Kirby comes above so they can attack him with their head tendrils. It makes getting some of the collectibles guarded by these squibbies a little more difficult, and it's always a much wiser thing to do to just take them out first. In the next room over, though, we encounter our next mid-boss, a giant tick, returning from Dream 1-3, making their debut right here. And I gotta admit, this is a pretty clever mid-boss layout right here. I really like the way you fight the tick on this platform above some other platforms which are occupied by ticks, and I just really love how this whole layout really complements the tick's basic attack pattern of just waiting for Kirby to come above them so they can poke their little needle at him. Plus, it also adds an extra layer of trying to do this fight without a copy ability, because you constantly need to go back down in order to get these ticks, or you could just abuse the lift mechanic. That works too. Yeah, this mid-boss can be broken rather easily, especially if you're going for all the crystal shards in one run, because Ice plus Bomb is a very busted ability for this fight. But still, I do have to commend this fight for just having a really nice layout that really complements the enemies involved, so just take that crystal shard and head on out of here. As we exit the cave, we're greeted by Adeline, who just does her usual painting thing, and then look over there, it's the enemy pit gimmick once again. I wonder what enemy is going to leap out this time. Kapar! Yes, that's right, Kapars are mixed in with the floppers, and not only are these a great enemy choice here, the way it just works with their cutters that they throw, but it's a perfect one because it's Kapar. Any Kapar placement is gold. Any Kapar placement is perfect. He's perfect just the way he is. Anyways, the main focus of this final room is this big structure here with a huge solid area in the middle with a bunch of platforms you can go down on either side to reach the bottom, which you'll have to do if you want to get the last crystal shard. And these platforms have some great enemy placements all over the place. You got Zeus, these enemies that just terrorize you from above that are also a play on the Greek god Zeus with the way they use lightning and stuff. They're an absolute nuisance, but I love them a ton, especially for being one of the few difficult enemies to contend with in the game, although this is far from their worst showing, trust me. But that's not all, because you also have ticks on the left, which do a really good job making it difficult to go below these platforms because they're just constantly below you, terrorizing you with their needles. And there's also roughs to the other side, which just run back and forth in these enclosed areas, meaning you'll have to slip between them if you want to get past. So anyways, just slip down to the bottom here, and you'll eventually find this blue and black checkerboard block right here that requires Ice plus Bomb to break, which is an ability we could have obtained prior in that room with all the breaking platforms. And so just let it do its thing, and before you know it, you'll reveal a little Z-Bond to just send you flying straight through this platform here where you can get the last crystal shard. And after one more section with those little enemy pits, the best it's ever been, by the way, because it's all Kapars. It's just Kapars in these. And we're on to the next stage, and I gotta say, this was a really strong opener. Not a stage I really go back to all the time, but still love it a lot. Alright, so here's a little bit of an interesting story for you. Aqua Star Stage 2 was actually the first ever Kirby 64 stage I played, and the reason for this is because the file I was playing on when I played Kirby 64 for the very first time had actually been played a little bit, so I was just mashing the buttons and I wound up getting sent here. And do keep this in mind, I'll talk a little bit more about that original Kirby 64 session as we go through Aqua Star, because it started in Aqua Star and I never exactly left Aqua Star for reasons that will be revealed soon, but that is not important right now. What we're talking about is Aqua Star's Stage 2, and this stage is just a classic, at least to me. It's just such a legendary stage, but I mean, that's kind of to be expected from someone who played this as their first Kirby 64 stage. It's like the first thing I think of when I think of Kirby 64 stages. Although it's not just the nostalgia that makes the stage so good, because design-wise, I'd still say it's one of my favorites in the game. But before we dive in deep, let's just take a moment to appreciate this stage at the surface level, because the presentation here is so good. It is just pure eye candy. There is something about this stage in particular that I just find myself drawn to so much. I mean, I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite looking stage in Kirby 64, but it just has this distinct flair to it that no other stage really has. Everything about this stage just has such a nice style to it. From the way the grass and rocks all mix together with all these cool little colored dots all over the place, to the huge sprawling forest in the background, including those giant trees that have those really cool looking textures on them, to all the colorful foliage, it all just comes together to create such a beautiful environment that just embodies that Kirby 64 charm. And also, now would be a better time than ever to bring up the music track that plays here, because it's another unique one, and it's called Down the Mountain Stream, and it's actually a remix of Grassland 1 from Dream 1-3. Now, Grassland 1 is a great song, but I wouldn't exactly say it's a highlight in Dream 1-3's OST. I mean, I love it, but I love most of Dream 1-3's OST, you know, like all of it. It's iconic because, you know, it's the first level theme and all, but Dream 1-3 just has some stronger offerings, if you ask me. But by some miracle, Grassland 1 goes from being one of the weaker Dream 1-3 level themes to one of Kirby 64's best with this remix. All the excellent things from the original are kept perfectly intact, like the melody and the build-up from the original version, all that stuff is present, but it's all just perfectly translated into Kirby 64 sound font, and that just makes it so much better. And this version also just has this really fun energy to it. It just makes you want to keep moving and pushing forward, which is actually perfect considering this stage's main gimmick is this river that you'll occasionally need to be going against during some points in the stage, so bonus points for that. It sounds kind of weird saying this about a song that is essentially just a remix of a Dream 1-3 song, but Down the Mountain Stream is just a defining track for Kirby 64's OST, if you ask me. So, as I alluded to a little earlier, the main gimmick of this stage is the ever-moving stream that pushes Kirby forwards and backwards, affecting his movement and speed as a result. Over the course of the stage, this gimmick is just used in increasingly more prominent and cool ways, with it first showing up as kind of a minor thing, mostly taking a backseat to the platforming and combat of the first part, before eventually getting a small taste of the stream moving backwards, before the stage wraps up with one final section where you're actively platforming up this stream as it tries to push you back and sends all kind of obstacles your way. It's a gimmick that's used well and developed well as well. What? Look, it's midnight. I shouldn't be up recording this. I should be in bed. The first part of the stage almost feels like a bit of a homage to Dreamland 3, specifically Grassland Stage 5, mostly due to the forest theme as well as the music. I mean, this area isn't really as elegant looking as the aspen forests of Grassland Stage 5, but still, it's close enough, and I think that's kind of the reason why I think the stage has such a unique design going on with it. Something about it just feels particularly inspired by Dreamland 3, but I can't really put my finger on it, or maybe it's just the unique spotted architecture you see a lot all over the place. But anyways, back to the Grassland 5 comparison, because the similarities run a little deeper than they're both Kirby levels set in a forest. I mean, for starters, you got the river, which is kind of like those big rolling logs from Grassland Stage 5, you know, pushing and pulling you back and forth while you either need to fully embrace that additional speed or go against it. And the similarities go even deeper than that because there's a very similar piece of level design to something from Grassland Stage 5 in this stage. It's this bridge section here where you could either choose to stay above the river or optionally go down and collect some more rewards, which is very similar to this bit here from Dreamland 3, although the only significant difference here is that the ride below the bridge in Dreamland 3 is significantly more bumpy than the one in 64. But anyways, I love the first part of this stage. It's just some good old basic Kirby 64 goodness at its finest. You can pick up some nice power combos here with enemies like Sparky's, Poppy Bros Jr.'s, and Karenzel showing up. You got some other fun enemies to work around like those Bronto Birds that try to chase you. And there's even these Gordos that circle around these star blocks holding rewards, and wait, oh, that's just like Grassland 5 too. That's another Grassland 5 reference. The circling Gordos is a reference. Yeah, at this point, I don't even think it's a coincidence. I think they were just straight up trying to make a Dreamland 3 reference with this stage, at least with this first part, but that makes me very happy. I love to see it, because it's a stage that's referencing Peak, but it's in Peaker, so that's cool. As you continue down the river, you'll eventually come into this little cave area, and wow, this stage just knows how to perfectly knock it out of the park with the visuals, because this looks amazing too. Much like the cave in the last stage, the lighting here is great. Plus, there's some other touches I really like those glowing dandelions you see all over the place that just really give this cave a very unique vibe, almost like it's some kind of hidden sanctuary. There's also the main set piece of this part, which is this crumbling floor Kirby's got to run across, and it's a pretty exhilarating set piece if I do say so myself. I mean, I can't really imagine anyone actually dying to this, but it's a cool, unique little set piece you don't see anywhere else in the game. But yeah, not too much else of note in this section besides this Emp, and also this Bobo, but mostly the Bobo, because you'll have to mix this guy's burning ability with the stone ability, probably with a Karen from the first room, in order to get the first crystal shard, and hey look, there's the first crystal shard! This room features our next mid-boss, a giant canny, and it's a pretty simple fight. All you gotta do is just climb this tower to get to the spot where the giant canny waits, and then just use the aforementioned power combo to absolutely mow this thing down. And then you could just fire some of those meteors over there by that block and get the first crystal shard. It's a piece of cake. Or should I say sandwich. From here, Kirby exits the cave and he quickly meets up with Waddle Dee and the two hop in his boat. And this right here is the first proper Waddle Dee vehicle section. And while Waddle Dee uses a different vehicle each time, they all play exactly the same. So let's see what these Waddle Dee vehicle sections have to offer. Oh, tired. I should go to bed. The main idea here is that the vehicle itself moves forward automatically. It will just constantly move forward, and there's nothing you can do about it. But it is up to you as the player to help it jump over obstacles, with the height of your jumps being determined by how long you hold the button. And besides the actual level design, that's pretty much all there is to these, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I do appreciate the simplicity, and besides, it's just a nice added little bit of variety sprinkled into a few stages, so you can't really go wrong with that. But anyways, this particular section has Kirby and Waddle Dee riding down this massive river, complete with all its waterfalls and everything. And while there isn't too much going on here besides the occasional rock hazard, the jumps off the waterfalls and the rewards you could get by holding down the jump button and timing your jumps perfectly right, including a ton of point stars and even a crystal shard, makes this section a really fun and enjoyable change of pace. These jumps and the things you get rewarded with for doing them just right is a perfect way to familiarize the player with these vehicle sections and how they work without actually putting the player in the way of much harm. And just hearing that perfect stream of those little point star blips, it just makes it even better. Before long, the duo comes tumbling down a massive waterfall. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked. But Kirby continues on his way down the falls, and even comes across the game's first invincibility candy right here. Now, the design of this section is pretty basic. It's mostly just a straight shot down the falls, with the occasional enemy occasionally getting in your way. Yes, they occasionally pose that much of a threat occasionally, but it's that invincibility candy that I think really holds this whole section together, because well, this is supposed to be like a big power trip section. This is your first time encountering an invincibility candy in Kirby 64, and what better way to do that than just having a nice basic part of the stage where it could just throw some enemies at you that you just annihilate purely by existing. It's a great showcase of what this thing can do, but don't get too caught up with that, because you might miss the third and final crystal shard in this stage, which is another hidden crystal shard. And I just love this one. Hiding it in this waterfall where you can still see like the sparkles and stuff is just such a nice hiding spot. And I also really like how this also kind of plays into the idea of the invincibility candy power trip thing. So I do think tucking one away here was actually a pretty effective hiding spot, especially considering with how well concealed it is. Alright, well that was a pretty simple stretch, but the final stretch of the stage is anything but, because break time's over. You're not running down the falls with some invincibility candy anymore. Now you actually gotta do some platforming and work your way up here. As I mentioned a little while earlier, I love the use of the river gimmick here. Having an entire room where the stream is just constantly trying to push you back is just such a brilliant idea that encourages just constant movement from the player. So when you mesh that basic idea with some decent platforming and some fun enemies and obstacles, you just get an absolute gem of a section, just a perfect way to wrap up this stage. One of the main obstacles you'll have to contend with during this section are these spiked logs called splinters. What they do is they move whenever Kirby's close enough, and while these guys are easy enough to avoid if you properly anticipate and move out of the way, they can do some serious damage. And the higher you go up the falls, the more of these guys you'll see clumped together, so you really should be careful around them. Like really, be wary whenever you see these guys hanging around in giant groups, because these things can very easily flatten and combo Kirby on the first hit. They're a fun hazard though, and they work especially well here, being like an obstacle that's actively trying to push you back in a section where going forward is more important than ever. It's the first time it actually feels like this stream is making things more difficult, and that's just a perfect way to wrap up the stage, and it challenges you perfectly using the stream in such a unique way by actively pitting it against you. It's such a nice way to use the gimmick, and that just makes pushing through and eventually reaching the goal just feel all the more satisfying. Overall, Aquastar's second stage is just incredible. It just excels at its presentation, and the level design and gimmick are just so good. Even if I didn't say this earlier, it shouldn't really come as much of a surprise when I say that this is one of my favorite stages in the game. In my eyes, this stage is just perfection, which, now that I think about it, I guess that kind of explains why it's so synonymous with Kirby 64 in my head. Up next is Stage 3, and it takes place on a beach, which is very fitting for the water world, I must say. This whole place just looks super pretty. The plain tans and lighter browns and the sand and rocks most of the stage takes place on really does wonders for all the little colorful things scattered all over the place, really making things like the super vibrant pink coral stand out just that much more. And the background here is great too, just the vast Aquastar ocean stretching out for miles with a few little islands here and there to prevent things from feeling too empty. Obviously, the Aquastar music track that plays here, just like in the first stage, is a perfect fit, and honestly I'd say it works even better here because it just sounds more like beach music than island music. It's hard to explain, but those are just the vibes it gives off. It's just a perfect fit here. The first area here has some pretty nice enemy variety, and almost every single one just suits the stage's theme perfectly. You got Bumbers, which just feel incredibly natural because of their little parasols, an object frequently associated with beach trips. Other enemies like Mites, Snippers, and Sandmen all take full advantage of sand as a terrain. Of course, there's also the new enemy introduced here, Pekachow, this little hula dancer enemy you caught a glimpse of back in stage 1, but now they're actually showing up in the level design and not just being a background element. And while they don't do too much, mostly just standing around, dancing, waving their maracas all over the place, they're fun enemies, and they just have this tropical vibe that fits Aquastar perfectly. They really just know how to liven a place up, even if that place is the sweltering hot core of a wild volcano. But anyways, one of the details I really like here is the little sand sculptures you can see towards the end of this section, including these castle towers and an elephant, and I just love the way these sculptures are just divided between the first and second rooms, having the first half of them show up at the end of the first room, and the latter half of them show up right at the beginning of the second. And now that we're in the second room, after just a little more time running through the sand, the water eventually starts to kick in, and Kirby slowly gets deeper and deeper into it until he can eventually climb onto a rock that leads to the next room. The background shots far in the distance are once again a very cool obstacle that plays with Kirby 64's 2.5D depth in such a fun way, and the constantly rising water does a good job getting some terrain variety in there. This bit here also has a really nice blend of sea-dwelling enemies to deal with below and sky-dwelling ones to deal with above, with the two most important ones here being Kapar, obviously, because, you know, it's Kapar, and also he's both. He's a land enemy and a sea enemy at the same time, which is pretty awesome, yet another reason why Kapar is the best. But there's also the blowfish enemy, which makes its debut here, and it seems like just an ordinary pufferfish. But as soon as Kirby approaches it, its eyes bulge, its body bulges, and eventually it just explodes. I mean, the name doesn't lie, it's a real blowfish if I've ever seen one. Just like Kapar, the blowfish is a special little guy. Obviously not Kapar level, but still special and very cool nonetheless. But why I'm pointing these two enemies out is not just because I think they're cool, but because they're very important to this stage, because you'll need their cutter and bomb abilities in order to blow up a certain rock to pick up a certain other rock we'll see in a little bit. Continuing on to the next room, after dodging a few Gordos that move along the floor, we encounter a new gimmick where specific planks on this wooden bridge here actually have some geysers underneath that shoot the planks into the air. These geysers all shoot out at varying different heights, and they're a great way to actually get some height without relying on the inhale.
Hover, I meant hover. I'm not all here mentally right now. I need to go to bed.
Which doesn't always do the trick in Kirby 64. They're also a pretty important gimmick because they allow you to very easily get up to the top of this rock here, which actually has a little entrance. And what lies inside this structure here is a tiny cavern where you can not only pick up a Maxim tomato, but also blow up this black and green rock with the Bomb Plus Cutter ability in order to reveal the first crystal shard. And whenever you're done just messing around in here, you could also use the cavern's own geyser to head on out. On the way forward from here, the geyser gimmick is used once again, but this time it's mixed with Gordos to kind of up the ante a little bit. Instead of using the geysers to gain extra height, you're actively trying to avoid the extra height from these geysers by going through them as quickly as possible in order to avoid being slammed against a Gordo. And while it's incredibly difficult to get hit, I mean, you could just dash through this thing and suffer no consequences whatsoever. Much like the collapsing path section from Aquastar Stage 2, I don't really mind because it's just so exhilarating. Although I do have to shower this one with a little more praise because you could choose to make it even more exhilarating by just nailing a perfect jump off this last one here. Not only because it helps you move forward in the stage, but because this Gordo is the lowest one here, so it just feels so good nailing that jump. You just feel so cool hitting that, like, yeah, I just dodged that Gordo. Yeah, I dodged that Gordo. I dodged that Gordo. I dodged that Gordo, it's 1:30 in the morning. At the end of this little bit here, Kirby encounters DDD, this time with this little board launcher thingamajig here. Big D set up this little wooden board launcher to send Kirby flying to the next part of the stage, so he might not be on active duty, but he's still doing his part and contributing to the journey at large. That's the D-Meister I know and love. Now go on and launch me into next Tuesday. The section DDD launches Kirby into has a big focus on platforming, requiring Kirby to make use of these log platforms that drop down under Kirby's weight, which doesn't seem like anything too special until you consider the fact that there's a fast-moving water current below all of these platforms. There isn't really too much to say here, it's just a really fun section, although I do really like those bonsai trees. I'm pretty sure those are bonsai trees. It's just a very nice part of the stage, but let's waste no time in heading down and seeing what the next part of the stage has to offer, and oh, that's a giant Kapar. That's a giant Kapar. Aquastar is just... This is Kapar Central. What's next? The officially licensed Kapar Kirby 64 plush at an affordable price? $1,000 instead of $5,000? Because I'd like that. I'd actually really like that. I would like to own a Kapar Cuddle Buddy for real. While this fight is about as easy as you'd expect with a copy ability, when you're doing it as normal Kirby, it's actually a surprisingly interesting fight. Having Bumbers be your main source of ammunition is just such a genius idea because these guys start up pretty high and you need to give them a little bit before they actually float down into inhaling range, which means you can't just completely steamroll the giant Kapar. And speaking of, the giant Kapar's cutters are actually a really good projectile, requiring some pretty good jumps or hovers to get around unscathed, on top of being more than capable of just straight up blocking your shot, so you need to be extra careful when you're actually firing your Bumbers out. What you'll need to have when facing this guy though is Stone plus Cutter, which, assuming you snagged a Karen from a little earlier and decided to mesh it with one of those fish bones in the last section, shouldn't really be too big of an ask, and this ability just absolutely trivializes this fight. As you'd expect, just get up close and keep transforming and busting out of your stone transformation and the Kapar just goes down in no time. But you should be wary when doing this, because if you are just doing it right up next to the giant Kapar, odds are the pit that appears that connects to the next room that shows up right where the Kapar stood is probably gonna drag you down and you're gonna miss this crystal shard, which is just the worst feeling in the world. Just try your best to keep some distance from the Kapar as it blows up, take the next crystal shard, and head down this shaft to the final room of the stage, which is this nice cavernous area down here. And it shouldn't really take you too long to notice the obviously color-coded brown and green wall right over there, so just use your copy ability to break it, and now we get to the infamous third shard of Aqua Star Stage 3. You saw this shard as you were going down the shaft. It's really hard to miss, but unfortunately you could just fly over to it because there's a giant wall in the way. But now that you have access to this path thanks to your new copy ability, you can finally go up and get the crystal shard. But unfortunately, because of Kirby 64's unique hovering mechanics, you cannot just fly to the crystal shard that is all the way at the top of this shaft. Kirby simply does not have enough stamina for this, and none of the animal friend transformations have that kind of stamina too, not even Ku or Pitch. So who in the world can scale this giant wall and get that last crystal shard? Why, it's none other than our good buddy, the Rick Stone. Rick is the only one who's able to scale this wall, and it's by using his little wall jumping move from Dreamland 3 that also carried over to this stone transformation, which, I mean, doesn't seem too cryptic if you remember Rick from Dreamland 3 and his wall jumping ability, which was also important to getting a few heart stars in that game. But if you didn't play Dreamland 3, well, tell me, what exactly about Rick screams, "I have the ability to climb walls"? It's a pretty absurd ability, and I mean, it didn't even exist back in Dreamland 2, so nothing about Rick's design really communicates that ability. So the unfortunate truth about this crystal shard is that if you didn't have any prior experience with Dreamland 3, you're more or less out of luck with this shard unless you just guess and really try everything. Or of course, if you resort to old reliable and look up walkthroughs on the internet. Or alternatively, if you were a kid playing this back in the early 2000s, maybe you would consult one of your trusty Kirby 64 strategy guides instead. Unless it was the Prima Games one. I don't know what the Prima Games guide says about this crystal shard specifically, but it's the Prima Games guide. Unless your copy is one of the special ones with 02s and Shiver Star, never trust the Prima Games guide. So yeah, this crystal shard, I will admit, is a little questionably designed. The only way you can logically deduce what aspect of the Stone plus Cutter ability you're even supposed to use here is by using knowledge from a previous Kirby game that you may or may not have played, probably not considering Dreamland 3 sold as it did, and there's nothing else in the game to really communicate what you're supposed to do here besides, of course, the Stone plus Cutter wall being there, which at the very least cues you into the fact that there's something this ability can do that's going to get you that shard, even if what exactly that is was probably a mystery for a lot of children playing Kirby 64 back in the day. And I'll admit, back when I played Kirby 64, I was in a similar boat. I had absolutely no idea what I was supposed to do here. This was before I played Dreamland 3, so I had no idea about Rick's special power, but eventually I got Rick to wall climb. I thought it was the craziest thing ever when I saw him kick off the wall for the first time, and even after I did find out what I was supposed to do, I was pretty bad at landing consistent wall kicks, but eventually I did get it, and it felt great. And I mean, to give this one some more objective credit, I do think the idea here is very strong, even if some things aren't really well communicated. I mean, just by virtue of having a little more going on than just destroying a color-coded block, this one already has a little bit more of a puzzle aspect to it than most of Kirby 64's crystal shards. But from a design perspective, assuming you do actually have the context required to make this whole thing make sense, yeah, it's pretty genius. It's actually a really well-designed puzzle, besides the fact that you do need that additional context you can't find anywhere in the game itself in the first place. But anyways, that's enough about this crystal shard. It's one of the few instances where I would say Kirby 64 does actually get cryptic with its collectible placement, but I just can't bring myself to hate this one. Every game just needs that one collectible that kind of stumps you. It just really makes for a very memorable experience, if you ask me, even if the design choices do get a little questionable sometimes with collectibles like that. Anyways, from here, the goal is only a short distance away, and to get there, we have to deal with splinters once again, this time on these wooden platforms that tip down shortly after Kirby steps on them. Doing this sends the splinters tumbling down as a result, and this is just such a fun idea. It feels really good just nailing a perfect jump over these guys, especially when you're doing it directly on the wooden platform, complete with all the weird ways it kinda alters Kirby's jumping physics as it goes down. But I mean, if you want to get through this part unscathed, your best bet is just stepping on the wooden platform and then immediately retreating to some of the platforms nearby as you wait for the splinters to all go down. But I mean, there is just something about putting yourself in danger with those splinters that just makes it super fun to actually engage with instead of just skipping over or cheesing. Unless you're a fat Kirby, because in that case, these splinters are more than capable of just stun locking you to death in the right circumstance. Yep, stun lock to death in a Kirby game. Can't even believe it. But after reaching the top of this little splinter section here, you have to drop down this shaft with a ton of point stars. And while it seems nearly impossible to snag all these point stars at first, you can actually make some pretty good use of Stone plus Cutter, assuming you're still carrying it, by using Pitch or Coup in order to slowly hover down here and collect all these point stars. Which I actually think is really cool, how this little small section here complements the ability you needed to get the Crystal Shard. It just feels like a really nice additional reward on top of that shard, especially considering that that shard is Aqua Star Stage 3, Shard 3. Of course, you can think a little outside the box and watch what enemies you're cramming down Kirby's gullet, assuming you can even make it this far holding a Bumber, because, you know, Fat Kirby Killer Patrol area over here. Overall, this is just such a fun stage with a ton of really cool gimmicks. And while maybe there's a few things that are a little questionable, whether that be due to a lack of communication or I still don't know how this stun lock got through. I mean, I'm not counting it as a flaw against the game because I don't think anyone was thinking anyone would run through here as a fat Kirby, but, well, I really need to stop harping on that. But it's a great stage. It's got great ideas, a great level theme, and it's just a defining stage for Aqua Star as a whole. And now on to stage 4, the final stage of Aqua Star and the only stage to be completely underwater, and thankfully, Kirby 64 nails its underwater gameplay, as I said, much earlier. So with a few minor differences like your movement overall being slower along with your copy abilities, on top of being able to swim around freely, it's not too much different from your average Kirby 64 level, and I think that's a good thing. The stage opens on a perfect note, dropping Kirby into the water, even letting you get just a tiny glimpse of the surface, which is the last glimpse of the surface you're going to be getting until you reach the end of this stage. And the way the camera slowly pans down with Kirby as he slowly moves down the shaft before it locks into that side view, yeah, it's just pure eye candy, and expect me to be saying things like eye candy or this looks beautiful a lot because this stage is just a treat. This whole first shaft section has a light current that slowly pushes Kirby down, and it primarily makes use of two enemies, Squibbies, who we previously saw back in Aqua Star 1, although they're a little more in their element now that they're actually underwater, and they can really do their job as the ticks of the sea by just waiting below Kirby and just shooting their tendrils out whenever he slowly approaches them from above. And Pedo, the most unfortunately named Kirby enemy ever. But for all we can assume for now, these guys just seem to be hanging down below the surface of the ocean. Nothing too sketchy, just moving around in a straight line, exploding when they hit a wall, and being a reliable source for the bomb ability. Nothing about islands or parties or anything like that. There's also some glunks at the bottom as well, which really fits with this whole area's design philosophy of just watching what's below you. And so let's head on to the next room and... oh, look at that. That is gorgeous. Aqua Star 4 is one of Kirby 64's most gorgeous stages. Just about every single thing in this stage just looks absolutely stunning. The whole stage primarily makes use of all manners of blues and purples and pinks to create its underwater environment, which might not only be telling us something about Planet Aqua Star as a whole. Seriously though, from the bottom of my heart, I am proud of you, Aqua Star. Congrats on coming out. You are loved. But it's one of the most appealing color schemes ever. They could have slapped it onto anything and it would look incredible. But Kirby 64 just goes out of its way to take that and do something really interesting with it because it feels like you've just entered another world. A world hidden below the depths of the Aqua Star Ocean. And besides all the lively coral and reefs scattered all over the place, the second room here does such a good job of subtly building up to and taking your breath away with its beautiful environment design. The way the camera pans as Kirby moves out of the hole he entered the room from, and the way the camera just slowly reveals this beautiful aquatic landscape as you just watch and marvel at how beautiful it is. Complete with all of its craters and rock formations all under this purple sky that just gives you the feel feeling of visiting an entirely different world is amazing. And that's not the only amazing part of the stage either, because the opening room does such a nice job at transitioning to those deeper colors. And as the stage goes on, it displays even more variety in the ways that it can just completely take your breath away, like with some of the nicely colored caves and tunnels Kirby explores later on. And the lighting here is just always on point, no matter what kind of light Kirby is under. It just perfectly sells you on this environment, if the beauty of the environment wasn't enough to sell it to you already. The Ruins track that plays here is also nice once again. I slightly alluded to the Ruins track being used in another stage earlier, and this is the one. And man, exploring this whole underwater paradise just captures that same feeling of exploring those long-lost ruins on Rockstar. I've said it a million times, but it feels like you're exploring an entirely new world, a place completely hidden below the ocean. And the Ruins track being as calming as it is just really lends itself well to this kind of exploration underwater, and that isolating feeling still applies too, because, I mean, who else is going to be going down here with you? It's just pure Kirby versus Aquastar this time around. Whether you care for Kirby 64's underwater gameplay or not, if you don't think that the presentation of this stage is just perfection, I think you're lying, because this is just amazing. This is easily one of the best looking stages in any Kirby game ever. Anyways, this section mostly just lets you take in all the marine life around you while you try to dodge their attacks. You got candies that snip at you from the seafloor, floppers that swim about, even letting you hitch a ride if you decide to hold one above your head. You got more pedos firing out of this crater, guarding some food you could use to heal up, and there's even a whole school of squibbies that stands between Kirby and the cavern up ahead. The most notable thing here though has to be this section with some kind of narrow path and all these falling boulders that rain down on Kirby. The whole room is pretty straightforward and open, and there's not too much in the way of any actual level design, but the feeling of being underwater is sold flawlessly, and the background design is obviously amazing. And while besides the giant crater, the actual level geometry isn't super interesting, the way all these enemies are spread out and the challenges they all pose, and how you can even use some of them for your own benefits with traversal and stuff, it's great, and it just feels like a really authentic water environment that's also fun to play through. The next room here is a little cavern that makes use of some heavy currents, ones that are even stronger than the ones we've been dealing with so far, pushing Kirby left and right as you need to cross through them while swimming upwards into these sections based around rock tunnels. The room once again has some great enemy variety, with Gordos working great in between these rocks to create some pressure and timing-based challenges, along with Glunks and Turbites who also do a really good job at pressuring the player. And there's even some blowfish that show up at the very top of this area here, all nicely spread out and exploding one by one as Kirby needs to swim to the very top here in order to collect the crystal shard. Something I like about this shard is that it's one that you could possibly miss your first time going through, because I mean, it's tucked away in a small crater at the very top of the room while this current tries to push you forward into the next room. But if you do happen to mess that up somehow, there's still a chance to recover by using one of these tunnels down here to get back to safety, which almost lets you just restart this challenge, letting you go all the way back to the left of the room to get another shot. It's some really good design, and I especially like the way it plays on the whole current gimmick, especially now that it's being pushed to the forefront in this room. I also really like how this shard almost teaches you how to fight against these currents. You can't really swim back against the current at all, but it does at least slow your descent forward against the tide, and it makes the shard significantly easier to snag, on top of just being a nice way to prep you for the next room, because if you thought this one had a big emphasis on rushing currents, you haven't seen anything yet, because the next room is just a string of tunnels and caves that Kirby's being sent through quickly as a current pulls him along, with the main challenge here once again being using this current to your own benefit. Also, this is that colored cave tunnel part I mentioned earlier. Just look at it. Isn't it beautiful? Once again, one of the best looking stages in Kirby history. And this right here, this is Exhibit B. It starts with some pretty basic enemies like Glunks that you could slip past easily if you're fast enough, but this part gradually introduces more and more enemies that you'll have to mix your approaches up for. There's some blowfish, some fishbones, some Gordos, and all these guys just perfectly expand on the current idea, being some enemies you could choose to either slip past quickly or take slowly. They can all easily get a hit on Kirby if you're not careful though, and I think that last section with the Gordos that move up and down in these tunnels is really just the perfect culmination of the current idea, at least for this part of the stage, because unlike with the other enemies, you don't really have the choice to just take these guys down. You actively need to use the current to your own benefit by fighting against it and waiting for an opportunity to slip past these Gordos unscathed. And I just think that's brilliant. And also, can I just bring up the colors again, because I just love the way that this cavern cycles through so many different colors, the way the tints change as you go further in. This whole section is just so magical, and the currents are also used pretty effectively for the second crystal shard here too. As the current pushes you forward forward, you'll eventually come across this single rope that shows up here in this section, which is likely just to let players get their bearings before they're thrust into dealing with more tricky enemies. But more importantly, this rope is also vital to getting the second crystal shard, because the way you get this one is by going all the way to the bottom of this rope and then just fighting with the current as hard as you can until you get the shard. And once again, it just shows this stage's real dedication to using the current gimmicks. The currents in this stage are a lot like the stream in Aquastar 2, not only because they're both gimmicks that kind of dictate your movement in a certain way, but because both of them are just excellently used and expanded as the stage goes on. Up next is the stage's mid-boss, and this one continues the trend of surprisingly engaging mid-boss encounters, on top of also being one I have a bit of a nostalgic connection with, or would it be a little bit more of a nostalgic beef? Remember when I mentioned my first Kirby 64 session a little earlier? The one that started and ended on Aquastar? Well, I started on Aquastar 2, as you all know, but it ended right here, this very room with this stupid blowfish. It sounds silly saying I had my ass handed to me by a Kirby 64 mid-boss, but what can I say? The giant blowfish is probably Kirby 64's most challenging mid-boss. The whole idea here is that you're trapped in this circular arena being pushed around by currents counterclockwise, while your opponent, this giant blowfish, moves around clockwise, which leaves the only real window you have to attack the blowfish kinda limited because it's whenever Kirby and the blowfish's positions overlap, on top of also requiring you to be a little careful that you're not colliding into this thing all the time, which is a little hard because it just takes up so much space. The glunks as projectiles don't really do this one any favors either. I mean, it's more than possible to just use one of these glunks and lift it above your head and just completely decimate this fish, but when I first played the game, I don't even know if I knew how the lift worked, because I never saw the training video. So yeah, overall, just thrusting a very inexperienced child into this situation is just asking for trouble. But ultimately, this is a fun battle, even if I do have a tiny bit of beef with it, but it's a more comical, funny beef. I mean, I'll never forget just how hard this giant blowfish mopped the floor with me when I was a kid, and I do have to admire just how well designed this fight is, because not only is it one of Kirby 64's more challenging mid-bosses, but it's also one of the few to actually make use of a stage gimmick as well with the current and stuff, which honestly just makes this one even more brilliantly designed. Anyways, after defeating the giant blowfish, the final room of the stage opens up, and Kirby needs to swim down one last current, this time dodging boulders that come flying from the left side of this tunnel. Once again, this whole area is made so much more manageable by the craters that house food and other goodies to wait out any incoming Ignis? Wait, aren't these not Ignis? And there's also some Gordos that show up later too, which just further add to the challenge of this last little test with the currents, requiring even more careful movements while all these boulders are being flung your way. There's also a certain crater located on the floor that contains the final crystal shard here, and this highlights my only real complaint with this room. I think the camera could have been a little more centered here, because as it is, I think it's a little too skewed towards an upwards view, which makes finding this crystal shard a little tricky, especially considering with all these boulders you're kind of thrusting yourself into danger's way, which is risking a lot when you don't really know what's even down here in the first place because the camera just isn't really showing you. But really, that's just a minor nitpick, because as a whole, I really do love this section, and it's just a great and challenging way to close off the stage. Water levels as a whole get a really bad rap from a lot of the really infamous and poorly done ones, but when water levels are good, they are really good, and this stage right here proves it. It's one of my favorite water levels I've played in any game ever. It just does such a good job with all of its gimmicks and ideas, on top of just being gorgeous to look at. The design and atmosphere are just top-notch, and I just love this stage a ton. And that's all for Aquastar's main stages, although there is still one more thing we gotta do here, and I'm sure you know what it is. It's boss time. Aqua makes his return from Dreamland 3 as Aquastar's boss, and he really is back and better than ever. This fight takes place in an underwater cavern, which is fittingly deep and dark, but it doesn't completely lose that Kirby 64 charm. And as someone who loved the Aqua fight last game, 64 immediately trims off the fat, also known as the first phase, from the Dreamland 3 fight and immediately cuts right to the good stuff. It wastes absolutely no time into thrusting you into a good old underwater duel, and the first phase here is about on par with the second phase of the Dreamland 3 battle. Is this the UK? The first phase here is pretty similar to the second phase of the Dreamland 3 fight, and I'd say they're both about on par with each other in terms of quality. The camera follows Aqua as he makes his way to the right wall, spitting out all sorts of objects at Kirby. Once he reaches the wall, he'll do one of two slam attacks before heading in the other direction, and just rinse and repeat that from there. Aqua's spinning attack has 3 different projectiles that can be launched out, being fish bones, these skulls which appear to be boneheads without the wings, and Gordos, with the former two just moving straight ahead, with the only notable difference between them being that one of them gives you the cutter ability and a great lift attack, while the other only gives you a basic projectile to spit back at Aqua, while the Gordos bounce along the ground, slightly mixing things up on top of also being a nice way for Aqua to shield himself from your attacks, which just adds a little more to the challenge of this fight because Aqua already isn't super easy to hit with your projectiles, considering considering that they move slower underwater and that Aqua's constantly moving all over the place. As for the two end-of-room slam attacks, Aqua will either do this move where he circles around the room using the game's 3D capabilities, with all of his intersection points at the main arena depending on Kirby's location, only for him to eventually just drop down from the ceiling, attempting to hit Kirby, which leaves these two boulders you can fire back at him in the process. And there's this other move where Aqua will move across the room 2 times, creating boulders each time he slams into the ground, attempting to crush Kirby at a closer distance. Overall, I'd say it's a tiny bit easier than the second phase of the Dream 1-3 fight, mostly because there's no water gun aiming this time around, so you have a little more control over where your projectiles go, but it's still great, and as much as it pains me to see the water gun aiming go, the trade-off of actually having your copy abilities be viable underwater is more than worth it. On top of once again doing a very good job to balance the normal Kirby and copy ability routes this fight could either take, because while normal Kirby's attacks come out a tiny bit quicker and don't have as many animations, you do need to rely on Acro to give you ammo in the first place to attack, while going in with the copy ability means you will actually have to put up with some longer animations and stuff, but at the cost of being able to attack Acro more freely. It's great, and things get even better once Acro goes down, because the real fight has only just begun. As soon as Acro tumbles against the floor of this cavern, the whole thing begins to crumble, requiring Kirby to swim up until he reaches this tunnel here, which Acro quickly reappears from. The first thing you'll notice about this phase is that there is no safe ground here anymore, and now he is an even more difficult target to hit. In this phase, Acro will primarily stick to the bottom of the screen, occasionally firing out a series of pedos as he moves along the bottom, before he waits a moment and swiftly charges upward, heading back down as you can see in the background here before popping his head back up again to repeat his pattern. There is constant danger in this fight because Kirby needs to keep constantly swimming in order to avoid being swallowed up by the pit below, which keeps moving closer and closer, considering this whole fight is an auto-scroller now. Too much dawdling or any misuse of your copy abilities could result in an instant death because of this pit, and that intensity, that danger is just something I really love about this fight, especially considering Acro is usually just camping right in this pit. Of course, you could also just wait until he does his charge attack, which makes hitting Acro a lot less risky, but that also takes longer if you just constantly wait for him to do that, which further adds more risk and reward into this fight, because I mean, you could just wait for Acro to use his charge attack, but the fight could go a lot quicker if you take full advantage of Acro every second he's vulnerable, even if that does mean putting yourself at risk of just getting completely destroyed by the bottomless pit here. Another thing I really like about this fight is all the different aquatic enemies you see as you slowly move up in order to give you a little more ammunition than just Acro's pedos. And while most of these don't really offer too much to the fight besides just being an additional projectile, besides blowfish of course, which explode whenever you approach them, it's just a nice way to breathe a little more life into this fight, on top of just making it a tiny bit easier for normal Kirby. And it's not just free ammunition either, because sometimes if you see like an enemy on the other side you're not on, you'll have to swim over and get it and just hope Acro doesn't use his charge attack and slam right into you. This whole phase just feels so intense with the constant scrolling and the death pit below. It's just a perfect step up considering that this fight starts off right where the Dream 1-3 fight ends. It's just a perfect expansion of what Dream 1-3 did with its Acro fight, and it just cements Acro as another really solid fight under Kirby 64's belt. But anyways, once Acro goes down, Kirby can pick up his crystal shard. He even gets a unique little underwater celebration animation, look at that. And the next cutscene plays. The gang's just hanging out around Aquastar, doing some rock skipping on one of its native beaches, while everyone else throws rocks like the filthy casuals they are. Kirby takes rock skipping to the extreme. He holds on his throw to make sure it clears every single one of his friends' throws in order to cement himself as a true rock skipping champion, but just as he begins, he closes his eyes and his friends all watch in awe until they notice the waves coming in, which leads to everyone getting just a hilarious reaction. Truly one of the greatest expressive moments in all of Kirby 64's cutscenes right here. But anyways, yeah, Kirby's still charging up his throw, but everyone else is noping out of there. There is a giant wave that is about to crash into every single one of them, and unfortunately, Kirby just never notices this wave because he holds on his throw just a little too long, and just as he releases it, our goat has been washed. The crystal opens the next portal to the next planet Kirby and friends go to on their quest though, which is Neostar. And after Kirby wakes up from that waterfall just completely annihilating him, everyone sets off to continue the journey. Aquastar is yet another incredible area with consistently great stages and some notable highlights being Stage 2 and 4. While Aquastar has the least lore to it out of all of Kirby 64's new planets, you know, with it just kind of being this planet submerged in water, presumably with a few little islands all over the place providing a little bit of land, although all that land is not nearly enough to prevent this place from being nearly uninhabitable for any landlubbers out there. I would say it does the best job out of all of Kirby 64's planets at showing off its theme, this time being water. While most planets often prioritize prioritize their lore, allowing for some unique locations that are still somewhat grounded in their primary setting, Aquastar is really just the water planet. It doesn't have much lore to speak of, which actually allows it to stretch its theme to the fullest without being interrupted by any kind of lore building stages. Now don't get me wrong, I love Kirby 64's stages that kind of add a little bit of lore to these planets. You saw a good deal of that on Rockstar, and you'll see a good deal of that as we continue through the game, but it kind of puts an asterisk on some of the planets, because like with Rockstar, you have Desert World, but it's full of abandoned ruins that are a part of this civilization that's been completely wiped out. Aquastar doesn't really have that, and while you could argue that makes the planet less interesting, I feel like that just really lets it take a basic theme and run with it in a way most of the other worlds can't. I mean, every single one of Aquastar's stages is just completely different from the last. You got an island stage, a stage based around a constantly flowing stream, a beach stage, and of course the obligatory underwater stage, giving us 4 different ways and places where we can see how water is used. And that's not even mentioning how these stages really use water for a lot of their gimmicks, and really stick to them, like this stream in Aquastar 2 or the currents in Aquastar 4. Both the lore-focused approach and the theme-encapsulating Aquastar approach are great in different and similar ways. But it's that variety that Aquastar's structure adds to Kirby 64's worlds, while still letting all that Kirby 64 creativity thrive that makes it so great. I mean, I do wish the planet itself had a little bit going on lore-wise, because there isn't really too much you can gather from all the levels and even the background on the Kirby 64 website, but regardless, Aquastar's still awesome. It's got a ton of great stages, they're all so incredibly memorable, and it even has a little bit of, fridge hostility. It's certainly not fridge horror, but just that same kind of thing Rockstar has going on. You know, it's that thing where it just seems like a fun, innocent little planet at first, but when you really think about it, or alternatively look into the lore, although that's not really an option with Aquastar, you realize just how deadly and uninhabitable these planets really are. I mean, this planet might as well just be a giant ocean filled to the brim with all sorts of hostile creatures lurking within. It's like an aquaphobe's worst nightmare, hidden behind layers of Kirby charm. Aquastar is incredible, and it just continues Kirby 64's streak of near perfectness by being just so nearly perfect. But if it's a hostile and deadly and uninhabitable planet you really want, this next one's for you. Let's see what's new on Neostar. I mean, technically it's nothing new because this is a game that's over 20 years old, but, you know, Neo, new, you gotta force a pun in there somehow. Neostar opens on a vibrant jungle flourishing with all sorts of plant life, and it's truly something to behold. The stage has a lot going on presentation-wise, but it never manages to obstruct gameplay or cause any sort of artificial difficulty by having things get in the way. Instead, all this stuff just makes the stage feel even more like you're actually in some sort of wild jungle, just filled to the brim with all sorts of plant life, whether it be the ones that curve, or these bush-looking ones here, or these ones that pop up with their pink buds. There's just so much variety in these plants, and all that variety really just adds to the feeling of just how broad and vast this jungle really is. I also really like that touch of how the top of the screen is just always covered in leaves, just really giving you that feeling of being in the thick of this jungle, just completely surrounded by the vast nature that consumes Neostar. The stage opens on a section that primarily makes use of 3 different enemy types, being Yarikos, Pupas, and Kapars. Although there are a few other enemies thrown in here as well, like my good buddy Hack. Always love to see some Hack in here. Give me 5, buddy. Oh, ah! All these enemies just really fit into this jungle's very wild feeling. Yes, even you. And they all get used in fun ways. Pupas in particular really shine, especially in this stage more than any other, because they're a constant up until the very end. These guys just make for very dynamic hazards. They can catch you by surprise pretty easily, and you'll often need to engage with them a little more in order to get by. The main gimmick of this section is that there are some pits that are covered up by leaves, and while they look completely natural at first, as soon as you step on that pit, just give it a second, and bam, look at that. There's a hole opened in the ground that you just revealed by stepping on that leaf pit. Now, this is a bit of a weird gimmick, because this is one that can be just as fun as it could be annoying, because, yeah, some of these leaf pits do hide certain little traps in there. But I think Kirby 64 does a pretty good job of slowly introducing you to this idea. The first leaf pit you find is probably going to take you by surprise and just drop Kirby right into an empty crater, nothing of note in there. And I imagine anyone seeing that there's surprise trap craters in this level is probably going to be a little more wary about these leaf pits, which is completely justified because the next one just drops you into some spikes. I mean, I can't say for certain that nobody got shanked by these spikes by complete accident, but what are you really going to do? They decided to run with the pit gimmick and they're doing the best they can with it. And besides, it's not like you just drop down the moment you set foot on this pit. If you could just tap it and then immediately hover away, then you can actually see whatever, if anything, the leaf pit is hiding without risking putting yourself in harm's way. The main reason why these things are even worth interacting with in the first place is because they can offer all sorts of different rewards, which makes this a double-sided mechanic because it could hurt you just as much as it could help you. In fact, the first crystal shard is even hidden in one of these leaf pits, very nicely tucked away in this section with a bunch of other leaf pits that, instead of giving you something as good as a crystal shard, just present you with some spikes. Overall, it's a fun gimmick. It's a tiny bit flawed, maybe not the greatest gimmick in the world with how it can definitely get a few unfair hits on you if you're not prepared, but overall I wouldn't say it's completely stacked against the player. There are things the player can do in order to avoid potentially getting hit by any of these surprise spikes, and the game does a decent job easing you into the idea of using these leaf pits. The next room is a vertical one that's pretty similar to the auto-scroller from Rockstar's first stage, although thankfully it's not an auto-scroller this time, but it does make use of a pretty similar mechanic where your main objective is to climb along these walls at your own pace, thankfully. The second crystal shard can also be picked up pretty quickly and easily as soon as you enter. Just drop down here on this out-of-view platform right here and pick it up. But back on track, as you head up, you'll encounter all sorts of enemies like Galbos and Yarikos, which are great enemies that can really pressure you from a distance, making it a little tricky to get onto these platforms they protect. There's also another enemy that makes their return here too, this time being a favorite of mine from Dream 1-3, the Terran, these little dinosaur fellows. These guys fly in a slightly downwards motion typically, and they try to come down on Kirby. And that is most apparent in this room here, because you can see how they behave not just in the air, but against walls. Every single time these guys bump against the wall, they slightly readjust themselves to continue flying, and they can even start flying upwards after a collision depending on where Kirby is. They're always going to try to home in on him. These guys are just such a fun enemy type, especially when you're using them to glide, and they are just a perfect fit for the prehistoric wilderness of Neostar. The stage starts getting super fun though in the next room, with its most notable feature being these vines that you need to grab and swing across in order to make it across these chasms. I really love the presentation here too, especially. You can just see the danger that's below you and just how high up you are in this jungle now. Obviously, you don't want to go plummeting down there. This is the first time Kirby 64's climbing mechanics are put into a situation that's more dangerous than just trying to outclimb a B-Volt, and I think that's awesome, and this section in general just provides some really nice variety in the stage by making you play around with climbing. Plus, the main star of the show here is the way you can use these to manipulate Kirby's momentum, because as these things are swinging forward, you could just jump off of them and send Kirby flying. There's nothing better than a stage element in Kirby 64 that just lets you pass the speed cap, and the way all these point stars and enemies are positioned here just makes it even more fun to fling yourself through everything. It's just an absolute blast. So as we fling ourselves into the next room, we're greeted by our next mid-boss, this time being a giant Galbo that gets some help from these two Yarikos that throw down spears at Kirby. This one is an alright mid-boss. The arena can be pretty dangerous with these vicious enemies just constantly attacking the center and right side of the screen, and the giant Galbo, while it doesn't do too much, can protect itself using its fire breath, which blocks your projectiles. It's a tiny bit of a step back from Aquastar's mid-bosses, which mostly just kept getting better and better and better, but it's not too big of a deal. I mean, we're talking about Kirby 64 mid-bosses here. It's not the end of the world if one of these is a little less good than some of the other ones. And as the giant Galbo falls, this next room here continues right where the last room before the giant Galbo left off. This part makes use of a variety of different platforms, whether it's these big swinging log platforms that once again allow you to break the game's speed cap, which peak. And there's also these wood platforms that hold for a second once Kirby sets foot on them before dropping right down into the abyss. Pupas are super prevalent here, dropping from the sky and catching you by surprise, and Terrans are also super plentiful here, and they do a really good job complementing this whole section on so many different levels. These guys can finally fly around freely, so you really get to see as they slowly try to home in on Kirby, and their almost constant downwards movement does make them a little tricky to deal with sometimes, especially while you're also busy platforming. But of course, these guys work just as well as they do as an obstacle, as they do as a little tool to help the player, because Terran Glide, do I even have to say anything? Terran Glide. Wait, no! The last crystal shard is also tucked away over here, nicely up above this wooden platform, and you really do need to keep your eyes peeled in order to find this one hidden among the leaves. If you know where it is, all you really have to do is just fly up and collect it, but once again, I do think tucking away a crystal shard like this in a good, crowded area is just a really nice way to hide one of these things. They're obvious enough to the point where it doesn't feel cryptic or ridiculous to find them, but you do need to use your brain and your eyes a little bit. And finally, the stage closes by giving us an invincibility candy to just blitz through this last room, just letting us get a nice little rush before we're thrust into the next stage. There isn't really too much to note here besides the flower enemy Flora making its first appearance. These little enemies that slowly float down through the sky. While they don't show up too much, I do really like their design. I really do hope we get to see these guys again someday, but that also applies to most Kirby 64 enemies. I miss you guys. They just have a very nice, relaxed vibe to them I really appreciate. They're not going out of their way to attack Kirby. They're just doing their own thing, being flowers. Anyways, just make a mad dash for the goal and pick up any point stars along the way, and maybe backtrack for a certain explosive ability, because up next is Stage 2. And get ready, because Stage 2 does not hold back, because Kirby is just immediately thrust into this cavern, plummeting straight down, all the light from the above world just getting completely cut out as Kirby just falls. And before we get into the stage properly, this cave just looks so great. It just has such a nice, distinct style to it, with its distinct blue and white patterned rocks and some light usage of water, mostly in the background details, that really help this area feel more real and distinct. It doesn't really feel like your average cave. It feels a little more unique, mostly thanks to the touch of water, and maybe some of the light prehistoric vibes it gives off, which is fitting considering it's in Neostar. There's even a cool little shift in appearance I really like near the end, but we'll talk more about that when we get to those rooms. I also really like how the backgrounds in here just kind of fade into the darkness, like there could be anything beneath this darkness. This is an entire cave complex. Who knows what could be back there? And the lighting here, as usual, is just top-notch. This stage also introduces a new music track, which now that I think about it, it's actually been quite a while since we had one of those. And this one is the aptly named Neostar, which, if you ask me, is mostly defined by its usage of the choir, which makes it a super nice song to listen to because it's the Kirby 64 choir, you don't get better than that. Well, that, along with its use of a very heavy and disorganized electronic sound. Despite sounding a little all over the place sometimes, this track still manages to be super memorable, and it just has such a clear melody that really helps it stand out in Kirby 64's magnificent OST. Speaking of that, I really do like how the chaos of the electronic sounds in the background really lends itself to capturing that wild feeling of Neostar. There's just no order here. It's just a completely wild, almost prehistoric planet with no civilization to speak of, and things could get just as dangerous as you'd expect. And oddly enough, the choir also does add to that feeling as well. I can't really pinpoint why I feel that way, but the choir is just very Neostar, although maybe that's because it's in the Neostar theme. But overall, it's great stuff. Anyway, so at first this descent might not seem like too much, besides a very easy way to snag some 1-ups, of course. But if you move a little bit to your left, you'll notice the first crystal shard. Yep, right there, out in the open, just by exploring this section where it doesn't really seem like you'd have to do much exploring in the first place. It's nothing too complex, but it's a nice little shard just hidden off the beaten path. It's what I like to see. Once Kirby reaches the bottom, though, he falls right into this minecart, which is then pushed by Waddle Dee, and after a little bit of pushing, he hops right on in with Kirby, and it's on to our second Waddle Dee vehicle section. This minecart controls identically to the boat from earlier, but the overall design here is a tiny bit more interesting whenever you're not just plowing through enemies, which, in all fairness, is like the second half of this entire section. Just a straight line with a bunch of enemies you plow through. Yeah, it's not much, but at least the enemy popping sound is very satisfying, so you take what you can get. There's this little section here which kind of has a branching path thing going on, with the bottom path having nothing really special on it, but the top one having a crystal shard, which doesn't go into pick-a-path territory because Waddle Dee actually signals and lets you know that there's a crystal shard up there. He gives you a little heads up, and even if it might not seem like there's really anything up there at first, trust me, it pays off to get the crystal shard and save yourself like a minute of your time. I mean, even if it was pick a path, I couldn't complain too much since it's like right there at the start. From there on, though, the road does become mostly flat, you know, just running over enemies and stuff, although there are a few boulders scattered throughout the place that keep you a little bit engaged. After Kirby and Waddle Dee get into another vehicle accident, though, the stage can properly begin. There's a few old faces that pop up here again, like iCubes and Gloms, both of which get some pretty nice use as fun obstacles that really help to liven the place up. And there's not really too much else to this first section. I mean, there's a pretty easy 1-up you can score by engaging with this Shotzo. You can also snag some goodies by noticing this little gap here between these eye cubes. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty basic, but it's more or less the honorary first room, so can't really complain. The next room, though, ups the ante by a pretty decent amount, putting a much heavier emphasis on platforming, this time on these rising floors that have these waterfalls running down them that threaten to push Kirby down into this pit, all while Shotzos and these new enemies, Drops, attack from the ceiling. Drops just drop down and sit on the floor. They're a pretty simple enemy, but they do work pretty well as a surprise enemy and can definitely catch you off guard with how the camera's positioned here. Plus, all the water from the waterfalls really goes a long way in making these guys even harder to spot. Speaking of the camera, yeah, the way it's positioned makes this room like 10 times more difficult than it would be otherwise. It encourages some more careful and cautious platforming, and overall I just find this section to be a ton of fun. And things get even better with the next room, which properly features some water on the main path. While you never have to go in the water in this section, in fact there are very few places where you actually can go in the water, this part still does quite a few cool things with the shallow water it does use. Besides the beautiful purple and blue color scheme very reminiscent of Aquastar 4, a certain gimmick from Aquastar 1 also kinda sorta makes its return here, being those little pits that tucked away enemies. This time though, these mostly just house point stars, but occasionally you'll notice a Squibby slightly popping out of one, and these guys are just the perfect enemies to be hiding away in pits. The Squibbies aren't the only great enemies here though, because of course we also have Kapar, who, when is Kapar not great, as well as Zeus making their return. Both of these guys can be a little more threatening than most other enemies because of their less rigid movements and various projectiles they can use, so they pose a very decent challenge here. Oh, what's this? A brown and black wall. Well, what ability happens to be Bomb plus Stone? Oh yeah, that's the Dynamite ability, baby. Yet another infamous crystal shard is here in Neostar Stage 2. And while this one isn't as cryptic as some of Kirby 64's other infamous shards, in fact, it's really not very cryptic at all. I mean, the solution to the puzzle is right there. The reason why this one is so infamous is because it's an execution-based challenge that is maybe just a smidge more difficult than most of Kirby 64's stuff up to this point. As we've established a good while ago, not only is this thing practically a light screen nuke wiping out almost every single enemy on screen at any given time, but the thing is a danger to Kirby as well. It can very easily blow up in Kirby's face and take off a point of his health if Kirby isn't able to crouch and hide himself with his hard hat in time. Now, spoilers, I love this crystal shard a ton, but if I did have to nitpick about it a little bit, yeah, it kinda sucks you can't find Stone or Bomb in this stage anywhere. Although really, it's more of a minor nuisance here because I think that kind of enhances the challenge in an odd way. You can't just rely on any enemies in this stage to help you out. You actually have to come into the stage rocking this deadly ability from the very start if you want to get this shard. So I've made it clear that this stage already has some pretty tricky hazards as it is. And while with the first two post minecart rooms it's pretty easy to just restrain yourself and not throw out any unnecessary dynamite pieces you aren't ready to defend against, during this third section it is significantly more difficult. Primarily because of these guys. Damn you, Zeus. Just for all the grief you've caused me, I am going to go find your wife and tell her how many ladies you've cheated on her with, if you haven't already told her already. This dynamite blows up anything that even slightly taps it, besides Kirby himself. So these guys, these crazy lightning maniacs throwing around their lightning bolts and dripping down their raindrops, can easily set off any piece of dynamite even when you're least expecting it. Plus, they're also floating enemies too, so you could just throw a piece of dynamite out and it won't even hit the ground and you won't even have time to react and hide in time. These guys are relentless. They ambush you from above and they just don't leave you alone, and you feel almost pressured to use the most reliable attack you have. Because now that I think about it, I mean, you could just go up there and use an air bullet or maybe a headbutt, but I mean, these guys kind of make me a little angry. I'm not thinking straight when I see these guys. I know a lot of people hate this one because Bomb plus Stone is not exactly the most reliable ability out there. I mean, most of the damage you're going to be accumulating throughout this portion of the stage, if you're going for this crystal shard, is going to be from your own dynamite. But that's kind of why I love this one. I mean, I already established I love Bomb plus Stone, and the way that this crystal shard just takes the full advantage of this ability's shortcomings and forces players to use it for the duration of the stage in order to get a crystal shard is something that I just think is genius. It's a brilliant way to make use of this ability, especially because it goes past just being your average break this wall / block with this ability shard, and it becomes one where it's more about the execution and the challenge than just the raw puzzle itself. Alright, so here we are, dynamite in hand, right here at the very wall we have to blow up, and before we blow that up, did you know that there's actually a little 1-up tucked away inside this little spot in the wall? Yeah, cool, huh? Alright, now let's destroy this thing. From here, the stage doesn't really have a proper mid-boss, but instead it has one of the game's few enemy ambushes in its place. They're locked in this room that just completely shifts the stage's appearance, opting for some more varied colors with these floating blocks in the background. But anyways, it has drops rain down constantly, and you only be let out of this room if you take them all out. It's super fun to kill them with just how many there are and how many different methods you have of just clearing these guys out. One of my favorite ways to take all these guys out, though, is with Bomb plus Stone, which is fitting considering it's the ability you need to use in order to get the final shard. As we've established for the second time now, Bomb plus Stone is a devastating ability. It can easily clear out a room of drops, no problem, and that kind of efficiency and power just makes this ability such a fun one to use here. And while we're on the topic of using this ability against all these drops, while the drop ambush in general kind of seems like a weird thing that's kind of out of left field for Kirby 64, I can't help but feel like this was just kind of an additional reward for slogging all the way through the stage using Bomb plus Stone, an ability I'm sure many people did not want to use. In Kirby 64, every copy ability essentially does the same amount of damage per hit. So if this was just an ordinary mid-boss, you wouldn't really get too much payoff from using Bomb plus Stone, unless it was like a very specifically designed mid-boss around that ability. Bomb plus Stone's strength comes in the number of enemies you're facing and just how quickly and efficiently it's able to wipe out huge hordes of them. And so I think just trapping you in this room with all these drops was like a way to reward you for coming all this way using this ability, assuming you just didn't discard it out of rage already, because it just lets you clean out this room so incredibly quickly, and I love that so much. It just feels like a reward for the player for using an ability they might not have wanted to use in the first place. It's further great design on top of an already great crystal shard, rewarding you with some fun carnage and a Maxim tomato over in the next room to heal up any wounds you might have caused yourself. Or maybe it was Zeus. I've got my eye on you. And speaking of this room, it really ups the ante even further, putting a very heavy emphasis on the super deadly hazard, which are these crushing floors that will kill you in an instant if you cannot get out of the way in time. As you could probably guess, there's a ton of spots here that are gonna crush you, and the game incentivizes you to step into these danger zones and risk your life by peppering them with all sorts of cool things like point stars and 1-up, another 1-up. This is like the third one. And that's not even counting the infinite 1-up exploit you could do with the first room of the stage. Wow, they really did think of everything to kind of put a band-aid on the wound that Bomb plus Stone Crystal Shard is probably going to put on someone. They really do pay you back in 1-ups here, huh? Anyways, the game is deliberately trying to lure you into deadly spots where you are going to get killed. That is cool. The crushers progressively get more and more threatening until the stage ends, requiring good timing, movement, and a tiny bit of restraint on doing quick, awesome, sick, split-second escapes of death to make it out alive. Overall, it's a fun room and a great way to close out the stage. Stage 2 in general is just great in most aspects. I do think there's a few things that could have been touched up, like maybe a little bit more level design on the latter half of the minecart section, but everything after that just hits. It's one of Kirby 64's more trickier stages, and it's got all sorts of tricky moments that just make it such a fun and memorable ride, especially the closer you get to the end. I'll admit, it doesn't really come to mind first when I think of my favorite Kirby 64 stages, but whenever I just look back and reflect on this one, I just remember how much I love it. Stage 3 takes place high up in the mountains, and the look here is quite simple, but it's very effective. The background here looks quite nice, with a thick fog obscuring the bottom portions of it, with the only thing you can really see just being even more mountains peeking through. There's also some nice color diversity with all these mountains that keeps things really interesting too. Be it pink, purple, green, orange, whatever, they've all got unique patterns and stuff on them, and it just keeps things looking fresh. The camera is also great here too, with it just perfectly capturing the scale of these mountains with the way it moves and some of the shots you get. In particular, I really like this one you could see during the first stretch of the stage as you're nearing the second room, where you can just kind of see where you started in the background as it loops around and you see just how high up you're getting. And the use of Rockstar as the stage's theme is a nice touch because, I mean, it's Rockstar. You're on mountains. It works. Anyways, the first part of the stage has Kirby scaling these mountains with that aforementioned really cool looping around perspective I mentioned earlier. This part makes use of a few enemies like punks, cairns, propellers, and boneheads that all fit pretty well with the rough and rugged yet tall and sky-high mountains. And there's also some Rockies that drop down from star blocks in an attempt to hit Kirby as he passes through. The platforming here is pretty simple. There's no bottomless pits yet, as it's mostly just about scaling up this mountain, dealing with any enemies you encounter. But one thing of note here is the first crystal shard, which is being blocked by this orange rock in the floor that requires a needle ability to break it. I'll also be honest, this spot also looks a little brown if you ask me, so whenever I saw it, I just thought, why don't I just use stone plus needle? And that's exactly what I do. Like, every single playthrough, I use stone plus needle. It's just a habit. It just fits with the vibe of the stage really well. It does a good job at piercing through this area the moment you encounter it, and it's just kind of been baked into my brain because Look, there's the orangish brown spot. Might as well use both abilities so we can more or less guarantee I get that shard. Continuing on though, once Kirby reaches the peak of this mountain and heads over to the next bit, things start getting really good because now Kirby's actually jumping from mountain to mountain, and you're dodging an even wider variety of enemies here. It does a great job upping the ante of the first room, taking off those training wheels and actually putting you in real danger by having these bottomless pits. And a lot of the enemies you encounter are much tougher here too, like these Terrans here. Our next crystal shard is in the next room over though, or should I say the next 2 rooms over, because we get another puzzle with Adeline, and unlike last time, Adeline is actually providing Kirby with the hint instead of just implying what you have to do a little bit. Here, Adeline will have one of 3 different paintings on her easel. She will have either painted a top hat, a pizza, or a parasol, and one of these 3 different paintings is randomly selected once you enter the stage. The next room over is just a completely empty room, barring this huge thing of star blocks. It's complete with a little empty spot in the middle, which is perfect for the crystal shard, but if you want to make that shard appear in the first place, you're gonna have to make the thing that Adeline painted in the room before. To quickly cover what you're supposed to do with all of the different patterns, the hat is by far the easiest one of the possible paintings, just requiring you to trim off most of the left and right column, minus 1 block in the bottom row. The pizza is in between in terms of difficulty. All you gotta do is just trim the edges a little bit in order to give this block a circular look, and then trim a little bit further into the bottom right to replicate the slice that's been taken out of the pizza Adeline drew. You know, you're just making a star block Pac-Man at a downwards angle. It's really nothing too complicated, but the parasol is a little bit of a step up, and it's easily the hardest one thanks to the angle and the detail of the picture just being a little more misleading than the other ones. Now, what you actually need to do to make this parasol is pretty easy. Just make a basic up-pointing parasol without any real detail on the umbrella, and you should get it. But something about being tasked with making a parasol is just way more difficult than making a top hat or a pizza. Like, I mean, as I said before, the picture, for one, is just a lot more complex than these other pictures. And then that also brings up the question of how detailed should the top part of the parasol be? At what point does the handle stop and the actual parasol part of the parasol begin? It's just a little more confusing, and I think it is a decent step up in difficulty compared to the other two. Not in terms of actually executing it if you know what to do, but in terms of figuring things out, because making a parasol could require just any kind of block combination vaguely in the shape of a parasol. But if you just listen to your gut and just do the most basic thing ever, you should get it. Kirby 64 is not asking for too much. Despite that slight imbalance with some of Adeline's paintings being more preferable than others, I do really love this crystal shard. It's kind of like some of those heart stars from Dream 1-3 with the Mario's Picross people, where you were just handed a giant cluster of star blocks to just make whatever with. Well, not whatever, but you could choose to make whatever. I'm down to make whatever with these. I mean, I loved doing it as a kid, and, you know, and I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of enjoy role-playing Kirby for it by making a little base out of these blocks and, I don't know, pretending that a bomb goes off and destroys the whole thing. It's just something that got my creativity flowing as a kid, and it's always just a fun thing to mess around with now. But anyways, back to this crystal shard. Yeah, it's a slight bit imbalanced, but the idea is a ton of fun. And I mean, nothing's stopping you from just resetting until you get the top hat if you can't figure the pizza or the parasol out. And yeah, while all the patterns are not created equal, I also think that that's a pretty cool aspect this crystal shard has going for it. It gives this puzzle some nice variety, and, you know, I just think that's pretty neat. And so after Kirby's hidden star block base in the mountains got blown up for a second time, it's about time we head out of the mountains. This last room continues with the heavy platforming emphasis the room before the whole Adeline puzzle had, and it even introduces a really cool platform, these little rock platforms that fall a moment after you step on them. It really is just the next logical progression in a stage so heavily focused on platforming above a bottomless pit. And the stage even does some pretty fun things with these, like using them to kind of connect a few mountains with some cacti bouncing on them, which makes this whole section feel pretty tight. A few other notable things in this part include this part here with some food and other goodies put inside these holes you can go into if Kirby's in a pinch. There's also the final crystal shard that's above a pit too deep for Kirby to see normally, but it's subtly hinted at with this point star far above it, which is also once again made a tiny bit more risky due to Kirby 64's hovering mechanics, because it's very possible you could just go in for this crystal shard and just wind up never coming out. Although that is a tiny bit unlikely, and it's never happened to me personally, but still, I appreciate the thrill of it. And of course, there's the closing section here where Kirby goes up this set of mountains that just so happens to spell out his name while he's being chased by these Bronto birds before exiting the stage. But now I'm wondering why exactly these mountains spell out Kirby. Well, I mean, I know the answer. It's a video game, so what is the in-universe lore explanation as to why the geography of Neostar just has these mountains that say Kirby. Like, just imagine that. You're over here in some completely foreign planet, and then you just see mountains that literally spell out your name. That has to be one of the most insane ego boosts of all time. Well, that or you're either just gonna be absolutely terrified. Hell, if it's something like Neostar, there's not even any civilization here, so I guess when this planet was made, the geography just naturally had this pop into existence for some reason. Okay, that's enough thinking about this. This is gonna make my head explode. Anyways, Neostar Stage 3 is a really cool stage that puts some nice emphasis on its platforming elements, and it's also nicely broken up with a little fun puzzle execution challenge crystal shard right there in the middle, which I really appreciate, and I just couldn't ask for anything else. It's just such a solid stage all around. Wrapping up Neostar's basic stages is Neostar Stage 4, and this is Kirby 64's token lava level, taking place inside of this hostile volcano filled with all sorts of flaming hot hazards and enemies. And this is just a super memorable stage, not only because it's just an excellently designed stage, but it's even more memorable for me personally because this was the first major roadblock I actually faced playing Kirby 64 when I actually got my hands on Kirby 64 and my N64 that my uncle sent me after I played it over at his place. By the way, for anyone not reading the pretentious intermissions, that's where the whole Aqua Star giant blowfish incident took place. Although for right now, just keep that lodged in the back of your head because we'll get to that when we get to that, because I'll explain just why this stage kicked my ass so hard when we get to the point where the stage kicked my ass so hard. But spoilers, it's not until the end, because the stage, for the most part, isn't too difficult, although it does still provide some nice challenges. The stage opens on its one and only outdoor area, and I gotta say, it's a shame that this is the only one of these in the entire stage, because this whole area out here just looks amazing. It's this oh no, my soda. Oh, it's just a little stain. It's this incredible magma-filled landscape with these mountains and all these falling magma rocks that instantly get you invested into what this stage has to offer. And just everything about this area, from the way the magma lights this whole place up to the dark and foreboding sky, is all just so perfect. And when you add on the Neostar track playing in the background, you know this stage is going to get crazy. It's just going to be Kirby versus the wilderness of this prehistoric planet. I especially like the way this massive magma lake in the background just keeps seeping into the main path, creating some spots for Kirby to jump over, all while you're just constantly being bombarded by these flaming boulders called Ignis, which you also see all over the background for good measure, which really just makes this path just feel even more like it's a part of this greater area here. But yeah, these boulders, they have a name, and they're not to be confused with those unnamed boulders from Aqua Star 4. Maybe they're like an Ignis subspecies of some sort that are just called Ingus. Never mind that. This isn't really the time to get into the genealogy and family tree of some Kirby rocks right now. There isn't really a pattern to how these guys fall, so you'll always need to be on your toes, watching for shadows on the ground from these falling Ignis. You can even use them to your benefit as well by using them like a little overhead shield by lifting. It's a really good introduction to the stage, and I really like how the Ignis just don't immediately start bombarding you until you've taken like the first few steps, so you're not just like spawning in and then getting absolutely decimated by these. That's how you know the game is playing fair. You'll eventually manage to find some shelter from the Ignis storm inside this massive volcano, and this is where the rest of the stage takes place. The volcano primarily makes use of dark browns with a little black all over the place, but it's the lava you see flooding these areas that just really makes it pop. It's always got this bright red, glowing in contrast to the pitch black rocks, and it even lights Kirby up. So while the landscapes overall aren't as interesting as the outside area, the lighting is still just as on point. In the volcano, Kirby's quickly met with a new enemy that will be a constant throughout this stage, Burnus, this flaming bird enemy that flies above Kirby, dropping down small little meteors in an attempt to hit him. Burnus, along with its closely related relative we'll see pretty soon, are both super fun enemies no matter how much trouble they have the potential to cause with their projectiles. They don't really look like it, but they can be quite threatening here, at least in this room in particular. The reason for that is because of the primary gimmick here, these spots that move whenever Kirby steps on them, allowing him to travel across the lava, and it's all broken up with some nice intermissions, including some other enemies that are just related to this theme. You got things like Bobos, Galbos, Pompeys, and even Magus from Dreamland 3. They're all just perfect enemy choices for a volcano. It's a great room, and the next one is even better, because our main man DDD has finally returned. He's back in business to give Kirby another ride, so you know you're in for a good time. Compared to last time, the walls blocking DDD's way here are a lot sturdier, requiring 2 basic hammer swings or a single charged one to break, and to add on to that, they're also divided into segments, both of which can be destroyed, which is a pretty important thing you might want to hold in your brain for a little later. The enemy types in this room are pretty similar to the ones from the previous room, although this room also has just a ton more lava and a much bigger emphasis on platforming because, you know, DDD can't fly over anything here. This is really where Burnus can start to become a bit of an issue because they can very easily hit DDD while he's jumping. They could even just use these walls to dive bomb right down into him, but eventually the Burnus do kind of phase out as the section gets a little tighter. But no matter what, don't stop completely destroying all these walls and just checking every single nook and cranny for something you can break, because if you do that, you should reveal the first crystal shard. After jumping over some Bronto Burts on some small platforms, the two eventually reach an exit though, and DDD just does his thing and just chucks Kirby right through here while he continues his journey through the volcano. I will never get over the way Kirby 64 portrays the Kirby and DDD dynamic. I just love it so much. It's just the perfect, friendly, playful rivals thing. It's so good. This next room here puts Kirby on some pretty thin but ultimately solid platforms, which doesn't really seem like it would open the door to too much interesting stuff presentation-wise, but once again, the camera really does come in clutch here. It's really cool just watching as this platform goes in and out, how Kirby goes closer and further away from the camera, and how you just watch as it turns and twists. This also helps out some sections like this one with the Bronto Birds that swoop in from the background, just look even cooler because they're kind of getting that at a bit of a different angle. It's just some really fine camera work from Kirby 64. I wouldn't expect anything less. It's just really cool, and this room once again has some really cool enemy variety, even going so far as to break away from the theme a tiny bit and just include more general common enemies. You don't get immediately thrust into anything involving lava at the start of the room, although the further you go in, the more lava becomes a part of the stage, as enemies like Magus and Burnus become more prominent. One of the coolest uses of lava in this room comes right at the end though, where you see these little circular waves of gushing lava coming through this wall, and it just looks so cool and unique, and it's just a really unique hazard too. It's pretty cool just slipping around these areas. It's nothing too tricky, but man, it looks really cool.
Shit.
The next room has the second crystal shard, and oh, yeah, this is another infamous one, and it's probably the crystal shard I have the most problems with in the entire game. I wouldn't say I hate it, though. It's far above some of the dud heart stars from Dreamland 3, and it is just miles better than the worst of the worst rainbow drops from Dreamland 2. But, man, I don't know what the game was accomplishing by just blatantly going against its own rules with this one. From the very first stage to the very last stage, Kirby 64 follows a design philosophy of using color-coded objects to give players a hint on what copyability breaks what. This is like the game's go-to method of hiding away crystal shards. It's something you've just grown used to by this point in the game, but the second shard here just completely flips that on its head, and it's not at all in a good way, because now the game just wants you to break this brown and red protrusion here with an ice ability. Yes, that's right, burning plus stone is probably immediately where your mind goes when you see this. I mean, it's a combo you can pretty easily get in this stage, and I mean, it does fit with the theme and all, you know, being a volcano. But no, you need an ice ability, and there's just nothing here that signals that. Maybe if it was like an actual fire or something going on here, maybe I could see that. I mean, opposite stuff and all that. It's the closest thing we have to a water ability here. But following the usual design philosophy of just using like an innocuous block and then just making the colors just be completely wrong is just... I don't see what was being accomplished with this. Now that is just a really major flaw with this crystal shard, and honestly I think there's a solid argument for this being my least favorite one in the game. I mean, I haven't really thought about it too much, but I don't know if there's a single one I have as many problems with as this one, because that is one very noticeable, ugly blemish on what is otherwise not too bad of a crystal shard. Obviously, to have proper fun with this one, you're going to need to know what you have to do in the first place, which does kind of suck, especially considering the game sure as hell doesn't want to help you figure out what you're supposed to destroy this block with. But it's kind of fun in the same way that the third shard from Neo Star 2 was fun, although I wouldn't say it's as fun as that one necessarily. I'm not really saying that because the ability you choose is going to change the level in any kind of meaningful way, but because it kind of captures that feeling of making this whole journey for this crystal shard just feel a little more perilous and dangerous, because you have to start the stage fresh with a copy ability that just isn't available anywhere in the level, and then you have to make your way all the way over to this point without losing it. And in the case of this one, things even get spiced up a little bit, because if you think you're just going to be able to use ice plus spark and cheese it, well, think again, because that food does not break this thing, which now that I think about it is actually kind of a good balancing measure for this thing. Wow, they actually did kind of balance it. I love you, Kirby 64. You understand so much about game balance. Maybe a smidge too broken, but still. But yeah, when you take away just how horribly what ability you need to use is communicated to the player, this one here is just a really fun journey, even if actually getting over that hurdle of figuring out what ability you're even supposed to use in the first place is just... it's just painful. So despite possibly being Kirby 64's worst crystal shard, it really isn't all too bad. And plus, as much beef as I got with this room, I do have to give it credit because just look at this. I love what's going on here. You got the Bobos and the Cha-Cha in the background. I always felt like it gave this room this weird tribal feeling that just really fits with Neostar and its whole prehistoric aesthetic.
All hail the cryptic volcano lump.
Just be careful when you do actually break it though, because the crystal shard is literally placed over a pit of lava, so, yeah, they just really wanted to make this one sting even more, huh? Although, I do think that's actually kind of funny. But anyways, snag that shard and maybe rest up a little bit, because things start picking up in intensity right here in the next room. While things seem pretty innocuous at first, after walking around a little bit in this room, the screen will begin rumbling and shaking, and Kirby will stop in place, and then, oh, would you look at that. That's lava chasing Kirby through the volcano. Yes, that's right. There is a huge wave of lava coming that is just swallowing everything in its wake. And now the pressure is really on. Kirby just has to get out of there. This section is just great. I love the pressure that's applied with the magma, where it just really makes you just not want to stick around at all. And I mean, if you just keep running, the magma is pretty easy to outspeed. But it's one of those things where the pressure is still able to add a lot to the atmosphere. It makes any minor mistakes you make just feel even more impactful, because who knows, maybe you could be putting yourself one step closer to death if that lava does actually catch up. The platforming and enemies here are also really good, with this section requiring a lot of good jumps and quick kills on enemies in order to escape unharmed. This is a really nice chase section with some pretty good level design, but the next room is no spot to rest because things get even more serious as, well, now it seems like the volcano is just about to blow. Thanks to the way the camera is positioned in this room, you get a very clear look at what's going on below the platform Kirby is standing on. There is a huge boiling pit of lava that is slowly making its way up to the volcano, just absolutely ready to swallow Kirby alive. And oh look, that's a run-up on the right side of the room. I'll be taking that, thanks. This whole section is built around vertical platforming on all of these small little platforms, as you desperately try to escape the volcano before it blows. You absolutely cannot slack here at all. You have to climb this room as fast as you can, and with all the enemies in your way, and Kirby 64's more limited hover, that can potentially be something more easily said than done. Because at least it was that way for me as a kid, because yeah, this spot right here, this is the one that really cooked me. Looking back on it, in the position that I'm at today, I really do struggle to see why I died so many times to this part, because it really isn't all that difficult, but there was just something about this part that just constantly got the best of me over and over and over again when I was little. The spot in particular that gave me the most trouble was over here with these star blocks and these fish bones, and if I'm remembering correctly, I think most of my deaths just came from being crushed under the weight of these star blocks because either I was just picking up crappy copy abilities or I just didn't know what to do and couldn't react in time. Yeah, it really burned me, but I'm pretty glad it did because that helped me form a connection with this stage I might have not had otherwise. I vividly remember this stage as being one of Kirby 64's more difficult stages, and while I can breeze through it like it's nothing nowadays, the struggles I faced when I was little and the satisfaction of just finally overcoming them is something that I'll never forget, and it's something that I'll always look back on fondly when I think of this stage. But back to the actual design here though, the third and final crystal shard is tucked far off to the left in this wide area here, and I love this. I mean, it's just a crystal shard being hidden out in the open. It's not even like tucked away in a secret spot or anything, but what this shard is it's like a diversion. It's designed to attract your attention away from the rising magma, and unless you already know the shard is over there to begin with, it could potentially just distract you and make you just move over there instead of moving up, giving the rising lava more time to catch up. And of course, there's also that really tight spot near the end as you approach the goal. You know, it's got the star blocks, it's got the fish bones. I already mentioned I struggled with it a lot when I was younger. This spot right here is just really good. There's just something about the way the room gets more tight, something about these star blocks that just sends your brain into a state of panic as you just desperately try to smash them and get out of here. It's just so good, and it's just the perfect way to send off this stage. And I gotta say, what an excellent stage this one is. I appreciate the added challenge that comes with it being one of Kirby 64's more difficult stages, and there's just a lot of variety in what this stage does. I mean, you got the part with the Ignis, which I found pretty unique. You got the DDD section, you got the lava chase section, you got the rising lava section. It's like every single room in the stage just offers something unique. It's just a perfect stage to send off Neostar, and it's one of Kirby 64's best. But now that we've had our little picnic, who's ready for some Magman? This is Magman. He is a man made of magma. You know, because Magman. I love his beautiful, gorgeous stripes and his constant bouncing, though. He just feels so alive with all the animation going on, and there's just something about this design I really like. I mean, it's incredibly simple, but it's just so goofy and charming. Another thing I really like here is the arena. It looks so foreboding with the dangerous magma pool and all the sharp edges on all the rocks. It's just so good. And I like how it differentiates itself from the volcanic environment you saw last stage. It feels close enough without being completely identical. Once again, it's a display of that classic Kirby 64 philosophy of we must not reuse any environments in this game because we're the Kirby 64 developers and we're awesome. Anyways, the first phase of this fight is actually quite interesting. Magman sits in the background while Kirby's forced to move between these 4 small platforms above this boiling lava, avoiding Magman's tentacles made from the lava that all come and attack him in all sorts of different ways. They'll come in a pair and trap Kirby between 2 platforms as they curl down and try to drag him under. They'll come in a trio and move in from the background and cover 3 of the platforms up, leaving just a single safe space for Kirby to stand on. Or they'll just keep coming from the background, moving in on the platforms and pushing them up against the lava-coated ceiling a few times. Also, lava-coated ceiling, wow, they just really did go all out, just making this fight feel like a real death trap. Everything here is just out to kill you except for these 4 platforms. And even then, these 4 platforms are out to kill you whenever Magman wants him to. This first phase is just truly something else. I just love how overkill it feels. It's amazing. So, how exactly is Kirby supposed to fight back? Well, 3 Magus will jump out of the lava between attacks at random spots, which not only gives Kirby ammunition in order to fight back, but it adds a tiny bit of extra skill and maybe just a little tinge of luck with a way to deal some extra damage with a double star. I mean, a burning plus burning power combo star. Kirby 64 is the only game in the series where you could just spit 2 enemies at each other in order to create a bigger and stronger projectile. And this kind of minor mechanic you don't really think too much about actually adds something really special to this fight if you're going to do it the normal Kirby route. It adds a little something engaging to these brief moments between Magman's attacks, giving you a little something extra to do by trying to make and snag this power combo in time so you can hit Magman for 2 times the damage the next time his tentacles come out. Which not only helps to make the normal Kirby path a lot more fun, but it also balances this fight because it gives normal Kirby a way to do as much damage as a copy ability can in a single cycle. Overall, this first phase is just a lot of fun. Both Magman's creative and fun to dodge attacks, as well as all the Magu shenanigans you could get up to, just make this phase a blast to play. But once Magman's first health bar is down, Magman's had enough and finally decides to fight Kirby head-on by heading to the foreground, and he starts very slowly chasing Kirby off of these 4 platforms as they finally retreat to safe land. And I gotta say, it feels like this fight is like regressing backwards, because that first phase is just way more intimidating than this. I mean, where's the lava on the ceiling? I mean, there's this giant lava guy right in front of me, but I'm not scared anymore. Nobody's gonna push me into some ceiling lava. Not the smartest idea there, but I hate to be the one to break it to you, but you're not exactly the definition of intimidating. That lava on the ceiling, though, that was nuts. That aside, the second phase begins, and Magman has 3 different attacks he can do once again, with the first one being this move where he becomes a pool of lava, switching sides, and then sending out a bunch of burnus and meteors to attack Kirby that can be used against him. He's got this move where he stretches himself upwards and sends down a bunch of tiny rocks from the ceiling that are pretty easy to inhale in groups, making it pretty easy to score some double star bullets against him. And last, and also probably least, he has this move where he charges up his fire breath, only to just unleash it all on Kirby, with only a few safe spots around the arena. I wouldn't say that this phase is as good or engaging as the first, but I do still think it's a pretty fun fight, although a lot of the fun here comes from trying to deal as much damage as possible. Once again, this fight does a good job balancing normal and copy ability based gameplay, although I will admit the balance isn't as interesting here because, well, I mean, it's just kinda pick your way to just completely steamroll this phase because it really is not that hard. I mean, with a copy ability, I think what you have to do is self-explanatory, just constantly aim for his face and he'll go down in no time. And while you might need to do a little more waiting around with normal Kirby, unless he's using the fire breath, you can very easily score a double star bullet plus an additional free shot, or maybe even another additional double star bullet per move. He is just so easy to punish. It doesn't really matter much how you take on Magman though, because either way, he's gonna be all dried up in the blink of an eye. And speaking of drying up, I just really like his death animation where he literally dries up and turns gray, you know, because he's a magma man. Magman. so he dies by drying up. Genius. Overall, I'd say Magman is one of Kirby 64's weaker bosses. He's certainly not a bad one. In fact, I'd say he's pretty great. He looks pretty goofy, and the first phase is really cool, but I do think the fight kinda dips a little bit in quality in the second phase because it just becomes a complete joke. Like, you can make faster work of this guy than you can with Wispy Woods, just make of that what you will. But still, overall, it's a great fight, and if you just have a little bit of restraint during the second phase, then you can make the second phase a ton of fun as well, although I do suppose there also is a bit of a fun to just completely steamrolling this guy, so, complicated thing. Now it's cutscene time again. The gang watches over the crystal, ready to head on to the next planet, until suddenly a huge volcano erupts, causing the gang to quickly flee the mountain they were standing on and putting them in some very real danger for the first time on one of these foreign planets. The crystal opens up with a portal to Shiver Star, and they all just run for safety, with the gang all entering one by one, except for Waddle Dee, who's falling a little bit behind. Thankfully, in an excellent display of camaraderie though, Kirby inhales him by the head and pulls him through as the team continues on to this freezing planet that may be a little more than it seems. Also, I love the way Kirby inhales Waddle Dee during this cutscene. I also thought it was like the funniest thing when I was a kid because I don't know, I thought everything was funny. I don't know, I think it's cute. And that's Neo Star. Now, while I prefer Aqua Star and even Rock Star to Neo Star, I still do have to admit that Neo Star is really not too far behind them in terms of its quality. I mean, they're Kirby 64 planets at the end of the day. When it comes to comparing these things, it's like comparing multiple objects that are like in nearly perfect condition. You really gotta bring out your microscope and just start searching for those tiny scratches if you really want to decide which ones are the best. Neo Star was always a little bit of a strange planet for me as a kid because I never exactly knew what Neo Star was supposed to be. I mean, the other planets all had a pretty distinct world theme. I mean, you got Pop Star, which is like a grassland, Rock Star, the desert area, Aqua Star, the water world, and then there's Neo Star, which is kind of a hodgepodge of all sorts of different things. It could be a jungle, cave, mountain, volcano world, but I mean, maybe it is just a mountainous world considering how many of those things all fall under that mountainous, rocky umbrella. The real inspiration behind Neo Star, though, isn't really as simple as the other Kirby 64 worlds, though. It's a little bit more than just your basic element or biome-themed world, because, you see, according to the Kirby 64 website, Neo Star is a newly formed star that is completely free of any sort of civilization, which is why it says Neo in the name. Although that lore wasn't really something I was able to pick up on as a kid because, well, I didn't really know what Neo meant. When I heard Neo, I thought of like neon lights or something, but I don't really see the correlation between Neo Star and neon lights. But anyways, what this says about Neo Star is that this place is just pure wilderness, and that is like the main theme here. It's more of just a general look at a kind of wild theme in general, maybe even something a little prehistoric considering that this is a newly formed star. Hence some of the environments in questions being things like jungles or volcanoes. All things you'd expect to see in a prehistoric themed world. Neo Star is just pure wilderness, and it's pretty harsh, uninhabitable wilderness at that. Between its perilous heights and dangerous volcanoes, I think there's a pretty fair argument in saying that Neo Star is Kirby 64's most deadly and hostile planet. I mean, come on, this is literally the only planet that puts Kirby and friends in danger during a cutscene. This is a planet that's just trying to capture the idea of the wild in general, and fittingly, it doesn't stray away from the more deadly and hostile side of the wild. The wilderness can be a pretty unforgiving place, especially on somewhere like Neo Star where it's just pure wilderness. There's no civilization or anything here to speak of. And that whole hostile, dangerous environment Neo Star is able to create really goes a long way in giving this planet its own unique identity. It doesn't have the most lore out of all of Kirby 64's planets, mostly just being a new star, as the website says, but that's a really cool idea, and it makes Neo Star in general just a really cool challenge for Kirby and friends to face on their journey. Everything great about a Kirby 64 planet is here. It's got a nice bit of lore, tons of creativity, and every single stage is just super fun and memorable. Everything's here, and while it isn't Kirby 64 at its absolute best, it's still Kirby 64, and that in of itself is an incredibly high bar. You can't go wrong with Neo Star, and that is another planet down. But there's still a few more to go, so let's waste no time and slide on over to Shiver Star. It's Shiver Star time, and if there's any Kirby stage that just nails that winter wonderland feeling, it's Shiver Star Stage 1. While the basic white and cloudy background makes the stage feel like it's trapped on a planet stuck in an eternal snowstorm, which surely that's not the case, right? This is like the cheery winter planet. There's nothing deeper to that, I'm sure. But that aside, everything else about this stage is just so bright and cheery, and you just can't help but get in that Christmas spirit. From the mounds of snow all over the place, to the pine trees littered about, to the colorful snowflake markings all over the ground, this place is just like a winter paradise, and that feeling of a perfect snowy day is just captured here flawlessly. The music here is also another big part of why that feeling is just so prevalent, because this stage marks the debut of Shiver Star's titular stage theme, and this theme is wonderful. The twinkly instruments and bells make the song just so unmistakably Christmassy, and it's just got such a fun energy to it, and I love the way the song builds up to its climax perfectly, capping off a loop with this beautiful higher-pitched rise that just takes your breath away and leaves your eyes widened with joy. It might just be the best Kirby music you can listen to if you want to get into the holiday spirit. It's just unmatched. So this stage opens on a pretty straightforward area. The closest thing this room has to a real gimmick is the snow on the floor, some of which is so thick that it winds up slowing Kirby down when he walks on it, which makes some enemies a little more tricky to deal with, and it forces you to slightly change up your strategy a tiny bit, depending on what copy ability you're using, of course. This snow here works particularly well with the new Frigis enemy, which is like the ice counterpart of the Burnus we just met last stage, except instead of being all about fire and dropping down meteors, these ones are all about ice and drop down these little ice things on top of also giving Kirby the ice ability instead of the burning ability. They're more or less just Burnus with a different coat of paint, but personally, I don't really mind. Burnus are excellent, and so are Frigis. Speaking of the enemies, this section just has some really good variety. This area is littered with all sorts of enemies, including some familiar ice enemies like Chilies and Emps, as well as a few other miscellaneous enemies that do a nice job keeping things fresh, including these Bobos, which seem a little contradictory to be on Shiver Star of all places, but trust me, this Bobo is important. Remember this guy exists. Whether it's avoiding all the little enemies coming at you, trudging up a snowy mountain, or even just admiring the beautiful environment, this whole part just immediately gets you hooked with its perfect winter atmosphere. And while the next room doesn't really give me as much to talk about, with it just being this mountain Kirby has to use these ladders in order to climb up with a few cliffs to give him a quick break, this room is still pretty fun. The sole obstacle here is this horde of Terrans that comes flying towards Kirby as he tries to climb the mountain, and this is just a perfect use for Terrans. I mean, I already love Terrans as enemies, they're great, but they just work super well in tandem with these ladders you need to use to climb up these cliffs. It's super fun trying to see how fast you can climb up these, and it feels good just slipping past all these Terrans perfectly. And of course, you can't go wrong with a little bit of Terran gliding off the very top if you don't mind just goofing off a little bit. Yeah, if you couldn't figure it out, my favorite lift function has got to go to the Terrans. I mean, this glide is just... oh, it's so peak. After a little bit of wandering forward though, the next room gives us our third and final Waddle Dee vehicle section, with this one featuring Waddle Dee riding his sleigh right into Kirby, but thankfully Kirby manages to land right in the back seat, and so the two stick together as they sled through this winter wonderland. And I gotta say, out of all the vehicle sections Kirby 64 has to offer, this one is my favorite for quite a few reasons. The main reason why it's my favorite though is because this one is pretty easily the most difficult between all of these. It's the easiest to take some damage in. This area has some decent variety with its hazards. There's some stumps you gotta jump over, and some pits you could potentially fall into. And with the addition of point stars, and when you view these point stars as like a collectible, and you're trying to go through this section collecting as many point stars as you can, then the difficulty just increases even more, because these require some pretty precise maneuvers in order to get. I mean, it's unlikely you'll actually wind up dying here, but I do appreciate the slight difficulty raise in this one. You know, it's noticeable enough. And I also have to give this one some credit for having a pretty fun crystal shard placement too, on top of this igloo. And speaking of, the igloos are just a really nice inclusion in this final vehicle section as well. I mean, as a hazard, they're nothing too complex, but I really do like how they kind of give the stage branching paths, question mark, asterisk. I mean, the branching paths here aren't exactly to the same extent as even Neo Star 2's minecart section, but there's something cool about picking between riding on the top of an igloo or going inside of it in order to see which way gives you more collectibles. It doesn't really change the gameplay or anything, but I think it's a pretty fun idea, and I like how it's used for the crystal shard. It's just nicely tucked on top of this igloo, which Waddle Dee appropriately alerts you about, so it's a pretty difficult one to miss, but personally, I think it's pretty cool. And after a little more sledding, things go go about as well as you'd expect, and by that I mean something happens and Kirby just goes flying further into the stage. Kirby gets flung so far, in fact, that he winds up in this giant igloo, which is home to a mid-boss, this giant chili. It's been quite a while since we last had a proper mid-boss, and I gotta say, this one's pretty enjoyable. It feels like a better version of the giant Galbo fight, with how the chili mostly relies on the enemies it spawns in, while also occasionally attacking you by itself. Fridges are just an excellent grunt enemy to have in this area, with how they can drop their projectiles and how the compact nature of this room also lets them use their downwards maneuver, which kind of clutters things even further and makes things a little more hectic. And while this chili doesn't do too much, just kind of standing around as chilies do, they're able to cloak themselves in a freezing aura, much like regular chilies do. And it even leaves them invulnerable for a little bit, so you have to just spend a little bit of time just dealing with these Fridges and all the chaos they can cause. And also, I just love the environment here with the little snowman and stuff. It's just a really nice spot. If this stage didn't nail the Christmas feeling before, it sure did just now. But this mid-boss fight is not the only thing there is to this room, because once you defeat the chili, a crystal shard appears, and it's concealed in this ice. Alright, so it's made of ice. You know what that means. It's ice ability time, and oh, that didn't work. Neostar Stage 4, is that you? Well, not exactly. And that's a good thing, because I don't think we need to go through that again. Ugh.
Pekachow, what are you saying, you hypocrite? Why don't you have beef with this crystal shard, but you have beef with the Neostar one?
I hear you say, but just let me explain myself, dear viewer. You'll understand soon. So, Neostar Stage 4, you have this little lump you're supposed to break open. It's brown and red. I think any player going through here for the first time is immediately going to say, oh, I have to use burning plus stone on that. Everything about that shard is just misleading. The biggest difference here is that the object you need to break is not actually color-coded at all. When I made that little bit with the ice ability, I was actually kind of stretching it a little bit, because as Kirby 64 has already clearly established, as the UI even establishes, the color associated with the ice ability is blue. There is no such thing as an ability that is associated with this basic white color here. And just that one difference completely changes everything. Remember when we were talking about Neostar Stage 4, and I said if maybe like the crystal shard was surrounded in fire or something, then it would be more obvious you're not supposed to use a fire ability and you're supposed to use like ice or something? That's exactly what this crystal shard does here. It uses basic ice to conceal this crystal shard, so any player's first instinct when they see this is to use a burning ability, and any burning ability works as long as it's able to reach this thing. This is why that Bobo in the first section is so important, because unlike Neostar Stage 4, also the stage is just handing you the enemy you need. Granted, the journey is nowhere near as difficult or treacherous feeling, but overall I do think that this is a good approach, and I mean the Bobo's just handed to you right at the start of the stage. You still need to work a little bit if you want to carry that burning ability with you all the way there. I know, this doesn't really seem like the type of crystal shard I'd enjoy, judging by what I said about Neostar 4's second shard. But really, that single small detail in the coloring of this object makes a world of difference. So once you leave the igloo, you're greeted to this room that has a really cool defining set piece, and it's this frozen over lake. Walking atop this lake actually gives the game some ice physics, and these actually are not too bad. I mean, the ice physics in Dream Run 3 weren't all too bad either, and the same thing kind of applies to Kirby 64. And I mean, even if these ice physics were like the worst thing in the world, I mean, this is like the only area in the game where you even need to really put up with ice physics, so it's kind of like a non-issue, even if they were bad. But anyways, Ice plus Cutter go. Yeah, check that out. We're actually ice skating. We are ice skating for real. Wait, Kirby, the ice isn't stable here. Be careful. Don't slip into one of the... I was too late. I couldn't save him. He slipped into one of the cracks. But fret not. These cracks may seem like something you'd want to avoid, but these are actually vital in order to getting the stage's last crystal shard. While the actual design underwater isn't really anything too complex, barring a few enemies like these Gordos or these Slushies, a new enemy introduced here who shows up pretty sparsely, but is very cool. I like Slushy. I would hold a Slushy. I would pet a Slushy. The lake is made a lot more interesting with how it all connects, because all these walls actually have holes that just connect this whole lake together into this huge complex you can explore and find all sorts of goodies, including the final crystal shard. I really like how the crystal shard is hidden away here too, being tucked away in a spot that actually requires a little bit of exploring this area to the fullest. It's just a very good shard that takes full advantage of this really cool set piece and idea you don't see anywhere else in the game. It makes the whole frozen over lake a pretty distinct and memorable landmark for Shiver Star 1. It's a great room, and that streak of quality is continued with the next room, blending both of the stage's new types of terrain, being the snow that slows Kirby down and the ice that makes Kirby control slippery, together into one final obstacle course. While the stage didn't do too much with either of those ideas beforehand, this is just a perfect culmination of both of those ideas. And the enemy variety here is great too, and I just love the distinct look of this section. The dark blue ice here just looks so good and unique, and it just makes this section stick out really freshly in your mind, because it just has something that sets it apart from the rest of the stage, much like the frozen pond before it. Back to the enemies though, I just love the variety and the roles all the different enemies play during this part. You got Yarikos that snipe you from these platforms, imps that just kind of run around because, you know, they're imps. They can't really help it. And you also got some new enemies in here too, like Putts, which are kind of like Diet Karoris. They're like these weird Muppet-looking things that push these giant boulders down these slopes, providing a lot of the challenge during this part. While they aren't Karoris, they're still cool, and they're more or less the same enemy type, just looking a little different. And in a weird way, I do think this is kind of Kirby 64's way to give Karoris a little bit of justice. While Putts aren't really all over the place in Kirby 64, I do think they're getting a little more better use than Karoris were given in Dreamland 3. So I think that's pretty cool. Justice for tiny guys that roll down these giant boulders trying to crush Kirby. And as you near the end of this section, you'll encounter another diet version of a Dreamland 3 enemy, this time being the Maw, which is like a weird, stretched out blue version of a Pekachow. Functionally, they work pretty similar as well. They hop out from these little crevices and try to eat Kirby and do damage. Nothing in the world feels better than just jumping over these guys in quick, perfect, flawless succession, and look at that, that's Kiki from Dreamland 3! Although this time, she's not exactly here to cause Kirby any trouble, although I guess you could say Kirby was more the one causing her trouble because she was just kind of flying her broom in Dreamland 3, so... But anyways, all she really does is just rides around on her broom in the background. She's not really an enemy so much as she's just a little background element and a cool little nod to Dreamland 3 as well. So in conclusion, this section is great. The terrain really changes how you deal with all these different enemy types, and the new ones that show up here that are kind of a constant throughout Shiver Star, mostly, are also just put to good use and get established pretty well here. And overall, this whole stage is just great. It's just got so much to love, from the atmosphere to the Waddle Dee section to all the fun crystal shards. This stage already sets Shiver Star's bar pretty high, and stage 2 just takes things a step further and raises that bar up even higher. But before we get into stage 2, that music, listen to that music! Shiver Star's second stage gives us one of the greatest Kirby songs ever. One that's so good that it's tied for my favorite song in the soundtrack, because, I mean, the competition is just that stiff. But anyways, this song is called Above the Clouds, and it's a unique track that only plays here. What's cool about Above the Clouds is that it's actually a remix of Butter Building, but it changes up the song so much that I've even heard people say that they didn't even realize it was a remix until much later. And while I can't really remember if I was ever in that camp, whenever I do hear the Butter Building theme, I won't lie, my mind immediately goes to Above the Clouds because, well, it's just the definitive Butter Building, and I mean, this was also, like, the first time I ever heard Butter Building in any shape or form, so I guess it's kind of a given. This song just takes the already great Butter Building theme and just transforms it into something truly incredible. It is the perfection of this iconic Kirby song. While the song overall opts for a bit of a slower pace than most versions of Butter Building, the thing that makes this version so good is the instruments and the sound font and how it all just works so well with the melody. It's so poppy and fun and bright, and it just always puts me in a good mood whenever I hear it, and it just goes super hard. There isn't really any kind of deep reason why I like this song. I just love it. It's just a good song. It's Kirby music at its finest, and it's one of the highest points in Kirby 64's OST, and by extension, Kirby music in general, and that is a pretty big achievement right there. Anyways, with that absolute banger aside, let's discuss the stage proper, and I just love the way this stage starts off. Kirby starts off on this little mountain, which, fun fact, can actually be seen from the distance in stage 1. Really cool bit of world building and foreshadowing right there. But once you drop in that hole and step foot in that Z-Bon, things start getting real good as Kirby gets launched above the clouds. And this whole Z-Bon segment here gives us one of Kirby 64's most dynamic camera angles with how it moves up and follows Kirby as he's shot up from the same position. And now that we're here, I figured we get the elephant out of the room real quick and just talk about how stunning the cloud portions of this stage look now. The clouds just have this distinct Kirby 64 look to them, with crystals and shiny objects strewed all about, and they just look great with all the little shiny effects they have. The view here is also incredible. I love how the stage starts off by letting you see some of the mountains from down below, but the further you get into the stage, the less and less of of the mountains and landscape you see. Eventually the background just becomes purely sky, and I really do like that. It just sells you on this feeling of being so high above the ground. This first room here lets us know what to expect from here on out, showing us some enemies that will be recurring threats like Brontoberts and Terrans, along with a handful of lesser used ones like Sir Kibbles and Scuds. Overall, these are just excellent enemy choices. They do a pretty good job covering good area on both the land and sky, and a lot of them really complement the cloud theming as well. This stage also lets you know what you're in for, as it puts a little bit of a heavier emphasis on platforming, which works considering it's a stage that's above the clouds. It just makes sense to take full advantage of just how perilous a fall from the sky can be by building the whole stage more around platforming than anything else. While the platforming gets more interesting as you go on from here, a lot of the smaller platform types and even some of the wind Kirby can use to his own advantage as kind of like a safety net can all be seen here. This stage also just does a good job taking full advantage of Kirby 64 being this 2.5D platformer with this amazing camera with its first crystal shard, which is cleverly hidden away using these techniques in order to manipulate the cloud's depth. Because, you see, the first crystal shard is located right here, tucked away under this cloud on a lower path you might notice out of the corner of your eye. And it's one of the game's coolest shards too, because I just love the way it's hidden. The next room here focuses on Zebon, and this is by far the biggest focus Zebon gets in the entire game. You see, to continue from this part here, Kirby needs to jump into the Zebon, which sends Kirby into another Zebon. And unlike every other Zebon you've seen up to this point, you can actually decide where you want to come out using this Zebon, because it's one of those ones that constantly circles around, and you need to press the button whenever you just want to be shot out. Every single direction you can fire the Zebon out in has its own unique path, and while most of these paths don't really have too much of note besides just a few enemies and maybe a few goodies here and there, you do actually get rewarded for exploring and playing around with the Zebon a little bit because the top left path actually contains the second crystal shard. Once again, this is another pretty simple crystal shard, but I do think that this one is really cool. I love how this one encourages you to play around with these Zebon, and while you don't really see Zebon again after this, it's really cool how it shows you what these guys can do. Hats off to you, Zebon. Please return soon, because I dearly miss you. These cannons just don't hit the same. One more Zebon later, Kirby's put into a horizontally focused room once again, and this room puts a really heavy emphasis on platforming, arguably the heaviest in the whole stage. This whole area here just has a great enemy selection. All of these guys just work wonderfully as platforming hazards. Let's see, you got Karens that can just obstruct Kirby's path using their little jumps. There are Gabons that are able to take advantage of the extra elevation they're given in order to throw their bones at Kirby a little more easily. You got Ticks just doing what Ticks do best and striking you from below, and Scarfies that just kind of do their Scarfy thing, and as per usual with Kirby 64 Scarfies, they're even more threatening because just looking the wrong way will piss these guys off. The Ticks in particular, though, are pretty important for a certain something that will come later in the stage, so do remember to snag one of those guys. Anyways, another really cool thing in this room is the way it makes use of these unique platforms that shrink and grow in size, which just adds so much to this room. These platforms give this room a kind of risk and reward deal, with waiting around for these platforms to grow in size being a much safer option than just going for it no matter what most of the time, but at the cost of you going through this whole area slower. In general, they just add more moving parts to this platforming bit here, and it's just super enjoyable. It really does show just how cool and fun Kirby 64's platforming challenges can really get. This kind of continues on into the next room, with the platforming taking a bit of a backseat to enemy combat, but still being there. But this room, oh, it just has such a really cool and distinct appearance with these beautiful pink clouds that just hammer in just how high up you are. You're just so far off the ground at this point, and it's just a spectacle, especially with how you just can't see anything down below from the view here. So the main focus of this room are Mopus, who are those little white ball creatures that fly out from the ground, making their return from Dreamland 3. They were introduced in a room prior, in a pretty cool way I might add, but this is the room where they really shine. Up here, they have so many more dynamic patterns, whether it's just moving straight up or straight down, or coming out in an arc from the floor or even from the ceiling. It's just all used to great effect. And to make things even better, these guys can really cause some trouble whether you're expecting them or not, so always watch out for them, especially over these bottomless pits. Some other notable enemies here include Maws returning from the last stage, this time jumping out of these pits, more or less just doing the same knockoff Pacto thing they've always done. Plus the clouds also nicely hide them away, which I think is pretty cool. You're gonna have to use your eyes and notice some of their big pointy lips poking through the clouds sometimes if you want to make sure the pit you're about to cross isn't inhabited by one. There's 02, the benevolent creature who roams the cloud levels of Shiver Star. They don't really look too friendly, but they actually don't pose too much of a threat, so there's no need to be afraid around this guy. And then there's this lone Sparky, whose movement makes it prone to jump off this platform, and no, suicide is never the answer, Sparky! I needed you for the last crystal shard. Oh yeah, that's right, I could just walk off screen and respawn him. Oh, there it is, there's Sparky! So why exactly is this Sparky a big deal? Well, if you didn't hear my grieving a second ago, that's because this Sparky and its Spark ability is a key component to getting the final Crystal Shard here, along with the Tick's Needle ability from before. Yep, that's right, you're gonna have to bring out good old Needle plus Spark. And speaking of Needle plus Spark, this stage ends off with a mid-boss, and just ignore that. We'll talk about that in a second. Ignore the obvious Needle plus Spark block in the center of the room. So, this boss here is a giant Mopu that flies around the room in a straight path, but where exactly it comes out and what angle it will be moving are always completely random. And I actually really like that. It just adds a ton of excitement to this fight. The main challenge here, though, doesn't really come from the Mopu, though, as it comes more from these propellers that you're supposed to use to spit back at the Mopu. Despite propellers chilling out a ton over the years, these propellers are surprisingly aggressive. Their spawning areas lends a lot to why these guys are so difficult to put up with, but they're also kind of relentless in chasing you down. I mean, not to the same extent as they were in Dreamland 2, but yeah, I think these propellers in particular should really take notes from their ability and take a chill pill. Although I do like the challenge the propellers pose, and I also like how they kind of complement the giant Mopu. When you lift a propeller, it gives Kirby this slight little boost, so I think that makes it a little easier to hit this Mopu if you're going in without a copy ability. And overall, I just think that's pretty cool. It's just a very smart enemy choice because it just works really well in the fight, and it's also an enemy that can kind of help you fight back. So now let's address that annoying center block in the room because wow, this thing makes it so much more difficult to move around this room. It just makes this fight like 10 times more difficult than it would be normally. So if you want to lower the difficulty a little bit, or if you just want the last crystal shard that's going to show up there, use Needle plus Spark. As the colors suggest, it obviously destroys that centerpiece, giving you more space on top of access to the final crystal shard. And to sweeten the whole deal even more, this ability just works great in tandem with this fight. The vertical range on Needle plus Spark is absolutely incredible, so you could just shred through that Mopu and even those propellers in mere seconds. Although I do like how it's not always just a complete clean sweep though. You do need to be a little more mindful of when you're using Needle plus Spark, because as I said back during the ability ranking, there is a tiny bit of lag that's noticeable enough to occasionally cause some problems while you're attacking. It seems like going in with a copy ability like this would make the fight completely mindless at first, but you do need to think about when you're attacking just a tiny little bit, and that makes this fight just a million times more interesting. So defeat that Mopu, take that last crystal shard, and just head on out of here. So from the gorgeous presentation to the constant stream of fun challenges, Shiver Star Stage 2 just always sticks out in my mind as one of Kirby 64's best stages. It just gets everything so right, and I'd even go out on a limb to say it's the best stage we've looked at so far. And you want to know the craziest thing about that? It is about to get immediately dethroned. Oh, Shiver Star Stage 3, where do I begin? Stage 3 takes place in a shopping mall, and wait, a shopping mall? Why exactly is there an abandoned human shopping mall on this planet? And also, who cares? Because we're going Christmas shopping. Yippee! Right from the outside, as this stage begins, we already know this stage is just gonna be a good one. The outside of this area just looks so good with this brightly colored mall, and I love the way the camera turns to just focus on it. It highlights just how massive this place really is, and it's not for nothing because there's even just a little cake tucked away up here. While I'm over here speaking about little presentation things I like, I also really love the Shiver Star music track as this stage's theme. It's a pretty obvious choice considering it's a stage on Shiver Star, but I think this one also just works really well, just as well as it did with Stage 1. I mean, I already gushed about just how much Christmas joy this song has to it, so pairing it up with a little bit of Christmas shopping, you just can't go wrong with that. As we take our first steps into this mall, we're greeted with these giant escalators that act like conveyor belts that move Kirby upwards. Right from this first room inside the mall here, you are just immediately invested in this place as a real location, because out of all the stages in Kirby 64, I'd say that there are few that are able to just portray their location as real as Shiver Star 3 is able to do with this mall. The average structure you'd expect to see in a mall is just translated so well into the level design here with the escalators. I mean, that's just a brilliant inclusion right there. But the background here is amazing too. You just get to see all these different levels and all these cool background details that show you that there's just so much more than the beaten path you're going on. I mean, there's even all sorts of things you can see from the windows far out into the distance that just immerse you even further. Plus, the colors here are just so cheerful and bright, and it's just a stunningly nice location overall. This whole mall here is just such an incredibly cool area, and we'll see even more cool stuff it has to offer as we go along. So these these escalators. I think that they are tons of fun. I mean, just running right up these things can give Kirby a pretty good speed boost, but every single escalator you go on has a unique hazard that differentiates itself from the next one and keeps things interesting. There's some great enemy variety on these things. You got ones that float down like these Floras, ones that attack you head-on like Poppy Bros Jr.'s or Gordos, and even my personal favorite, this putt here that just takes full advantage of the slope these escalators have by pushing this boulder down. This little dude and his boulder were just made for this. This room also makes use of just every single inch of space you have access to here, because there's even some platforms you can fly up to and explore that are just a little bit out of reach normally. It's really cool how there's a little bit of exploration going on in this room just by hovering and looking for all sorts of platforms, and you even get rewarded with the first crystal shard by doing this. And speaking of immersion, look at that. At the end of this room is an elevator. You're being transported to the next room in this giant mall by an elevator. What's even better about it is that it even plays into this mall's whole aesthetic. It has this fun toy-like design to it. It's got like a crank and a spring and everything. It's just so cool. And it perfectly segues into the next room, which continues to make use of elevators as a primary means of transportation from room to room because, yeah, this section is pretty divided up. Every single mini room this larger room has a pretty similar vibe to the main mall room we were just in before, filled with the same bright colors and Kirby 64 charm you'd expect, but every single room here just has a little touch that kind of sets it apart from the last, and it's not just because of the design. And around this point right here is where this stage really begins to remind me of Iceberg 5 from Dreamland 3. For those who don't remember, that stage primarily focused on using enemies in all sorts of different and fun ways, with every single room just being focused on using an enemy or two and just showing their full potential. And I mean, while this stage isn't leaning into that concept fully like Iceberg 5, you could still feel a little bit of that Iceberg 5 DNA just flowing through this one's veins. Every single mini room here has different pairs of enemies being paired up. You got Mahals and Sawyers in this first room that both serve as great grounded threats, which encourage some careful movement across this floor. There's Globs and Fishbones working together in the next one that just also work extremely well. These two just really work off of each other really well, with the Fishbones applying the pressure while the Gloms just apply the glom. Then there's the third floor, which makes use of pupas and ticks on a layout that really gives the ticks some room to patrol below, with just enough space for the pupas to be able to drop down and get in your way. These two enemies are like polar opposites. One of them thrives in the air and the other thrives on the ground. And this room is just able to create this perfect middle ground where both enemies can be put to pretty good use together. And I mean, if you really want to, you can even send some of those pupas flying down on ticks with their little explosion just being able to take them out, so that's pretty cool. There's also the fourth floor with I-Cubes and Gordos, two invincible enemies. They're just a great pair together. And I love the way these circling Gordos keep you occupied in between I-Cubes as you wait for them to just do their thing and clear the path. From all the fifth and final floors, Poppy Bros Jr.'s and background Shatso combo isn't really anything too special compared to the previous ones. It does a nice job bringing these background Shatsos back in the equation while you also contend with the bomb-throwing Poppy Bros Jr.'s. And I mean, it does kind of serve as a bit of a reintroduction to those background Shatsos. It's been a little while since we've last seen these guys, and they'll play a major role in this stage as we continue further, so it's nice having them kind of come back in a bit of a more relaxed environment. A mid-boss lies in the next room, and this time it's a giant pupa that hangs down from one of 3 different spots around the room, and with a copy ability, this guy is pretty easy to just wail on until they go down. But if you're going in without a copy ability, then things become a little trickier. If you're going in as normal Kirby, you'll have to rely on these bows in order to attack the pupa, and this poses a bit of a problem, not only because they don't have any sort of useful lift function, because they literally just poof away when you lift them up, but the giant pupa also has a habit of just getting in the way of these bows and making them a little more difficult to actually inhale. But they also have a tendency to spawn around the giant pupa, which makes it pretty easy for you to accidentally wind up hitting another bow instead of your actual target. Still though, it's a really fun fight, and I just really enjoy how unique it is, and I also really like the arena here with these rings of flowers and stuff. It just looks so pretty and cool. It really makes you feel like you're just in the heart of this mall, like it's some kind of little plaza or something. And there's just something about the flowers that just really fits with this whole area's Christmassy theme too. The giant pupa also gives you the last crystal shard once it's defeated, and speaking of crystal shards, the last one can actually be obtained using these next 2 rooms up ahead, and a little bit of help from Adeline. This puzzle here is a lot like the one that was used for the second shard in Rockstar 4, starring Adeline and a few switches you'll have to push down in order to make the crystal shard appear. However, while the Rockstar 4 version of this crystal shard required using some logical thinking in order to deduce what copy ability you'd have to use to reveal the images being obscured by the area's darkness, this one here also requires logical thinking, but in a bit of a different way. And plus, Adeline also gets a little more of an involved role here too, actually being the one who gives you the puzzle instead of just kind of hinting at it. What happens here is Adeline is on the other side of this window here, and she just moves across this area, painting 3 different outlines in the shapes of different fruits that Kirby can look at. What you have to do then is identify the types of fruit Adeline just painted, and then in the next room over, you'll need to press down the appropriate color switches to correspond with whatever color the fruits in question Adeline painted were. And this puzzle here is just among my favorites in Kirby 64. I already mentioned how unique it is for not involving any copy abilities at all, and I think that uniqueness is one of the reasons why this is a puzzle I just love so much. The complete lack of any copy abilities being required really helps this one stand out, and the general idea here is just a ton of fun, and I just love these colorful buttons here. It just adds so much to the stage's style and aesthetic. It just fits right in. So let's just solve this puzzle and nab this shard right here, and let's continue forward into what I consider to be the highlight of this stage. This absolute behemoth of a room that is just divided into so many different smaller sections. And unlike the previous room that did something kind of similar, this one isn't divided up with elevators or anything like that. It's just one long continuous room that just takes you on a journey. Every single different portion of this room here just has its own unique, interesting layout and aesthetic, and something I really like about that is it actually makes it feel like you're just running through a whole bunch of different mall stores. You've got this flower shop with goblins and yarikos, both tricky enemies that can very easily pressure you into moving into either one's line of attack. This furniture shop that focuses mostly on these falling shelves or whatever these are that can knock Kirby out in a single shot if he stays under one for too long. There's this aquarium room with the main centerpiece of this whole area being this giant fish tank loaded with so many different marine enemies, from caney to floppers and even gloms, and they all just come together to create this really fun and immersive fish tank environment. Then you've also got this tool or part shop that seems to be made up of screws that not only contain food, but surprise turbites as well, requiring a little bit of caution on the player's part, on top of these sawyers, which also just fit perfectly with the theme, as well as providing a little bit of ground pressure. And finally, there's an electronics store with all sorts of TVs and fridges, plus a few thematically appropriate enemies like B-Volts, propellers, and even the newly introduced Plug. Plug is an enemy I just really adore. I love this design so much. Plug's just got some nice colors that just really pop, and there's just such a cute idea behind this thing, just being a little walking plug. I also love how it takes advantage of the fact that it is just a cute tiny little walking plug by plugging itself into the floor and attacking with shockwaves. And I also love how you can even lift and throw this thing into a wall where it gets stuck like you'd expect from a plug as well. Plug is also notable for being the only other enemy besides Snipper to appear as a regular enemy in another Kirby game after Kirby 64, although unlike Snipper, Plug's reappearance is a lot easier to remember. I mean, this dude has a legacy. He was handpicked for Star Allies as a Kirby 64 enemy rep, and for a game with as many forgotten enemies as Kirby 64, I think that is just amazing, and it really does fill me with some hope that hopefully some other Kirby 64 enemies will get the second chance they deserve sometime in the future. Back on topic though, not only do all these rooms just have so many fun ideas and enemy combinations, but they all have such great and distinct looks too, from the bright and sleek electronics shop to the darker and more rigid tool part shop. All these rooms manage to feel just as cohesive as the rest of the stage though, with that Kirby 64 feel and things like the background details or the architecture. It's all just great stuff, and if I haven't already made it abundantly clear yet, this right here is one of Kirby 64's best looking stages, if not the absolute best looking. And this series of rooms right here really does show what Kirby 64's visuals are truly capable of, just being able to string so many different things and looks and aesthetics all into this one big room here. I mean, the stage really could have ended on that note and I would be perfectly content, but the stage still has a little more steam left in it because the final room is right up ahead, and this room is a circular room where the main obstacle you'll be going up against are these Shotzos that strike at you from the background. For starters, I just love the way this room looks. I love the circular shape and how the Shotzos attack you from the background. It almost feels kind of akin to like the Wispy Woods or Pix fights in that way. This section isn't all style though, because the substance here is pretty great as well. These Shotzos can actually pose a little bit of a threat because they're more vicious than most other Shotzos. Instead of just aimlessly shooting or shooting at Kirby's exact location at a certain point in time, these Shotzos actually anticipate your movements and make sure that their bullets are going like right in front of you so you can actually run into them. Although thankfully the stage does have a few safe spots with these little colored walls that are able to block their shots. That brings me to another thing I love about this room too. It's all just layered so nicely. I mean, obviously you got the looping main path and the Shotzos attacking you from the back, but these colored walls aren't exactly on either, and I think that really does a good job at just showing how much depth this room really has. Plus the room in general is just so colorful and bright, and it just knows how to take your breath away before the stage finally wraps itself up. And speaking of wrapping itself up, it feels great just slipping into that last elevator and then just being greeted by Kirby and friends having a picnic on this really nice roof area. Now, I will admit, I'm pretty bummed we don't have any sort of outdoor roof area anywhere in this stage, because judging from what I'm seeing right here, that just would have been the best thing ever. But this is still pretty good, and I mean, the actual stage itself was incredible, so who am I to complain? This right here is probably the most Kirby 64 gets. It just exemplifies so much of what makes Kirby 64's stages so great. It has a fun and creative idea, a distinct and memorable visual design, cool gimmicks and ideas that get put to good use all throughout the level, fun collectibles, including one of the game's best puzzles, and overall, it's just a ton of fun to go through, no matter how you play through it. It's one of my favorite stages in the entire game, although it does still raise some questions. So let's make like the final room of Shiver Star 3 and loop all the way back around to what I said at the beginning of this part. What exactly is up with this shopping mall? Why is there an abandoned human shopping mall on this planet? Well, I don't really think there's much point in going too in-depth on that right now, because as it turns out, the next stage might kinda sorta have a bit of an answer to that, as well as some of the other oddities we've seen on this planet up to this point. So let's waste no time and dive right into Shiver Star Stage 4. This stage opens on your typical snowy Shiver Star area, although there's a little something different this time around. A factory can be seen in the background, and it appears to have some entrances through these holes in the ground, so let's head on in, shall we? Enter Shiver Star's infamous factory, a place where puzzle patterns line the walls and soulless machinery is completely in control. One of the first things that's sure to catch your attention is that music. Factory Inspection is one of the greatest Kirby songs ever. Everything about it is just perfect. The constant sounds of the sinister machinery in the back of the song, the monotone, very factory-esque beginning of the song. There's that part around the middle where you can see it's just building up to something, just adding more and more instruments that give the song some humanity and a somber tone, before finally that finale hits, and oh, that finale. The song just reaches its apex, and then the song just fully shifts into using that one Kirby synth, you know the one. And then that incredible Kirby 64 choir hits in one amazing melancholic stretch where everything just comes together in perfect harmony. Almost as if the factory is just crying out before the song shifts back to that mechanical feel, almost performing this sort of chaotic sounding reset noise as the song loops. This mysterious factory remains stuck in time, left to be operating, doing the same motions over and over and over again for who knows how much longer. It's a chillingly beautiful track that has earned its reputation as one of Kirby 64's most iconic. It's also got one of the most consistently great remix track records too. It's one of Kirby 64's most iconic tracks, so it was bound to get a few. In particular, I'm fond of the Rainbow Curse and Robobot renditions, although I really do like the Canvas Curse one as well. But no matter how good these remixes get, they just can't top the original for me. Maybe it's because of that additional importance this song has, because it was actually just, you know, handmade for this factory, so it just naturally is a very important song for Shiver Star. Or maybe it's just the Kirby 64 sound font. I don't know, there's just something about this version that just reaches this level of perfection the others just fall barely short of. And that's just the music. The look of this factory is great too. It just seems so innocent and colorful from the outside, and that just makes the whiplash when you actually enter this place and see just how dark and dull it is just all the more impactful. This factory has this oppressive atmosphere. It is very clearly not what it used to be, and the puzzle piece patterns that line all over the walls clearly imply this factory wasn't always run by these sinister machines. And there's even some smaller details like the darkness you see obscuring certain parts of the background that just get your mind racing. Like, what else is in this factory? What other secrets does it hold? It's just another example of Kirby 64's stages just being able to really immerse you in the game's world, just by creating a whole environment beyond the level geometry itself. And speaking of the level geometry, the level design here is just top-notch too. I mean, the first room inside the factory already has you descending a ladder while dodging Gordo's first thing. And next thing you know, you're dodging these guys called Rockin', these bomb enemies that travel below these platforms while Kirby needs to carefully slip by all of them. And before you know it, you'll even run across the first crystal shard. And while I'm not the biggest fan of needing to fetch an ability from from another stage in order to get a shard, as I've made very clear before. I won't lie, this one is pretty good. It requires stone plus needle in order to make use of Kirby's drill projectile to pass through these color-coded crates. And what's really cool about this is you kind of have to loop back up to where the crystal shard is after you destroy these crates through this downwards area here with these Shotzos. It's just a really well put together section, and it just makes great use of the ability that's required. Anyways, once Kirby reaches the bottom here, he hops along this long conveyor belt to head on to the next room. And speaking of that next room, we get our next DDD section here, which is also, unfortunately, the last of these. This room takes place in a massive room-wide conveyor belt that slowly ramps up in speed the further our heroes go, pushing DDD back while breakable doors and enemies impede his progress. The main attraction here, though, has to be the big hammer robots that attack you from the background. This stage is probably the most difficult one in the entire game, mostly due to its heavy reliance on a few insta-kill hazards. I mean, that's not really saying much as the pro Kirby 64 gamer I am. I mean, they're all easy to a Kirby 64 pro, but as a kid, yeah, no, this was a completely different story. These robots would just kill me all the time. I would just get way too cocky and put too much faith in my abilities, and I just wind up with DDD Pancake, missing the pom-pom on his hat because Kirby just yanks it right off when he dies. It's a death animation that seems cute and silly and innocent when you first see it, but once you really think about it, then you kind of realize how messed up it is because, I mean, poor innocent Kirby has no idea what's even going on. Oh no, oh no, oh no, my heart, my heart. And I mean, in a way, it's kind of like Shiver Star itself. What seems innocent is really not innocent at all. There is clearly something going on here. But anyways, this was one of the two main sections of this stage that gave me a real run for my money back when I was a child. We'll get to the other one in a little bit, and spoilers, that was the hardest Kirby 64 roadblock I ever faced in my entire life. But yeah, this part destroyed me, even if it isn't really too difficult nowadays. But that doesn't mean it's any less fun though. I just love trying to blitz through this part as fast as I can. And while the design here is pretty simple, mostly just being a straight line with these robots that try to kill you, there's a few enemies scattered about that all do a really good job complementing this design, and overall it's just a really amazing way to send off these DDD sections. Once Kirby and DDD reach the end of the conveyor belt though, DDD does what he DD does best and chucks Kirby straight through the door, and Kirby gets sent to a room full of even more conveyor belts. This whole room is just incredibly claustrophobic. Every single path in this room is just so incredibly tight, whether you're flying in between this machinery or even just going along the main path. This makes some of the enemies you encounter a lot trickier to deal with, including some of these ones like these Gordos that move up and down, blocking your way, bounties you'll have to slip by, turbites that can attack you from up above with their spark ability, which is very important, and another enemy who's very important, Sir Kibble, who just attacks you head-on in these extremely tight spaces with his cutter. Before you leave this area though, do make sure to blend those two very special enemies together because you'll need them up next. But the level design here isn't the main attraction in this room though, because I'd actually say the main attraction can be seen in the background, with these capsules that all contain living creatures inside of them. You'll see a good few of these as you go through this room, and these creatures include a pink hippopotamus, a white bird that kind of resembles a Frigus, a black cat, and strangest of all, there's this vaguely humanoid girl wearing a black robe. What's going on here is just a complete mystery, but there's all sorts of theories that do try to explain it. There's also this generator in the middle of the room, which may or may not have something to do with all these creatures in these capsules, but who really knows? It's just a fascinating piece of the Shiver Star puzzle, and its appeal comes from just how dark and mysterious everything surrounding these capsules are. It's really weird, and what's actually going on here might even be like a little twisted. I mean, I don't know why you'd be just putting living beings inside of these capsules, but there is some fun that comes from trying to speculate what exactly is going on here. Anyways, the next room has Kirby drop down into this boiler room that is just filled with lava, barring these two platforms on the top Kirby comes in from, and this small platform in the center where Kirby battles this giant burnus that flies from left to right, all while dropping burning rocks just like the regular enemy does. Magus will also occasionally pop up from the lava when the burnus flies by, giving Kirby a way to fight back, and I just really enjoy trying to throw these guys up at the boss, especially thanks to them having a little curve when they're thrown. There's also a cage above the platform you fight the burnus on where the crystal shard spawns once the boss is defeated, and if these bars are anything to go by, you'll need Spark plus Cutter, which you could have picked up last room. Weirdly enough, I think getting the ability is part of the reason why this crystal shard is so fun, mostly because of the turbites kind of providing a bit of a unique challenge to hit. Whether you're trying to inhale these guys directly or slam a Sir Kibble right into one in order to get your power combo, they're a pretty fun enemy to work around, and it makes actually getting the ability feel pretty satisfying, so it feels like a little more than I just bought the ability here and now I get my crystal shard. It kind of makes you feel like you worked a little bit to get that ability, so the shard just feels even better when you actually do pick it up. But anyways, on to the next room, and the next room was just the bane of my existence as a child playing this game. It's this room here where the main obstacles throughout are these complex crushing ceiling challenges, all while the factory's robots just look on in the background with their eerie grins. I won't even lie, even nowadays I'll occasionally slip up just trying to speed through this thing and I'll accidentally lose a life. Speaking of speeding through this, that's kind of what makes this room so fun. Not only is it just incredibly well designed, slowly upping the ante with every single one of these sections, plus each section in of itself is just a very fun, crushing challenge to solve and make your way through, but there's just something so fun about just trying to clear these while taking as few rest stops as possible. I also really like the little intermission spots where even then you can't even catch a break because there's Shotzos trying to shoot at you, and with each section you clear, more and more Shotzos appear, so yeah, there really is no breaks here. But back to the topic of speeding through here, I just love doing it so much. It's just something that really pushes Kirby 64's movements to its limits, and it just feels so good. There's something just endlessly satisfying about just nailing a perfect slide right out of one of these things right as it's about to crush you. There's just no better feeling in the world. And finally, this excellent stage comes to an end in the next and final room. We immediately run into Plug again, always a good thing to see. I love me some Plug. Before you get to this spot where you need to fly up, and then you come face to face with this room's main challenge. These giant green wind-up robots that push these electrocuted walls forward while Kirby needs to run away, dodging all sorts of enemies and making an escape to the next floor in order to avoid being squished. Now, these chases can get intense, even more so if you go for the items that are a little further back from the exit in every single one of these things. Among all those items in question, there happens to be the final crystal shard, which is just a brilliant placement right there. It just takes full advantage of the gimmick and pressure these giant green robots are able to instill in the player, and overall it just requires some really good and fast movement because these guys will not hesitate to kill you if you're too slow. I especially like the way these green robots are used during one of the last little green robot chase challenges too. It's a little unconventional in that there's two of these green robots, which I mean normally these guys would just turn you into a zapped Kirby sandwich, but thankfully there's a little platform in the way you can use for some shelter, and man, there's just something so claustrophobic being right between death as these two robots just have their electrocuted walls right to your face. But just give them a moment and the other robot that you need to get past will just back away and you can escape pretty easily from there. It's just a really cool section. And another thing I always loved about this room was the weird special atmosphere it has. Well, at least to me. I spent so long on that previous Crusher room as a child that the moment I just laid eyes on this area and just saw everything it had to offer, it just felt so fresh and new. I've always just associated this room with being the moment where Kirby 64's endgame really begins, because I knew from the moment I first set foot into this room that the end of the game was coming and that I would be able to see it, assuming that I actually was through the most brutal thing Kirby 64 has to offer, which I was, so yeah, I was right about that. Besides my own nostalgia and personal attachment to this stage though, it's just so perfect. Everything from the music, to the atmosphere, to the level design, to the challenge, to the crystal shards, to the way it ties into Shiver Star's overall story, it's just done so incredibly well that I'd even go so far as to say this might just be the best stage in Kirby's history. It just does everything it does so well, and it goes above and beyond the usual standard I have for Kirby levels. Like, there was no reason to go so hard on the atmosphere and even the story. Like, there was absolutely no reason to just pack this stage with so much interesting stuff and lore, but they did it anyway, and oh yeah, it had the effect I can assume the developers only wanted, because it's peak. It is just peak. But with all that said though, Shiver Star is not quite over yet. You know what time it is. Let's go fight the boss. I have been praising a Shiver Star so much for the last X amount of minutes or so, but that doesn't just stop with the regular stages, because HRH is one of the greatest regular boss fights in the entire series. I think it says a lot when this is only Kirby 64's second best standard boss fight, and it just mops the floor with so many other Kirby games' best standard boss fights. But what exactly makes this fight so good? Well, I know I haven't really focused too much on the presentation of the previous boss fights, but with HRH I just gotta make an exception, because wow. This is amazing. Just look at this. You got the dark buildings contrasted with these piercing red lights, the sheer amount of depth and detail that's just been put into this beautiful city, and there's this amazing purple sky you could just see in all of its glory, without any kind of giant robot-shaped obstructions, because of this move HRH gains in the second phase when it transforms into HRE. The devs knew what they were doing. They were proud of this, so they literally made a move to show this whole thing off. That is what I'm convinced is going on here. I'm a sucker for a beautiful nighttime city setting, and Kirby 64 just delivers with that, as you'd expect. But when you first set foot on Shiver Star, were you really expecting this to be the planet's boss fight? I mean, do you remember when Shiver Star was snow-themed? HRH's fight is the perfect way to cap off Shiver Star, not only because the fight itself is just excellent, but because the environment and the idea of literally fighting a giant battle robot just feels like the perfect way to conclude the story Shiver Star is trying to tell. This isn't at all the cheery winter planet the game tricked you into thinking it was. It's a planet harboring some crazy and dark secrets secrets that have all been shown through the use of what seems to be these man-made locales just scattered all over the place. And after trudging through that factory, there's just nothing left to even hide anymore, so just have a whole city, just a whole ass abandoned city while you fight this giant robot. You thought this was Shiver Star? Think again, because this right here, this is the real Shiver Star. The contrast is insane, but it's just been built up so well. It's like the ultimate payoff for just watching the truth of Shiver Star be slowly revealed. Another silly but also incredibly cool detail I noticed that no one else has ever really pointed out to my knowledge is that this is just literally Tokyo 3 from Evangelion. Like, look at these, they're identical. And it can't just be a coincidence. This man loved Evangelion. That was like Shimomura's favorite show from what I can gather with all the references he puts in his Kirby games. And besides, where better to have a giant robot boss fight than Tokyo 3? Wait. HRH is an AVA unit confirmed? Anyways, my praise for this fight's presentation still doesn't end here, because HRH just has this incredible model that towers over Kirby, and the spectacle is just fully hammered in thanks to the way this fight's camera is done. The camera is always locked on it. No matter which way Kirby's going, the camera just tilts and keeps HRH in the center at all times, just to highlight the scale of this robot and how much power it seems to have over Kirby. And the second phase with HRE is no slouch either. I mean, I already mentioned the stellar camera work for that one attack, but otherwise the camera is just always pointed at this really cool angle. It just makes you feel tiny compared to this giant robot chasing you. And the way the camera is just positioned to let you see all the platforms this thing passes just fall down into this abyss just makes it even more threatening. Okay, I've already said a ton and we have not even touched the actual fight itself though, just the dressing. But trust me, this fight's got the substance to back up its style. HRH's first phase has 4 different possible moves, being this head laser that comes out quickly and has to be jumped over, a basic hand swing attack that covers the whole arena, 4 missiles that get fired out from the lower body and land right in the main area that Kirby can inhale and use as projectiles, even netting you a double star bullet if you can just position Kirby perfectly below one of these things. And finally, there's an attack where HRH uses both of its hands to attack Kirby by swinging them both together and then lifting them up in the center of the arena only to slam them back down, sending out these 2 pebbles Kirby can use to net a pretty easy double star bullet on this guy. This extremely diverse moveset gives HRH so much variety and versatility, more so than any of the previous bosses. And the inclusion of mixing in some attacks Kirby can't get any ammo from makes the first half of this fight a little more intense. And I mean, while it's easy for something like that to occasionally come off like a bit of a slog, that's kind of remedied by the fact that both of HRH's attacks that don't leave any projectiles for Kirby to inhale go by relatively quickly, so it keeps the fight moving at a decent pace. That's not all though, because after HRH's power is depleted, it transforms and becomes HRE, which is not only just an incredibly fluid and natural transformation, a transformation that's just achieved masterfully through clever manipulation of the character design, but it opens up a whole new arsenal of attacks because the gameplay shifts a little bit here, because now Kirby's being chased down by this giant robot. HRE also has 4 different moves, including snipping at Kirby with both of its giant claws, sending out a missile with a suckable head. Oh, was there really no better way I could word that? But anyways, it's a risk-reward type of move where Kirby can only inhale the top of this thing, and then either jump over it and risk getting hit by the body, but be able to land a hit on the boss, or just play it safe and spit the head out immediately to destroy the rest of the missile. There's also a new take on HRH's missile attack, with the 4 missiles taking up a lot more space and being shot in a less predictable arc, but also being a lot easier to score a double star bullet on. And of course, there's the move where HRE flies up into the sky, the camera shifts, just giving you that perfect view of the city, while Kirby needs to run away from the robot as it's slowly landing in order to avoid being crushed. That same design philosophy of blending attacks for countering and endurance is present during this phase, and all the little twists HRE puts on HRH's attacks make it an incredibly fun second phase. And as usual, the ability normal Kirby balance here is just struck nearly perfectly. Mostly during the first phase, I won't lie, I do think copy abilities definitely have the advantage over HRE, but yeah, it's a Kirby 64 fight. It strikes that balance nicely, and the fight also just feels so grand and epic. And I just love the sheer variety in this robot's attacks, and I love the shifting gameplay during HRE's phase that just keeps this fight super fun and dynamic all the way throughout. Overall, HRH is just an excellent fight. I already said just how much I loved this fight earlier, but yeah, hopefully it all makes a little more sense if it sounded outlandish at first. It's like Shiver Star, it nails every single thing it does, and it just culminates in this unforgettable conclusion to what I'd say is the best Kirby world of all time. So let's fling Kirby right off that metal hide, get that shard, and get out of here. Our hero's journey is finally coming to an end, and it's time to head off and save Ripple Star. However, as can be clearly seen in the portal ribbon summons, The planet is not exactly what it used to be. This thing is shrouded in darkness thanks to the dark matter invasion, and understandably, Ribbon is distraught by this sight. But despite that, everyone shakes their heads in agreement as they know it's finally time to save Ripple Star, as Kirby trips over and gets used by a springboard into the portal, but don't worry, he's fine though. Ribbon carries him through, and the gang finally approach the final stretch. This cutscene is among my favorites in the game because I just love the way it shows the severity of the situation going on Ripple Star, and it's actually played relatively straight until that little ending gag of Kirby being stepped over. We see Ribbon react to her planet's current situation, and we see DDD, Adeline, Waddle Dee, and Kirby all show their desire to help Ribbon and Ripple Star out, which helps her perk up as their journey nears its end. It's a small thing, but I love that about this cutscene. It just helps establish the characters and their relationship more, and it makes the whole journey just feel so important. But before we move on to Ripple Star, let's discuss Shiver Star as a whole. So, to put it simply, Shiver Star is perfect. It's the best world, not only in Kirby 64, but in Kirby history in my eyes. It does every single little thing it does so flawlessly, from having fun and memorable levels, to an excellent boss fight, and just even going that extra mile and being able to tell its own little story from the player's perspective, a story about uncovering the truth behind this planet. I've held off on actually mentioning this fact for a good while now, but yeah, Shiver Star is planet Earth. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. It's just a theory, but if you ask me, it's one of those things where it's just more or less all but confirmed, because there's just so much evidence backing this theory up. From the very moment you arrive on this planet, it lets you know that something is off. Its design is so much less abstract and wacky than the other planets, even bearing a resemblance to a frozen over Earth. The map screen music is weirdly melancholic and eerie. There's even a keep out sign on the floor too, so, that raises some questions. But when you enter the first stage, all those worries just fade away. It's just like your usual cheery winter level, the exact kind of thing you were expecting. And those feelings continue on into the second stage, and the third stage as well, because it keeps that really jolly theming. But the big difference between this third stage and the first two is that stage 3 just uses this theming as a facade. I mean, this is literally an abandoned shopping mall here on this planet, not unlike anything you'd see in real life. But hey, it's just like Christmas shopping. Listen to that Shiver Star music. You feeling jolly yet? But once you just take a second to think about this a little deeper and just think about everything here, it shouldn't really take you too long to realize that something's up. And then that's where stage 4 comes in and just completely rips that facade off. The atmosphere of this factory just does a complete 180 from everything else up to this point, and it's where that realization just hits for most players. From the melancholic music to the creatures contained inside the capsules that may or may not be being used or cloned in some way to repopulate the Earth, to the complete lack of any life in this very human location besides basic enemies strewn all around the place. I mean, even I felt that there was something off about this place when I got here as a kid. And then there's the HRH fight, which of course doesn't have any of that winter feeling anywhere. It's just a straight up city where you battle a giant robot. This whole story about Shiver Star's darker secrets are all just masterfully told to you through carefully thought out details and a facade that might even be good enough to just fly over the heads of some people. I mean, I'll tell you this much, I had no idea about this when I played Kirby 64 for the first time as a 5-6-year-old. I mean, I got to the latter half of Shiver Star the first time and I was just like,
Yeah, Christmas shopping in the mall. Yeah, Santa's workshop.
yeah, Santa's magical abandoned workshop full of killer machinery, beings contained inside capsules, and a literal lava-filled boiler room. Merry Christmas. As I implied, though, something did always feel a little off about that factory, though, and I just remember my whole world shattering when I inevitably found out the truth. And about Forgotten Land and the titular Forgotten Land being Earth there, well, I think it's most likely the remains of Earth in some other dimensions, if the portals that seem to be necessary for Kirby and friends to travel there are any indication. If it's not just a completely different advanced civilization's world altogether. I mean, Shiver Star is literally stated to have been inhabited by some old civilization that moved away some time ago on the Kirby 64 website, and with all this in-game evidence, I just don't see the Forgotten Land replacing Shiver Star as the Kirby Earth. Whatever is actually going on here, though, I'm a huge supporter of the Shiver Star theory. Not only because it's just so much fun to think about and because there's just so much backing it up, but because this idea of Shiver Star being like this ruined version of the Earth just adds so much more to an already amazing planet. Besides, Shiver Star being Earth just gives this place some surprising thematic relevancy to the dark matter when you really look at it. Like, assuming Shiver Star is a literal take on Earth being trapped in a nuclear winter, not only does this let us get a fantastic winter-themed planet, but it feels like a commentary on the effects of war and the fatal consequences that can come about from the dark side of humanity. Something like this could only really occur after a massive nuclear war, something requiring use of what are among the most horrible and deadly weapons in history, but what if something on that scale actually breaks out? Shiver Star is like a cautionary tale. The real horror lies not in this family-friendly depiction of a cold, dead Earth, but the idea that this might become a reality. In the modern day especially, Shiver Star becomes pretty terrifying to think about. There's just this ever-growing divide between all of us as humans. There's just constant wars and horrific atrocities we commit against each other on the daily, all around the world at this point. But it's not all doom and gloom, because even if there isn't literally the threat of a nuclear world-ending war dangling above our heads, it's still important to try shaping a better future and trying to combat the dark side of humanity with the light. It's an especially important thing now more than ever, because even in our modern world, there's still just a ton of horrible things going on, like wars and oppression, and I'm not gonna lie, at the time of recording this, there's a ton of perfectly valid worries to have going into the near future. That's why it's so important to stand up and fight back against those things and support people who really do need it, because just even giving this cold place just a little bit of warmth really does go a long way in preventing us from actually having a real Shiver Star on our hands. As coldly as Shiver Star shows us this reflection of our planet, I think that it's a really important thing because it makes us reflect and think on what we can do to prevent Shiver Star, figuratively or literally, becoming planet Earth. Shiver Star is more than just a set of levels in a video game and more than just some spooky post-apocalyptic Earth setting where you least expect it. It's a haunting and beautiful story that really just goes to show that video games are no different than any other art form in the kinds of emotions and stories they can tell. It's just a beautiful thing, and even if Shiver Star somehow isn't Earth, well, I still think Shiver Star deserves a lot of praise for the way it does slowly do this weird unraveling thing, where you think it's just this cheery winter planet, but it's really just anything but. I by no means think that a world in a Kirby game needs to have a narrative or lore to be excellent. I mean, look at Aqua Star, but it's always a treat when one does, and Shiver Star just has so much to it and just runs with it. And as I mentioned before, this isn't at the cost of anything, because Shiver Star, purely from a level design lens, is still great, and the stages are all among my favorites in the game. I'd even say that these last 3 stages on Shiver Star are Kirby 64's top 3 best stages, at least to me, and I'd even probably go so far as to say that they're in the top 5 best stages in the entire series. I mean, I already said that Shiver Star 4 is like my favorite Kirby level ever. It's literally the peak of peak, and that's what Shiver Star is. It is the highest point and what I'd consider to be the Kirby series' highest point. It just embodies everything I love about Kirby, from the fun levels and gameplay, to the mystery and the darkness in its lore, to the complex and rich yet beautiful things it has to say about life and humanity and building a better future. We might have reached the peak of peak, but make no mistake, Kirby 64 knows how to craft an excellent finale, and we're about to take a look at that right now. So let's waste no more time and save Ripple Star. Ah yes, here we are, the climax of Kirby 64, the final stretch, the very planet we've been working our way towards since the very beginning. It's the giant floating heart planet with a face that's hopefully just a pattern or something. It's Ripple Star. Ripple Star Stage 1 is probably the stage I have the least amount to say about in this video, not because it has no substance or anything, of course, but because it's more or less just a modified version of Pop Star 1. I imagine recycling a stage's layout like this might not sit well with everyone, and usually, yeah, I'd be in that camp myself, but this is Kirby 64 we're talking about, and I think this choice wasn't bad at all. Well, I do think they probably could have done more with like a normal Ripple Star stage than just copy and pasting most of Pop Star 1. I do think that this stage has a very good reason to be the way it is. It's not just some kind of dev laziness thing, so I think it's able to justify its existence, and honestly, as a whole, I think I might even like this better than the stage it's copying. Well, I guess a good thing to start with before we actually dive into this stage a little more is to talk about the things that I have no real reason to talk about beyond mentioning here. Why? because I already talked about them. This level geometry is more or less identical to Popstar 1, the music is the same, but beyond that, there's a fair bit of new stuff here. The biggest difference between the two, though, is pretty self-explanatory. Just look at this. It's the visuals. This is one of the best looking stages in the entire game, and that is saying something. What Popstar has with its simplicity and friendliness is basically just upgraded here and just blown to a comic proportion with Ripple Star. I mean, this is a planet shaped like a heart inhabited by fairies. Its atmosphere with all the cute, happy, fun, bright, colorful things all over the place. It's just like overkill, and that's why it's so great. I'm absolutely down for overkill with that stuff. The main colors this stage uses are these yellows and pinks, and these two shades are just a great color combo for the sky and floors. There's also these beautiful pale green hills that just stretch out for miles, the vibrant plant life, all these colorful flowers all over the place, and personally, my favorite element are those flower fountains that shoot out the little bubbles everywhere. They're just so cool. It just makes the stage feel so alive and beautiful. The other really noticeable change this stage has is that just about every single enemy has been swapped out for something else in order to make the stage a little more tricky. All the basic enemies you saw in Popstar 1, they've all been swapped out for more difficult and aggressive enemies. You got things like plugs, ghost knights, sparkies, propellers. Most of them are at the very least just a smidge more threatening than most of what you encountered in Popstar 1, and I think that that's a pretty nice step up in difficulty, considering that this stage is just Popstar 1, but again, and more colorful. Despite those changes though, the crystal shards don't really change too much. The first one is more or less in the exact same spot it was in Popstar 1, although instead of being surrounded by two Sir Gibbles, it's surrounded by two Ghost Knights, which does make it a smidge more difficult. The next shard is a little bit different though. It kind of fulfills the same role the last shard in Popstar 1 had, but Ripple Star 1 has no sort of Waddle Doo equivalent, so instead of being with a Waddle Doo equivalent, it's just put with a giant NZ. Or, well, it's not really a giant NZ this time, now it's a giant Sawyer. You get this crystal shard by defeating the giant Sawyer, and I really do like this battle. All the Sawyer really does is just pop up in one place, go back down, and then pop up in another, and it just rinses and repeats that until it goes down. It doesn't really seem like much, but I do think the size of this thing and the way it can just cover so much of the ground, it does make it a little threatening. And if you want to fight back against it, well, I mean, you could always just wail on it with a copy ability, but alternatively, there's some Brontoberts circling overhead that you can use as ammo. Overall, it's a pretty nice and interesting mid-boss fight, and I do think that putting a shard after this one was a decent spot for it. Also, the whole arena here is just super cool. I especially like the doors you go in and out of. It's just very Ripple Star. I love it. And finally, there's the last crystal shard. It's still in the pool near the end of the stage, but now you'll have to use Bomb plus Needle in order to break it. And I'll admit, I do really like this crystal shard, as basic as it is. There's still that sense of familiarity here with it being this black boulder in this pool you need to destroy using a bomb ability, but giving it this little orange part on top that makes this boulder a little more restrictive is just like the perfect way of showing that concept being elevated to the next level. And so with all that said, what exactly is it that I see in this stage that makes me such a staunch defender of it? Well, I'd say it all boils down to where it is in the game and the way it just ties into Kirby 64 as a whole. Besides things like the amazing presentation and the new enemies and such, we all know Kirby lives on Popstar, and that first stage is like exploring the most basic interpretation of Kirby's home that Kirby 64 can muster. It's a stage Kirby holds dear to him, and because it's the first stage, it just kind of has this virtue of being one of Kirby 64's most iconic stages too. Seeing this whole design reflected here not only serves as just a cool little callback, but it makes you even more invested in Ribbon's plight and her desire to save her home. When you see this stage and compare it to Popstar 1, you realize that Popstar and Ripple Star are really not that different at all. I mean, it's just like Popstar. There's just this familiarity that you feel as you run through the stage and remember where your journey began. Having it right here at the start of the game's final planet just makes you remember where you started, and it makes you reflect on all the challenges you've faced to get you to this point. I mean, it's not like this stage really offers anything too difficult, but it makes you realize just how far you've come, just how long ago Popstar 1 really was, and all the grueling challenges you faced to get here. It makes you all the more pumped and determined to save Ripple Star, and that's what makes this stage's entire existence justified. And also, the level design itself is still, you know, great. I mean, it doesn't really have the advantage of being the first stage like Popstar 1 has, so all the subtle teaching things aren't as impactful, but still, seeing things grow and change is kind of like a nice reflection to Popstar 1, and once again, it really does remind you of how far you've come. I mean, outside of the stage's incredible visual design, it really isn't the most creative or original stage out there, but it's a really important stage in the grand scheme of Kirby 64, especially for the story that Ripple Star is trying to tell to just wrap Kirby 64 up. Oh, and did I mention that this stage also fakes you out? Like, really fakes you out? I mean, this whole place seemed so bright and cheerful. I mean, are you sure the Dark Matter are really in control here? Well, just because you're not seeing their influence quite yet doesn't mean you should give up the fight, of course. And I think that's a feeling that's just captured so incredibly well in Ripple Star's map theme. Yes, that was a pretty clean segue to talk about this because I don't know where else to squeeze it in. The Ripple Star map theme is just one of those surprisingly iconic Kirby songs. I mean, it doesn't really seem like it would go on to be one of Kirby 64's most iconic tracks, just being a simple little map theme, but it is. It's been remixed so many times in many different games, and I think all the love it's received is just completely justified. It's a great theme that really encapsulates Ripple Star. It sounds majestic and relatively cheery, but there's just this finale vibe to it, this slight hint of something telling you this planet is in trouble, and that you're right there, right at the final stretch to save it. It's a truly extraordinary piece, but with all that said, let's check out Ripple Star Stage 2, shall we? Ah, yes, the infamous Catacomb stage. And before we even get into looking at anything else, Ripple Star Catacombs is one of the most infamously disturbing songs not only in Kirby's history, but in all of gaming besides, like, literal horror games. I mean, look at this. Just watch any of these top X disturbing video game songs lists, and you're just gonna find this song on, like, every single one. It's like a lock for all of those lists. And trust me, I would know. I watched plenty of those videos back in the day, back when that was, like, some of the best content on YouTube. Little known fact about me, but I'm actually kind of a junkie for disturbing, mysterious horror stuff, especially when it comes from unsuspecting places, like Kirby. And I think Kirby 64 is just fully to blame for that, but now's not the time to go into that, although I can probably imagine you see the vision here. Anyways, this track is easily the least banging of all of Kirby 64's stage themes. Out of every single one in the game, this is the only one I'd say gets exempt from the best Kirby music playlist, but do not get me twisted here. What this song lacks in catchiness or jammability, it more than makes up for with its atmosphere and just how creepy the track is. I would never ever listen to this on my free time, but it's just as great as the other songs. It's just a little more heavy on the atmosphere and just being really off-putting and just doing that incredibly well. The song's main constants are its high-pitched sounds and these constant noises that kind of sound like something hitting a surface. Man, I really wish I understood music sometimes. During the first half or so of the song, there's this ghastly synth that occasionally plays. The song sounds completely disorganized, melancholic, and off-putting, and the song just gets creepier and creepier as it goes along, until eventually the synth is swapped out for a much deeper one, and oh, those are chills. It just sounds like you're not alone anymore, like someone else is in these catacombs and you're being chased. And then there's the abrupt ending before the song loops with the fade of the deep synth that almost sounds like a deep scream of some sort. It's just a perfectly chilling, atmospheric track. It's just a masterclass in building an unsettling atmosphere. Plus, the chilling atmosphere actually does a really good job in hammering in the severity of what the Dark Matter have done here. This isn't a Dreamland 3 situation where their influence is still spreading and there's still time to stop them and prevent the planet from being taken over. This is a planet that has almost entirely succumbed to it, and it is every bit as terrifying as it should be. This is like the ultimate fate of what would have happened to Popstar if Kirby didn't come in to intervene, and I think that there's just something really fitting about showing a planet succumbing to the Dark Matter's control right here at the end of this trilogy. So the stage opens outside of the Ripple Star Castle, with the sky being shrouded in dark clouds along with the castle itself. There's also some Kikis flying about and Waddle Dee standing right next to this manhole leading to the catacombs, and can we talk about just how strange it is that there's literally just catacombs in Ripple Star? I mean, catacombs are literally underground graveyards. They're these insanely complex mazes filled to the brim with corpses and bones, and it just makes me wonder what exactly is going on here in Ripple Star to warrant the existence of these catacombs. I mean, maybe it is just a sewer because we don't really see any bones or skeletons or anything too creepy, but I mean, Ripple Star sewer tunnel doesn't sound nearly as cool as Ripple Star catacombs, does it? Anyways, this stage is a complete 180 from the cheery Ripple Star we saw last stage, and things only get more dissonant under here. Hey, whoa! Someone should have put you somewhere else. Weird flopper placement aside, Kirby's thrust underwater, and you see these glowing hearts here, and this is going to be the last of that cheery and colorful Ripple Star aesthetic you see until the very end of the stage. The first crystal shard is actually found here too, and in order to break this little structure it lies in, you need a spark ability, a working spark ability. I like how the murky water makes it a little difficult to tell if you need spark or cutter, at least that's something I've always struggled to make out. And while spark isn't found in the stage at all, I mean, no enemies have been found in the stage at all besides this flopper who's in like the worst possible spot they could be, so complaining about that is like a non-issue. And plus, you could even just go back to stage 1 and just immediately grab a plug. It's really not a big deal. Because of my confusion with what color this thing was supposed to be back in the day, I always went Spark plus Cutter on this thing. And as it turns out, Spark plus Cutter is probably the best ability you can use in this stage for reasons we'll get to shortly. As Kirby swims on forward, this next room here opens up with a lot more water, along with something else the stage has a lot of, these walls that cover up certain parts of the stage. It kind of sounds like a disaster that's just waiting to happen, but thankfully this stage is mostly just doing that for aesthetics and not really to hide anything away, not anything that's gonna hit you at least. But I gotta admit, these foreground walls just do a good job in elevating this stage's atmosphere. They make this whole area just feel so claustrophobic, which is fitting considering it's literally an underground tunnel, and I love the way they occasionally hide some secrets, although there's no secrets around here. This also marks the point where the stage kind of changes up its visuals from here on out, opting for a really dull and gloomy color scheme with these brown and green rocks. It's not a pretty or mind-blowing color scheme, but it's perfect for what this stage is trying to do, and it just really suits its atmosphere. It also just really emphasizes how much trouble Ripple Star is in, because this is just like the perfect contrast to the bright and cheery stage 1. After swimming around for a little bit, Kirby's able to hop back onto land, and he goes through this little tunnel where he encounters a few enemies that are a little tricky to take on without a copy ability. This whole tunnel is filled to the brim with Scarfies and Pupas, and these guys can be a pretty scary combo in such a tight space, but really if you got just about any ability, you'll be fine. After a little while though, a boulder falls, blocking Kirby's path, but King DDD is here to save the day, smashing it open with his hammer and allowing Kirby to continue on. Yeah, if Waddle Dee wasn't already an indication, all 3 of Kirby's friends all play a very minor role in this stage here. From here on out, they're only going to show up in a single other stage after this because they're all just consolidated here due to Ripple Star being a little shorter than most of the other worlds in the game. And so, while it's a shame the last world can't really give us a good final Waddle Dee vehicle section or a DDD ride section, I do think making sure that they all at least got a little bit of stage time in this stage here was a good choice, because it just shows how the whole gang is working together to defeat Dark Matter once and for all. Even if Kirby's doing most of the heavy lifting, everyone's playing their part and doing something to help, even if it's just sitting by a manhole cover and telling Kirby to jump down. The next part of the stage fully embraces the catacombs aesthetic though by creating something that's kinda maze-like. This whole section here just makes excellent use of tight tunnels, claustrophobic enemy encounters, hidden goodies, and just all sorts of little connecting paths that make this whole room just tied together in so many interesting ways. It kind of feels like a smaller version of the DDD bit from Rockstar 2, and as you all know, I loved that part in Rockstar 2, so it's pretty nice to see a similar idea come back here. I always really enjoyed how this whole thing is just laid out. It's always nice just seeing a room you really want to get to that looks inaccessible at first, only to find out that the game's just using its stage elements and its camera tricks in order to obstruct your vision of a hidden path or something. The enemies are also great here. In particular, I'm a big fan of the Ghost Knights that get used here, especially this one that just catches you off guard by these Mahals and just makes trying to escape the Ghost Knight your #1 priority for a brief moment, and this one that's standing in front of this path so you have to manipulate the Ghost Knight to joust their lance first before making it across. I really love this part. It isn't super complex, but its labyrinthian nature is strong enough to make it a ton of fun to go through. There's another pool of water below, and this one makes more proper use of the obstructions used in the first part, because Kirby can actually swim around this whole area despite the walls blocking your view. There's even a crystal shard off to the left, which is just a simple but very, very good hiding spot that takes advantage of this gimmick. And after yet another brief swim, Kirby eventually runs into Adeline in the next room, and despite Adeline's paintings normally depending on if Kirby has taken any damage or not, here she'll paint the game's third and final invincibility candy regardless of how much health you have. It's nice seeing this item just to make one final appearance before the game comes to a close, and it just feels nice using it to tear through all these blocks and find your way out of the catacombs. The look of the stage also changes a little bit here too. It feels a little more like it's properly built, like some kind of cool cool underground temple. There's even a ton of small but really cool details, like these heart candles that light the place up a little bit, and these wall patterns that helps this area retain a little bit of that Ripple Star aesthetic without completely losing the grim catacomb look that defines the stage in the first place. The main attraction here, though, are these breakable pillars, with Spark, Ice, Needle, and most importantly, Cutter being needed to break them. They all contain items ranging from simple food items to the final crystal shard, and speaking of that one, in order to get that last crystal shard, you'll have to break this last column, which requires the use of Cutter, hence why Spark plus Cutter just rules in this stage. Worst comes to worse, and you didn't go in with Spark plus Cutter though, don't worry, because there's this beautiful, wonderful little cap art earlier in the stage you could just inhale. So with all the crystal shards collected and the end in sight, the catacombs get a little brighter as a small platform in the Sentinel. I keep saying that. A small platform in the center signals Kirby to step aboard. With the state the castle is in now, this floating diamond platform thing is really the only way inside. And so Kirby hops aboard and is greeted to a picnic in what seems to be the castle's music room up above. He's finally escaped the catacombs, and now Kirby's having a picnic with his friends before the real final stretch. This stage is just excellent, and it's earned its reputation for a reason. It excels in creating a bleak, unsettling atmosphere, and the catacombs themselves really do feel winding, dark, and lonely. And of course, that small detail of just having all of Kirby's friends show up throughout the stage to help him out is just a really appreciated touch, and it's a decent way to send them off in the game's final proper world. It's just another high-quality stage, and I just love this little detail here of how the stage ends, right here in the Ripple Castle's music room. Man, wouldn't it be cool if the next stage just instantly picked up right here in this music room? Oh, hey, Ripple Star Stage 3, you wouldn't happen to start in the Ripple Castle's music room, would you? Yep, that's right. This stage opens right on the music room from the very end of the previous one, just perfectly connecting these two stages. But anyways, there's not too much going on here besides all these point stars all over the place you could choose to pick up. Either way, the next room of the stage is where the real stage begins, as Kirby is quickly ambushed by a horde of enemies. Yep, instead of your usual Kirby mid-boss tower, this stage is like a series of enemy ambushes, and honestly, this approach works better for Kirby 64 than a mid-boss tower would. I mean, that's mostly because Kirby 64's mid-bosses are all just giant enemies, so you don't really have any kind of distinct foes to be going up against there, but I think this is also because of the way having all these enemy ambushes ties into Kirby 64's main gimmick, the power combos. Now, some people might look at Kirby 64 and call its combat shallow for its lack of complex movesets, but the truth is, Kirby 64's combat is as shallow as you make it. If you want to steamroll everything down with some crazy busted ability that can just wipe rooms, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. The game isn't going to stop you. At least not yet, anyway. But if you're a real Kirby 64 aficionado like myself, you'll know about law penning. You'll know just how far you can stretch the game's combat when you're mixing and matching abilities like crazy, and when you're even mixing in other ways to use enemies to your advantage, whether that be the basic Kirby suck and spit, or even lifting them and taking advantage of whatever unique lift functions the enemies may have. This stage may seem completely boring if you're just using a powerful ability the whole time and just completely steamrolling it, but when you fully embrace Kirby 64's flexibility and the experimentation and creativity that the game is built on, it just becomes insanely fun. Don't get me wrong, the combat isn't like super deep or anything, but it's still really fun, and that's exactly why it's appealing to me. That's what I'm looking for, just some fun combat. I love that feeling of just nabbing an ability, using it for a little bit, and then just switching on to something else, or even just using an effective ability for one room before trying out something different in the next. Everything about Kirby 64's power combo system shines in this final stage, from the convenience to the variety, and just having it be the game's final full stage is just so perfect because it highlights that gimmick unlike any other. It feels like a playground for you to test your knowledge on the many powers you've been wielding throughout the game. Besides a single crystal shard that requires a certain combo to get, you're pretty much free to use whatever you want to get in one last good moment with some of your favorites before their use becomes a little more restricted for the rest of the adventure. All this stuff just flourishes especially because of the enemy variety in this stage. There is a whopping 41 different enemy types that show up here. That is over half of the enemies in Kirby 64. And with a variety like that, you can bet that the possibilities and ways to tackle this stage might as well just be endless. So starting with the second room, the stage follows the structure of having you go through an enemy ambush room, followed by a transitional staircase room, followed by another ambush and another staircase, and that pretty much just repeats a few times until the stage is done. The first two ambush rooms don't really have too much to talk about. Enemies come from both the left and right sides, with another quickly taking a fallen one's place staircase until the ambush ends, although there is a little something of note with the first one with how it lets you get your first crystal shard once it's finished. And of course, the scenery in all of these rooms is just gorgeous. It just has that Ripple Star appeal blended with the royal regality you'd expect to see in a castle like this. And that just makes every single room you visit in this stage so appealing, and that's a trend that continues throughout the rest of the ambush rooms. Now, the transitional rooms are pretty brief, usually just focusing on a specific enemy type that complements the staircase in some way, whether it's with these bumbers that slowly float down or bouncies that hop up and down to block your way. But much like the rest of the stage, the presentation here is also just so good. They have this really nice shifting camera, and I love the way these transitional rooms all feel connected in a sense thanks to this tree mural on the wall. The first transitional room starts you at the bottom of this tree, complete with this morning setting, and with each transitional room from there, you just find yourself going higher and higher up this tree mural as the time slowly gets closer to the night until you're just at the very top with this beautiful midnight backdrop. And overall, this is just a brilliant reminder of the progress you're making in this stage, how you're getting higher and higher up in this castle, and how you're just getting closer and closer to the game's grand finale. And while we're discussing the presentation, the music here is incredible too. The aptly named Ripple Star is like Kirby 64's answer to Iceberg from Dreamland 3, serving as the song exclusive to the game's final stage. And they both invoke very similar emotions and just fit the constant onslaught of both stages to a T. The song's opening is perfect. I love that ominous buildup with the drums before the blaring trumpets hit, embodying the feeling of just breaking into the castle. And I love the way that connects to the more energetic trumpet section, like it's throwing all caution to the air. It's just a reminder that the fate of Ripple Star lies in Kirby's hands, and if getting to the top of this castle requires fighting hordes upon hordes of enemies, he'll do it. It gets you pretty pumped up before the song brings you back down, becoming a little more disorganized and sinister. The random yet melodic trumpet hits go back to having that punch, and there's just this higher pitched buildup that leads into the final part of the song before it loops. And it's those ominous few seconds that remind you of what stands in Kirby's path. It's the Dark Matter, and they're at the most powerful and in control that they've ever been. It still feels like an awesome castle storming theme, but it's a little more threatening, more dangerous, more ominous, and oh so incredibly jazzy. It was just a missed opportunity to not play this at the 30th Anniversary Music Fest, because a live performance of this song would have went crazy. Alright, so back to the stage itself. We're at the third ambush room, and this is actually the first ambush room I have something specific to say about. Or at least I would if there was a crystal shard here, but unfortunately there isn't. At least I don't think so. I sure hope there's no cleverly placed crystal shard hidden under this specifically oddly color-coded rug that could possibly be broken using Fire plus Needle, not only serving as one of the game's most creative crystal shards, but an excellent way to send off the break the thing with the shard ability by testing your observation skills as well. You see, the joke here is that there is actually a cleverly hidden crystal shard under this rug that requires burning plus Needle to obtain, but I'm just playing dumb as an excuse to show you guys the bad ending, because well, I don't know how else I'm going to show it off. The next transitional room has Rockies that try to crush Kirby, posing a fun challenge. And the next ambush room is actually one where I have to say more things about the enemy choices beyond them just being fun fodder for copy abilities. The stage actually has this nice little difficulty curve, with the first three ambushes mostly relying on basic land enemies, while the last two make use of aerial ones instead. The enemies used in this ambush here are great. There are lots of enemies that chase you down or pressure you from above, like propellers, scarfies, mumbies, or bumbers. And then there's also this fishbone, who really doesn't pose much of a threat, but is an absolute nightmare to try hitting with some of these abilities. This might be the trickiest room in the entire stage, and I think it's my personal favorite one as well. And so, after the final transition room that just looks stellar and makes incredible use of Gordos, we reach the fifth and final ambush room, and this one looks just about as great as the last one. Flying enemies are all over the place once again, and it just lets the enemy layouts here shine. I love the way these enemies are just arranged in certain patterns, like this set of Brontoberts or these Turbites, and I just love the final gauntlet of Burnus and Frigis that just show up and just try to come down on Kirby, which can be pretty difficult to contend with if you have an ability that isn't equipped to deal with them. For your troubles though, you do get the game's final crystal shard, and this one last room here is the last thing that stands between Kirby and the last picnic he'll be having on this journey. This is a very royal looking room with some sleek and beautiful colors all nicely contrasted by the void above. This whole thing right here is probably the core of Ripple Star's Dark Matter problem, and as you make your way up to the heart of the invasion, there's all these NZs that just drop down from the sky, which really just confirms that yes, these little guys are in fact exact Dark Matter spawn. It's a chillingly perfect final room, and it just gets you so excited and pumped up to save the planet, while still being on the edge of your seat for what's ahead. Ripple Star 3 is a super simple stage, but it is a beautiful take on the mid-boss concept tower that just works with Kirby 64 so well. It's like the calm before the storm, not only because it's the last thing standing between Kirby and the final string of bosses, but because you got to use everything you knew about Kirby 64's power combos however you wanted back there. But are you ready for the final test? Miracle Matter might just be the best boss fight in the Kirby series just ever, even better than all the final bosses, besides maybe a certain one we'll get to in a little bit. They're two very different bosses with very different strengths, so, you know, kind of flips back and forth with me sometimes. But anyways, yeah, Miracle Matter is a truly special fight, but once again, before we really dive into the meat of this one, let's check the presentation again. The arena here is awesome. It's like some sort of dark vortex we got a slight glimpse of in the last room of Stage 3, except now you're just completely surrounded by it. It's like a nice little way to connect Stage 3 with the boss fight. I mean, Ripple Star is just knocking it out of the park with these transitions, huh? This arena is perfectly abstract and surreal, and it just makes this fight feel so strange, like you know you're going up against something truly alien, something that encounters with the Dark Matter species have always just really excelled at. Miracle Matter's design only adds to that feeling even more because this guy might just have the strangest design out of all the Dark Matter. Miracle Matter is like this weird 20-sided die with red eyes dotted all over this thing, and it's capable of morphing into various different forms. Not only does Miracle Matter's odd appearance really complement the fight's atmosphere, but it actually plays into the gameplay very well because as the fight goes on and Miracle Matter takes more damage, the eyes slowly begin to black out one by one. That's not all though, because Miracle Matter actually has their own unique boss theme, which might not seem like much at first with the opening bit being near identical to the regular boss theme, but you can hear the impact slowly becoming more and more lower pitched before the song just completely descends into chaos. There isn't really much else to say here, it just goes insanely hard. It's this incredibly chaotic, super intense theme that just fits a fake-out final boss. Oh, and that one part where the music dials down a little bit before it just builds itself up again and then just dives back into all that insanity. Oh, it's just... mwah. It's so cool how Miracle Matter's boss theme is like a dark, fucked up version of the regular boss theme, starting with the same intro but quickly shifting into something entirely different. It's just a glimpse into Shimomura's dark reality. Personally, I have a preference for the more epic and adrenaline-pumping normal boss theme, but don't get me wrong, Miracle Matter's theme is amazing as well, and I just love the way this theme completely twists the regular boss theme and flips it on its head. So as for the fight itself, what exactly makes Miracle Matter such a perfect boss fight? Well, the fight mostly relies on one main gimmick, and that's Miracle Matter's ability to take on 7 different forms, each one being like a reflection of one of Kirby 64's 7 base copy abilities, and each one having their own unique attacks and patterns. Miracle Matter's pattern is simple. It just starts in its die form, transforms, lets that ability just do its thing, and then it transforms back into the die. But this simple pattern is just made super unique and fresh constantly, because what attack Miracle Matter is going to do is just completely random, and it could be one of 7 different moves. The thing about Miracle Matter, though, is that it's completely invincible, at least in its die form. Each of the copy ability forms take 3 hits before they're phased out of the fight. However, the catch to this is, these copy ability forms can only be hurt by 2 things: their respective projectiles that they send out, or a power combo that features the corresponding copy ability. I've talked in great length about how Kirby 64 just does a great job balancing copy abilities and normal Kirby and its boss fights, but none of them, hell, no other boss in this series is able to strike a balance as perfectly as Miracle Matter. When you fight using normal Kirby, where you can adapt to the constant form changing a little easier, while also dragging the fight on a tiny bit longer by making certain phases a little more difficult to one cycle, or will you use copy abilities but risk the possibility of them possibly becoming useless during the next transformation? Hell, how about mixing both strategies together, because this is like the only fight where you can seamlessly switch between wielding a copy ability, dropping it, and then getting a completely different ability to fight with. Blending both of these combat styles is by far my favorite way to fight against Miracle Matter, as you never really get to see these 2 sides of Kirby fight in harmony like this, and doing a run of Miracle Matter where you just constantly swap and drop abilities is just satisfying unlike anything else. No other boss fight in the series has been able to make use of copy abilities as perfectly as Miracle Matter does, and it specifically benefits a ton from Kirby 64's unique mechanics. The old lift and throw maneuver makes hitting Miracle Matter a little easier for normal Kirby sometimes. The complete lack of ability pickup animations just adds to the ease of swapping between them. And of course, power combos allow for a copy ability to be used on one phase, only to be mixed with something else next phase, so it still has that relevance for a little bit longer. It's all just so brilliant. Miracle Matter isn't only fun in concept though, because the attacks this guy has are just super fun to deal with as well. To quickly cover each form, there's Bomb, which sends out 4 little bubbles that quickly split into 2 smaller ones, with only 4 of the bubbles actually dropping projectiles. Plus, these bubbles are also at risk of being popped at any time, so you can kind of have control over how many you want bouncing all over the place, which could also in turn affect how many hits you could get on Miracle Matter. There's Burning, which has multiple different patterns where it spews out these flame spires that leave red orbs in their wake to be used against Miracle Matter. Cutter, which has Miracle Matter become this buzzsaw thing that flies around the room, with the tail being a projectile that can be used to counter this pattern incredibly well. There's Ice, probably the trickiest out of all the forms. Having Miracle Matter be surrounded by this circle of spinning ice triangles that makes approaching it or even inhaling one a tiny bit difficult. There's Needle, that sends out various long needles to pierce certain parts of the room that leave small needle projectiles behind as they're pulled back. Spark, which has Miracle Matter shoot out various lasers that fly all over the screen, including some that are fired directly at Kirby based on his position, although they can also be used against Miracle Matter once they shrink down into these orbs. And finally, there's Stone, which has Miracle Matter hover above Kirby, surrounded by these 4 stones that drop down in 2 sets, leaving behind projectiles, before Miracle Matter comes down and starts rolling all over the floor. There is so much variety in these forms, not only thanks to their unique properties, but the different patterns some of them have, and some of the unique factors between each different form, like the Bomb form having bubbles you can pop, or the Ice form requiring a little bit of depth perception on the player's part. Miracle Matter is just a masterclass of a fight. It puts Kirby 64's main gameplay mechanics to use in such a fun and challenging way. It's Kirby 64 incarnate, from the way the abilities play into the fight, to the charming yet surreal aesthetic, to the way it's just literally perfect. Just everything about it is perfect. I could go on, but Ripple Star needs saving. So let's give this die their last roll, and also did I mention how awesome it is that Miracle Matter's design as a 20-sided die kind of ties into the fight, with how it's all based on chance and RNG depending on what Miracle Matter turns into? That's actually really genius. Wow, I just keep finding even more things to love about this fight. It really is perfect. But back on topic, let's take care of this guy and get the final Crystal Shard. At least I'm pretty sure this is the final one. But before we see how things end up here, let's do a brief reflection on Ripple Star as a whole. Ripple Star is probably Kirby 64's shortest planet, at least out of the main 6 anyway. It's got 3 relatively short stages across the board, and while it doesn't really do anything as ambitious as the previous worlds, with stage 1 and 3 really not giving me too much material to work with, they're pretty simple, as brilliant as they are. But despite that though, Ripple Star is just brilliant. In fact, I'd even say it's on the upper end of Kirby 64's planets, despite some of its shortcomings. What it lacks in some areas, it more than makes up for in others, like the amazing theming for all the stages, the way they all connect, the way certain things in some stages are used to build up to the finale and get you invested, and of course, the final stage and final boss fight are just the perfect send-off to Kirby 64's power combos. It's like the best send-off a gimmick could ever ask for. It has its shortcomings, but it does a lot of things great, especially following Shiver Star, because, you know, Shiver Star is just an incredibly difficult act to follow, and it's an amazing final, proper world for Kirby 64. Ripple Star's been hyped up all game, and it absolutely did not disappoint. As Kirby 64's final full planet, it delivered big time. The reassembled Crystal Shard hovers in the air after Kirby's triumph over Dark Matter. Mostly. As it shines brightly, the darkness is cleared from Ripple Star and it bunches up into this giant ball and just flies off somewhere else into space. With Ripple Star now at peace once again, Queen Ripple comes down to congratulate the group on a job well done, as Kirby and friends pile up into this Ripple Star UFO saucer thing. Ribbon stops Kirby before he enters though, giving him a personal handshake, showing the two's blossoming friendship throughout the journey, and then Kirby backs up into the saucer as the gang say their goodbyes to the fairies of Ripple Star, and oh, look at DDD there. Poor guy's not taking the goodbyes the best. Or maybe he's just thinking about his poor husband back on Popstar. No, I'm not letting Meta Knight off the hook this time either. Okay, well, at least it wasn't his planet in danger this time, but still, come on, man. Where are you? Why do you always dip when the Dark Matter show up? On the topic of my beloved, overly emotional DDD, the expressiveness in this cutscene is just top-notch. From the small, clumsy mannerisms of Queen Ripple as her crown and glasses get knocked off balance by her little bow, to the super and excited and happy Kirby, fitting since he's just completed his quest and successfully helped out his new friend, even in spite of the goodbyes. And yeah, it's sad to see Ribbon go. It's sad that she has to leave Kirby and friends to stay back home on Ripple Star, but hey, the planet needs her. And so this is where the Popstar gang and Ribbon part ways. It's a bit of a bittersweet moment. It's sad to see Ribbon go, but at least everything is all well and good and peaceful again. Oh no. And roll credits! This image of Queen Ripple glaring ominously at the camera literally right before the credits start will forever be ingrained in my mind. Back when I played Kirby 64 for the first time as a dumb child, I was nowhere near the dedicated completionist I was nowadays. I don't even know how I lived like that. I wasn't even thinking twice about all the crystal shards dotted around the game because I just beelined it for the end. That's what I wanted to see. That's all I thought there really was. And as a consequence for that, I just thought the game ended here with this shot. This bad ending is just crazy effective. It's like the ultimate fake out that catches you off guard at the last second, complete with an ominous chord, and then the credits just start and you're just left there, just bewildered. It does kind of make sense though. We haven't seen what's gone on Ripple Star while Kirby and friends were out exploring, so it only makes sense that the queen would be possessed like this. And I mean, even just watching this cutscene, you can kind of get hints that no, you really didn't save the day at all. I mean, this giant mass of dark matter wasn't even destroyed in the ending. It just flew off into space. The real threat is still on Ripple Star, and it is inside of the planet's ruler, and who knows what even happens after this. Truly an exceptional bad ending, not just for that shocker of an ending, but for the credits too. See, Kirby 64 has two different credits, one that plays after the good ending, and one that plays after the bad ending, and while I'd love to talk about these bad ending credits right now, I do think that they're better left discussed when we actually talk about the good endings credits, because there is kind of a contrast there. All you need to know is that the music's awesome, and so are the credits pictures. Alright, so with the bad ending looked at, let's actually get the good ending and really save Ripple Star for real this time. But first things first, let's get that cleverly placed crystal shard hidden under this oddly specifically color-coded rug that can be broken using the Burning plus Needle ability, which not only serves as one of the game's most creative crystal shards, but an excellent way to send off the break the thing with the ability shards by testing your observation skills from Ripple Star Stage 3. I absolutely did not forget to grab that shard for the sake of showing the bad ending off in the video, but also there's one more thing I want to look at, and it's a little something that unlocks after defeating Miracle Matter. It's a certain extra that isn't just the best incarnation of said extra throughout the entire series, but it's one that holds a special place in my heart, and it managed to spark my curiosity unlike anything else. So let's head on over and check out the sound test. Or the sound check, as they weirdly call it. I don't really know what's up with that. There's a reason they call them sound tests and not sound checks, I'll tell you that much. Oh, Kirby 64's sound test, how I love you so. Kirby 64's sound test is by technicality the best sound test in the entire series because it's got the best roster of songs from across the series inside of it, all in one place. Inside the Ruins, Factory Inspection, the Boss Thief, Ripple Star, Above the Clouds, every single song I've gushed extensively about, including a few more, are all inside of here, and I just couldn't be happier. Actually, I could, because all of the sound effects, all 631 of them, are here too, and if you want to listen to some of the most satisfying sounds in any video game ever, look no further. It's a nightmare to sift through and find the ones you want to hear, but they're all here. Of course, that's not all this sound test has going for it though, because the thing that really lifts this sound test over the rest is the presentation. We've certainly seen flashier sound tests since this one, but how many of those sound tests feature Kirby wearing headphones, rocking out, and reacting appropriately to whatever song you're playing? That's right, absolutely none of them, because Kirby 64 is the only one to feature this. I think this one little addition just makes this sound test worth engaging with at least once just to see Kirby's different reactions. It's great stuff. And it more than makes up for my minor grievances here, like the kinda random order the songs are in once again. I'm very glad future Kirby sound tests have kind of moved past this jumble of songs where it's just random songs in a completely random order. I do not miss that one bit. However, that's still not all I have to say about the sound test though, because as I've implied, Kirby 64's sound test is simply captivating unlike any other. Buried under all that charm lies some mystique with some of these tracks and some of the sounds in here, from the various unused Kirby dance themes to the sound effects featuring a woman's voice reading the Japanese poem Iroha, which is an unused sound that was speculated to have been used on Shiver Star 3's TVs, by the way. There's even an unused version of the Friends 3 track from Dream 1-3, which is pretty cool. All of this unused content is just found in this one place, and it's like heaven for me, the Kirby Iceberg guy. But none of that was what I found so captivating about this sound test as a kid, because there's actually a certain other song that really got my attention. Alright, so imagine this. You're sitting on the living room floor shortly after beating your favorite game for the first time, and you just go in and peep the extras to see if there's anything there out of curiosity, and so it doesn't take you too long to find the sound test. And as you're scrolling through these tracks, hearing all these songs you remember fondly from your adventure, you suddenly hear something strange. It's track 30, this song that you have just never heard before, but it's very uplifting, it's nice, it sounds very Kirby-esque. It's a completely new song to you, but you don't think too much about it, so you just move one song up, and then you enter track 31. That ominous long drop that sounds like falling into the abyss. That feeling of finally conquering that game you spent so long trying to beat, taking basically 2 whole copies on completely different hardware, taking countless hours of your life, taking all the effort you could muster as a dumb child, only to be met with whatever this is. This song that sounds completely unlike anything in the game, anything that you've heard, and you wonder to yourself, what is this song? That child was me. I sat there for multiple loops of this song just wondering what this even was. Am I forgetting something? Did this play anywhere in the game I'm just forgetting? Am I going insane? Or is there just something more to my beloved Kirby 64? Maybe if I collected all the crystal shards. Actually, no, that thought didn't actually cross my mind, weirdly enough. Despite that though, I continued to play Kirby 64 and cherish it for a good while to come after that, although there was always something fascinating about that bad ending, that song, that checkerboard training stage. There had to be some way to get in there! But no matter what, that song, track 31, it always remained in my head somewhere, whether I was thinking about it or not. And so, let's cut sometime into the future from this theoretical but true scenario. I was at the library, using one of the computers as you do, and as a massive Kirby fan growing up, I was just chronically addicted to watching Kirby videos or just engaging with online Kirby content. Like, remember that one animation, Wintertime in Dreamland? Or Perfect Kirby? The Newgrounds series with the perfect dark people, and also the crazy Kirby who would use guns and swear. That actually kind of turned me off of watching this as a kid because I knew my parents would get mad at me if I watched that. Although I'm very glad I did revisit it because Perfect Kirby, more like Peak-Fixed Kirby, because it's peak. As someone who always loved Kirby 64 from the day I played that original half-played save on that old cartridge, I always had kind of an affinity for Kirby 64 stuff in particular. So imagine my surprise when I searched up some stuff relating to my favorite game only to be met with this. I vividly remember that one fateful day, the day I saw 02 for the first time on some random-ass library computer. That initial encounter is burned into my brain. It was like coming face to face with something that completely shatters your reality. It's like one of those moments in the movies where the main character learns they're like adopted or something. I mean, I even vividly remember the kids around me talking about Roblox or something while I was just sitting there, completely frozen, in shock at this. It sounds kind of silly in retrospect, but trust me, this rocked my world. If there's more to Kirby 64, I thought, then maybe I can play the checkerboard. And I knew what I was going to do right after that. I got on my copy of Dream Collection, I loaded Kirby 64 up, and then it hit me. What if I collected all the crystal shards? Wow, what a thought, young Pekachow. Here's a little reminder from your friendly neighborhood Pekachow from the future. You might want to keep those completionist habits in check before you wind up like me. Or don't. I enjoy doing this crazy completionist stuff. Most of the time anyways. So, for the next few days or weeks or however long it took, I grinded out those crystal shards and I slowly worked my way up to 99% completion. I still remember that feeling of getting that last shard. I was getting all these shards in a really random order and I'm like 99% sure the last shard I needed was like the first one in Rockstar 4 for some reason, which is kind of funny considering it's just out there in the open. Or maybe it was the first one I got and I just remember it because it was like instant, because that was like the... But anyways, I had all the crystal shards in hand, and the only thing I could think to do now was to defeat Miracle Matter again, just purely by impulse. Totally not because the portrait flashes like crazy when you have all the crystal shards, not at all. And so, I did. And after taking them down, I was met with a completely new take on that ending I thought I knew so well. The reassembled crystal shard hovers in the air after Kirby's triumph over Dark Matter. As it shines brightly, the darkness is cleared from Ripple Star and it all bunches up into a giant ball and then flies into space and blows up. One little detail I really like here is that the first part of this cutscene is mostly identical to the first part of the bad ending, besides the fact, the dark matter ball blows up. And also in the music, there's a cool little detail here too, because the chords at the start are a little lower pitched, which makes them sound a little more natural. It's a nice contrast to the bad ending, where the higher chords in that one kind of sounded like it was making it a little too happy. Almost like it was really just trying to deceive you into thinking you actually saved Ripple Star, when the truth was that, no, you did not save Ripple Star. But anyways, the dark matter all blew up, so that means there should be no more dark matter, right? But as the bad ending reveals, the real threat lies inside of Queen Ripple herself. She must have been possessed sometime during Kirby's journey, and the crystal reveals this to our heroes as it zaps her, and hopefully her wife doesn't mind her being knocked out on the floor for an unspecified amount of time. Also, I just love this little detail of Waddle Dee rushing over to help Ripple as she falls over. It's just like, tending to royalty is just a part of the job description, you know? Anyways, after the queen gets zapped, the dark matter within her all flies up into space and it forms the dark matter's true base, and what we can assume is their true home planet of Dark Star. But how exactly are Kirby and friends supposed to get to this planet without any portals, though? Well, that's where Kirby comes in clutch with his trusty Warp Star phone. Yes, that's right, Kirby 64 was actually the Kirby game to introduce the concept of phones in the Kirby world. Kirby 64 always had a few things missing that were in other Kirby games, like doors and a lot of recurring enemies. I mean, this was the first Kirby game to not even feature Waddle Dees as an enemy. And one of the game's most noticeable exclusions is the Warp Star. There isn't a single Warp Star section in any of Kirby 64's stages, and I mean, up until this point, Kirby wasn't even using it to travel around. It never shows up until right here, at the very end of the game, and I think that just adds to how awesome this moment is. I mean, it's also kind of silly because Kirby's got this ridiculous looking Warp Star phone he's just been carrying around the whole time, but there's just something so sick about the Warp Star finally showing up in Kirby 64 right here at the last second when it just really, really counts. And also, there's just something so cool about having Kirby and friends all ride it up to Dark Star for the final battle. It's just the perfect way to transition into that world. So as the star lands and sends Kirby flying, Waddle Dee, Adeline, King Dedede, and Ribbon all board the star, with Kirby hopping on just at the last moment, as the heroes all set out to put an end to the dark matter. For real this time. The gang give Ripple Star a quick farewell as the Warp Star flies them up into space, overlooking the currently cleansed and restored Ripple Star, and heading straight into the heart of all darkness, Dark Star. Dark Star lacks a level select of any kind. Instead, it just immediately plops Kirby into the action of its single brief stage. Yeah, I was kind of bummed when I found out Dark Star was just a single short stage in a boss fight as a kid, especially considering I just really wanted to play the checkerboard stage more than anything else. But after that initial brief feeling of disappointment, I realized Dark Star was something truly amazing. And just as with many of the stages before it, you can just see that the moment you enter this stage, because the presentation here is great. This whole area just has this really cool hexagon, almost honeycomb sort of look to it that just looks super cool and distinct, especially with all those different colored platforms you can see in the distance. And it's all over this ominous red and black background that just feels right at home for a dark matter planet. It gives me Hyperzone vibes. It kind of feels like an updated, more sinister version of it, with those dark clouds that glide across the sky and... wait. Is that a faint Hyperzone overlay I'm seeing right there? I swear I'm not crazy. I swear that's what I'm seeing. I'm wearing glasses right now. My vision is 21 out of 20. I know what I'm seeing. That is Hyperzone. The honeycomb look is something I find especially cool, considering that this is probably where the dark matter all prosper. Like, I could just imagine these dark matter honeycombs being like the ones you see in actual beehives, where they're like nurseries for their young. I mean, it sounds like a little ridiculous considering that we're talking about the dark matter, but I think it's a cute idea. I mean, the honeycombs are also kind of symbolic of the dark matter themselves, because they usually adhere to this pretty hive mind philosophy of behavior. They all share the same goals, feel the same things, work under a common leader, and I mean, there's like a few exceptions like Gooey, maybe Dark Matter Blade from Dreamland 2. But for the most part, the dark matter are like a hive mind, so I guess it kind of fits that this stage is like a giant dark hive. poetic. Oh, and the music here is awesome. It's genuinely a shame you don't even get to hear a full loop of this thing while playing through this portion at a decent pace. Darkstar just has such a grand and exciting theme, and while it doesn't really feel like a Dark Matter theme, I don't think that was really the intention here. I see it as one that's more emblematic of Kirby's journey, a song that just gets you pumped up to finish what was started with this whole Dark Matter storyline 2 whole games ago. It gets you pumped. It fills you with determination. The ultimate showdown that determines the fate of the Kirby universe has arrived. Also, Ishikawa just popped off with the bass on this. I mean, listen to that bass line. Now, the level design here is pretty simple, and while I would prefer something that was a little more advanced, considering this is, you know, the final stage, I can't really complain too much, because at the end of the day, the main focus of this stage is the boss, and I mean, this certainly isn't bad at all. This little area here primarily focuses on platforming, with a ton of small platforms all over the place, with a lot of them featuring NZs, and I think it's pretty fitting to have these guys littered all over the place, considering we just learned of their origins in the previous stage. But anyways, after a little while of that platforming, Waddle Dee eventually shows up by an opening to let Kirby get further into the planet, and then Adeline shows up shortly after in the next room to do her usual paint to max and tomato if you're missing any HP, paint to 1-up if your health is full thing. And then after another brief moment, King Dedede shows up by these different colored honeycombs, and he uses them in order to send Kirby flying into his final fight. I definitely would have loved to see more of this incredibly unique planet, but trying to critique what we got here is like trying to critique the level design of just about any other Kirby boss stage. As I said earlier, the boss is the real focus here, and the little stage portion is really just some window dressing to kind of build up to that. I mean, it doesn't really do too much, but seeing the NZs all over the place is a nice bit of continued storytelling from Ripple Star 3. The atmosphere and presentation is amazing, and of course the way it just builds up to that final encounter with the final boss with all of Kirby's friends showing up to help out. Oh, it's just great, and it's just more substance than most other pre-boss sections in most Kirby boss stages have, even if a lot of it isn't really in the level design. Still, it's great stuff. While it's really nice to see Waddle Dee, Adeline, and Dedede all help out though, I can't help but wonder, what about Ribbon though? What exactly is she gonna do? Well, here's the thing. Ribbon actually gets the most important role of all, because she's the one who keeps Kirby afloat in the dark abyss at the core of this planet where the final boss waits. Not just the final boss of Kirby 64, but the grand finale to the Dark Matter Trilogy as a whole, a fight that has been building up from the very beginning. A fight with none other than Zero Two. As Kirby is sent flying into the Dark Star sky, he falls into the abyss, the place where the true leader of the Dark Matter, for real this time, is waiting. Seeing Kirby's plight, Ribbon quickly flies over in order to carry him into the final battle, and with Ribbon's help, along with a little bit of help from the completely restored Crystal, Kirby gets the ability necessary to take the Dark Matter down once and for all. Ribbon plus Crystal, also known as the Shard Gun. And so, the perfect final boss fight commences, but how exactly does the Shard Gun work? Well, it gives Kirby and Ribbon the ability to fly all over the place surrounding Zero Two, and they can shoot up to 4 Crystal Shard bullets at a time, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, you can also rotate the camera too using the shoulder buttons, but that isn't really something mandatory, it's more of just a cool little detail, and it more comes in the change of gameplay than really as one of the Shard Gun's features itself, although it does help with aiming and dodging, so it's really just a little complementary thing that just makes the Shard Gun a little bit better. I wouldn't necessarily say that this is an amazing last battle ability, but it's certainly not a bad one either. It just kind of feels as if one of the generic shooty shoot last battle abilities got translated into a 3D setting, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's pretty appropriate considering that this was the first Kirby game to use 3D graphics. Why not flaunt that bump in technological power a little bit? So yeah, the Shard Gun is good. It's not really gonna carry any fights by itself, but it's kind of just a neutral thing, and the rest of it kind of falls onto the boss and how the rest of it plays out to determine if this is truly an amazing boss fight. Well, the basic loop here is that you'll spend some time shooting at Zero Two's eye with 30 or so shards while dodging the projectiles they send out at you. It's nothing too difficult, but don't underestimate these projectiles or stick in one spot for too long, because if you do that, odds are you're getting hit. Once enough shards have hit Zero Two's eye, they'll enter this state where they're stuck in place by the pain, and Kirby can fly up to wail on the halo above Zero Two's head. It'll change color with with every single shot, and once it's penetrated, the bandage on the top of Zero Two's head is fully revealed, and once it's shot, their massive pointy tail reveals itself as Zero Two's weak spot. The tail shoots out a constant stream of green, probably poisonous gas or something, and this once again makes approaching Zero Two pretty risky if you aren't careful. Over time, the tail will slowly retreat back into Zero Two, however, and the whole process more or less just repeats itself as the fight goes on. However, there's a little more to this fight if you want to play around and explore a little. I mean, this is the only time in the game you're going to be able to breach the Z-axis after all. And the whole arena isn't just this initial screen you start on like I bet most people, including myself back when I was little, thought. The whole arena here is a complete circle around Zero Two, and if you break the halo and then head on over to Zero Two's wings, Kirby can actually spend some time shooting at them in order to make Zero Two weaker. At most, one of these wings will take about a single cycle of the tail attack in order to knock out, but in turn, Zero Two not only has a much harder time attacking Kirby thanks to their movement being slowed, but Kirby can even stay out of reach while wailing on Zero Two, even attacking the halo and getting the tail out before striking the eye. It can be a difficult thing to pull off for sure, but despite the simple gameplay and fairly low difficulty of Zero Two's fight, it still manages to have some depth in how quickly you can complete it. Fairly simple and fairly easy with a whole lot of hidden depth, and a cool layer of experimentation you can only really get into if you just play around with the fight a little bit. Kinda reminds me of a certain little obscure game I like a fair bit. You probably haven't heard of it. It's called Kirby 64 The Crystal Shards, pretty obscure little gem. But seriously though, I know not everyone's a fan of this shifting gameplay specifically just for the Zero Two fight, but the biggest reason I actually enjoy this fight's gameplay is that despite that shifting gameplay style, the core philosophy of Kirby 64 still remains. It always feels like there's some way you can cut down on the amount of time or cycles it took you to defeat Zero Two using this wing strategy, although I'm a little more partial to fighting Zero Two raw, not bothering with the wings or anything because, well, it's more challenging that way. Zero Two moves quicker, and as a whole it just makes the fight feel that slightest bit more climactic. Just having two different ways to fight this boss is cool though, and they both have their own merits and different ways that they're challenging in. It's almost like that idea I keep mentioning of Kirby 64's bosses all having that copy ability and normal Kirby balance, like they're these two different routes. Although here it's translated into a more literal sense because there are just straight up two different ways to fight Zero Two. You can't choose to fight without a copy ability, but how you want to use that ability is up to you. Zero Two's fight is pretty easy. It's nothing too difficult, especially compared to Miracle Matter, which was pretty easily the game's most difficult boss fight. But maybe if doing this fight the vanilla way isn't satisfying, maybe you could take advantage of its high skill ceiling and all of its little hidden mechanics, especially if you just want to see how quickly you can beat Zero Two, because you'll find all sorts of ways to cut down on that time. It's a really fun fight to learn and master. However though, it's only the beginning of why this fight is so great, and it's probably the only thing here I would argue isn't literally perfect, because when I hype this fight up, I'm mostly hyping it up for everything else, from the atmosphere, to the story, to the importance of this fight, and how every single one of those aspects is done brilliantly. Even as early as the beginning of the fight, we can already see some incredible character growth from Ribbon. Ribbon hasn't really had the most active role helping Kirby throughout the game besides holding onto the crystal shards and managing whatever goes on with those. That's not to undermine what she does whatsoever, because I mean these crystal shards are arguably the most important thing here. They're literally what allows Kirby and friends to even get to Ripple Star in the first place. But the rest of the 64 gang are just more involved in the action whenever they show up, while Ribbon just kinda stays on the sidelines until it's time to move on. From the very beginning of the game, she fears Dark Matter. She panics when they invade her planet, and when she bravely gambles it all in a last-ditch effort to escape that goes completely awry, she almost loses hope. Until she meets up with Kirby, that star of inspiration and the one who restores that hope to save Ripple Star. She grows close with her new friends from Popstar as the group travels and experiences everything together, from the sweltering heat of Rockstar to the rough seas of Aqua Star, to the volatile volcanoes of Neostar to the uninhabitable cold of Shiver Star. And when confronted with that view of the thing she fears most, her own home planet under the corruption of Dark Matter, it's the assurance and promise to save Ripple Star from her friends that gives her the strength to go on and that determination to save her home. After all she's been through and how much she's grown, it's only fitting that after the rest of the main cast comes in to help Kirby reach Zero Two, she's the one that helps to finish it all. Ribbon's growth reaches its culmination in the Zero Two fight, and all of her development and character growth from a somewhat timid fairy to a brave star ally is so subtly and beautifully built up to this point. Ribbon is one of my all-time favorite characters in the series because of this. She's like the first in that line of characters a new Kirby game introduces that grow and change from meeting Kirby. And watching not only those two, but the entire group's friendship blossom and grow throughout the journey gives Kirby 64's simple plot and silly cutscenes just so much more weight to them. This display of Ribbon's character growth isn't the only thing to praise here from a story perspective though, because 02 and everything surrounding them is just as good. Kirby 64 has some pretty big shoes to fill. It's the third and final game in the Dark Matter Trilogy, and it has to end things good. Unsurprisingly though, 02 just knocks everything out of the park as the final hurdle for Kirby to overcome before the galaxy can truly be safe from Dark Matter. To look back at the previous two games for a moment, Dreamland 2 featured a Dark Matter that was kinda independent from the rest of the group. They showed up to steal the Rainbow Bridges and presumably take control over the Rainbow Islands, but eventually they're defeated and we jump to Dreamland 3 where the stakes have been raised significantly. Popstar as a whole is under the threat of an invasion by the Dark Matter, and that build-up from Dreamland 2 all pays off in the finale where we finally know who the real leader of the Dark Matter is with Zero. But eventually the Dark Matter are defeated and retreat, so the planet is saved. And now we come all the way back around to Kirby 64, and it continues this trend and takes it to its logical extreme by making a planet beyond Popstar be the one that's under attack, one that could possibly be the start of the Dark Matter's galactic conquest. Ribblestar is a planet that is just helpless to fight back against such a powerful force, and while this invasion isn't as personal to Kirby as the one in Dreamland 3, Kirby makes a new friend that both he and you, the player, bond with and care for as the game goes along. Kirby's home might not be in danger anymore, but that doesn't make this invasion any less serious. So, when Ribblestar is saved and the Dark Matter have no place to run, things are gonna get personal this time. Kirby's friends, his home, his galaxy, his life, everything Kirby loves has been jeopardized and threatened by the Dark Matter for the last time. His face may not show it, but you can just tell that Kirby is as determined as ever to finish this trilogy-long fight at long last. That same personal feeling is shared from the Dark Matter's perspective as well, because every single time they've encountered Kirby, they've been defeated by him. No matter how big they go, he always just shows up to stop them from doing the only thing they know how to do. They aren't playing around anymore, and they know that this is their last stand. And when you remember that Kirby and the Dark Matter might be related because of Void Termina, although again it is unconfirmed, and trying to think about whether it might be true or not does give me a little bit of a headache because Star Allies lore gonna Star Allies lore. Keeping that possible connection in mind just makes this whole confrontation just even more personal for these two. Kirby and the Dark Matter are polar opposites. Every single positive trait Kirby has is counteracted by a negative one from the Dark Matter and vice versa. This isn't just another Kirby final boss. This build-up, spanning multiple games, the possible lore connections, everything about this fight sets it up as the Kirby final boss to end all Kirby final bosses. The 02 fight is a clearly important fight for every single party involved. And while you could argue the gameplay doesn't do it justice, every single other little thing just absolutely does. So after all this build-up, we get to 02 themselves, and 02's origins are actually a little blurry. While it's pretty universally accepted that 02 is just the revived form of Zero, it hasn't actually been directly stated. Hell, some people even go as far as to say that 02 is gooey, which... what? Well, to each their own, I suppose. One of the most beautiful things about Kirby 64 is the way it lets you construct your own narratives and figure things out by yourself, a strength that this game has demonstrated time and time again. It shouldn't really come as a surprise when I say that I'm of the belief that 0 and 02 are the same entity, just revived and reborn, and I'm behind this theory for a plethora of reasons. 02's design is not only one of the coolest character designs the series has ever seen, but it tells us so much about who 02 is and provides some evidence that they're just Zero brought back from the dead. 02's design makes use of a fallen angel motif, almost as if to say that this once dead leader of the Dark Matter is coming back from the dead with newly sprouted veiny wings and a halo, common features you see from angels, which are usually seen as a continuation of someone's life into the afterlife. Something I also find really cool about 02 is that 02's design seems to draw inspiration from both the Ophanim, an angel featured in both Judaist and Christian angelology, and there also seems to be a little bit of the angel Lilith from Evangelion in there because, you know, of course, Shimamura's gotta get at least one more Eva reference in there before the game's over. And I just find 02 drawing inspiration from these two different kinds of angels to just be a really interesting design choice because it really just sells you on the fact that 02 is an angel. It's borrowing these ideas and motifs from these other angels in order to just create this one angelic figure. 02's also got this bandage on top of their head, and that just seems like way too random of a design detail to not have an intentional purpose. The spot this bandage covers is probably the same spot where that original fatal blow was dealt back in Dreamland 3, Kirby, and wearing this bandage helps Zero Two keep going, if only a little bit. Zero Two is the embodiment of negative emotions personified, not just in lore like Zero was, but in design, because everything about Zero Two's existence is implied to be miserable and unfortunate. I mean, just look at this thing. You have those angelic details that reference the brutal death Zero had a game prior. There's Zero Two's infamous ever-bleeding eye, implying that Zero is in so much pain now that they're constantly forced to shed tears of their own blood. And then there's that bandage on Zero Two's head, which is nothing more than a tool. It's not being used to relieve any real pain, but to allow Zero to continue fighting. Zero Two's existence is tragic, but that doesn't necessarily justify all the horrible things Zero Two has done. I mean, remember, this is still probably most likely Zero, the cold-hearted and ruthless conqueror from Dreamland 3, but Zero Two's design clearly conveys sorrow, pain, misery, and the burden that Zero is forced to bear now as the embodiment of negativity. Even if they have to bear this miserable form in order to continue pursuing the only thing that they know how to do. This is a fight against a being resurrected to embody pain and suffering, and that sorrow is captured perfectly in this fight's chilling atmosphere. Most Kirby final bosses tend to go over the top, whether it's the simplistic yet exciting ones you find in a lot of the older titles, or some of the big flashy stuff that goes down in the modern ones. Zero Two is an outlier in this though, because rather than focusing on being some kind of big, grand, exciting finale, the fight against Zero Two just captures a more sorrowful and somber tone that just really fits with who Zero Two is and the tragedy surrounding them. I've held off on mentioning the music for long enough, but Zero Two Battle is just a perfect song, and it perfectly shows the kind of atmosphere the team was going for with this fight. Even disregarding how important this theme is to me personally, because, you know, with the whole sound test incident we looked at a little while ago, I would still say that this is the best final boss theme the Kirby series has to offer, and it was my absolute favorite final boss theme for the longest time, even if it did get slightly bumped down to the number 2 spot relatively recently. But still, holding that spot as being my favorite for so many years is just nothing short of impressive, and it's just a testament to how good the song really is. And the reason for that is because this is like the complete opposite of what you'd expect from a final boss theme. Final boss themes tend to either be super intimidating or super exciting, but Zero Two Battle doesn't really feel like it goes anywhere on that spectrum, because the song aims for a sorrowful, melancholic feel. It's like the anti-final boss theme, which fits because Zero Two is like the anti-final boss. I mean, Jun Ishikawa, the composer of this theme, because obviously he composed it, its peak, stated that when he was composing this theme, he was aiming to capture the image of the unexpected. And Ishikawa just really went hard on this one, like especially so, even by his own standards, because my man had to think outside the box and pre-record sequences of this song to be sampled, because its raw power just would have been too much space for the N64 and probably would have detracted from the game in other ways. The only thing he's done that's more crazy than that is destroying his glasses for the Robobot Factory Inspection remix. Like, Ishikawa, you're such a legend. I love you so much, man. Anyway, Zero Two Battle opens on this ominous drop that is perfectly synced to the action of Kirby falling into the abyss of Dark Star, where he meets Zero Two. Then the next section hits, and it builds itself up as the fight begins, and I always really liked how this part kind of sounds like crystals shimmering and shining, or at least that's what I always associated it with. From here, though, the song fades to percussion as the song shows its true colors. That lingering, wavering sound that kicks in as the song sets itself up gives the song this sense of intensity, and the choir kicks in to highlight the grand, yet sorrowful nature of the fight. And then the synth takes the lead with its melancholic melody that plays above everything else. It rises up and down while the occasional sound of that signature Kirby 64 flute can be heard before it's drowned out by ominous bells as a portion of the song repeats, sounding a little more harmonious as it reaches its climax. The pitch gradually rises, almost as if the song itself is trying to reflect Kirby's determination to stop the Dark Matter once and for all. Even if the stakes are intense, he's not going to let them get away after all that they've done. Before the whole song just comes tumbling down as the two still remain locked in combat. The song hits its peak before it plummets right down to its lowest point as the synth fades out for a moment, and then you hear a chord hit, almost as if to say that the fight is still raging on, all while never losing that melancholic tone, even while it's at its peak. It's simply a masterclass in composition. It's intense, and it's heroic, but both of those aspects of the song never take control. They're just smaller parts that help to complement the primarily sorrowful atmosphere the song is going for. The song is just so symbolic and has that sense of finality with Kirby facing down his greatest foe, and it's all united under that umbrella of Zero Two's sorrow. Simply put, it's just a perfect song, which kind of makes me wonder why the Smash Bros. Remix fumbled so hard, but that's an entirely different can of worms. Anyways, back on track though, one small thing I failed to mention during that little analysis of Zero Two battle that I really love is the significance of the flute and bell. The flute's there to kind of symbolize Kirby's hope and will to save the galaxy, while the bell is like Zero Two's misery drowning it all out. When you hear that flute, you kind of think back to the first stage where that was a pretty prominent instrument in the Popstar theme, but Kirby's far off from Popstar now and in an even more dangerous situation here too, because this is a big, serious, important fight and the entire universe is at stake. And I know it's been a while since I mentioned the connections that Kirby and the Dark Matter seem to have, but one of the coolest things about that connection is the way that it almost seems like that connection was the thing Kirby 64 was building up to, and even if we just take away the hindsight that Star Allies gives us that further adds some possible implications onto this and adds some possible further fuel, I can't help but feel like Shimomura's ultimate goal with this fight was not only to be a great epic finale to the Dark Matter trilogy, but to show that there's more in common between Kirby and Zero Two and the Dark Matter than it seems on the surface level. Like, there's this kind of strange but powerful moment that happens right as the fight starts. Right at the start of the fight, there's this moment where Zero Two flashes this fake face at Kirby and Ribbon. This fake face is a simple smile, something you associate with Kirby, and when you remember all the little breadcrumbs the Dark Matter trilogy seemed to be leaving behind up to this point, from the obvious ones like Gooey and Miracle Matter's abilities to copy abilities, just like Kirby, to some more ambiguous ones like Batamon's questionable origins, possibly being some kind of Dark Matter spawn. It just makes this moment hit really hard because it feels like Zero Two is just trying to start something, trying to taunt Kirby by implying this relation to themselves. And I feel like with the Miracle Matter fight being right before this moment, I can't help but feel like this implied Kirby-Dark Matter relationship is just a part of Shimomura's vision, like he was intending for this kind of deeper connection the entire time. It makes this moment here feel like a real revelation, something that just completely flips the entirety of the Kirby series on its head, because in this moment, even factoring out all that Star Allies stuff, we learned that Kirby might possibly be related to his own worst enemy, and that Kirby's greatest foe might be a twisted version of himself. And of course, the fight just already has a very personal feeling to it, with Kirby and the Dark Matter having this beef that's been going on for multiple games now. So I guess really the only way to make things even more personal was to imply a real connection, and that seems to be what Shimomura was trying to get at here. Of course, I'm not saying that any of this is factual or confirmed, because maybe I'm far off the mark with this. Maybe I'm so incredibly far off the mark that the real Shinichi Shimomura comes back from his 20-something year long absence to show up right here in my room, right as I'm recording this, to tell me just how horribly wrong I am. And you know, even if I really was missing the point completely, and that did happen, Mr. Shimomura, I'm like your biggest fan. I love all your Kirby games so much, except for the ones I really don't. Please, please give me your autograph. Please! But also about that possibility of being wrong, I really wouldn't care, because whether this was what Shimomura was intending or not, whether you want to believe any of this speculation I'm throwing out there or not, I think that the fact I'm able to piece all of this stuff together through my own interpretation of what's going on here is just incredible. And I think that this is just the ultimate culmination of Kirby 64's unique style of storytelling. The way Kirby 64 just gives the player these things that are very clearly supposed to mean something, but whatever that something is just isn't properly communicated. Because in the end, what that story is something that's meant to be pieced together by the player, and it's all just incredibly big evidence that could possibly reveal a series-changing revelation depending on how you want to put those pieces together. And I think that that's amazing. And whether you think that's what's going on or not, you can't deny that Zero Two is just not pulling any punches this time around. This fight is not going to end until one side goes down, and speaking of that, just check out this pause screen. No, there's not any lore, but what there is this tough it out function thing that replaces the usual retry option. And when you select this tough it out option, it does nothing. It just does the exact same thing as the resume option, because this is a fight where there is no escaping or backing down from. This battle is a battle to the death that will only end when one side falls, and who knows how long this fight will rage on. That's still not all I have to say about the atmosphere though, because even while this fight is a sorrowful and intense battle between two sides of the same coin, it's all wrapped in that signature Dark Matter eeriness. I mean, besides the obvious of Zero Two's general design and bleeding eye, the ominous sky of Darkstar Star makes for a perfectly haunting scene, while Zero Two's model has this perfect, ominous, and intimidating shading on it that really makes Zero Two feel like the final boss. Zero Two's model in general is just perfectly crafted. It's imposing, it's grand, and it's sure to leave a possibly traumatic impression on all the little children who saw this. And I mean, I didn't really have the shock of getting all the crystal shards and seeing this. I saw Zero Two earlier before myself, but I still get that feeling because I found this pretty damn creepy too. Everything about this fight, everything about Dark Star makes you feel so unwelcomed here. They're in the Dark Matter's home turf, and it gives off vibes not unlike Hyperzone, although it does feel a little more oppressive and intimidating with the darker colors and just Zero Two in general. I know I've been going on about this fight for a while now, but it really is just that perfect. It nails every single aspect, and I think it's just amazing. But before we finally close the curtains up and finish Kirby 64, I have a few things to say about the Dark Matter as a whole. The idea of having a dark force of negativity as an antagonist is nothing new. In fact, it's a pretty common concept for an antagonistic force. But as overdone as it might be, it's always been one of my favorite concepts for a villain or a driving force of conflict in a story when it's handled correctly. And the Dark Matter are my personal favorite example of this idea. Like, I know this might sound completely insane, but I'd go as far as to say that the Dark Matter, in general, all of them, are just my favorite villains in any game ever. Everything about these guys is just amazing, from the way they tie into the trilogy's overall themes, to the way they're like the complete antithesis of Kirby, to the way these guys actually have a bit of a surprisingly tragic side to them. The Dark Matter have just really earned their reputation as the closest thing the Kirby series has to a main antagonist. I love how the final bosses in each game of the trilogy, which are all Dark Matter, represent a different negative emotion. I love their abstract and unsettling designs. I love everything about these guys, and I love how Kirby 64 is able to just send them off with the grace they deserve. This whole sequence with Zero Two is just masterful for reasons you hopefully should get by now. That was a surprisingly big Zero Two yap session back there. But the only thing I didn't talk about regarding Zero Two is the way that this fight just concludes the whole Dark Matter story beautifully. The fall of Zero Two here is not just a huge win for Kirby and an epic conclusion to the story Shimomura has been crafting for 3 whole games, but you could interpret it as a weirdly beautiful moment too. The Dark Matter are creatures that are just in constant pain, constantly having to grapple with these negative emotions all the time. And I feel like this is best shown with Zero Two, who was literally killed with kindness in the last game, but still, Zero Two is vengeful, and Zero Two, more importantly, is just really, really suffering. Like, Zero Two is just barely holding themselves together in this form. When you just look at Zero Two and compare it to the original Zero, you could just see how much they've twisted and contorted. And it's just clear that Zero is just trying to cling on to their life, just to continue fighting, just because Zero just wants to conquer the galaxy that much, because that's all Zero really knows. And in a way, I kind of feel like Kirby's defeat of the Dark Matter is kind of like a mercy kill of sorts. It kind of seems like the Dark Matter couldn't really be befriended, although GUI does kind of throw a bit of a wrench in that. Although, to be fair, we don't necessarily know if GUI was just defective from the start, or if GUI was like a normal Dark Matter Kirby's kindness just really touched. So it's not entirely clear if the Dark Matter can change like that, but this just kind of seems like it's in their nature, like they don't really have a say in the matter. These guys are more like natural force kind of villains rather than character villains, so who really knows if Kirby's kindness could really touch them in that kind of way. Maybe they just couldn't feel it. Perhaps the negative emotions they have are just too strong, so it wasn't really able to get through, so they just continue trying to conquer the world. And that right there is the tragedy of the Dark Matter. They're more than just these, ooh, evil force of darkness villains, and more like a subversion of that idea. Like if the dark force was just forced to bear all the negative emotions that come with being a dark force of darkness. In a weird way, it almost seems like Kirby's just making peace with the Dark Matter, but not in his usual kind of Kirby making peace way. It feels more like Kirby's just giving them what they always wanted, the opportunity to just be someone else, to be more than just the galaxy's pawns in this big game of good and evil. And hopefully, wherever they end up from here, they get that opportunity. After Zero Two's defeat at the hands of Kirby and Ribbon, Dark Star begins to shake and rumble. The dark matter that seemed to make up this planet and all of its darkness roll their eyes in agony as the star slowly loses stability. And just as Dark Star finally gives way, Kirby and friends barely manage to make it out alive, riding their warp star into the distance as Dark Star explodes behind them, leaving nothing but particles of dark matter slowly drifting away into nothingness. And with that, the dark matter threat has finally been neutralized after 3 games of trouble, and where better for our heroes to celebrate than Ripple Star before returning home. Cut to the Ripple Castle, you see fireworks going off, and our heroes have arrived in order to attend a special ceremony in order to celebrate their heroic efforts in not just saving Ripple Star, but the whole universe at large. Queen Ripple awards our heroes little crystal shards their very own, but Kirby winds up getting a little more than he was promised when Ribbon comes in and gives him a little kiss. I mean, I thought Ribbon's whole character journey and relationship with Kirby concluded pretty nicely with the 0-2 fight, but hey, if they want to go and tie the knot, I'm not going to stop them. Kirby is beyond flustered by this, blushing like crazy and stumbling around, only for him to wind up tripping down the stairs right as his friends take notice and rush to his aid, ending Kirby 64 and the Dark Matter Trilogy as a whole on a perfect note. This whole cutscene is just perfect. Everything about it ties up the story Shimomura's been telling since Dreamland 2 just flawlessly. That intro shot of Dark Star exploding is just so masterfully done, and the way the cutscene song's build-up is used during that part just makes it so breathtaking. And when the music finally comes back in full force during the ceremony, it's just beautiful. It always sends some shivers down my spine and puts a big dumb smile on my face too. There isn't as much action here compared to a lot of other cutscenes, so the characters don't get too many super expressive moments, but the way everyone reacts to receiving their own crystal shard medals and the initial reactions Kirby and Ribbon have after the kiss are great. And speaking of that kiss, I always found that to be a really cute moment. At least when it comes to Kirby, I'm not really the shipping type, unless of course the relationship involves 2 individuals who love each other very much who are also already married. But I do fully support these 2 just having a cute little relationship going on, although don't tell Choo Choo about that one. And besides the kiss just being a cute little moment thrown in here right at the end, I do appreciate how it kind of fully concludes Ribbon's story. I mean, this isn't really a necessary step that had to be taken. As I said earlier, I think the 0-2 fight was like the perfect culmination. They could have just ended it there and I would have been perfectly happy, but I do kind of see why they did this. While the experience is different for everyone, when someone inspires you and supports you like Kirby does with Ribbon, you might find yourself in a similar situation. Having Ribbon give Kirby a genuine display of love, one of the defining themes of the Dark Matter Trilogy, was just too perfect to pass up, huh? Oh, and that ending shot of Kirby tumbling down the stairs, it's very unserious, especially compared to the pretty heavy final battle we literally just went through. But when you really think about it, it's just a perfect ending. The Dark Matter Trilogy is all about friendship, and having the final frame of Kirby 64 be like some funny mishap you put in a scrapbook or something, it's just the perfect little ending. And plus, it just has that signature Kirby 64 cutscene silliness on full display. Maybe the real Dark Matter Trilogy was the friends we made along the way after all. But anyways, the Dark Matter are gone for good, Kirby and friends have been recognized for their heroic deeds, and all is well in the universe once again. Roll credits. As I alluded to much earlier, Kirby 64's credits are truly something special. Kirby 64's credits are kinda like Dreamland 3's with how they mostly show illustrations along with the names of the wonderful staff who worked on this game. The style of 64's credits art is a little bit different though, opting for sketches instead of a crayon or watercolor look, but despite that change they still look just as amazing, if not even more so. It's just a perfect credit style, and much like with Dreamland 3's credits, it really lets the game's artistic influences just shine. So remember the bad ending credits I didn't touch on? Well, that's because the bad ending credits are more or less the same as the good endings credits, except the pictures are just sketches. There's no coloring whatsoever. I think it's a really nice way of implying there's still more for you to do in the game though, because these are all just half-finished pieces, which is like a little reference to the fact you haven't even finished this art piece. How poetic! And the artwork, oh how I love the artwork here. Every single piece here is of a friend or foe you've encountered along your journey, and there's just tons of really great looking ones here. I mean, they're all great, but some of my personal favorites include this one, featuring HRH's shadowy figure rising above Shiver Star's hidden city, and really all the ones depicting Kirby's friends. I just love all of these, especially this DDD. 64's DDD design is my favorite DDD design for a reason. He's just so cute and silly but badass at the same time, and he just strikes that balance like no other DDD has been able to capture before or since. My favorite thing about this artwork though is that along with all the pieces getting colored in the good endings credits, some of the pieces also change a little bit or get new details added on top of them, Like there's this one featuring this little group of enemies all hitting each other in a chain reaction response to the Gabon throwing a bone in the original sketch. There's this one with Queen Ripple where she just looks completely different in her sketch because I can only assume she got up. But in the good ending version, you see her all ready and prepared for the rest of the day. And then there's my personal favorite one, which features a Guam and Mariel. It seems innocent enough until you see the version in the good ending, and what in the world is going on here? And then there's the music. I love Kirby 64's credits music. The credits theme of Kirby 64 is a beautiful track. It starts out all twinkly and bright. It's got some good trumpets and stuff, and overall it's just a very feel-good song. I divide this song up into 3 parts in my head, with the first one being the most basic version of what I just described, while the second version drops a lot of the additional instruments and mostly goes raw trumpets with some rising twinkling sounds by the end, and it feels a lot like build-up for the final part. And speaking of, that last portion of the song, those last 20-30 seconds after the choir hits, oh, it's so peak. That part with the bells and the twinkles is just one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard in any track from a video game, and just hearing it really reminds me of all the good times Kirby 64 was able to give me throughout my life. It is just like a button that just makes my eyes water every time and makes me feel really emotional because it's Kirby 64 and I love it. Something about this part that always made it hit harder, at least to me, was this image of a Sprout you see in the bad ending that turns out to be the Sprout of a Wispy Woods Jr., as the good ending reveals. It always felt like symbolizing a new beginning. Again, I mean, we already did this with Dream 1-3 and Popstar's new rings. Also, where are they? Kirby 64. Kirby 64, why did you retcon the ring? 0 out of 10. Kirby 64, why? But this time, it's for real. The next 2 images we see are of Dark Matter and 02 after all. I also want to side note, the 02 image in the bad ending makes use of the fake face, while the good ending uses the real face, which is just really, really cool. The version in the bad ending just really intrigues you with 02. It really makes you more curious to see what's going on with whoever this is, because, well, if you got the bad ending blind, odds are you just don't even know who 02 is. These 2 are the very cause of all the invasions and panic Kirby and friends have had to deal with for 3 whole games now, but no matter how hard they fought to shroud the universe in their darkness, Kirby and his bright attitude won out in the end. And that humble, plucky sound the song takes on right as Kirby's picture comes on the screen, that little detail of him finally eating that apple he was throwing up in the good ending, the same one that the bad ending shows him tossing up, really just shows us that the battle against the Dark Matter is over. Kirby can finally just relax and do his usual Kirby things, uninterrupted. Until, of course, they do get interrupted again, but it's not because of the Dark Matter, it's because of a completely different threat. So even if the peace might not last for too long, this was still a pretty big step in accomplishing universal Kirby world peace, which, now that I say that, it sounds kind of ridiculous, and also it will never happen because I mean, they're gonna keep making new Kirby games and keep adding new villains. Universal Kirby world peace is an impossibility, unfortunately. And the credits finally end right after this, a sketch of a beautiful, glistening crystal shard, one of the very things that kickstarted this wonderful journey, and the sole reason why the journey was able to come to an end with the Dark Matter's defeat. There just isn't a better image these credits could have concluded on. And that's Kirby 64, or most of it anyways. Once again, there's still a few little things I want to take a look at before we fully reflect on this masterpiece, but that's for later, because we have some things to check out, and this time they're not even mandatory for 100% completion, at least according to your save file. So without further ado, let's peek into the options menu and check out the remaining things Kirby 64 has to offer. Oh, and also we're not checking out the sound test again, because I already looked at it, but Kirby with headphones good. Where better to start than with the most minor extra Kirby 64 has to offer, the theater. And the theater is a place where you watch cutscenes, and that's pretty much it. I'm really glad to see this edition stuck around after being the big 100% completion reward in Dream 1-3, and this time it's just even better because, I mean, these are Kirby 64 cutscenes, and they all have this really cool new border around them too when you're watching them in the theater, which kind of gives it that theater vibe. And you even get the option to watch every single cutscene spliced together. The Kirby 64 movie is real. And that's more or less everything the theater has to offer. It's a pretty small thing, but it's a really important addition, at least to me. It's not a game-changing thing, but it's just nice being able to have a way to rewatch the cutscenes in the game somehow without starting a new file. Next up, I figured let's address why I always refer to Kirby 64's 100% completion with all the crystal shards as a kinda 100% completion. 100% completion according to the save file. The reason for this is because of the enemy info cards. They have their own designated spot here, and if you don't remember what an enemy info card is, they're those neat little cards you can collect during the goal game that depict an enemy, their name, and copy ability on them. Just like I mentioned a few hours ago. It's almost over. So overall, it just seems like a really positive addition that only benefits Kirby 64 in the long run, right? Well, I'd say that for the most part, but the thing is, before the gacha figures, picture pieces, stickers, and even keychains, we had enemy info cards. And the one thing that all of these collectibles share in common is by the time you're finished with the game, you're more than likely not going to have every single one of them, so you have to do a little bit of grinding if you want to get them all. I would objectively say that over time, the grind has gotten less and less tedious with the gacha figures in Forgotten Land actually being pretty fun to collect, all things considered, like all the way throughout the game. But yeah, these things usually require a bit of effort, and by effort, I mean replaying the same levels over and over and over again in order to get however many stickers or keychains or whatever's you need. But the thing with the enemy info cards is, while I don't like how you can only get a single one per stage, and I doubly don't like the fact that you can just straight up pull a duplicate, I will say that the idea of a kinda tedious grind-based collectible does complement Kirby 64 better than it does pretty much every other Kirby game with a collectible like this. Besides maybe Forgotten Land, the gacha figures really did go a long way in just giving that game even more charm. Kirby 64 is just a game that was meant to be played around with and experimented with, and I mean that's the whole reason the power combo system exists. That's the whole reason the game gives you so many different tools you could try mixing together, and that's also kind of the reason for the lift, or at least when you're playing around with it, you get that same creativity stuff going on. In just a single, even 100% run of Kirby 64, there are so many copy abilities you're probably never going to use at all during that run. And I think that's the thing that makes the enemy info card grind so bearable. They give you a reason to go back into these stages and just play around with different abilities you weren't using the first time because, well, you had a crystal shard to get, so you didn't really have a say in what ability you were going to use in the first place. These cards very subtly complement Kirby 64's experimentation-based philosophy, and I also really like how they're just kind of tucked away, like something you actively need to find on your file. Not only because this doesn't force me to get all the enemy info cards every single time I want to do a technically 100% run of Kirby 64, but because I think it reveals the real intent behind these cards, besides them giving you some enemy info. These things exist purely as an excuse for the most dedicated of Kirby 64 gamers to have a reason to go back into these stages and just play around with all the tools the game gives you. And while I do think doing a 100% run of Kirby 64 multiple times where you pick up all the enemy info cards, well, yeah, that's kind of tedious. I do think that this is something that's worth at least experiencing once, if you're not just going to grind out Popstar 1 over and over and are actually going to try to have some fun with this. Because going back into these stages and using a copy ability you weren't using before, whether it be because of a crystal shard or because it's an ability you just couldn't get in the stage anywhere, is just a small thing that can breathe so much new life into a run of Kirby 64 and just gives you so much more game time too. Just playing around and experimenting with abilities is part of the reason Kirby 64 is so fun, so I don't think running through levels constantly just trying to grind all these things is really that bad, depending on if you're actually trying to make some fun out of it, of course. So yeah, while these are a little tedious, I do think in the end that enemy info cards are a cool addition. And I mean, just to close this discussion of enemy info cards out, these cards were the whole reason I was able to get a banger tweet off of showing my cool discovery that Bomb plus Stone can attack enemies in the background. The whole reason I was able to find this obscure little mechanic in the first place is because I was playing around with different copy abilities and using them in stages I probably hadn't even used them in before. So if you're ever going for the enemy info cards, whether it's your first time or whether you're just doing it again, I do really sincerely recommend that you play around with copy abilities in all sorts of different stages, and who knows, maybe you can find something just as cool as that. Maybe not roughly 900 likes on Twitter.com cool, but still pretty cool nonetheless. And so this brings us to the biggest and best extra Kirby 64 has to offer, the mini-games. And oh, these mini-games, their peak. Yeah, I love these so much, and this shouldn't really come as a surprise to anyone who saw my Kirby subgame ranking video I put out a few months back. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but every single one of these subgames ranked incredibly high. They were all in the top 10 somewhere. So what's going on with Kirby 64's minigames? Well, this mode lets you play minigames, but it also lets you play with up to 3 friends, which gives Kirby 64 some multiplayer. I mean, you could argue it might not be as good as Dream 1-3's multiplayer because you don't actually get multiplayer Kirby, you just get multiplayer Kirby subgames. But it's really kind of hard to say because here you can get the whole family in on this. And these minigames are also just incredibly fun too. It's a shame there is no actual multiplayer Kirby 64, but this is some good Kirby 64 multiplayer. Players can choose between playing as Kirby, Waddle Dee, Adeline, or King Dedede, all with 4 different color variants depending on how many of each character there are in action. So now we can actually take a look at the minigames themselves, and this right here is the greatest selection of subgames the Kirby series has ever seen. Alright, so let's start with the first subgame here, 100-Yard Hop, and I'd say that this is pretty easily the weakest of the 3 subgames. Make no mistake though, 100-Yard Hop is still some really good stuff, but compared to the other 2 subgames, it does fall a tiny bit short. The gameplay of 100-Yard Hop is simple. It's a race between all 4 players as they scramble to get through this line of 100 tiles, and in order to move, you need to alternate between the A and B buttons to do jumps that will either let you jump ahead 1 or 2 tiles respectively. Now, for the most part, you'll be relying very heavily on the 2-tile jump because, objectively, it's just better than the basic 1-tile jump. You're clearing more space with that. But the real fun of 100-Yard Hop comes from knowing when to actually use your weaker 1-tile jump, because in the end, strategically using that will ultimately bring you more success than just mashing the B button all the time. And the reason why the A button is even useful in the first place is because of all the obstacles you'll encounter along this path. Whether it be puddles, banana peels, mud pits, or even these little frogs that occasionally hop forward, these courses are littered with all sorts of hazards, and keeping your eyes out and knowing when to do those small jumps is just where the fun of this one comes from. Not the frogs though, the frogs are kind of annoying, but they're also the best obstacle because they actually move, but they're annoying. I hate the frogs. But I love the frogs. I also think now would be a good time to mention the different difficulty levels each subgame has, being easy, normal, hard, and intense, with the first 3 all being palette swaps of each other, with the CPU difficulty getting harder and harder with each one. And then there's the intense difficulty, which gives the presentation a complete overhaul compared to the previous 3 difficulties. And it also really cranks up the difficulty of the CPUs, but we'll get more into that in a moment. In 100-Yard Hop's case, the intense mode changes this basic dirt race course into one that takes place floating over this river. Kirby and friends are over here jumping from rock to rock, which is super cool, and I love the way this river theme opens the door to all sorts of new hazards you only see in this difficulty, which includes these turtle shell spots, which will stick up and then retreat back in the water before popping back up again, which really adds some interesting timing-based stuff to the game. And the CPUs here, well, I mean, in Bumper Crop Bump and Checkerboard Chase, I think the intense mode CPUs are manageable, but I think with 100-Yard Hop, maybe the CPUs might be crossing a line to the point where it just becomes unfair and kinda unfun. Because 100-Yard Hop is a race, the pace at which you get your button inputs out is very important. It's just as important as deciding which button you're going to use. The intense mode CPUs don't have to worry about any of that. They do not even stop with their jumps for a second. And even if one of these guys does fall into the river, it's like barely a setback because they just get up so quickly and they just start doing the same thing over and over again. You can have a perfect run while one of these guys can like fall in the river a few times and they'll still win. They are nearly perfect, so you have to play perfectly if you ever want to beat these guys. I think I have only done that a single time, and I don't know if I have it recorded, but if I did, you'll see it on screen. But yeah, overall, it's a ton of fun, and there's even a nice little remix of Gourmet Race you hear in the background, which, it's Gourmet Race. We all know it's great, and it sounds even better in Kirby 64's sound font. So that's 100-Yard Hop. It's a great subgame that would pretty easily be the best in almost any other Kirby subgame lineup, but unfortunately, it's in Kirby 64's where it comes out as the weakest because the other 2 are just that good. And speaking of the other 2, let's check out Bumper Crop Bump. Bumper Crop Bump is amazing. It might not seem like that on the surface, being all about just catching fruit, but trust me, there is so much more to this game than just going around catching fruit. What happens is fruit will constantly fall down from these trees here, and all 4 players need to scramble around the arena in order to catch it. The main catch here, though, is that in order to move around the arena and catch the fruit, you'll have to push and shove your opponents out of the way. Whether you're just switching places last second or whether you're just being mean, the actual bumping is what makes Bumper Crop Bump so good. And then there's the bomb hazards that occasionally fall instead of fruit. fruit, and man, I just love these bombs. These things are crazy. You get hit by one, and your entire stock of fruits is just completely destroyed. You have to start all the way back up from nothing. And depending on how late in the game it is, you can literally be stuck with no comeback. You are just completely screwed, out of luck. But at the same time, that's also something that just adds on to the fun of Bumper Crop Bump. I remember saying something akin to this in my sub-game ranking, but at its core, Bumper Crop Bump is just a battle between 4 assholes for the most berries, and that's what makes it so fun. Every single player is on an even ground. They can all push and shove each other, they can send each other flying right into bombs, they can use whatever happens during the match to their advantage to gain the upper hand on everyone else, and it probably might devolve into a screaming match if you got 4 people who can't control themselves. The intense difficulty is also great here too, with the CPUs actually being properly balanced and feeling like a decent challenge without going completely off the rails. And I love the cloud theming here too, where the fruits are all swapped out with these gems. It's just so cool and pretty. And then there's the music. Ishikawa, did you know you were composing for a sub-game where Kirby and friends are fighting each other, catching fruit? Something about this one just captures the intensity of your average Bumper Crop Bump match, and I just love that so much. I can't really put why this one's so great into words, so just take a listen to it. It's one of the greatest Kirby songs of all time, which is kind of crazy considering it comes from a fruit-catching sub-game. So yeah, Bumper Crop Bump, literally peak. Everything from the presentation, to the music, to the gameplay, especially the gameplay. It's all just so masterfully put together and fun, and that's the exact reason I hold Bumper Crop Bump in such high regard. And finally, we have the poster child of Kirby 64 sub-games, Checkerboard Chase. You love it, I love it, clearly Hal loves it because they brought it back for Return to Dreamland Deluxe. What is there to say about Checkerboard Chase that hasn't been said? It's like a cult classic sub-game. And while I do prefer Bumper Crop Bump to Checkerboard Chase, that's not to demean Checkerboard Chase any bit at all, because it's really not far behind. Especially the Return to Dreamland Deluxe version where they added the high-speed mode. That just goes a long way in making Checkerboard Chase even better, and while 64's has retroactively been made worse because there is no high-speed mode, still, this is really good stuff. Checkerboard Chase puts 4 players on a little checkerboard arena in the sky, and what you've got to do to win is make lines of this checkerboard arena fall by sending down lines through it that send all the panels you just touched plummeting. Everyone can drop up to a total of 5 times before being eliminated, and once someone is eliminated, the edge of the arena falls off until it's just a grudge match between 2 players on a tiny arena. Despite the gameplay really seeming quite simple, there's a good bit of depth to Checkerboard Chase that makes it so great. There's all the ways you can trap your opponents into little portions of the map in order to make it easier to eliminate them. There's the strategy of getting in close near an end piece and just instantly dropping your opponent right down, although it is quite risky because they can pretty easily get the drop on you too. And of course, there's taking advantage of the falling edges and just trapping someone on them and just letting them fall. It's a great feeling. And honestly, that feeling is only amplified by Checkerboard Chase's intense version, which literally takes place in the middle of space, above Planet Popstar. You are literally giving your opponents a concussion of cosmic proportions. Now that's intense. So yeah, that's Checkerboard Chase. I might have not had as much to say about this one as the other two, but it's Checkerboard Chase. We all know it's great. I don't know what else there is to say. So there's all of Kirby 64's subgames, and hopefully you can see why I hold these subgames in such high regard as some of the best ones in the series. Yeah, sure, I can nitpick some of them a tiny bit, but in the end, they're all great, and they're all just really close to perfect, if not just already perfect. I have so many fond memories of just playing these subgames with my brother and competing for stars, and also speaking of those stars, I really like the way those stars are used like a little point tally too. It just adds to the competitive nature of these subgames even further, with every single one of your wins being tracked until you exit the subgame mode. Just everything about Kirby 64's subgames, even the surrounding stuff like the great multiplayer and that little detail with the stars, it's all just so on point and perfect, and I just love the subgame mode in Kirby 64 so much. It's just peak. Alright, so with everything else out of the way, there's only one more extra I want to take a look at, and it's the perfect one because it unlocks the moment you defeat Zero 2. and that's none other than the boss battles mode. And look at that mural, that's a pretty sick mural. This is like your generic boss endurance arena mode you'd expect to see in a Kirby game that most Kirby games have, although with Kirby 64 being from the classic era of the series, it definitely skews more towards the classic boss rush side of things than being more like an arena mode. There's no rest areas or spots to recover or any copy abilities here. It's just battle after battle after battle using normal Kirby until you inevitably defeat Zero Two or die trying. And while I will admit that it is kinda lame to not have access to any copy abilities here, especially with Kirby 64 because of how the brilliant boss fights all manage to really balance the normal and copy ability sides of combat really well, these boss fights are still brilliant at the end of the day, so I can only complain so much when you're being forced to fight them with normal Kirby. You're still fighting the same boss. And while it does take a minor step back from Dream 1-3 by not retaining the unique arenas for each fight, I'm still fine with this. A little disappointed, but still, it's fine. Even with those flaws though, I do think it's perfectly justifiable to say that this is among one of the best boss rushes in the series. While its lack of rest areas and copy abilities does leave it feeling a tiny bit archaic compared to the more modern day arenas, I would say that this is easily the best of the classic Kirby boss rushes. I mean, you got a great boss roster, you get unique screens for both failing and succeeding, which is just a really cool small detail there, and on top of all of that, you also get a special reward if you do this whole thing without taking a single hit. And unlike in Dream 1-3, there's no cryptic button combination you have to figure out if you want to see the special prize, because once you defeat Zero Two with a full health bar, completely unscathed, you are greeted with this as Kirby, just as you know him and love him, except now he's like this weird amalgamation of every single boss in the game. He's the ultimate Kirby 64 Chimera, and he has little pieces from every single boss somewhere on him. And I don't really know what to say about this. It's just really strange, really weird, but I guess there really is no better way to finish up Kirby 64 than with something that just really embodies what Kirby 64 is all about. That weird off-kilter feeling, but it also feels like the devs were just having fun, messing around, maybe even potentially scarring some children if they somehow saw this and if they somehow found this creepy, which I could maybe understand if you're 5. I've gone on and on about Kirby 64's really unique feeling, and we've seen it just in all sorts of different ways, but this just feels like that feeling in its rawest, purest form. It's a Kirby Chimera. Maybe you think it's funny, maybe you think it's creepy, but either way, this thing is completely bizarre, but you can tell the devs were having fun the whole time making this. And that's ultimately what Kirby 64 is. A kinda weird, kinda offbeat game, but that's what makes it so unique and beautiful, and you can just tell the people making it were having a blast. And I had a blast too, because I love me some Kirby 64. And so, with all of that said, let's wrap things up here for Kirby 64 and the Dark Matter Trilogy at large. I have played many incredible games in my lifetime, from big, well-known ones to lesser-known ones, from universally acclaimed masterpieces to some that are a little more divisive, from games that deliver a fantastic gameplay experience to games that tell some of the greatest stories ever told. I really could just go on and on. There are so many games out there that I love, but there are very few of those I would say are actually perfect. Now, what a perfect game actually is a really big and complex question, because whatever the term perfect game means is up to you as the player. Maybe the perfect game to you just has an incredible story, or maybe it's got gameplay that keeps you hooked for hours, or maybe it's even that one game you played when you were like 6 years old that you really love and have a ton of fond memories with. I don't judge. All of those are completely valid definitions of a perfect game because the perfection is in the eye of the beholder. So now you might be wondering,
Pekachow, what is a perfect game to you?
and I'll tell you, my definition of a perfect game is simple. For one, the game has to be amazing. Obviously, it's got to be amazing. But in order for an amazing game to really cross that threshold and become something I would consider perfect, it needs to go beyond just being a video game, and it has to have some kind of profound impact on me. It's really gotta change my life, dare I say. My criteria for a perfect game is pretty simple, but it's not every day I just play something that really clicks with me on that level. I would only say there's like 2, 3-ish games I would actually say are perfect in my eyes, and as you probably guessed, Yes, Kirby 64 is one of those games. Kirby 64 is a game that just gets everything right. It ticks all the boxes for me. It's got a great selection of fun and memorable stages. It's got plenty of collectibles to keep me occupied. All the boss fights are all great. The presentation is on point. The music is amazing. And the game's got a great story that just becomes amazing the more and more you think about it. And it gets even more amazing because Kirby 64 just has this brilliant environmental silent storytelling to it that no other game in the series can really match. It genuinely feels like every single area, every single boss, every single level just has their own story to tell that you can piece together through all the small details that are just purposely put there by the designers. And then of course there's the gameplay, which I just love so much. Now interestingly enough, gameplay-wise, I wouldn't say Kirby 64 is the best Kirby game, which is a little weird considering in most of those other qualities I just mentioned, yeah, Kirby 64 is the best, obviously. I'd say 64 lags a little bit behind Dream 1 3 because it's lacking just a little bit of that fluidity and the animal friends. I really miss the animal friends. But still, while Kirby 64 is lacking those things, it still has the one thing that defines the Dark Matter Trilogy, and the one thing that really draws me to the gameplay of the Kirby series more than anything else, the creativity and the experimentation. I've been over it a million times, but the power combo system is amazing. It's just peak experimentation. And while it doesn't completely fill the hole left by the removal of the animal friends, because no Nago, that's sad. There's also the lift, which is kind of like a little band-aid on that wound. It doesn't completely stop all the gushing, but it does a pretty decent job patching it up. But the lift, amazing. One of the best Kirby features ever. I feel like I've rattled on about it so much in this video, but it really is just that great, and it adds so much more creativity and experimentation into Kirby 64's gameplay. And of course, there's that weird and wonderful Kirby 64 vibe I keep going on about that just ties the whole thing up in a beautiful little package. And, you know, I just don't feel like I really need to do much of an actual conclusion about Kirby 64, the game itself, because this video is multiple hours long, multiple hours above what I was even anticipating this one to be when I first started this project, which was already pretty long. And while I could just rattle on more about how awesome the stages are and how awesome the bosses are and how awesome everything is, assuming you didn't just skip to this point, you already know how awesome I find all that stuff. And I don't want to be redundant and pad this thing out, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. So I think it's pretty clear why I love Kirby 64, the game, so much. It has all the makings of an amazing game, but what exactly tips Kirby 64 over the edge and makes it become truly perfect? We know about Kirby 64 the game, but what about Kirby 64 the experience? My Kirby 64 experience is something that transcends just basic memories, even if those do kind of play a role in why I love Kirby 64 so much. I mean, there's some memories I'll never forget back when I was playing this game when I was like 6 or 7 or however old, because I would just keep growing and I would still just keep playing Kirby 64. Whether it was the first expedition on Aqua Star, my struggle against the challenges posed by Neo Star and Shiver Star, finding out about Zero 2 for the first time, blowing through the whole game in a fit of hunger. There's just so many memories I have tied to Kirby 64, and whenever I think of them, I just smile because, well, it's just a good feeling. But Kirby 64, the experience, is more than just some nostalgic treat, because the experience I had with Kirby 64 ultimately wound up changing my life, and it's the whole reason I'm even right here saying all this stuff right now. As a kid, one of my favorite things to do was draw. I drew so much, in fact, that everyone around me thought my art was the coolest thing ever in kindergarten. but the quality of the art never mattered to me. What mattered is I was having fun drawing, and that's good. That's all that should matter. And I'm pretty sure that getting into Kirby only fueled my artistic passions even further, because, well, look at this guy. I fell in love with Kirby, and he has the most basic design ever. Anyone could draw this. First you draw a circle, then you dot the eyes, add a great big smile. Presto, it's Kirby. It really only fueled my Kirby brain rot further. So then, imagine how it must feel to play a Kirby game that actually takes a lot of artistic influence itself. And that right there, that is Kirby 64. I've gone over Kirby 64's multiple different artistic influences. You can see bleeding through things like the map screens and the credits as well, all things that kind of borrow from Dream 1-3's very artsy aesthetic. But I feel like the real creativity fuel from Kirby 64 comes less from the actual artsy stuff in the game, and more from literally everything else, and just how creative Kirby 64 as a whole really is. I mean, every single stage in Kirby 64 is distinct and memorable, and there's just so much going on in these levels. Every single one has their own unique architecture and things that help them stand apart, and some of this stuff is just naturally gonna fuel the imagination of any child playing it. From the ancient cybernetic ruins of Rockstar to the bright, peppy, Christmassy mall you see in Shiver Star, there was just something about Kirby 64 and its world, that creativity that just defines all of it, that just really left an impression on me, and the same thing can be said about Kirby 64's enemies. So many of these guys just have really crazy, wacky, out there designs, and it really just only served to inspire me further. I had a fondness for so many enemies back in the day, and I still do have a fondness for plenty of enemies now, and part of the reason for that is because of just how crazy some of these designs get. Not to mention that they're also Kirby enemies, which means they're very easy to draw, or even very easy to sculpt, because I was also a very big fan of sculpting little things with clay when I was younger. I feel like I haven't done it in years, but one of my most vivid memories regarding Kirby 64 was trying to model every single enemy out of clay. I have absolutely no pictures to prove this, but you just have to trust me on my word with this. I'm sure my brother remembers too if you want to contact him for some reason about this. I even made a basic spike because they show up in Neo Star 1. Like just a basic cone. And that isn't even all, because I even think I tried to make my own enemy info cards of every single enemy in the game. Or maybe it was just generic basic cards. But I would just take paper and I would cut it into a bunch of squares and I'd just draw the enemies on it and stuff. And of course there's also the creativity that's just baked into the game design. Power combos, the lift, all things that just really get you creative and make you want to experiment and explore. Games that let you play around with your creativity are a dime a dozen, but as someone who was just getting into video games for the first time, I thought this was huge. It felt like I finally found a game that just complemented this playstyle I just discovered I had regarding creativity. Kirby 64 is just a game defined by creativity. It's in the gameplay, it's in the environments, it's in the enemies, it's in the everything. Creativity is Kirby 64, and just playing the game only fueled my own creativity even further, and it made me try all these new things like making those cards and making those models. And so I have Kirby 64 to thank for my desire to create things, and that kind of stems outside of just the basic traditional art stuff too. All this stuff about making art and clay figures and cards, all about Kirby 64, is all like this long domino effect that eventually just leads to me being right here. I've gone on and on and on about Kirby 64's really odd and weird feeling, and this right here, this is where all that stuff kind of comes together, because that weird feeling of Kirby 64 is more or less the entire reason the Kirby Iceberg video even exists in the first place. Just imagining how crazy this is all going to be perceived. It's like the Pekachow lore is all coming together, like, oh, this is why he loves Kirby 64 so much. It ties into the iceberg, and it ties into the... I remember all sorts of things that really fascinated me on my first playthrough of Kirby 64. There's things like the ruins of Rockstar, the factory of Shiver Star, just the Dark Matter in general. So many things I just found fascinating because they were all just a little weird or off. And I feel like learning about things like the lore surrounding Rockstar or Shiver Star, or even just finding out about Zero 2, really didn't help in just fueling my obsession with these kind of weird, maybe even disturbing things. Okay, that was really poorly worded, but I already said it before. I'm a little bit of a junkie for weird stuff like this. And it's because of that why I found the whole iceberg video thing just so endearing. The whole purpose of an iceberg is to go down slowly uncovering things and finding out like crazy, maybe even disturbing secrets in the lowest depths of the iceberg. And usually the videos icebergs have to accompany them, just knock it out of the park with the atmosphere. You got the generic creepy music, you got the voice like this. And they're probably talking about something like that's actually real. The moment I first heard about the Mario 64 iceberg and everything surrounding that, I knew I just found something right up my alley. And with my love of creating things, plus my, I just knew what I had to do. And apparently I must have really just struck gold with that, because if that didn't pop off the way it did, I don't know if I'd be doing this as seriously as I am now, because I enjoy this. I'd probably still be doing it anyway, but would I still be taking it so serious to the point where I'm making a giant Kirby 64 video that's gonna eat up like a fifth of your day if you decide to watch it all at once? Probably not. I think I would have thrown that towel in months ago. Iceberg was just kind of a big, fun, ambitious project I wanted to put out there, and it just wound up spiraling into something beyond my wildest dreams. And ultimately, I gotta thank Kirby 64 for that. And I mean, of course, Kirby 64 isn't the game that got me into Kirby, but I feel like it's what really transformed me into a real Kirby superfan. It's what made me realize just how much I loved this series after I got my first taste of Dreamland 1 and really enjoyed that. And it's because of that right there, Kirby 64 making Kirby like my primary interest and my favorite thing ever, and the thing I obsess over more than anything else, that I'm here right now and that I'm a part of this amazing community and have connections with so many amazing people. So in a weird way, Kirby 64 has more or less shaped the path that I have been walking my entire life up to this point, since I was a little 6-year-old child playing the game to where I am right now, a college age-bound adult with actual dreams and passions I want to pursue, and a clearer grasp of my identity and who I am as a person and who I aspire to be. Kirby 64 has been with me for all that time, influencing me in its own little ways, and it will continue to be with me until the day I die. And if this revisit I made to Kirby 64 because of this video has anything to prove, where I just find myself understanding and discovering so many tiny little details all throughout the game proves anything, then it will continue to probably impact small little parts of my life here and there every now and then, because it's just Kirby 64. That's what it does. And that's why Kirby 64 isn't just an amazing game, but a perfect game. But this isn't just the end of a Kirby 64 retrospective here. This is the finale to my entire retrospective series, looking back at the entire Dark Matter Trilogy, so it's only fair to give those games a bit of their own send-off as well as we finally finish things up here. Dreamland 2, you're good. You're a good game. Just good though, not amazing. And also I'm not gonna talk much about Dreamland 2 from here on out, so I just figured I'd say something nice because we're finishing things up, so... And Dreamland 3, I feel like just about everything I've said about Kirby 64 can just apply to Dreamland 3 as well, except instead of being the one that kind of started it all, Dreamland 3 only fueled me even further. It had the same creativity and vibe I loved from Kirby 64, but it was just in an entirely different game. So much so that I'd even say that it's my second favorite game in the series now. And it's actually been that way for a while. It's just been that long since the Dreamland 3 video. Remember when I posed that question at the end? If I like Dreamland 3 or Robobot better? Well, it's Dreamland 3, if you didn't know. Robobot's still pretty peak, though. But enough of that. These are my two favorite games in the series, and there's also Dreamland 2. But these two games right here are beautiful, and they have really had a profound impact on me and really shaping my life. And these are just games that bring me immense joy, and I just hold them so close to my heart. Objectively, they might not be the best Kirby games ever, depending on what objectively exactly entails, but I'll take a personal 10 out of 10 over an objective 10 out of 10 any day, so my heart lies with these two. I hear a lot of talk about people wanting Dark Matter Trilogy remakes of some sort, kind of reimagining these games in the style of the more modern Kirby titles, and while I certainly get the appeal of that, but as cool as that would be, I don't really know if I want remakes myself, at least of Dreamland 3 and 64, because they're already just perfect games to me, and a remake just wouldn't be the same. I do think it would be pretty cool to see these games reimagined with more modern design sensibilities to maybe make them a little more appealing to people who might not like them, but even if that would technically be an improvement over the original games, but there's just something beautiful about the Dark Matter Trilogy as a whole, the way it is, with a little asterisk because there's some things in Dreamland 2 that aren't beautiful, but I don't really feel like it deserves a remake per se, as much as maybe we could just get another game with the Animal Friends or something, because well, if you want to remake Dreamland 2 and turn it into a great Kirby game, I think you're gonna have to do a little bit of remodeling with the foundation. Dark Castle has no place in a truly great Kirby game, that's all I'm gonna say. But the point is, while Kirby's great, and every single era and director has their own beautiful stylistic touch, there's just something about the way Shinichi Shimomura handled the Kirby series that I just love so very much. There was just a way he saw Kirby's world and sought to build it, and just define it a little bit more by giving it some more lore, giving it some more secrets to uncover, even giving the series a real dark side. I said it before and I'll say it again, Shinichi Shimomura is not just a game developer, but a real artist. And I feel like his artistry can be seen right here, in his games, his masterpiece trilogy. No matter where the Kirby series goes from where it is right now, I just can't imagine myself not loving it. Shinya Kumazaki is a great director, and he is doing wonderful things with this series. And since we're talking about everyone else, Masahiro Sakurai is also just as great. I mean, we have him to thank for creating the series in the first place and giving us so many of its iconic locations and characters. But there was just something about the touch Shinichi Shimomura had, the way he handled Kirby and his world, and the way he was able to make creativity a real part of the series' identity that will always, to me, just be peak Kirby. Amazing Kirby games have been and will continue to be released, hopefully until the end of time. But no matter how you feel about Shimomura's unique take on the Kirby franchise, there won't quite be another set of Kirby games quite like the Dark Matter Trilogy. And that right there is the end, not just of the Kirby 64 retrospective, but of my Dark Matter Trilogy retrospective series. And I hope it was all worth the wait. I hope you all had some fun going back to revisit these classic Kirby games, all with a very special place in my heart. And maybe I might have even been able to help you appreciate these games a little bit more, whether I turned you from a hater to a believer, or whether I just gave you some little tiny details to appreciate, whether I just made you like them a little better. I hope you were able to get something out of this, even if it was just a little bit of entertainment or background noise, because oh, these videos are pretty long. This is the most extensive look at these games there's probably ever going to be, unless someone wants to try dethroning this. And so, after saying all that, I don't really know what else there is to say. It's been a long time coming, especially with this part, but I hope in the end it was all worth it. And so, if you like this video, leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike. And if you want more content like this, be sure to subscribe. I also have a Twitter and a better Twitter. The links are in the description. And so, with all that said, love you, Kirby64, and Pekachow out!